Merry Christmas. We hope that you enjoy the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Marathon. And to entertain you, I'm going to play a few Christmas songs. Here's Silent Night.
Well, Merry Christmas from the Patriot Punk Network and a Happy New Year. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have an absolutely amazing 12-hour extravaganza planned for you. And joining me in this endeavor is my good friend and out of the closet ANCAP, Daniel Wagner.
Oh, hello. Good morning. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and all that stuff.
Oh my goodness. It's this has been a true monstrosity, and I'm really excited to see how it finally turned out.
Yeah, you would be both. It's funny, we're working on this thing and it's like we don't get to see it until really everybody else gets to see it, because we've been in the details, in the little nitty-gritty, getting all the perfect transitions and the perfect clips put together and all the planning, and oh my god.
Well,
It's
hey,
a lot of fun, but dang, wow, it's a lot of work.
Be careful saying perfect transitions and things like that, man, because you're setting the bar just a little bit too high. We have done our best, though. We have done our best. And I do want to take this minute before we get into all the really fun extracurricular activities. I want to take a moment to say thank you to you, the viewer, for making the entire Patriot Punk Network possible and making 2025 our best year yet. We had almost 150,000 views on Rumble. We have gone to almost millions of views. I think it's about 1 million views every 6 months on Facebook. We've launched a new Facebook page that we'll really start to post to in the new year once they've kind of taken us out of that introductory period. And we want to thank our sponsors. And though a lot of the time we're tempted to fast forward through little commercials, we have a lot of Christmas messages and little commercials lined up for you today that are scattered throughout, 15 to 45 seconds a piece. None of them go over 2 minutes. So if you see one going on there, instead of changing the channel, send a thank you to the people who made this program possible, because those people care about local independent journalism and they care about getting you the truth. Because let's be honest, Daniel, has anyone bought you off?
Not yet, but I'm hoping the right price tag comes in. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I I would like to mention too that the sponsors are not like big corporate sponsors or anything like that. These are local Tennesseans, just like you and me, and they're, helping support local businesses just like us. And it's kind of a nice little circle of friendship and help that we can give each other for this time of year. So
It is. You're also going to hear from a few candidates, and normally we don't have candidate ads at the Patriot Punk Network, but in 2026, because the midterms are coming up, and because we have kind of, thanks to you guys, grown our following quite tremendously, we are going to start introducing candidate ads they're not going to like sponsor the show per se, but there's a lot of people out there who can't afford to buy advertising on 99.7 or WKRN, and they've got to get their name out there if we're ever going to allow freedom-minded candidates to have a chance at taking back Tennessee. So you'll get to hear from some of those today. Make sure you thank them for sponsoring the program. And then if you're looking for a lineup, if you don't have 12 hours on Christmas Day, as most of us don't, but you want to make sure that you don't miss your friend's portion or the portion that you were a part of, there is a lineup in the description. We've tried to be as accurate as possible, but I do recommend tuning in about 5 or 10 minutes early, just in case. Sometimes with the delays and with the final editing, sometimes have you ever noticed, Daniel, that editing math just isn't the same as like regular math?
I also have trouble doing that in a calculator during a live stream.
Yes. So what I kind of want people to know what you can expect as we get into this. And you're going to hear from some really, really big names. You're going to hear from people like Tucker Carlson and General Michael Flynn. They weren't guests on our podcast, but we did attend events where they spoke. We got the entire speech, and they're very, very personable and entertaining people. So we wanted to bring that to you. And we want to thank both the TFA and the 917 Society for inviting us to those events and letting us be a part of it. Make sure you support those organizations. You're also going to get a little bit of history from Richard Archie. You're going to get some Christmas music from Chase Williams on the organ.
And I will tell you right now, having been there helping film it, he did a fantastic job. I think you guys are going to be very pleased with the music coming up today, especially compared to last year's filming. We did 10 times better, 20. Well, how much better do you think?
It's night and day. And last year I was quite happy with, but this year it's almost professional production quality. It really is. It's absolutely. It actually, I would say it is, but we don't want to get cocky. On top of hearing from some of those people on never before seen content, we are going to go through our greatest hits of the Patriot Punkcast, the top 10 moments of the podcast in which exposed us to all of you.
And why did you emphasize hits when you said that?
Well, because we're also going through another top 10 list. You know what that could be?
I think it might be the greatest hits.
It is. And no, we're not talking about Pamela Anderson.
No. Today in Tennessee segment. We have our top 10 Today in Tennessee segments that we had throughout the year across all platforms. It became pretty incredible, the response we received to this for these particular little 3-minute daily segments. So I'm very pleased. We're bringing in the exact audience that we're trying to reach out for, the very audience that we're constantly telling people, hey, you're leaving out the youth, you're leaving out, these people. And we're able to reach those people through these segments. And it's been fantastic to see that change happen in our audience throughout this last year.
It really has. And I'm excited to start uploading those to the Patriot Punk Network Facebook page, because the pages do get a lot more exposure. And I think it's going to take off kind of like the TikTok did when we finally launched on there.
And not to mention the amount of little things we get to learn in doing them, all the different editing techniques, and you and I have to try to keep it looking the same. It's so much back behind the scenes stuff that happens that makes it's very interesting, especially for a mind like mine that just loves to learn new stuff. So it really has helped me in that regard as well.
Oh, and it's and I think it's helped us become better hosts and better public speakers, and it's actually helping us produce ads for candidates and things like that.
You mentioned the other day that it seems to be helping me be able to participate in conversations more, because I'm actually more abreast of what's going on in local news because I'm actually doing local news now rather than just producing. So, and I have noticed a difference in my ability to riff on things that are happening in our local, in our Tennessee fence, so to speak.
Yep. So some other things that you can look forward to on the broadcast, and of course there's a full lineup, like I said in the comments, but we're going to take a quick look at the future of not just the future in general, but the future in industry specific areas and artificial intelligence. And we've got industry experts from everything from IBM and cybersecurity. We've got a history professor from the University of Tennessee. We've got experts in media, our friends over at the Tennessee Conservative. And we even have our friends from DC TV. We've got a bunch of more. I don't want to leave everybody out, so I'm going to stop there. But we scattered them throughout, so you can just find out which topic interests you the most. It's in the description there. And we're also going to touch on places in other bits of content from Shelby County to Knox County. And we cover school board topics all the way, or we cover other topics from the school board to SCOTUS.
Mm-hmm.
And warning, there might be a few little funny parts.
I'm just saying, we might have cracked a joke or two along the way. You know, we got to keep it entertaining. there might be some funnies in there. Okay, there's some funnies in there. Is it bad? Is it bad when you're editing stuff and you're filming stuff and you make yourself laugh at what you did? Because I've done that so many times already in preparing for this.
Yes, I'll be completely honest, guys. We never get the chance to go back and like watch much of our old content after the editing portion. It's kind of like on to the next thing. And I thank you for the folks who've been here since the beginning, because I noticed in editing this that our production quality has significantly improved back at the beginning. You must really love us who've been following us back then. We're also going to have some important Christmas messages from people all across the state, as well as some updates on some of the investigative news stories that we've covered. I know that there's some from Benton County, Overton County, other parts of the 13th district and everything like that. So I want to say thank you once again for being a part of the Patriot Punk Network.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, you meant them. You meant them. I'm sorry.
So the goal for today, and the reason that we take all this time putting together a 12-hour broadcast and scheduling it all around the holidays instead of taking time off like most podcasters and everything do, is because we want to give back to you. And we're really trying to set the tone for 2026 to encourage everyone to understand the value of local journalism. You know, it's you don't chop a tree down. You don't from the top. Okay. You chop it down from the bottom, and the corruption is the same way. And I mean, Daniel, what about the future really kind of?
I mean, especially with the upcoming the upcoming AI tech rise and media lies and whatnot. You know, we've said this 100 times already on the show. I'm sure if those of you who follow us for a long time have heard this many times. Is like, you're not going to be able to tell the difference between real and not real the farther away from you it gets, because you're not going to be able to verify it. So that's why it's super important to have very trustworthy local journalism to help kind of make sure that we're on the right track. And, you know, you can actually go shake the hands of the people that are local and near you, and you can ask them personally, face to face, hey, you know, what's real, what's not real. And it just makes it so much easier. So,
and most people rely on access journalism, and I'm sorry, but I don't have access to the president or Pete Hegseth or any of those other people that are really, really high up in national politics. Yeah. And even if I did, I wouldn't have access to the people across the hall from them. Now, Daniel, do we get special access to any politics?
No, we kind of create our own access, to be perfectly frank.
But, well, we rely on people like you, just the average person who, and I want to stress this, you might feel sometimes that you're the only person who sees the problems in your local community and that you're all alone. I want to assure you, you are not. You might be the only one in your circle of friends, and that is quite common. But there are other Tennesseans just like you who are worried about the development, who are worried about why the media seems to just be a talking head for the local whoever's elected. And we aim to change that.
Right on. And we listen, we hope that you guys enjoy the entire production coming up. We hope you enjoy spending time with your family and friends while you have it playing in the background, or watching it with, you know, bated breath for every moment. It's entirely up to you how you want to interact with this content. So, you know, we just hope you have a good Christmas, and we hope to just make it just a little bit better if that's possible.
Yes, we will be taking some intermittent breaks throughout the day so that we can hear from those sponsors. Again, don't fast forward through it. We've made them as short as possible. So just, you know, watch them and say thank you to the people who did decide to sponsor us, because, guys, we are not the access journalism, go along to get along type of people. No special favors are exchanged for any advertising buys, and the people that I feel are willing to support the Patriot Punk Network are people who don't have anything to hide, or at least feel they don't have anything to hide. So I want to ask everybody that if you're in a position to support local media, please visit our website and visit the support page. You go to patriotpunknetwork.com/support, and you can see all the ways you can contribute. And if you're not in a position to contribute, smash the like button and share the show with just a few people. Text message, carrier pigeon, pin it on a bathroom stall. We don't care. We just want everyone to know that there is local media that cares about the problems that you care about and who wants to hold. We want to speak truth to power, is I think how people put it.
Right. Admittedly, I'd be a little scared if I found a thumb drive stuck to a bathroom wall with our 12-hour special on it. I don't know that I'd want to stick that in my computer.
Well, just QR code it or something like that. Write the link.
Yeah. Write the website. Write the website down.
I want to give everyone a quick heads up. If you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or any of the other platforms apart from Rumble, I think X will handle it also. But because it's a 12-hour broadcast, a lot of those places get kind of hinky with it. Rumble, we know will handle it. So go to rumble.com and search Patriot Punk Network. There we will pop up. We'll have, it'll be real easy to find. It'll be pinned to the top of the channel. The links will be on all the Facebooks and everything else too. We don't know if we can upload a full 12-hour video even to Facebook or YouTube afterward. So if we can, we'll upload it sometime around New Year to the other platforms that will let us. But guys, it's time to get on board with Rumble. Head on over there. And the one thing I will say is if you're watching Rumble and it seems that there's a bit of like a delay or a stutter or something like that, just watch it 15 seconds behind live, because they stream with really, really low latency, and sometimes I think they should add like another 2 seconds to it. So
well, now that we've given people plenty of opportunity to file in and get ready, do you have any final thoughts before we begin the festivities today?
I just want to say thank you once again. Merry Christmas from us here at the Patriot Punk Network. Make sure you support our sponsors, smash the like button, and let us know Daniel's favorite dad joke in the comments. We've got a quick word from some sponsors, and then we're going to start the day off right with a little bit of history from Richard Archie.
Right on. Have a good time. Merry Christmas.
Washington doesn't need go along to get along nonsense. It needs leaders with a spine. And right now, Tennessee's 4th District doesn't have one. Our incumbent voted yes to transgender affirming care in the military, including procedures for dependent children. That's not defending readiness. That's political shenanigans at the expense of our armed forces. He also voted to raise the debt ceiling and to continue the reckless deficit spending that's crushing American families with inflation, higher costs, and a weaker future for our kids. That's not leadership, that's surrender. I'm running for Congress because it's time to stand firm. No more rubber stamping bad policy. No more votes that betray military families or bankrupt our nation. Tennessee deserves a representative who answers to the people, not party insiders. I'm Thomas C. Davis, and I approve this message. Learn more at tomdavistn4.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Tom Ballard, Principal Hydrogeologist at Southeast Hydrogeology, where we do the training, coaching, and consulting for small rural water utilities across the U.S. to give them the tools to make sure you can continue to get the clean water from your tap you take for granted through our Water Masters program. To find out more, please check our website or contact me at my email. I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and the Patriot Punk Network a successful 2026.
Our next piece is called The Sussex Carol, otherwise known On Christmas Night, Good Christians Sing.
So much of our Tennessee history is lost to the average citizen. I personally blame the legislature, as they are solely responsible for the maintenance, support, and eligibility standards of a system of free public schools. Tennessee Constitution, Article 11, Section 12. If they cared that Tennessee history be taught to the people, it would be done. And what better time than when the children are in school to do so? Few today realize the pivotal role played by the original volunteers in that insurrection from the soil of what is now Tennessee, prior even to our being a nation, much less a state. Of the many things which brought our ancestors to rebel, to name a few, the Stamp Act, the Intolerable Acts, the impressment gangs who took their sons for duty on the king's or merchant ships without leave of parent or participant, quartering of the king's soldiers in private homes. In all, 27 grievances filed in the Declaration of Independence which drove the Americans to that pass. The colonists in what is now the United States in the late 1700s, tired of the yoke of tyranny placed upon their necks by a government who saw them as merely a revenue stream, being taxed without representation to moderate that overburden. They rose up and wrested liberty with bloody hands from the tyrants. From the greens of Lexington and Concord, the embattled farmers stood and fired the shot heard round the world. It must be noted that the causal issue of that conflict was government intent to confiscate the assault weapons and ammunition of the day. General Gage marched out of Boston to seize the privately owned arms stores and powder to deny the colonists the ability to contest British rule. The fabled ride of Paul Revere to alarm the populace of the Crown's intent is well known. It would not be the only time such a path was taken. The militias of the day, citizen soldiers who wagered their very lives against a chance to order their own existence instead of bending the knee to tyrants, stepped away from their plows and trades to don the armament of warriors in the cause for freedom. The early pitched battles of the Revolution, all fought in the Northeast, the siege of Boston, the Battle of Princeton and Bunker Hill. While costing the British dearly, the British were winning the war. The largest army and navy in the world had the upper hand, the munitions and machines to carry the day. General Cornwallis, leading the British Southern strategy after the American loss of Charleston, sent Patrick Bulldog Ferguson to the South to rally loyalists to enter the war on England's behalf and put down the insurrection. He rattled his saber and sent a message to the rebels, desist from their opposition to British arms, or he would march over the mountains and hang their leaders, and lay their country to waste with fire and sword. This did not work out well for Ferguson or the British. In the lead up to the Battle of Kings Mountain, noted as the turn of the tide of success by none other than Thomas Jefferson, the role played by the founders of what would become Tennessee and other states is lost to the general public. I can remember in a meeting with a number of representatives in Nashville several years ago, I was addressing that assembly on Second Amendment issues and spoke of John Sevier and the Over Mountain Men, only to be met with blank stares by many of the attendees. Sad that those who have so much to do with their lives and liberty, or lack thereof, are not vested with the information about how this experiment in liberty was begun, by whom, and the sacrifices made in both blood and treasure to achieve the birth of this republic. There was no central government, just a thirst and desire to secure liberty for themselves and those left at home, their wives and children, and the hope of generations to come. John Sevier, also known as Nola Chucky Jack, who would become the first governor of Tennessee, Isaac Shelby, first governor of Kentucky, William Campbell, and Joseph McDowell banded together and formulated a plan to resist the tyranny. The express riders of the Kings Mountain campaign were dispatched, shades of Paul Revere, to call men to assemble at Sycamore Shoals on the Watauga River. One of these, James Jimmy Blair, rode horseback to sound the call to arms. Wounded by Tories, he refused to surrender and kept at his task of alerting the men of the region to the fact that Ferguson and his Tory army were coming after them. Learning of the location that Ferguson had retreated to, instead of waiting for their adversary to gain numbers and supplies, they set out to contain the British force. marching over 300 miles to Kings Mountain, South Carolina, arriving on October 6, 1780. They prepared for the assault. Ferguson arranged his men over 1,000 strong at the top of that hill behind breastworks and fortifications. The over-mountain men were told that they must whip Ferguson at all costs, and don't wait for the word of command. Let each one of you be your own officer and do the very best you can. A few men, over 900, stormed the hill in the early afternoon of the 7th, coming from all sides, hollering and whooping like Indians. In a little over an hour, the battle was done, the frontiersmen victorious. American casualties were 28 killed, 62 wounded, while the British force lost 157 killed, 163 wounded, and 698 missing or captured. Ferguson was shot from his horse as he tried to rally the troops. No one is positive, but the story is that the fatal shot was fired by a rifle called Sweet Lips, used by Robert Young. Not verified, but it makes a great tale. The Johnson City Press posted, when Sweet Lips' metallic lips so spoke on that day of patriotic struggle, its voice was heard throughout the entire British armies and turned the tide of the revolution. Joseph Greer, our Kings Mountain messenger, took the news of the battle to Philadelphia by himself at 26 years old, described as a giant 6'7" in height, with just his rifle, a compass, and a dogged determination to deliver the news to the Continental Congress, starting out from the battlefield, given the charge to let the rest of the fledgling nation know of that victory that changed the course of the war. It is said he walked boldly into the chambers of the Congress to deliver the news. It was reported that General George Washington said, with soldiers like him, no wonder the frontiersmen won. He arrived at Philadelphia in November, nearly a month after the battle, bearing the account of the destruction of the Tory forces under Ferguson. No one else to secure or guide him, just his indomitable spirit to honor that duty placed on him to educate the patriots to the success of men who just wanted to be left alone to order their own lives. In a final accolade, General George Washington later proclaimed to his own army that the crude, spirited, hardy, determined volunteers who crossed the mountains served as proof of the spirit and resources of the country. There is a building next to Cordell Hull, which houses our state legislature. On the edifice of that building is the name John Sevier. It seems that we have relegated his memory and those of his men to the trash heap and refused to recognize the type of patriots they were. We would not have a union or state today if it were not for them. I wonder what the other heroes of Tennessee lore would think today. David Crockett, Sam Houston, Andrew Jackson, Carolyn Coffey of the Battle of New Orleans fame, if they knew it was now a crime to carry a firearm, any firearm for all lawful purposes. Would they think their sacrifice wasted in throwing off British tyranny to have their issue controlled by legislators who took power from the people and made it a crime to bear arms? See Tennessee Code Annotated 3917-1307. A person commits an offense who carries, with the intent to go armed, a firearm or a club. Is this what our founders would have allowed? I think not. The Tennessee Firearms Association is this state's only no-compromise Second Amendment organization. We believe in the unalienable natural right to arms codified by the constitutions and granted by God to every non-criminal resident of the state. If you are a hunter, a gun owner, or just a person who believes the Constitution means what it says, you need to be a supporting member because state government is doing its best to keep you from enjoying that civil right. Join us at TennesseeFirearms.com.
This year, we started a brand new segment designed to summarize daily Tennessee news and events in a digestible entertainment format. Chase says it was one of the few good ideas I've actually had. And that idea has been our most successful endeavor yet, helping us reach an entirely new audience. I'm talking about our Today in Tennessee segment, of course, a 3-minute rundown of the day's hottest news affecting Tennesseans. So, hang out with us throughout the day as we show you our top 10 greatest hits of 2025. Starting out with number 10, this one ran on October 17th, covering a naughty doggy, a naughty athlete, and some TBI internship opportunities. Let's begin. Watertown police can confirm yesterday's top fugitive was highly motivated, moderately house-trained, with zero interest in following orders. Hi, I'm Daniel Wagner from the Patriot Punk Network, giving you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, brought to you by Turkley Law. Let's begin. Centennial High School head football coach Jay Graham, that Jay Graham, former Vols running back and one-time NFL player, has been fired and arrested after showing up to a Nashville hotel thinking he was meeting with a 16-year-old girl. Turns out that girl was actually an undercover officer running a sting operation. According to police, Graham agreed to pay $120 for the texted with the decoy and then showed up. Had that cash right there in hand. He was immediately cuffed and charged with solicitation of a minor for aggravated statutory rape. Williamson County Schools wasted no time showing him the door and fired him from coaching, suspended teaching, and banned from campus altogether. You know, for a guy with NFL running back experience, you'd think he'd recognize a trap when he sees one. Now, instead of recruiting players, he's scouting defense attorneys. And instead of rushing yards, he's counting felony charges. Here's how you know you live in a small town in Tennessee. The big action yesterday was a pit bull on the loose in Watertown. This dog broke free and spent hours giving police animal control and pretty much every law enforcement vehicle in the area the slip. Residents were told to stay indoors and cops actually blocked roads, used the loudspeaker, and the whole works, all of it. One mom said officers even yelled at her daughter to get back in the house, scaring her half to death, all because one dog wanted to go on a little adventure around the neighborhood. For hours, this pit bull ran circles around authorities, and at one point there were 5 police cars, flashing lights everywhere, and it looked like a scene out of Cops, Mayberry edition. The best highlight was someone catching a video of the dog peeking around a car, spotting the officers, and immediately turning right back around like, oh, you gotta be quicker than that. Eventually, animal control gave up and the owner ended up wrangling the dog back home. According to the neighbors, this pup will bark and lunge at anything, but around his family, he's just a big old baby. It just goes to show you, sometimes the wildest things you'll see in a small town is a dog outsmarting half the county officials. Just one more round to go, and if you've enjoyed our tits so far, why don't you give a few of those buttons a little tickle and let us know. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is currently accepting applications for the spring 2026 TBI Crime Lab internship. The last day to apply is October 28th of 2025. The interns will work within the TBI agency's other support services job family, gaining hands-on experience in a professional crime laboratory setting. This internship is intended for college students interested in pursuing a career in forensic science or related fields. Plus, if you land the job, you can also moonlight as an inside source for Patriot Punk Network's investigative journalism efforts. Just email tips@patriotpunknetwork.com to report any corruption you discover. That was your Tennessee Roundup for October 17th, 2025. For more deep dives into local stories, watch the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. Thanks for watching our tits. We'll see you Monday. I wonder if that pit bull needs any legal advice. I do love playing hide and seek, but I've never played it with a dog before. Might be fun. Up next at number 9, this is the October 23rd episode, the Uncle Nearest Distillery lawsuit coverage, a trunk full of math, and Mount Juliet's top-notch surveillance systems. Play it.
Well, they just took ICE off the streets of Memphis. And my only question is, how long before the protesters stop protesting? Hi, I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, sponsored by Gold Square Construction Company. Do you remember the Uncle Nearest Distillery fiasco in Shelbyville? Well, there's been a sequel. If you aren't in the know, short version is that Uncle Nearest Distillery had everything put into a receivership after some court filings claimed that some collateralized whiskey had gone missing, and after the owners wound up with a new mansion in Martha's Vineyard. Well, the receiver came back and now he wants 10 additional companies placed under their watch. Farm Credit, the original creditor, claims that this is an effort to secure their $100 million, while recent filings show that the Weavers aren't having it. Through new representation, the Weavers have fired back, calling Farm Credit's latest actions both factually and legally unsupportable, and claim that they've been done intentionally to inflict harm. Now, with $100 million on the line, there's obviously a lot more nuance, but something tells me we're going to see a lot more fireworks before we hit the bottom of the barrel. Next up, the Memphis Safe Task Force strikes again, this time exposing 2 suspected illegals of making improper use of their trunk space. Acting on a tip from the DEA, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, along with other agencies, conducted a traffic stop, and during a search of the trunk, they found a whole lot of math.
It's a pretty big bag of math.
So how much junk was in the trunk? 20 pounds. Wrapped in black plastic, ready to distribute all across the state. For those of you who don't deal in contraband, that's about $500,000 of what they call ice taken off the streets. I wonder if those anti-ICE protesters are going to be happy now. 2 stories down, 1 to go. If you've enjoyed our tits so far, give those buttons a little tickle. And 3 teenagers got to spend a little quality time in the Gray Bar Motel in Mount Juliet after thinking it was a good idea to shoplift while driving a stolen car. Don't these kids have social media? Everyone knows you don't go to Mount Juliet with a stolen car. That is strictly a Davidson County activity. Anyway, plate readers alerted police to the vehicle's presence, and while they were setting up the sting, the teens came out of Academy Sports, 2 of them with stolen magazines in tow. All 3, 2 15-year-olds and 1 18-year-old, all males from Nashville, were found in possession of alcohol, ganja, pew-pew mags, and a ski mask. Now, I wonder what they were going to do. And wouldn't you know it, it turns out 2 of the 3 had abandoned another stolen car in the Mount Juliet Walmart parking lot just last week. Turns out it broke down on them after they stole it. Surveillance footage helped tie the 2 incidents together. And that's your Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives on local issues, be sure to check out the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday night at 7. Thanks for looking at our tits. Don't forget to get your wood worked.
Do not drive my stolen vehicle through Mount Juliet. To round out our first portion of 2025's Greatest Hits episodes, please enjoy this episode from October 10th featuring Tammy Sawyer's Memphis Meltdown and TPUSA chapter approvals in Chattanooga. Next song! Courthouse Meltdown of the Week. Tammy Sawyer stars in Memphis's hottest new soap opera, Days of Our Legal Lives. Hi, I'm Daniel Wagner from the Patriot Punk Network, giving you Tennessee's latest news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, brought to you by, well, you, if you're a local Tennessee business. Let's begin. Recently, students at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga applied to form a chapter of the conservative group Turning Point USA on campus. On October 7th, UTC Student Government Association voted against recommending approval of the TPUSA chapter after concerns from some students about potential hate speech or divisiveness. Following the SGA's rejection, some legal and political figures, including trial lawyer Robert Barnes, publicly criticized UTC and threatened legal action if the group was not approved, citing free speech rights. The UTC administration reiterated that SGA may voice its opinion, but approval and recognition fall under the authority of the Dean of Students, and on October 8th, the UTC Dean of Students office formally overruled the SGA, citing university policy and legal requirements to recognize all groups that follow proper registration process. Ultimately, the UTC Dean of Students office approved Turning Point USA as a registered student organization, receiving congratulations from Governor Bill Lee. Shelby County General Sessions Court Clerk Tammy Sawyer ignited a political firestorm this week after she was confronted by sheriff's deputies outside her Memphis courthouse office. According to TriStar Daily and confirmed by body camera footage, Sawyer was stopped attempting to bring a gun into the courthouse for her private security. The confrontation quickly escalated. Sawyer erupted into a tirade against law enforcement, directing racially charged language toward one of the officers. The incident drew immediate backlash from local officials and the GOP, who called for her resignation, labeled her behavior, quote, disgraceful and unfit for office. State Senator Brent Taylor and Representative John Gillespie joined the chorus, highlighting Sawyer's repeated pattern of dangerous and unprofessional conduct, from interfering with police investigations to this most recent courthouse meltdown. Well, Sawyer fired right back, posting a public statement claiming she become the target of political attacks and threats while advocating for Memphis under federal occupation and budget cuts. She accused her critics of weaponizing an out-of-context video to suppress dissent and silence her voice. The public response has been sharply divided. Social media comments range from those defending Sawyer's right to resist political intimidation to calls for her removal, with some users pointing to racial hypocrisy. At the time of this recording, Sawyer remains in office and is refusing to step down, while pressure from the Republican Party and vocal community members continues to mount, signaling a contentious showdown ahead for Shelby County's leadership. This weekend, come on down and join the community for the Walk the Talk event in Nashville. This event brings together families and advocates to honor the lives of children lost to homicide. Organizers and attendees remember victims not just as statistics, but as cherished children whose stories deserve to be told. Walk the Talk 25 begins this Saturday, October 11th at 9 a.m. Central at Centennial Park. That's tomorrow, guys. That was your Tennessee News Roundup for October 10th, 2025. For more deep dives into local stories, watch the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. Thanks for watching our tits. We'll see you Monday. Ow. I think I squeezed too hard. I think we're still waiting for accountability from Miss Tammy Sawyer. Now, I won't hold my breath if you promise not to hold yours. My name is Daniel Wagner, and I'll be seeing you later today as we get closer to our #1 greatest hits of 2025. I hope you're having an amazing Christmas day with your loved ones. Are you ready for some more great entertainment, Patriot Punk Network style? Well, wait no longer. Here you go.
Merry Christmas from East Tennessee. It's Monty, Fritts. You know, things haven't really changed in 2,000 years. There are still Caesars calling for taxes. There are still evil career politicians like Herod who tell you that they love the baby, but they really just want to kill him. There are still wise men who come looking for that light. We are still in a world of darkness that needs that light, and his name is Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for coming down to this earth to be my Savior, to be our Savior. So on this week, when we celebrate the birth of the King of all kings, Jesus Christ, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from Kingston, Tennessee.
Merry Christmas to all of the Patriot Punk Podcast listeners. This is Senator Brent Taylor coming to you from the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis, where the Memphis Safe Task Force has arrested more than 4,000 people. And all of this really started with my effort to make Memphis matter. Because if we're going to drive crime down in Tennessee, you have to do it in Memphis. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved with helping to make Memphis matter, by making Memphis safe. Come join me. We have a lot more work to do. After all, we have a city to save. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Tennessee. This has been paid for by Brent Taylor for State Senate, Craig Weiss Trade.
We hope that you're enjoying the Christmas festive music here at the Patriot Punkcast on our Christmas Marathon, filmed on location at Mid-State Piano Gallery in Shelbyville, Tennessee. So we hope you enjoy it. Make sure to join the Patriot Punk Network, and we'll go on to the next piece, called The Echo Noel.
All right. And next, we figured since it's the end of the year and AI has become such a major part of our lives that we would analyze how AI is going to influence education in the year 2026. Now, it should be a really interesting thing. We've got a bunch of topics that we're going to highlight, so make sure you smash the like button and share the show with everyone you know. Joining me for this discussion is my co-host, the Out of the Closet ANCAP, Daniel Wagner.
I am right here, ready to rock and roll. Excited about this conversation. So what do you say we get on into it?
Yes, sir. And joining us, we have a return guest and a good friend of ours, Justin Spurlock.
Hola.
Hey, guys. How we doing? Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. For people who don't know who you are, just tell them real quick who you are and what you do.
I'm a history teacher here in Dixon County, and I also work in the media, independent journalist, and I run the DC TV network, which you can find on YouTube and Facebook.
That is awesome. It's I love being able to speak to someone who is also engaged in the local side of things. So much of today's world is focused on international, global, and even just national issues. And a lot of the local stuff gets neglected. And education is where most of your local dollars go. And I want to pose the question to everybody where they think that education and AI, how that's going to blend and what that's going to manifest. And as we discuss how it's being used right now, at the end of the show, we'll kind of give our thoughts on where we think it's headed, the dangers, the pros, the cons, and everything like that. And so the first thing that I really want to bring up is how it's being used positively to boost people's egos and to touch the feel good button. And we have a post from Allie K. Miller that I think highlights this, and I want to get your thoughts on it, Justin. And what they're doing is they are using AI to to have students imagine themselves in their future profession. This is, go ahead and play it, Daniel. Looking like an astronaut. What is that one? I think
Cartoonist.
I bet none of them are showing up as social dissidents. Military. That. Now,
the reaction from everybody is really cool. That visualization thing, man, is super strong.
Justin, you can go ahead and pause that now, Daniel. That's enough, children. It's Christmas Day and everything like that. But I think parents have probably heard enough of all the presents that have been unwrapped. So, Justin, what do you think about using AI in this kind of application and using it to encourage and I guess strengthen the future vision that kids may have for their vocational careers?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you think of AI, you usually think of cheating, right? You think of the kids cheating whenever the students are using AI. But in this particular situation, I really enjoyed seeing that. The first thing that I noticed is the reaction on the kids' faces, and each and every one of them, you could tell, was really excited to see sort of what was generated. And obviously, it's taken into account, the way they look now and the profession that they've chosen, kind of putting it together and really showing them the possibilities. And so I think that would be what I would consider, a positive use of AI, which I think that there are a lot of positives. And that's something that I do talk to people quite a bit about, because a lot of people will come to me and say, aren't you worried about AI? It's going to take over the world. Robots are going to be teaching kids pretty soon. But we've seen already some positive things, just like this particular clip, where AI can be used to be a really good thing. And so that, that's exciting to see that somebody's using it that way.
I really like this particular application of this because, in my experience, having worked with customers quite a bit, especially in like the home remodeling industry, it's really hard for people to visualize what a space could look like. It's really hard to explain to them. To use it in this way, where kids can actually like have a more tangible view of what they might look like in these roles, that's really neat to give them a little bit of a boost in their ability to start to achieve those goals, if that's really what they want to do.
I just momentarily want to touch on the emotional aspect of that, because if we remember back in 2020, there was this big Moms for Liberty in Williamson County actually did the presentation on social emotional learning. And this is how they sell, I think, social emotional learning, because this is a very fantastic way to use the emotion of seeing themselves succeed and in their future careers. That's an emotional connection. You could just see it from all the reactions. But I wonder, I made the joke when it was playing that I bet they don't have him as a social dissident. What does AI show the guy that wants to be a septic tank thing? Could this actually create future labor shortages because the profession is not able to be demonstrated in a glorious manner? I mean, I don't, or could this be used to manipulate kids in a sense? Are you worried about that?
I mean, that's definitely something to think about. I don't know if I thought about it from that angle, but I mean, yeah, some things are going to be more glorious, right? And you saw some of the better professions there, kind of glorified. But like you mentioned, I mean, you think about some of the tougher jobs, and you think about, not as many kids are going into college anymore. I don't think a lot of people are kind of frowning upon that, and instead, telling their kids to go get a trade, and I could see how maybe that would with just that with just the images and just like you said, the emotion without the context, the background, of okay, here's how long it would take you to get this particular certificate and get this kind of job, making this kind of money, without taking any of that other stuff into consideration, which I would assume that a teacher probably would have other aspects to it. But just based on what we saw, that's all we're seeing. But yeah, I definitely think that it could be used the wrong way. But hey, most things that are good can be used the wrong way, right? So it just kind of
Right.
depends on how you use it, right?
I can imagine the nerdy kid who's like, I want to be an accountant. And then the AI generates an image that just looks exactly like he already does. Like, hey, wait a minute.
A little stereotypical, right?
Well, I also just see where they'll glorify certain things, like the vet right there, the kid with the dog in kindergarten. It's going to create so many future veterinarians, which is fantastic. Maybe it'll be cheaper to get your pet's work done. But I'm just a little bit worried about the government using this role. If parents were using it like this, I would be like even more for it. But I worry, we saw Drag Queen Story Hour and all those things which people think aren't happening, but we covered a dozen cases of things like that happening in Tennessee. So they are happening, and I'm just worried that it's not actually the government's role. And that's the next thing I kind of want to talk about is when we move into how AI is being used right now. Kids in Dixon County High School and in high schools all across the state probably get a Chromebook or some kind of a laptop, don't they?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
And we've got a post from L on X, and which is a really creative name, L.
From L on X.
Yes. The big picture with Google's AI is not that the big picture with Google's AI is not their dumb chatbot. It's that Google is actively developing and deploying AI-driven lesson plan creation in K through 12 classrooms. And again, if I were trying to create an interactive plan, then this would be brilliant. There's actually another post from Wes Roth that actually goes deeper into Google research introduced Learn Your Way, which is an AI-powered experiment that basically creates textbooks and personalize a video game or multimedia learning experience. And there's a video they want to show. It's only like 40 seconds long, but we're going to play it just to show you where it's already at right now and find out how that's being used in Tennessee schools and how quickly this could evolve into something much bigger. So this is again from Wes Roth on X. Might need volume.
Does not have any sound, I guess.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll let you read it because you're a little closer to the screen.
Yeah, so I'll start it over. This essentially it's dropping in a PDF about Newton's law of motion. It's showing a calculator. It's asking the kid what their interests are, just basically coming up with more of a tailored version of what this child would be interested in interacting with. And then it kind of takes that and creates the lesson plan based on what the kid's already learning, interested in learning about, and applies it to it, kind of finds the parallels between them and whatnot. Shows adaptive quizzes, tailored feedback. It's very individualized, which ideally that's kind of what you would want. That would be arguably the best education you could get for your child, as a completely individualized learning experience. I don't imagine people thought it was going to come in the form of like AI as far as how that was done. But usually when people think about individualized learning experiences, it's like automatically you're thinking price tag super high, because one person focusing on one kid, like that's a lot of money. And to be able to have that option available to us in the future might be very helpful. But what about you, Mr. Spurlock? What do you think?
Yeah, I think you hit it. I think you hit it right on the head there. It's what it's really done, and what it's going to continue to do is it's going to take some of these tasks that were just tedious, I guess is probably the word, away from teachers, so that they could focus more on being an artist, I guess is the best way that I can think of it. Because in the past, I don't know if people understand how much education has changed in the past 10 years, because if you go back to before 2020, before the pandemic, there were very few teachers that we're even really using computers or assigning lessons to kids on computers. We were not what we call a one-to-one school where every student had a computer up until the pandemic. So the pandemic happens and it kind of forces us all to kind of look at things a little bit different and use technology a little bit more. And since then, it's really taken off, and it's
Did-
helped with things like grading.
Well,
Just the simple task of grading something and sending it home. It just does a lot of these things automatically. And so I think it's going to save time. And in a sense, it's going to save money because a lot of these tasks are going to be able to be taken care of.
so my question with that is, and we're trying to keep this family friendly and YouTube censor friendly. So with 2020, I kind of feel like it was almost an intentional forcing of people. They spent all the money through all the what is this whatever the stimulus package was. I can't remember it offhand now. All the money, the ESSER funding, and they used all that money to buy all this technology that is personalized. Well, how does something personalize it? How does it tailor that message to you? Now, traditionally in high school, like I remember when I was in high school, we had a teacher that used to bootleg movies. Okay, download them off LimeWire, and we would watch, we watched 300 in school 2 weeks after it was in theaters. And in the middle of the video, someone's like head stands up and walks in front of the screen. Like,
That's
it was
a cool teacher.
Oh, and criminal justice class.
Nice.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Statutes up on all of that now. So, but it was fantastic being able to watch movies, even if they weren't new, like The Patriot, and using them to teach us history, because it was something that it could visualize it, much like the first thing we talked about, but it could also allow them to really become and feel like they're a part of it, identify with a main character, or a support character, and really involve yourself. And they could show you different sections of the movie to teach you history or criminal justice or whatever it was. The issue is now is that it's being done by Google. And I mean, I know Daniel has a video of Google protecting your privacy that he did years ago. So we've known for at least half a decade that Google is just giving your information to God and everybody.
Yeah, personally, that would be my major hang up on this particular type of learning, is because it's about who or what company is tailoring the AI to your child. Google does not have the best reputation for being, fair and equal and being honest about things, as we've seen in the past. But I would rather an AI that is maybe custom tailored to just something that's built from first principles would be wonderful, and then goes from there and just documents what it is verifiable truth. That's going to be the hardest part about getting this to be effective and not become just a propaganda tool for brainwashing your kids, because it's really easy to subtly brainwash through the lesson plans, as we've seen with DEI. Thank you. Yeah, we've seen with the DEI programs and whatnot, where they kind of like teaching math in such a way that they kind of sneak the lesson in under the radar.
Well, and so that's an idea that I had like earlier when we were talking about the emotional part of it, is when you combine the emotional part of the propaganda, and they have your data, and they know exactly what interest you read, all the way down to what makes you emotional, to where your eyes move. They know when your eyes water and tear. Even if they're not selling that data, they can use that data to turn you into an ideal customer, into a good foot soldier, into a brainwashed person. And I don't want to sound conspiratorial, because in reality, it's not gonna, they're not gonna try to brainwash you, I don't think, into like raising people from the dead and doing ancient seances. I think they're more likely to try to brainwash you into buying anything with a rainbow on it, because you have to be inclusive, and they'll do it like that as a way to sell you products, because again, corporations do mainly run America through the politicians they buy in the lobbying industry. What are some aspects that you see this being useful for, or what are some ways as a teacher you could maybe prevent that Terminator style takeover, so that we don't have to get John Connor to come back from the future?
Well, there are some good things. First off, it will, you can with AI, you can take different readings, and I'm in a history class, right? So they're reading a lot. It can, it can simplify the reading. It can take it down a little bit for somebody who maybe doesn't read quite at the level you're going to have, especially with students who are learning English, things like that. You can have a translation going on for them. You have the read aloud for kids who maybe just struggle with the phonics part of the reading in general. And so, just kind of that right there, just a simple like Chat GPT tool can do all of that if the student has the text. And I watched a little bit of those clips and read into a little deeper about some of that stuff. And it sounds to me like the next kind of thing is not just tailoring it by the reading level and not just reading it to you, but really creating like an experience for the kids. And I could see that as being a real positive thing. It's hard to get kids engaged these days, man, especially the ones, they're so into the phone and the screen and all that stuff. I've tried to kind of get away from the computer as much as I can when I teach, but it's still going to be kind of a fundamental thing. But just figuring out how to use it kind of the right way, because right now, let's just face it, most students are trying to use it to kind of work for them instead of help them. What was I heard a phrase earlier that I really liked. They use it as a crutch instead of a coach. It needs to be more like a coach, right? It needs to help them. It needs to be able to do things like create questions to ask them for comprehension. But the problem right now is most people are using it as a crutch, and they're using it to, to write the paper for them and things like that. And I think eventually we're going to have to get away from writing papers. I think, and that's probably maybe another discussion for another day, but I think it's going to have to come to more of where students, and I've heard about colleges already doing this, but students having to like verbally explain a concept to you instead of writing a big paper about it, because man, it's just getting so hard to stop
Just to play devil's advocate just a little bit here,
Yeah.
it sounds very much similar to an argument that would say, well, these kids now, or these people nowadays are using these autopiloted vehicles,
Mhm.
like they're just letting them do the work for them when they really should be doing it this other way. And it's like, well, I don't know. I think it's a trade-off. I think it's good to use it as a tool, but to use it in such a way that you're cheating, I don't even know how you would stop that, but it's
I have
tough.
I have a proposal. We touched on the pandemic and the possibility of it being capitalized on, at least for these companies. Hey, we've got this AI thing. Look, you could keep all the kids safe. You just give them a Chromebook, and don't you want to save the kids? Like even if it was not a nefarious plan, how some people believe, it was 100% capitalized on. And I kind of feel like teachers are ushering in their own end. I don't think that it'll happen. I don't think that there's not a need for teachers, but I think that the public school system in general as a whole has failed. Individual teachers are great. I remember some of my favorite teachers were at public school, but they were few and far between. A lot of them were, and it's because the government is not the person that's best suited to have emotional bonding conversations with you about your future and life choices, because the incentives aren't aligned. They have an incentive to create someone that's going to, not take risks, that's going to be exactly perfect. They don't have the same motivation. And I'm wondering if with all this data collection that they're ushering teachers out, if maybe the saving grace is that so many of these kids are using it as a crutch. And I say that as a crutch because the whole purpose of public school, which it has failed to do, is to teach kids how to think.
Mhm.
Now that they're trying to use AI to do their job, unless you're one of those good teachers, you're still going to be assigning students write a paper. You're not going to be assigning them assignments that require them to use it as a coach. You're going to make them do assignments that allows them to use it as a crutch. And that's where parents are still best suited. So keeping all that in mind, go ahead.
That is interesting. Just the mindset behind it. You got to like change the teaching goals, I guess, so that you're not just encouraging people to memorize useless facts, because that's easy to cheat. That's easy to use AI as a crutch, but you got to challenge them to use it in such a way that forces them to have to think it through and figure out, okay, if I'm going to use AI, how am I going to ask the question to get the answer I need? Like what types of thinking will get me to that place? So it's got a different muscle to exercise, if that makes sense.
So with all of that into consideration, they've got one more post. This is from John F. Wu, and it just says, in the area of large language models or learning language models, LLMs, what does learning look like? What happens when when we're overconfident in our understanding due to AI sycophancy? And is it even useful to use LLMs in education without outsourcing our thinking? And I think that kind of summarizes that thought, where if we have to change what the actual output of public education is, I think the goal is still the same. It's always been told to us, it's to teach kids to think. But if we put all this reliability on AI, I think we will quickly stagnate. That's my opinion. Justin, as someone who's on the front lines every day dealing with high school students, am I right? I mean,
Yes, sir.
oh my God, I pity you. I feel for you. I really do. That's got to be wild. 6'7". Where do you think the future of AI and education is going? We got about 3 minutes.
I kind of see it a little bit different. I see your point of view. From my point of view, it's made my job a little bit better. I wouldn't even say easier, but just better, because I found out that AI, if it's used correctly, can take care of a lot of mundane tasks that kind of frees me up to be a little more creative and thinking about a way that I can present a lesson. So in the old days, you would have to go home and you would have to grade all of this stuff, and by the time you're done, you're too tired to really give it 100% as far as being creative about the way that you're going to do your next lesson. So if the AI is sort of helping me with, some of those mundane tasks of entering in the grades and doing the multiple choice and averaging out all that stuff, then I can sit and I can focus a little bit more on ways to actually make the learning environment better. Now, is every teacher going to do that? Probably not. Are some going to use it, as a crutch themselves so that they can not have to work as hard? Absolutely. But I think for the good teachers, it's going to take away some of those mundane tasks, and it's going to allow them to spend more time thinking about ways to make a lesson better. And like I said before, being a little more creative, being a little more of an artist instead of just like a secretary or a data entry person. It seemed like when I first started teaching, it's been almost 15 years now, but there was a lot of, I felt like a data collector and a data entry person, because it seemed like a lot of the job was just that. And now it seems like AI has given us the opportunity to kind of bypass some of that, just that rote work, tedious tasks, so that I can get to focusing on more of what really makes the experience come alive for the kids. Because at the end of the day, it's really about connecting with the kids and getting them to understand something. And I don't know if a computer or a robot will ever truly be able to do that, but I do think it will be able to help us with a lot of the tasks, which I hope will make the whole thing a little bit cheaper. And how I am. I've been on this show before about just being a conservative and wanting to spend less taxes. So it'd be nice if some of those things could be kind of lower the cost of education as well. But that's kind of where I think it's going. I think you'll still need teachers, though. I do.
I do. I just don't know that government teachers. I think that this is going to empower. I personally think this is going to empower if we allow it to, the self-responsibility market. So last thought, Daniel.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really useful tool. And I think as we move toward more and more homeschoolers and parents are more in charge of which model they're going to use or which AI program they're going to use to help educate their children, they're going to be able to be a lot more selective, and there's going to be a market for creating specific criteria and products that are already kind of bundled in that way. Say the Christian conservative parent wants to teach a certain way. I get it. So there's going to be a Christian conservative style, AI program to teach kids those lessons in their own way, and it's up to the parents to decide which one those are. Personally, I found it very useful to use the AI in such a way where I'm having it push back on me. It's challenging my ideas, and I'm arguing with it in such a way so that way it makes my ideas stronger and better, and it challenges me in a way that most people on social media just aren't going to take the time to do. So that's all I got.
Yeah.
Well, Guys, we really appreciate you joining us for this discussion. Justin, if people want to follow DCTV or follow you and maybe continue this discussion about AI in education, where can they do that at?
So Facebook is where we probably are the most prominent. So just DCTV Network on Facebook. We also have a YouTube channel, and I've recently gotten into TikTok, and I have over 1,000 followers over there. So if folks are getting on TikTok, I know you guys are as well. And it's like you have to jump on the train at some point. My wife's real big into TikTok, and started it a couple months ago, and I'm trying to be consistent with it. And TikTok's tough for us older guys, but I'm working on it, man. I'm trying to get in with the young
those
crowd.
suburban moms. So, yep. Well, we really, really appreciate it, and we are welcome to come back on anytime. We want to. Do you want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas real fast?
Absolutely, man. Thank you to everybody who watches the Punks. It's my favorite show, and I appreciate you guys letting me come on. And Merry Christmas to you guys. Merry Christmas to all of the the watchers, I guess we could say.
The Watchers.
The Watchers. We appreciate that so much. Guys, thank you for tuning in. We've got a quick message for you, and then we're going to be back with some more fabulous entertainment, live music, history, and more. Thank you for watching the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast for 2025, and make sure you share it around for us. So never mind the bollocks. We'll see you soon.
Hello, this is Tammy Sharp. For the past 8 years, I've proudly served for Rutherford County School Board in Zone 1. In 2022 to 2023, I served as the chairman when we delivered our first balanced budget in over a decade. I also helped secure $1 million for much-needed improvements for Laverne High School. I've worked to strengthen school safety, expand CTE programs, including welding, music programs, and fiber optics, and there's some more to come. I believe parents deserve a voice. I believe students deserve a safe campus. I believe taxpayers deserve accountability. I respectfully ask for your support as I seek re-election to Rutherford County School Board Zone 1. Paid for by Tammy Sharp for Tammy Sharp for Rutherford County School Board Zone 1. Hashtag Be Sharp, vote for Tammy.
All politics is local, and your journalism should be too. I'm Daniel Wagner with the Patriot Punk Network. While everyone's doom-scrolling DC drama, the real power plays are happening at your school board, your county commission, and your sheriff's office. It doesn't start on cable news. It starts down the street where almost nobody's watching. That's why we exclusively track Tennessee's courthouses, commissions, small-town scandals with receipts, school boards to SCOTUS. So you know who's actually messing with your life and how to push back. If you're tired of screaming at national headlines while your local tyrants skate free, plug into patriotpunknetwork.com and help power real local journalism. If this work matters to you, don't just watch it, stand behind it. Become a monthly supporter at patriotpunknetwork.com/support and help fund the local watchdog coverage national outlets won't touch. And remember, never mind the bollocks, watch the Patriot Punkcast.
We hope you're enjoying the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast 12-hour extravaganza. What we're doing next is going to bring you a story from Overton County, which we previously covered in July of this year. Now, the story that we have is Mayor flexes power, citizens takes matters into his own hands. And to give you a little recap of what this story was, Overton County needed an ambulance services director, and the position came available in February of 2025, maybe a little bit before then. The mayor was ordered to publicly list this job statewide because Overton County has a very small news media, very small area that does not get a lot of attention, and this is a high-paying, executive-level almost job that they wanted to make sure they had talent for. Unfortunately, the interim director was the person that the mayor wanted to have the job, but he already had a job. So as of right now, or as of July, the ambulance services director in one county was also the 911 director in another county, being paid for both jobs, but it was meant to be temporary in Overton County. And we can all understand someone having a temporary position. Well, in March, it was reaffirmed that he needed to list this in a Cookeville newspaper as well as in statewide. As of July, he had not done either of those things. It had been 140 days. And what we're going to do today, since it's Christmas Day, we figured it's a good time to check in while we're making New Year's resolutions. We can make a list of the things that we need to, as citizens, handle going into 2026. And I figured, why not start with something that we've already covered? So we hope that you're enjoying your Christmas, spending your time with family. And if you really enjoy this video, go ahead and invite people to watch it, share it around, and make sure that you smash the like button, okay? Because we have to spread the Christmas cheer. Joining us to talk about updates to this story is a gentleman by the name of Scott from Overton County. How are you, Scott?
I'm fine, Chase.
Thank you very much for joining us for our 12-hour Christmas blast. And so that people understand, you have been one of the citizens that takes the time out of your week to go and to almost every public meeting that the county has. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And have you have kind of brought me into the loop about what's been going on with the mayor. Last time we talked to you was in July. Since then, has he listed this job in any papers whatsoever?
He ran the job in the Overton County News. That's our local paper out of Livingston. Back approximately July, I think right after your story ran. I understood he got at least 2 applications, but he never has done anything with it.
So is his friend and the guy that was managing the 911 center in another county, is he still the interim director?
Yes, sir. The gentleman that is in charge of Overton County 911, along with, I always forget the other county. Anyway, there's 2 counties of 911. He heads up that 911, and he is also the interim director of our ambulance district at the same time.
Wow.
He must be a very talented individual to be able to do that. Does he spend 40 hours a week at both jobs, or does he have to spend part-time hours at one job?
He spends 40 hours a week at 911, according to what we've been told, and is contracted for 30 hours per week at the ambulance district to the tune of $58 per hour.
I wish I could make that kind of money.
So how much does you don't know if you know the dollar amount exactly or if it's in like a range, but how much does this position pay for 40 hours a week if someone were doing it full time?
There's a sliding scale on this thing according to your level of experience, years of experience and so forth. But the job for the weakest person that would qualify would earn somewhere around $75,000 to $80,000 per year. And it can go on up over $100,000 a year for this job.
Wow.
At 40 hours a week.
Wow. All right. So if we're just washing your dishes or unwrapping presents and you just heard that, there is currently an open position in Overton County for ambulance services director that pays almost 6 figures, $70,000 to $80,000 a year. Scott, does this get like government health care and benefits like that?
It gets full benefits. There is insurance. There is government pension plan. There is 1 day per month paid vacation, and I believe it's 1 day per month of paid sick leave.
Well, I just want to say that right now the job is being done by someone who works a full-time job and only has to spend 30 hours a week doing it. So this sounds like it might be a cush. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Daniel, but this sounds like it might be a pretty cush, sweet, easy gig, unless, of course, something major pops up. So
I believe that's correct. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a cush, easy gig necessarily, but I think it's a well-paid gig for somebody that wants to come in and do the job.
Yeah, I ran some quick calculations, and it's looking like that's around $36 an hour give or take, plus benefits. Not too bad for an entry level position.
And let me stress on that. That's with somebody that meets the bare minimum qualifications.
Right.
If you walk in with, say, maybe you've been in a smaller county and you've done that job for 5 or 6 years, you can get up to 100,000 real fast.
Or maybe you've done it in a bigger county and you're looking to retire, because would you compared to the areas of Nashville or Davidson County or something like that, how much would you say that the Overton County cost of living is higher, lower, about the same?
The Overton County cost of living is definitely less than Nashville. Our taxes and a lot of other things are less than Putnam County, right next door.
Wow. That's it sounds like it might be a nice, sweet little retirement gig for someone. So let me ask, has the county executive been pressured at all from the public to list this job? Is he ever going to list this job statewide?
He was told at the February commission meeting by commissioners they wanted the job advertised statewide. The commissioners stated during the meeting that the reason they wanted that was because they had heard from constituents that is what we wanted. And I don't think he's ever going to do anything with it. Now, that's my personal opinion, because as of Christmas Day, it's 317 days since the commission said advertise this job statewide, and it has not happened.
Are you aware of any kind of recourse that the citizens can take if they don't comply?
Well, typical of Tennessee law, we could probably go to court. And
who
now
gets rich
it has to be at our expense.
Yeah.
We can't actually recover any damages. The most we could hope for is that we could recover attorney fees. But how long does it take to get through the courts to get this done?
Do you think a strongly worded letter would help?
No, sir. One quick reason behind that opinion. I sent him a strongly worded letter back in September of 2024 that those of us that are hearing impaired needed microphones installed for our meetings, and that he was discriminating against us under the ADA. He finally, this last month, after being told by the Department of Justice that we were correct, we now had 15 microphones at our last commission meeting so that we could all hear very clearly.
So rather than listen to a reasonable request from the citizens, he has to wait until he hears it from on high to actually make a move. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That is extremely accurate.
Wow.
So we appreciate you joining us for the update. We got just a couple of more questions before we get back to the 12-hour Christmas blast and the remainder of it. Again, make sure you smash the like button and share the show with everyone you know, including people who might be interested in a very good paying job with government benefits in a beautiful part of the state. Is Executive Barlow, because in your county, just for people that wonder why we call him like the mayor or the executive, it's the same thing, just different word for it. Does he plan on running for re-election, to your knowledge? Or because if you can't sue him to get him out, or you don't want to spend the money to sue him, the only other option is to vote him out.
There are two stories going around. One story says, yes, he is absolutely going to run again. Another story says that due to some health problems he may have, that he will not run again. I can tell you there are already two declared Republican candidates filing against him. We will have a Republican primary for this job in May of 2026. It's going to happen.
And just looking into your crystal ball of local knowledge, do you think he stands a chance of winning that Republican primary?
My crystal ball says there's the proverbial snowball's chance in Hades of him getting reelected.
Is this a crystal snowball?
We
Yes, sir.
appreciate
Crystal
you.
snowball.
We appreciate you keeping it family friendly for our Christmas special and the little ones that might be watching.
Yes, sir.
That we do appreciate that. We're going to have to remember that for the rest of this. So Scott, if are there any final thoughts about do you want to ask anyone to apply for the job, or do you want to make a plea to the county commissioners or anything like that to kind of send it off, start the year off on the right foot?
I know for a fact that he already has one very qualified applicant from outside this county for that position. And he has never contacted that person or reviewed that application. And that was secured after I talked about this on a previous show with you and with someone else. And the commissioners are well aware of it. They are, quite honestly, like the citizens, we're at wit's end of trying to get Mr. Barlow to do his job.
I feel like there's a ton of people in Tennessee that relate and to that feeling, no matter where they are, whether it's Memphis, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Nashville, all of these areas, and that's one of the reasons why we encourage people to focus local. Scott, we really appreciate what you do, spending time out of your day to go to these meetings and to pay attention, to speak up and to alert people, because a lot of people, when they hit these stone walls and they run into someone that's just not doing their job, a lot of the time they tend to just give up. And unfortunately, it's one of those things we need to add to the numbers, not decrease the numbers, because with enough public pressure, maybe someone will get this job and this will stop paying $50-something an hour to a job that we could fill for $30 an hour and get $10 an hour or 10 more hours a week worth of work out of it. Mm-hmm. So Scott, we really, really appreciate you. We hope you have a fabulous Christmas. Thank you once again for joining us on your Christmas day. And we're going to get back to maybe some Christmas music. So
you're very welcome, gentlemen. And I would like to thank you for the program and the work you're doing to try to get things improved locally throughout Tennessee.
Well,
in my opinion now, you do a great job. Some people would disagree with my opinion, but that's their problem.
Well, you know, opinions are like rear ends. Everybody has one, and some stink worse than others. So,
yes, sir.
Well, all right. So, guys, did I click something there? All right, here we go. So, I wanted to say thank you very much for joining us this Christmas Day. Share the show with everyone you know, especially people out in the Overton County area, since we just covered that highlight. Make sure that you drop a comment and let us know what you think should happen to the mayor. Should they oust him? Should they vote him out? What should we do? And here is some more Christmas Day entertainment.
The next piece is a well-known Advent Christmas hymn called "O Come All Ye Faithful." And you'll notice my arrangement has strains of the famous David Wilcox arrangement. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Jenny Anthony. I am your elected circuit court clerk here in Coffee County, and I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas. And I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of information with you all just to bring awareness to fraud and scams that we have seen in our area. There's two things that we have seen the most here in our court system. One is our jury duty scams. I'm sure that a lot of people can relate to these type phone calls, but sometimes they come off very threatening, making you feel like you've done something terribly wrong. And so we have had many phone calls here of people reporting that has fell victim to a jury duty scam. So if you are called for service, you will get a letter in the mail from the circuit court clerk's office, not a phone call demanding money or a warrant out for your arrest. We will never do that. We will never ask for money over the phone or through text message. So please don't fall victim of that, even though sometimes it can seem very believable. Just don't do that. If you're called for service, you will get something from us in the mail. The other thing that we see a lot here at our office is we get a lot of phone calls in our traffic department on the text messages threaten you're going to lose your license. Your license is going to be suspended if you don't pay a toll ticket, even though you've never driven over a toll bridge, and they can still make it seem like you have a citation and make you feel like you're going to lose your license. We've had many people fall victim to that. We will never ask for money through text message. If you have any questions, please feel free to call our office and ask questions. Ask others around you. Just make sure that you're communicating this with those around you so you do not become victim. I wish you all Merry Christmas. Again, my name is Jenny Anthony. I am your elected circuit court clerk.
I knew you couldn't resist our greatest hits, and now you're back for the next few in our top 10 countdown. Hi, I'm Daniel Wagner, giving you number 7 of this year's Top Today in Tennessee segments. Without further ado, I bring you number 7, which aired back in early September. In this episode, Chase covered a criminal turned in by his mama, Williamson County candidate announcements, and a high-speed chase in Middle Tennessee. Run it.
We've all heard snitches get stitches, but what if it's your mom who did the snitching? Hi, I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, sponsored by Turkley Law. So Sunday night, a group of teens carrying pew-pews decided that they were going to play tough guy, and while walking down the pedestrian bridge, they allegedly beat somebody up. Well, one of them is not so tough anymore after his own mama turned him in to police. Now, I can only imagine Mama Bear's face when she turns on the weekday news to see her son's picture plastered all over it. If it had been my mama, she'd have probably pulled out the flip-flop first. So it turns out the kid is 17 years old, and he's been charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and 1 count of unlawful pew-pew possession. Detectives are still working to identify the other 3 young men and say the investigation is ongoing. Round 2, politics. There have been 2 major candidacy announcements this week, and if you like cutthroat, knockdown dragouts, then the Senate race in Williamson County is going to make you feel like a kid on Christmas. Jack Johnson, head of the Tennessee Senate and 20-year professional politician, is being challenged by Tennessee Stand's Gary Humble. Now, Gary did challenge Jack last go-around, and he lost, but only by the breadth of a gnat's foreskin. And this time, he's looking to take down the reigning champ. Over on the west side of Middle Tennessee, you've got Riley Gaines' father has announced he's running for Congress. Now, Riley Gaines was that female swimmer who faced off against that dude, Leah Thomas. And even if you don't like politics, seeing new faces is always a welcome change. High-speed chase. Trousdale County deputies, along with about 3 other agencies, got to play a little bit of Need for Speed over the weekend. And yesterday, they released the dash cam footage. What began with a simple traffic stop in Hartsville finished with a rollover accident in the middle of Red Boiling Springs and the arrest of a foreign national. After being pulled over for doing about 75 and a 45 and being placed into custody for driving without a license, the driver of the vehicle complained about his cuffs being too tight. The deputy, being a nice guy, loosened one up and the driver took off. He ran around the outside of the gas station that they were at, hopped back in his vehicle, and drove off down the road, still wearing his silver bracelets on one hand. At one point, speeds in the chase reached 115 miles an hour, and he was weaving in and out of traffic left and right. Eventually, the driver lost control on a back road in Red Boiling Springs, or Red Ballin' Springs if you're a local, and I really recommend watching the entire police chase over on their Facebook channel. Now, I will say, the officer's a little slow on his feet, but damn, that boy can drive. And that's your Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives on local issues, be sure to check out the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday night at 7. See you tomorrow for more tits.
If you've been paying attention, you know that Gary Humble ended up dropping out of that state Senate run, leaving Jack Johnson unopposed in the coming primary. Now, if you allow me a moment to talk a little behind-the-scenes shop with you, it takes way more work than you'd think to make these 3-minute daily bits, but it's totally worth it. On average, it takes Chase and I about 3 to 5 hours from start to finish to complete each one. We gather the stories, write out scripts, record the videos, edit, and ultimately post online. So it really does mean the world to us that you enjoy the end result. That said, let's jump into number 6. This episode aired just a couple weeks ago this month on the 12th. In it, I cover the recent trench collapse that claimed the life of a worker, Andy Ogle's battle with state government, and the auction of the Rutherford County portable classrooms. Check it out. Rutherford County Schools is doing a little early spring cleaning, and you could benefit from it. Hi, I'm Daniel Wagner from the Patriot Punk Network, giving you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, brought to you by local Tennessee small businesses like yours. Let's begin. Yesterday morning over in Union County, a trench collapse at Big Ridge State Park turned into an hours-long emergency scene after 2 workers with Norris Brothers Excavating were reported trapped around 8 a.m. near Big Ridge Park Road. Crews from Paulette Volunteer Fire, Knox County Rescue, Knoxville Fire Department, a Lifestar helicopter, and the Union County Sheriff's Office all rushed in, and by 1:20 p.m., nearly 6 hours later, the first of the 2 workers was freed. The worker was airlifted out in critical condition. Then, efforts to recover the second shifted from a rescue to a recovery operation. A second worker was pulled from the trench at 5:52 p.m. and he did not survive. So please keep these guys in your thoughts, as well as the recovery team and all of their tedious hard work. In Nashville, recent comments from Congressman Andy Ogles are already causing changes in security at the downtown courthouse. Last week, Ogles posted on social media that we're at war, calling it a battle with Davidson County Democratic leaders and blasting judges over their handling of a man accused in a brutal grape case. And of course, the judges fired back in a joint statement and letter to the government saying his rhetoric invoking violence could have real dangerous consequences and put them at risk. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office, which runs security at the Birch Building, says additional armed guards have been added and more technology-driven security upgrades are planned, even though there are no known threats at this time. Ogles says he wasn't trying to incite anything and insists the focus should be on the victims and the judges' accountability. The circuit court judges say Andy Ogles' "we're at war" post makes them feel unsafe, so they've requested extra armed guards and security upgrades at the courthouse. Meanwhile,
What extra security did that young lady have when Muhammad, who had been arrested 15 times, 7 of which happened this year, allegedly raped her to death on the steps of a church near that same courthouse after judges kept dismissing his cases? 2 rounds down and just 1 to go, and if you've made it this far, help us get in front of more Tennesseans with these little buttons over here. You don't happen to need a spare classroom, do you? Well, if so, this just might be your lucky day. The Rutherford County Board of Education is putting nearly 40 surplus portable classrooms up for auction starting today. Listings will go live at govdeals.com/RCBOE, where you can scroll through the portables like a randy 21-year-old with a Tinder profile. No. If you want to kick the tires in person, you can tour them next week at schools across the county. All of those have set viewing windows for their single and double units. So now's your chance. If you've ever wanted a detached man cave, a she shed, backyard office, homeschool classroom, guest room, art studio, music room, home gym. And that was your official Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives into local stories, watch the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. Thanks for watching our tits. We'll see you Monday. Nap Pod, Lego Trap, Goat Hut, Meme Lab. Now here at the Patriot Punk Network, we're still saving up our money to get one of those portables and turn it into a beautiful podcast studio. And you can help at patriotpunknetwork.com/support. Coming up next is our top 5 greatest hits of 2025. In this pre-Halloween episode, I cover a slow-moving Memphis government, Jonathan Skrmetti's interference from out-of-state records request, and Nashville's announcement to host the 2034 Special Olympics. Let's do it. Turns out Tennessee Transparency has a cover charge, and you better show your Tennessee ID at the door, or at least have a convincing disguise. Hi, I'm Daniel Wagner from the Patriot Punk Network, giving you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, brought to you by you, if Tennesseans are your target audience, that is. A University of Memphis law student just landed a First Amendment win for all Tennesseans this week. Tyler Foster, age 22, took the city of Memphis to Chancery Court and won after the city repeatedly stalled and denied his requests for police disciplinary records, even after he'd paid the legal fees to get them. The court found that the city violated state law by inflating fees, slow-walking the process, and throwing up barriers that made it nearly impossible for citizens to get records about officers entrusted with public safety. Boy, that one feels familiar. Now, Memphis not only has to release those records, but just got a loud reminder. Our state's open records law exists for a reason, and regular people can fight City Hall and win if they know their rights and they refuse to back down. Now, while that Memphis law student victory is a big step forward for local government transparency, it doesn't mean Tennessee's public records are suddenly open for all. In fact, if Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti has anything to say about it, those barriers aren't coming down anytime soon. Skrmetti's office is actively defending Tennessee's residency requirement, the law that says only citizens of this state can access public documents. That puts Tennessee among just 5 states still walling off public records from out-of-state journalists, researchers, and even border town neighbors. The AG argues this rule protects Tennessee taxpayers since they're footing the bill for all that record keeping, but open government coalitions call it outdated and unreasonable, especially when federal funds are on the line. For now, unless you've got a Tennessee driver's license, you better find an inside source because open records access is still locals only, and that policy isn't likely to change anytime soon. And if out-of-state journalists want to pay the exorbitant fees for accessing public records, just ask us how we know. I say let's make Tennessee some money. For now, it seems the state would much rather just extract funds from Tennessee property owners. For details, see our coverage between the feud between Rutherford County Property Assessor Rob Mitchell and State Comptroller Jason Mumpower. 2 rounds down and 1 to go. If you love getting your Tennessee news in under 3 minutes, then share it with 2 friends. Let's go to round 3. Major news for Music City as Nashville has officially been chosen to host the 2034 Special Olympics USA Games. The announcement was made at Bridgestone Arena with heavy support from every corner of the country and some big Tennessee names. According to Mayor Freddie O'Connell, Nashville's win isn't just about bringing thousands of athletes, families, and fans to town. It's about celebrating courage, competition, and a city that prides itself on being welcoming and accessible for everyone. The Special Olympics will bring a whole lot of spotlight, positive energy, and yes, probably a logistical headache or two, but the focus is squarely on inspiring athletes whose tenacity brings the whole country together. So mark your calendars, 2034 is already sizing up to be a truly special year for Nashville. Let's just hope those boring tourist tunnels are ready to roll and handicap accessible by then. That was your Tennessee News Roundup for All Hallows Eve. For more deep dives into local stories, watch the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. Thanks for watching our tits. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope they could tell that was me in that disguise. If you're out of state and in need of a TN FOIA request, hit us up. And as for the rest of you, come back later today as we cover the rest of the top 10 greatest hits of 2025. See you soon.
We hope you're enjoying the Patriot Punkcast 12-hour Christmas blast. All day Christmas Day. Make sure you smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know, especially if they're in Tennessee. Time for another update to a story we covered many moons ago. And this story comes to us from Benton County. I wrote this article in April of 2022 about events that occurred in April of 2021. And it actually was an entire timeline of events. There was some hanky-panky, some interference on the state level into the local election commission in little old Benton County. And after some nefarious behind-the-scenes activities on the state level, as well as from the county mayor at the time, the election commission, all 5 members were ousted, and the state basically picked and chose whoever they wanted in there. The local community was outraged, and a lot of citizens got involved, but 3-4 of those citizens got more involved than the rest, and 2 of them are going to be joining us this Christmas Day to discuss updates in this. But first, after a long time, there's a whole bunch of articles at the patriotpunknetwork.com, but we have we call it Fight Night. All of the tension surrounding this thing came to a head September the 23rd, 2021, after a rather normal election commission meeting where a couple of women were there filming. And what we're about to show you is a video of the events that happened that night. So, good timing, Daniel. So this is the end of the live stream. Okay, because even little old Benton County was live streaming their election commission meetings. And the woman with the mask in her hand that is going to look and come towards the camera is an election commissioner by the name of, or was an election commissioner by the name of Gina Beasley. Go ahead and hit play for us, Daniel.
I signed this one. Wonder when my turn is to complain.
So this right here is the end of the live stream. It's now going to cut off. And what we're about to start seeing here is the security camera. Now, I actually open record requested this footage not long after the assault. And if you notice in the bottom left corner, there's a man in a black shirt with a black mask. That is Gina's husband, Al. If you'll hit pause for me real quick, Daniel, because I think this is going to finish before. The lady at the counter, kind of above my head on your screen right up there, that is Debbie Baldwin, who at the time was a city commissioner, I believe. And go ahead and hit play now because I don't think you can see everybody. And then walking out in the hallway, there is a young a woman by the name of Debbie Capriato. And then next to her, can you hide me again, Daniel? Mm-hmm. Next to the head, you can see just at the very bottom right corner of your screen, that is Christy Baldwin, Debbie's daughter. Those are the 2 women that were there along with Debbie, who's out in the hallway filming. Right now, they're having a little discussion about putting pins back, I believe, and they don't like her husband gets in her face. And what you're about to see is regular speed in a government building. She pulls out her phone to film, and the election commissioner just swats her. Then watch the husband. It's not over yet. They start pulling out their phone to call 911. And Debbie is showing how you hold my arms, got the phone. I was pulling out my phone to record. Christy gets between them, and then look, he just pushes her again. Now he takes a third woman and pushes her, nearly throws her over the chairs. Okay, so that's enough. If you saw this happen, if you saw this on the news, you would expect there to be charges pressed and everything. And what actually
it'd be all over World Star and everything.
Oh, especially if it was a Republican. You see, the election commissioner that did the assaulting in the video there is a Democrat by the name of Gina Beasley, like I mentioned before. And that is why we could not get Tennessee news to cover it, because all of this involved both Democrats and Republicans. So that was September the 23rd, 2021. Now, what day is it, Daniel?
Currently, it's the 25th of December.
All right. So that means it's been almost 5 years, or a little over 4 years, right?
Yep.
So I wonder where that case stands now. Let's bring on Debbie Baldwin and Christy Baldwin from Benton County, Tennessee, to share with us the latest in the election assault and Benton County Fight Night.
All right. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, I've heard justice moves slow, but this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. Worse than a snail.
So, because I didn't have time to go through everything, what happened in December of 2021? That's when you guys filed your lawsuit, isn't it?
It is. It is.
You guys were then criminally charged?
Yes.
Well, we weren't criminal. Well,
Yes, we were.
disorderly conduct, a
Yes.
criminal offense. Yeah, that's what they got them with something too. But
Theirs
then they
was
ended
more
up
serious
dismissing
than ours, but we didn't have to pay anything. They did.
Gotcha. And that was just a free situation. You guys didn't have to pay anything for that round, did you?
No.
What about for attorneys?
Yes, we did have to
Yeah.
pay for the attorney. Yeah.
So,
I thought you meant fines. Sorry.
no, you're fine.
Oh yeah, you are fine.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Different show.
Thank you once again for joining us on Christmas Day. But I just wanted to ask you, have you seen any justice? Is the lawsuit still ongoing?
Yes.
It is. It
What
is.
what has made it take so long? And I'm just curious, is that what all has happened in the meantime since it kind of went quite the last 4 years?
It's been postponed a couple of times. And then the last time it was postponed because her husband Al was having some medical problems and Debbie Capriata passed away. So there was some question on finding some of her family or something.
Yeah,
Something legal with that.
That's and we're just gonna take a quick moment of silence for Miss Debbie. She was one of the women who was assaulted that night. She was the one that was almost thrown over the chairs. We interviewed her as part of a series that we did not long after that. Super nice lady. So if you guys could just keep Debbie's family and in your thoughts and prayers. We've got a picture of her right here. So that's from the interview. She was seemed like she was in really good health, but it was health issues that got her.
Yes.
Yeah, they found out she had lung cancer, and by the time she found out, it was already 4th stage. And I do want to let everybody know, anybody that doesn't know, Debbie was an Air Force veteran.
Yes.
That's a shame. And that's you would think that an Air Force veteran and 3 females being assaulted by an election commissioner right after the 2020 elections, you would think that would have gotten a lot more attention.
Absolutely.
You would think.
How did local media don't exclude us because I know we covered it obviously.
Yeah.
But how did
you were almost the only media to cover it? The local paper refused to cover it, local radio, and then of course anything in Nashville. No.
Well, to be fair, we're the only media that matters, but we're just curious
That's
about the
true.
other ones.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I think we had maybe 1 or 2 newsprint articles that were done, but that was because of people that heard about it through you.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's what we're here for. That's why we exist, is to cover stories. It was actually, I want to say thank you guys for the sacrifices you've made throughout this entire journey of bringing accountability to Tennessee, because it was the hanky panky in the election commission story from April of 2021 was really my first venture more into real state scandals. And
just look what you did for us.
Well, that's what I've figured is that if enough other people can get where they want and get the accountability that they want, then I will get the accountability that I want.
Yes,
and, rising tides lifts all ships. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else. How is the state of the current? Because all of this started with drama that was involving the state's hostile takeover of the election commission. They replaced all 5 board members. And I know I've kept up with it a little bit. Some people have fallen off and some people have retired from it. What is the state of the election commission now?
Right now, we've got one that's an original, but she's pretty good. She's the Republican. and she seems to be pretty fair. All the rest of them are pretty new. The other Republican is one we really trust. He's part of us. The one new Democrat is a little bit out there. She hadn't learned yet what she can and can't say when she's counting votes, but she'll learn, and they're really trying. This has brought a new face to the training the state offers, because they offer these administrators zero training.
Yeah, no, and I know that when they got Mark Ward out, who is now the county mayor in
Yes.
Benson County, so the county obviously supported the man, and I
Yes.
think that sent a message to the state a little bit that not that the state really listens to messages very often, but they knew they got a message. They just didn't check their voicemail.
Yes.
So, but from that, we had covered some issues that involved some pretty bad, what I would call screw ups, that had been going on. People being left off the ballots, misidentified as candidates, or off the sample ballots. Are you still having issues like that, or have those issues kind of bugs worked themselves out?
They have gotten better. They've gotten a lot better. Yes.
So do you guys still have to keep a watchful eye on them, or is that maybe, are we slacking in that department a little bit? Do we need to come back down there with our video camera?
Well, we have a new group in town called the Patriot. What is the name of that group?
Don't give me one.
They're getting involved with the school boards, the county commission, the city council, the election. They're going to be more watchful of everything that's going on in all of the county's business.
That's good. I find, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They're a spinoff from the Charlie Kirk memorial that we had. There was several concerned there that got to talking, formed a group, and so that's the ones that are going to take a more active role in what goes on in the county and the government and school system and such.
That's positive. That's what we preach, isn't it, Daniel?
Yeah.
I think I've said it a few times in the last few days. Hey,
So-
you shh.
So maybe there's some people. Well, first off, you can invite the dog. He can say Merry Christmas too.
Well,
You
this
know.
is the short one. She can't reach up.
Oh, okay. Well, just know that the fur
Oh,
babies
well, there's her nose.
are in the.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's just funny every time you kept telling the dog to shit, it looked like you were pointing at me.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't
so-
take it personal, Daniel.
well, so for people who may have seen that video and maybe, guys, we understand it happened some time ago and it might seem like old news to you, but these women, these ladies are still going through it. There is still an estate for a woman, Miss Capriato, who is still going to have to deal with the outcomes of this. And I appreciate that the wheels of justice turn slowly, but at a certain point, I think a lot of this would have been a lot quicker had there been more publicity and more public outrage, and had there been more civic engagement surrounding it. If you maybe watched that video and feel the same way, or maybe Daniel has ticked you off with something he's posted on the internet, he's really good at that. And that's, but
pride
it's
myself.
yeah, but if it's encouraged you to get involved locally, we encourage you to do so. Reach out to us. We'll put you in touch with whatever local organization that we trust in the area. And I know that you guys have now really taken civic engagement to the next step. You guys weren't deterred by being beat up in the election commission room, were you?
It takes a little bit more than a couple pushes and shoves to stop it.
I just appreciate that every time I watch that video, Miss Debbie, you are ready to throw down. You're 10 toes deep, ready to get. you ain't backing down. You say, "Oh hell no."
So what have
It's
you
a good
guys?
thing Christy was with me.
Yeah, it's the hold me back.
Yeah.
What have you guys done to kind of grab the bull by the horn, so to speak? Because you guys weren't intimidated. Are you guys involved politically now?
Yes, we are. I'm the chair of the Benton County Republican Party.
And I'm the treasurer of the Republican Party. And we, 2 weekends ago, went to the state SEC meeting and paid attention to what the state Republican SEC is doing.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's we got some updates from that, and it's exciting to hear. Well, as exciting as state level politics can be.
Yeah.
You
It
know.
got a little fun at the end.
It did. A little excitement at the end.
Did
Well,
y'all get a little turned up while you were out there?
Just a little.
Little bit.
We,
Little
we
bit.
sat back and watched with some popcorn.
Yeah.
There you go.
you mentioned turned up. Was Trey Hargett there?
No, that would have been totally different.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah, that would have been a not a dry bar. So, well, if people,
Wah, wah.
is the Benton County Republican Party on Facebook, or is there a way people who in your area, if they want to reach out to you and maybe join, they're inspired by your civic engagement? Is there a way?
Yes, we have a Facebook, Benton County Republican Party.
Okay, and it's
Just
Benton
leave us a message and I'll get back with you.
and make sure it's Benton County, Tennessee, because
Yeah.
we've
Yeah.
seen people tag Benton County, Arkansas. Oh, look, there's the fur baby right there. Merry Christmas, doggy. Look at
Say
that.
hi, Diesel.
Oh, yeah, say hi. What are you doing, Daniel? There you go. Put the dog back on the screen. Much
I
prettier.
was trying.
Much
Look
prettier.
up how you're gonna get slimed.
Hey, if you like dogs, smash the like button.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Ladies, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we're going to get back to some of the greatest hits and all of the other fantastic things that we have planned for you this holiday season. So thank you guys, and Merry Christmas once again.
Merry Christmas, guys.
All right.
All right, guys, we hope you enjoyed that little bit of an update from Benton County. And I know almost 5 years of dealing with a little bit of drama, and it's hard to get attention on. So if you know anybody west of the Tennessee River, share this video to them. Tell them to watch that last story, and stay tuned because we've got some more entertainment coming up for your Christmas day.
Merry Christmas again for the Patriot Punk Network's Christmas Marathon. From all of us to all of you, wishing you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The next piece is a toccata on Angels We've Heard on High. Hi, my name is Chase Williams, and I'm here at Mid-State Piano Gallery, right in front of a nice, wonderful, gently used Yamaha upright piano. If you're looking for a piano, or as you can see behind me, we have a full selection of guitars as well as band instruments for your high school band student. And if you'd like to see more of our pianos that we have in stock, both new and used, come by and see us at 1301 Madison Street in Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's Mid-State Piano Gallery, and make sure you tell them Chase sent you. We hope you have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Merry Christmas from the Patriot Punk Network. We just wanted to take a moment in the middle of the rigmarole of this 12-hour extravaganza to say thank you to the sponsors who made this episode possible. We're going to start with Monty Fritts, who's running for governor in the state of Tennessee, Tom Davis, who's running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. We've also got State Senator Brent Taylor, who comes to you with a special Christmas message. And then next, we've got Coffee County Mayor Dennis Hunt, who also brings a little Christmas cheer to the programming. And then a special thank you to Tammy Sharp of the Rutherford County School Board, who is running for re-election, and she's been on the show several times. Thank you, Tammy. We have Tom Ballard with Southeast Hydrogeology. And then we also have a special thank you to Chase Williams, the professional organist who provided you with the musical entertainment this evening. A special thank you for helping with several pieces of the content. The Tennessee Firearms Association, if you're not already a member, you should join. Mid-State Piano Gallery and Music in Shelbyville, Tennessee, for letting us use their venue to record the beautiful organ music. The Libertarian Party of Tennessee, who's become great friends over the last year, and State Senator Dr. Adam Lowe. Thank you to you, sir, for being the first state senator that was on our programming. Now, we wanted to thank all of you who are watching for being a part of this wonderful Patriot Punkcast Christmas blast. And I might be biased calling it wonderful, but we've really enjoyed putting it together for you. And we really enjoy being able to come to you and that you trust us to bring you the news. So make sure that you support our sponsors. Send them a thank you for being a part of the Patriot Punk Network's Christmas blast. We've got a lot more shenanigans coming up next. Merry Christmas.
Hey guys, Dennis Hunt, your Coffee County Mayor. I'm wanting to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Coffee County is a great place to be right now. I also would like to invite every one of you to stop by the Coffee County Administrative Plaza during our office hours, Monday through Friday, and take a look at our Veterans Wall. Thank you once again for letting me serve as your county mayor. Merry Christmas.
Our next piece is What Child Is This? Written to the tune Greensleeves, it was composed by King Henry VIII, but a very fun Christmas tune indeed. We hope you enjoy What Child Is This?
We hope you're enjoying the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast for 2025. Make sure you smash the like button and share the show with all your friends. We're about to get into a discussion about healthcare, but no, we're not going to be talking about 2020 very much. But we are going to talk about how AI is going to influence healthcare. Could it be good? Could it be bad? You know, nurses have a really hard time of things right now, and I think it's going to be a while before the hands-on people are actually replaced by the robot overlords. But you never know. So we're going to talk to somebody that has a lot of expertise in the healthcare field, both firsthand experience and working in the AI sector and the technology sector of healthcare, and who's also a conservative. So it should give you a little bit of a calm perspective on the future, or maybe it's going to send us into an irrational tizzy. We will find out soon. Joining me to delve into this topic is my good friend and out of the closet ANCAP, Daniel Wagner.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Matheson.
How are you, sir?
Anything I like better, or if there's anything I like, it's going to be getting in a tizzy over AI in the medical field. So I think we've got the perfect gentleman to come on.
I do too. We've got some examples too that are both terrifying and they also give you hope. So let's bring on.
Look at my lack of Christmas cheer. Let's bring in. There we go. Let's bring in Mr. James. So sorry to take your thunder here, Mr. James Sloan.
Yeah. Hey.
There he is.
How you doing, James?
Yeah.
So thank you for being here on this Christmas day. Can you do us just a quick favor and tell everybody who may not have met you before who you are and what you do?
So I work in healthcare at one of the largest, or within one of the largest healthcare systems here in Middle Tennessee in the state. I also started a company, Vital Rhythm LLC, which is cardiac monitoring of patients remotely across anywhere in the United States. Just 34-year-old trying to do something with his life bigger than how it was back in high school. Here I am, 34, like I said. And I don't know. Also, I'm a young Republican chairman here in Bedford County, Tennessee, conservative, believe in those values. And that's pretty much just a little small wrap up of me.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to kind of talking about it. A lot of people think, you know, I remember when the internet first came out and, or maybe not first came out, but first became widely adapted, and WebMD was a thing. And it was amazing. It was almost touted as this way to save, you know, thousands of dollars, or at the time, probably just hundreds of dollars on hospital care and doctor's visits and stuff. And what actually I saw happen is a lot of people became hypochondriacs, and they read through WebMD where they had a sore throat and they finished. They had cancer and had to get their toes chopped off, or just something ridiculous like that. Do you think? And we're going to show a video here in just a second of how AI is being used in Chinese hospitals right now. But do you think that we're close to having like our own doctor house in our pocket, or are we there yet? Or
I wouldn't say we're there yet. It would be up to the FDA, and obviously the government would have a hand in that to say how far it would actually be able to go with AI. So we'll have to see in the next 10 years, because everyone's kind of like on a swivel. They're at least now they're saying the speed of change is 12 months. At least what they're saying at the hedge fund and equity companies. So they're always investing in AI. So they always say wait 12 months and we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I feel like people are already using it for that. Now, you do bring up a good point with the regulation. We actually are going to get into that if you're watching on the Christmas special. We get into that a little bit later in the show. But I'm just curious. Absence government regulation, is the technology there right now? Not to say that it's 100% reliable, but neither are doctors. And I just think about how much pain and suffering's caused in the country right now because people file bankruptcy, losing their house, everything they own because of medical debt, and the cost of insurance and premiums. We just had a government shutdown all over. Really, the co-pays and the amount that you and I have to pay for insurance.
Yeah.
how long is it without government regulation? If they just unleashed the beast right now, is the technology there to fix a big portion of that?
Well, if they were to move to AI being a big component in healthcare to determine and to make certain changes to people's healthcare, I think one thing that they've kind of looked at and kind of like, I don't know if there's been a case in court or not of, can you sue a computer or can you sue AI if they get it wrong and give you the wrong information? Or do you sue the handlers that created the AI? So it kind of
Or
comes to that.
or do you just like sign a waiver? It's one of those things. I always thought about this. You know, you have to sign a waiver before you bungee jump because it's dangerous. Well, going to the chat robot for healthcare could be dangerous. But I feel like people should be entitled to take that risk. And I feel like that's one of the bigger problems with healthcare, even without AI, is how much of it is controlled by who could get sued or will get sued or should get sued, when unless it's negligence or something like, and I mean like brutal negligence, you leave your stethoscope in someone's rib cage when you sew them up. I mean, I don't know. Is that really what you're seeing hinder a lot of the advancements in the healthcare industry? Or is that just an outsider's perspective that has it wrong?
So maybe frame the statement a little bit different so I can understand.
So I postulated that one of the issues right now with healthcare is everyone's worried about who's going to be sued. Do you agree that that is one of the issues, that there's too much like lawyer liability concern at the top end, or is that just an outsider's perspective that, has it wrong?
I feel like if they can get it to a way that you're signing off free and clear, unable to sue the company, with the AI that they have created to somehow see markers or give you treatment or provide, not in the sense provide treatment because it's AI, but suggest treatment or providers in your area to link you with the best provider for the care that you might need. If you input the symptoms you have or the past history you have, then I think it's kind of like having a free market almost. Like, give the person what they want to the best of what you can create in the AI. And if they sign off on, I'm not going to sue you because I like your AI and I think it's the best, then maybe bring it to market.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Especially when you have, if you end up putting it into the black market, you start restricting it, and everybody knows, hey, this is an option. I can just download this app and I can do that. It's going to become more dangerous by not allowing free market solutions than it would be to become less dangerous, in my opinion.
You mentioned that you do cardiac monitoring remotely all over the country. Okay. And I think we've spoke about this off air a little bit before. That kind of technology use when we start to see that in healthcare a lot more, could AI, could it become one of those things where you ask your, Dr. House GPT to go through, you put in your history and everything like that, and it becomes like a doctor's assistant, where the doctor doesn't have to keep up with 12 years of medical school history in their brain or an entire library of books. I mean, he'll probably still have the library of books, but having that research assistant that could be I keep using Dr. House because Dr. House was always that genius that saw you were the one person in the entire world that all of those things would happen to. He saw it.
Look, if I'm going to have a GPT, I just a house-based GPT, I want it to come with a limp and a Vicodin inhabit it. Damn, if I could speak.
So do you think that might be more realistic, is have the doctors being able to use it as like research assistants and things like that, rather than it becoming AI becoming the doctor, they become like the research jockey for them?
Let's see. Well, when it comes to what I know, and I've worked for some of the big heavy hitter companies in cardiac monitoring before I started my own company. I'm just a little startup trying to get, market share. But what I've seen with AI implementation and cardiac monitoring, it's kind of scary at the same time of maybe groundbreaking, in a sense that the biggest company, I believe, in the market for cardiac monitoring for medical use, with the doctor's order, they actually, the way that they did their research to get their latest cardiac monitor approved, the research actually, it couldn't validate, but it also couldn't say no, that it could do up to 14 days of cardiac monitoring without there being a loss of or misconstrued data. But technically, from what I've talked to a doctor from Georgetown University, basically he said it's only good for 8 days. Actually, due to the research and how they submitted it, the FDA still went with saying it's good up to 14 days. So right now you have one of the biggest companies out there saying it's a 14-day monitor that can do either what they say mobile cardiac telemetry for 30 days, up to 14 days, or 14-day Holter monitor, and the data is good. But technically, from what I've heard from a Georgetown University doctor that actually was around the study, he said it's not. It's just the way they submitted it.
How does that apply with AI then? Are they using like AI, I guess, algorithms or learning machines to read the data?
Correct. So when that happens is you have a monitor that is saying this is still a rhythm that we notice. It's still a good QRS, So basically you're having a monitor with just monitoring the heart, and it sends out a signal to send you a rhythm of the heart. Basically it's mapping the rhythm of the heart. And so it goes into a queue, and then the technician sees this and says, okay. But also what they're using AI for is, at this big company that's the biggest in the country, they're using AI as a tier system to elevate certain cardiac rhythms to the top that they think are critical. So if you have, so that's.
So they're taking the human element out of it, which.
Well, no, there's still a human element to it. It's just the fact of they're using AI to say what's critical and what's not, and then
they're taking the human triage out of it. The human, let me decide what rank you are in file, and that's scary, because if it's wrong,
it's time.
It doesn't listen to the human emotion factor. I don't care that you're screaming and that you're saying all of this stuff. My sensors read that you're level 4. Sit down in the waiting room and someone will be with you in 3 hours. Speaking of waiting rooms, let's get to this video about the Chinese hospital, because this is really, really interesting. And this is where I think it could cut out a lot of the shovel-ready jobs, as I think Obama put it. So we've got this from the Data Science Nigeria. Okay, I don't know how reputable they are, but they're just reposting the same video. I've seen it many places. We don't have to read the post, just show the video. This is literally what the hospital is
glide along tracks, like something out of a SCIFI movie patients and visitors barely notice, as these devices move with precision, weaving through the corridors. Their destination? Welcome to the world of smart hospitals in China. These machines are automatic medication delivery systems tirelessly working to ensure life-saving medicine and medical supplies reach their destinations with unmatched speed and accuracy, from the pharmacy to the nurse stations. Even directly to patient wards, this seamless operation eliminates human error and frees up medical staff to focus.
Of course it eliminates human error. If it eliminates the human aspect of it, there's no, then it becomes a robot error. I personally think having all that, I don't want to say lollygag time, but how many steps do you walk, like, when you were in the nursing thing? Because you were you were actually on the floor at some point, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. So as an earlier technician doing EKGs through the hospital system that I worked in Nashville, I was probably doing at least 5,000 steps or more in a shift, 12-hour shift. So
the only reason I don't believe this video is because the people sitting down with the robots bringing them everything are so skinny. If that was in America, I think the waist size would go back up a little bit more.
Need some bigger wheels for the carts, man.
But absent all the problems that could come from this, Do you think that there are implementations, whether it's through robotics or AI, in the healthcare industry that could, without getting into a big discussion about what's wrong with healthcare, but that could save healthcare a little bit, cut down on some of the administrative, some of the cost aspects of things, especially for like simple things like blood testing and whatnot?
What I have seen them do, I don't know if they're using AI with it, but they are trying to integrate insurance companies being able to go in certain healthcare software.
So we mentioned that. Just give me a yes or no. Do you think that there are some jobs and some tasks that robots and things like that could do that would ultimately lower the cost?
I would say, yeah, we have like a robot maid that actually serves food at the location I work at in the same healthcare system I've been in for 5 years. So they've integrated as you would say, a robot maid, but it just serves the patient's food.
That's sick.
So you talked about insurance. Okay, there's a good and a bad. There's the pros and the cons of everything. We've got a video here from Brian Varela. Just another repost, but it brings up a very interesting point. AI should help doctors save lives, not help corporations deny care. Starting next month, Medicare will pay companies to use AI systems that decide whether seniors get medical treatment, rewarding them when they say no. And you can just, how long is this video, Daniel? It's real short. Just play it real fast.
It's a minute.
If you have Medicare in New Jersey, you need to know about this new program starting next month. Medicare is launching an AI-powered experiment in 6 states, including right here in New Jersey, in which private companies will use artificial intelligence to review whether seniors get approved for medical care. Here's what this means for Medicare recipients throughout our district. Traditional Medicare patients will have to get approval from a private company before receiving certain medical treatments. Your doctor would recommend a procedure, but now an AI system will need to approve it first before you can get treatment. Here's the concerning part. These companies get paid based on how much money they save by denying care. And what studies show that 13% of prior authorization denials are already for care that should have been approved. Now, the profit motive of these AI companies is going to make...
You think about how many times people have applied or how many stories you've heard about, I applied for disability and didn't get approved.
Mm-hmm.
How bad is that going to be when it's the robot that has access to your Google history and knows exactly what your tolerance for denial is?
Oh, shoot. You want a free market solution on that?
Well,
free market solution would be something like they let their third-party auditors come in and check their source code and see this is how it operates. This is how it makes sure that we're not just denying people just because of the profit motive.
The problem is, do you know who pays? And this is with every industrialized industry. Do you know who pays for those audits? It's either one, the government, who I don't think anyone here is advocating for more government regulation on things.
No, sir.
The other one is the company themselves. It was like that in aerospace. And what you have to realize is that no company that you pay $10 or $15 or $20,000 to conduct a multi-day audit of your company wants to shut your company down. Now, if you're a really, really, really serious offender, then they'll have to document some stuff. But they want you to pass it because they want you to pay them $15,000 next year. And because you need to pass that audit and that they want to help you pass it, there is no actual accountability. But the information of that is a free market solution, but I don't think that that's actually going to happen. So realistically, we're looking at the government or these insurance companies self-controlling themselves. And do you think that that's going to be something that we see federal investigations into in the future and things like that?
100%, because like I was saying about integration with insurance. So Epic is a software that I believe needs to be mandated, but if you mandate a software, then if it gets hacked, it's one big company, so it would affect almost every hospital if it was mandated for every hospital. So getting back to Epic, Epic allows insurers to be able to be integrated to look through patient records, still under the premise of HIPAA. So with that being said, let's just say you went in for something totally different, but there's a note of maybe this is what's going on. And the patient's like, well, I've never been diagnosed with that. the AI or the technician at the insurance company that they're able to go in and look into the patient's records of their hospital visits, they can say, nope, see, it was kind of noted here on this. You didn't go in for that, but it's noted. So you have it pre-existing, which now it's like, wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean pre-existing? I didn't know I had this. Well, no, it was here way back like 3 years ago whenever you made this visit on such and such date. Well, that's not fair. I didn't know about it. No, it's pre-existing. So stuff like that they're trying to integrate. And I just heard about that like 6 months ago. I was like, wow, that is going to be federal lawsuit in the future.
and oh man, can you imagine all of the different ways? I mean, like I said, finding out that being able to go back to your social media and saying no, especially for people who are kids with social media. Hey, no, you did this when you were 15 years old, which exposed you to this chemical, which has increased your risk for this. Therefore, your coverage at age 40 is denied because it's self-inflicted. Or so, I mean, like, the dangers of it are wild, but we're running out of time. So what I want to do is cover this last little topic because it's not all doom and gloom. Okay, we actually have a post from Mukund Mohan. I think that's how you pronounce it. And a guy just used I can't pronounce that.
Anthropic AI.
Anthropic. There you go. Anthropic AI, Claude, to turn a $195,000 hospital bill into $33,000. Not with a lawyer, not with a hospital admin insider, with a $20 a month Claude Plus subscription. He uploaded the itemized bill. Claude spotted duplicate procedure codes, illegal double billing, and charges that Medicare rules explicitly forbid. Then it helped him with a letter citing every violation. The hospital dropped their demand by 83%.
Please don't sue us.
And that just as AI can be, and this is the same for industry, this is the same for the media, this is the same for every single topic that we're going to discuss today. It can be the great equalizer if people have access to it, because you can fight one you can look for those double billing and those extra fees with the help of AI. And if they're using AI to insert them, the average person's never going to be able to see it. Do you have any hope that we're going to actually have access to an unchained one? Or is it going to be like TikTok, where if you want to live outside of the approved algorithms, not even good algorithms, just the approved ones, that you have to like download some, VPN to get it? Or like, is it going to turn into something where the US government or the somebody regulates it so much that you're having to, do like a LimeWire download of this AI from China so that you can get your medical stuff sorted out? Do you think, what's the future look like?
I mean, a perfect future would obviously be as free as possible. I mean, if you think about that. So if they could make it to where no one has liability and the person takes all liability on themselves, then I feel like that's a win-win for companies and the patient. But the patient, ignorance is not a defense in the court of law. So you signing something and them, well, the another thing is they have to be read all that if possible, auditory and all that stuff. But, ignorance is not a defense in the court of law. So if they sign their life away by taking advice from AI and the company's like, hey, no liability on our hands, then I'd say that's a win-win.
It depends on how long the user agreement is. I think that's really, if it's, some people
includes updates, includes AI updates.
Can you imagine if you're sitting there waiting for life-saving care at the hospital and all of a sudden the robot has to read you a 47-page long user agreement? And how many people would like die on the operating table waiting for the
let out while listening?
Yeah. Mr. Sloan, I wish we had a little bit more time today to go into some of the more nuanced topics of the discussion, but it's Christmas and we want to keep everything lighthearted. Going to give you an opportunity to plug your company. That way you can expand a little bit, and to wish everyone a Merry Christmas before we sign off.
All right. Well, you'll have a good rest of your Christmas as well. Be safe. And if y'all ever need any cardiac monitoring, The website should be up sooner than later. I've just been mail marketing right now, but it'd be Vital Rhythm, vitalrhythm.com, and it'd be a hyphen in between Vital Rhythm. So it'd be vital-rhythm.com, and you just go up there, register. If you have a doctor's order or not, we'll set you up and send you out a cardiac monitor and monitor for 7 days, send it back, we'll analyze it, send it to a doctor of preference, and it's easy as that.
Mr. Sloan, thank you so much. And Merry Christmas to you and to all of yours. I know you have a little one at home, so I hope you guys got him a whole lot of good presents. Daniel, what do you think? Do you think that the AI overlords are going to take over the healthcare, or are we?
Oh, 100%. It's just a matter of time.
No.
I don't know. I really just chuckle at myself still about the whole idea of having an AI that has a limp and a Vicodin habit. I don't know why I can't spit that out today, but anyway,
I just want it to talk raw to me like Dr.
I think I think it would make it more realistic, but let's wrap it up, man.
Absolutely, guys. Merry Christmas. Thank you once again for tuning into the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast. We are live all day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., so tell a friend, share it around, and make sure you drop a comment and let us know where you're watching from. Never mind the bollocks. We'll be back soon.
Merry Christmas, Triple P viewers. Senator Adam Lowe here, and for Christmas, I asked for a new microphone, thanks to you guys. Tennessee Holler said I was on the naughty list, so I just went and bought some. Merry Christmas.
Thomas E. Davis here. I served this nation for almost 25 years in the United States Army, where accountability and leadership were not suggestions, they were mandatory. When you failed to take responsibility, people got hurt and missions failed. And that's exactly what we're seeing in Washington today. Career politicians who have forgotten who they work for, missing votes, wasting your money, and treating their office like a lifetime appointment. Tennessee's 4th District deserves better. You deserve someone who shows up, stands firm, and answers to you, not to party insiders or special interests. I'm running for Congress to bring discipline, integrity, and constitutional leadership back to Washington. My name is Thomas E. Davis, and I approve this message. Join the mission at tomdavistn4.com.
Good evening. My name's Chase Williams, and I'm a classical organist and schlocktail organist. It's been my joy to play for the Patriot Punk Christmas broadcast this year. If you need someone to play for your holiday party, wedding, horse show, bar mitzvah, whatever you choose, please give me a shout, 615-318-2628. That's Chase Williams with Music in Motion Equine Entertainment.
Welcome back and Merry Christmas. My name is Daniel Wagner, bringing you the very, very greatest hits of 2025. We're getting close to number 1 and I can practically taste it. Tastes a little bit like Christmas ham. Weird. Anyway, next on the list is number 4. In this one, Chase covers a Coffee County shooting, a beach shooting, and a Rutherford County accusation of overshooting square footage. Here we go.
She sells seashells by the seashore. But do you know what Otis sells? Everything. Hi, I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, sponsored by Turkley Law, serving all of Tennessee. A shooting on 16th Model Road in Coffee County appears to be self-inflicted, according to a press release by the Coffee County Sheriff's Office. Initial reports from Thunder Radio, a local news outlet, pointed to a nearby gun range as a possible location. But other than that, details were scarce. A few hours later, the Coffee County Sheriff's Office released this statement on social media and said that the location was the 1800 block of 16th Model Road, consistent with the Terry Walden gun range. Though the statement doesn't tell us much more, it does say that the wound appears to be self-inflicted, though there's no word if it was accidental or intentional. The identity of the woman is being withheld until family can be notified. Do you remember the saying, hugs, not drugs? Well, if this guy had taken that advice, he'd have given out more hugs than the average grandma, and his arms would look like Popeye. I mean, geez, look at this stash. I swear, he has more inventory than my local Dollar General. Anyway, police announced Sunday the arrest of previously convicted felon Otis Beach. I knew you were wondering where the beach ball came in. According to the release, Mr. Beach fired his pew-pew at the popo, a detective specifically. Now, Metro doesn't tell us what Otis's master plan was after he made this terrible decision, but we can assume that it failed. Now he's behind bars, and I'd wager that even the Nashville DA and judges aren't going to go easy on this guy. So now, instead of enjoying the sand between his toes, Mr. Beach will likely be patronizing the yard at his local penal institution. 2 down, 1 to go, and if you want to see tits every day, make sure you press those buttons for us. Last up, do you remember last week when Rutherford County was in the news because 1/4 of their property assessments were wrong? And according to the comptroller, the assessor's office was like sinking sand? Well, last night, property assessor Rob Mitchell sat down and levied some accusations of his own. One accusation is that as many as thousands of homes in Rutherford County and tens of thousands across the state could have their square footage overestimated because the state relies on Zillow and Redfin square footage estimates. He also claims that there is a behind-the-scenes effort to reclassify a large number of homes, including townhomes, duplexes, and other zero-lot line properties as commercial if they are owned by an LLC. If successful, and he says it has been in other counties like Sumner, the taxes on those properties could increase as much as 60%. Watch the deep dive on last night's Punkcast and read the article at patriotpunknetwork.com. And that's your Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives on local issues, like the one with Rob Mitchell, check out the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday night at 7. Thanks for looking at our tits. Mr. Beach should have just called Turkley Law instead of firing off pew-pews at the Popo.
Makes me kind of glad I don't live in Rutherford County, at least until the dust settles. One of my favorite things about creating our Today in Tennessee segments is the fact that we constantly have people from other states asking us to do the same thing in their state. It means that there's a real hunger for local, genuine, reputable, and dare I say funny, informative information. That said, in this October 6th episode, Chase covers the Slammed Enough Car Show event, the peanut butter at Gordon's house, and the closings of Planned Parenthood locations. Please enjoy number 3 of our greatest hits of 2025. Ho, 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 y'all.
So you probably don't want to eat the peanut butter from Gordon's house. Hi, I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, sponsored by Estate of Creative. Save $50 when you mention punk. The city of Gatlinburg may have had enough of Slammed Enough. The insanely popular car show that is held in multiple locations annually across the state was held over the weekend in Gatlinburg, or at least half of it was. After a ton of incidents requiring police involvement strained county resources beyond maintainable levels, the city basically evicted the entire car show and told everyone there to visit to get lost. There's loads of rumors as to what actually happened, but for the most part, everyone agrees that it was a small group of troublemakers that ruined it for everybody, in what most attendees are calling a takeover. I guess this is why we can't have nice things. Right now, it's uncertain if the city will have the event next year, while enthusiasts are hoping calmer heads will prevail. Many of the residents have had enough. A Tennessee life coach has been sentenced to serve the remainder of his life on the Violent Sex Offenders Registry. Gordon Griggs of Franklin was sentenced on Friday after he pled guilty to 7 counts of sending bad stuff and 3 counts of soliciting even worse stuff. Now, Gordon was sentenced to a total of 12.5 years, but only 4.5 of those years will be spent behind bars. The other 8 will be spent on probation. Perhaps even more concerning is one of the stipulations of his release when he does finally get out of jail. According to a press release from the DA's office, he is required to complete standardized sex offender treatment, permit his probation officer to monitor his email account, and is prohibited from acting as a life coach, from accessing or using any form of social media, and from owning or possessing any dog. Now, we're extremely disappointed that such a heinous criminal would receive such a short, light sentence, but though we don't want to know, we have to ask, what did Gordon do for the court to ban him from owning a dog? Maybe in the meantime, don't accept any peanut butter from Gordon. One of the 2 Planned Parenthood locations in Memphis is closing indefinitely. Funding restrictions passed earlier this year as part of the Big Beautiful Bill temporarily placed restrictions on federal Medicaid funds, TennCare in Tennessee, from being used at any Planned Parenthood providers, even those providing non-abortion care like this location in Memphis. As a direct result of these cuts, the Summer Avenue location is closing today. The organization claims that this will allow them to consolidate their services while still providing quality care to the patients, including those relying on TennCare. Patients affected by the closure are encouraged to visit the Poplar Avenue location and are being directed to other affiliates in Knoxville and in Nashville. Do you think this is a good thing for the city of Memphis? Let us know in the comments. And that's your Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives on local issues, be sure to check out the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday night at 7. Thanks for looking at our tits, you perv.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Sorry about that. Next up's number 2. In this episode, Chase highlights a creepy 75-year-old school board member, local primary elections, and Laverne High School kids getting an education and building a professional dirt bike. Let's check it out.
A Tennessee school board member tried to get more than a routine workout at the local gym, and it didn't work out well for him. Hi, I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, sponsored by Turkley Law. First up, a Hancock County school board member was indicted after asking for more than a spotter at the Sneedville gym. The investigation by the TBI started in August after they received a tip about the 75-year-old. According to the TBI's press release, Jack Mullins approached a minor while in a Sneedville fitness center and attempted to get her to engage in inappropriate behavior. Now, Mullins is a school board member in Hawkins County, and on top of being charged with solicitation of a minor, he was also charged with official misconduct, which hints that the charges are related to his position with the government. Speaking of elected officials, residents in Campbell County will be participating in county-level primaries for the first time in over 30 years. Announced yesterday by the Campbell County GOP on their Facebook page, it seems that the Democrats in town were also working on recruiting candidates for a primary. Now, some people disagreed with the move, saying that local elections are not about partisan politics, but the GOP claims that it's going to bring transparency to local elections. Over the last few years, we've seen a significant move towards more partisanship in local elections, with many school boards changing to partisan races just in 2022. Alice, do you think local positions like school board, mayor, or sheriff should be partisan positions, or should we be keeping politics out of it? Laverne High School students are getting the chance to work with some famous race car drivers after DeWalt, Northern Tool, Milwaukee, and Bumpus Harley-Davidson teamed up with Kyle and Richard Petty to put together Legends Build. Now, this is where famous mentors teach high school kids how to build race cars, and this year, Laverne High School was the one chosen. With around $100,000 of free tools, Laverne students will be building the series' first flat-track dirt bike out of a Harley-Davidson street bike. On June 6th, 2026, the bike will compete in a real flat-track race, and after the race, the bike will be sold for charity. Now, Laverne was chosen out of all of the other programs in the entire country, and the really cool part is it's only a 2-year-old program. In 2024, school board member Tammy Sharp helped bring the program to Laverne High, and it's really, really cool to see something take off so quickly. One last thing, today is the primary election day for the District 7 congressional race. The polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and if you're in line when the polls close, they have to let you vote. This race could be decided by as few as a couple of hundred votes, so please get out and do your part. And that's your Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives on local issues, be sure to check out the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday night at 7. Thanks for looking at our tits. See you tomorrow.
Do you smell that? It's number one getting closer and closer, but I regret to inform you, you're just going to have to wait a bit longer. So come back later when I play for you our top greatest hits of 2025. For now, let's get back into some amazing music, information, podcast, replays, and more.
And we're back again. Hope you enjoyed the content that's being provided to you at the Patriot Punk Network, and hope you'll consider joining and subscribing. Next piece is The First Noel.
All politics is local, and your journalism should be too. I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, and while everyone's busy scrolling geopolitical drama, the real issues are happening in your school board, your county commission, and your sheriff's office. Today's problems don't start as mainstream news. It starts in your backyard and often with no one watching. That's why we exclusively cover Tennessee news and politics, from school board scandals to comptroller investigations. We want to focus local. If you're tired of screaming at media while your local chosen sperm get off easy, support us at thepatriotpunknetwork.com. If this work matters to you, be the change you want to see. Visit patriotpunknetwork.com/support and help out. Help fund the local watchdog coverage that national outlets won't touch. And remember, never mind the bollocks. Watch the Patriot Punkcast.
Merry Christmas from East Tennessee. It's Monty, Fritts. You know, things haven't really changed in 2,000 years. There are still Caesars calling for taxes. There are still evil career politicians like Herod who tell you that they love the baby, but they really just want to kill him. There are still wise men who come looking for that light. And we're still in a world of darkness that needs that light, and his name is Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for coming down to this earth to be my Savior, to be our Savior. So on this week, when we celebrate the birth of the King of all kings, Jesus Christ, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from Kingston, Tennessee.
I hope you've been enjoying the Patriot Punk Network's Christmas blast this year. It's been quite a blast, I think, so far. And I'm about to give so many thanks that you're going to think you got the wrong holiday, but don't worry, it's still just Christmas. So we'd like to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors, that being Monty Fritts for Tennessee Governor, Tom Davis for Congress, Tennessee District 4, State Senator Brent Taylor. Special thanks to Coffee County Mayor Dennis Hunt and Miss Tammy Sharp, Rutherford County School Board. She's actually running for re-election coming up in the next election season. Tom Ballard with Southeast Hydrogeology. We got Mr. Chase Williams, who's been providing your musical entertainment for the evening. He's a professional organist for hire. We've also got the Tennessee Firearms Association. Thanks to Midstate Piano Gallery and Music in Shelbyville for letting us use their beautiful venue to help record the music as well. We'd also like to thank State Senator Dr. Adam Lowe, and thanks to the Libertarian Party of Tennessee. Once again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for being a part of this Christmas blast, and as you might expect, we've got a few more shenanigans coming up for you guys. I hope you enjoy the show. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas once again from the Patriot Punk Network. We hope you're enjoying our 12-hour Christmas marathon. You have to admit, Chase Williams is pretty darn good on that organ, isn't he? Well, next up, we have a bit of a celebrity for you. Now, we'll go ahead and tell you we were not fortunate enough to get this celebrity on our actual podcast, but we were fortunate enough to attend an event where he was speaking, and that was the annual Tennessee Firearms Association event, which is usually held in Wilson County at the Expo Center in about September. I think it's the first weekend of September, and I'm just going to go ahead and say, guys, first off, thank you to the TFA for allowing me to come and allowing me to film the event. And I'm going to encourage you guys to attend their annual events every year because their guest speakers are unbelievable. I've been to 2 of them so far. The first year they had Don Jr., then this last year they had General Michael Flynn. And that is who we're about to let you hear from. So we do want to remind you to support our sponsors. If you see someone who ran an ad on today's show, thank them, because without them and without you, none of this would be possible. If you're enjoying the music so far, if you're enjoying the laughs, some of the jokes, and even if Daniel has made you smile once or twice, smash the like button and consider sharing the show with, I don't know, 5 or 6 people that you know so that we can grow and we can bring accountability to Tennessee politics. After all politics is local. Your journalism should be too. So never mind the bollocks. Here's General Michael Flynn.
All right. Let me get myself set here. I'm watching there's a battle going on against Bobby Kennedy right now in Health and Human Services. If you're not paying attention to it, there's about 1,000 people in that organization that are demanding that he be fired immediately. And I mean, I want all them people to be fired, right? All those people. So, first of all, I want to just say thanks to everybody for being here, and thanks for the invite and the fight that we have. You know, he just talked about these legal battles that we are involved in with this whole issue. We go all the way to the Supreme Court. The nonprofit that I am the chairman of, America's Future, it's the oldest nonprofit in the United States of America. It actually was created before World War II, before they even had 501c3s, and then it was recreated in 1946. But we've won 10. We've gone as an amici, they call it, like we sidle up to what we believe are attacks against all of our rights, and we've won like the last 10 at the Supreme Court. One of those was at an appeals court. So we have a really good track record of fighting for our rights, right? So there's so many things that I like to talk about, and I know this is a big Second Amendment thing here, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the Second Amendment and what it means, but what I really want you to understand is that this is like, we're in a war right now. We are in a war in the United States of America, and all these, and it's good versus evil. And for me, when I go around this country, and I go around this country a lot, and I've been going around this country since I got uncoiled from everything that I face and my family face, because I could see it. You know, I talk about it. Sometimes I come up on these stages, I don't even want me to talk about, like even today, but I wrote some notes on the way over here about not the Second Amendment, but about the First Amendment and another amendment that most people have no idea about. And that's the one that follows the Second Amendment. For all you math majors, that would be 3, right? The Third Amendment, right? So you're all kind of going, what's the Third Amendment, right? It's like, whoa. Well, and I'm going to talk a little bit about why the founders did what they did. But I want to spend a few minutes, and I do talk like I never want to be invited back. Okay? Because I am so sick, and I know that there's political people in here and the politicians. You know, we are in a mess in this country right now. It is a mess. I love this beautiful country, but it is a mess. When somebody talks about $33 trillion in debt and all this debt, for most Americans it goes right over their heads. Because you know what people care about? They care about whether or not they can fill up their gas tank. And then $33 trillion, that's like That's just like, what the heck is that, right? All these things that we are seeing being exposed overseas, right? Right here at home, all the corruption that we're seeing exposed in our own government. I mean, I met Elon Musk. I met him a number of years ago, and when they started to dig into all this stuff, right, with the Doge, right, all this Doge stuff, you know, USAID, right, is one of the acronyms, right? The level, the depth of corruption. But this is not corruption like just because they're greedy people. This is a good versus evil time in this country. So we can, we can stand here and we can say we have different formations or different variations of a war going on right now. It's intellectual, it's emotional, it is physical. Right? I'm talking about right here at home before I touch on maybe a couple of things about what's happening overseas. But it is definitely spiritual. And I was talking with some of the people that are running for office here, whether they stayed around or not. You know, general elections for President of the United States, the last 10 elections for President of the United States of America, we averaged 67% turnout for voting for President of the United States. So that's more than 30% of the American people that were registered to vote, could vote, and decided not to vote. 30%, over 30%, last 10 presidential elections, to include this last one, even though in this last one in 2024, Trump won, you wanted a mandate, right? You wanted a big mandate. But the election, the turnout was still below 70%. It was below 70%. I guarantee you, in these elections that are coming up in all these different, counties in the state level that are off the year of the presidential election, because a presidential election draws more people into the elections. Because people care, right? They want to vote for the big guy, right? So these school board elections, these city council elections, right? Do not take for granted that your vote doesn't count. Now, maybe the people in this hall here, preaching to the choir. And I come in as a guy, and I come in and I'm going to pop off, I'm going to pop out, right? I'm going to leave here, and I'm going to leave you with at least one message, because sometimes that's all it takes is one person. It takes one person here, and in the couple hours that I've been here, I've met some of you who have come up to me and said, hey, I heard you, or this is what I'm doing. This is how I am serving my community. This is how I'm serving my community or my town right now. I'm fighting in the school board. There's a couple of people here, I think it's Madison County, if I'm not wrong, that ran for school board. I mean, did you ever think in this country, and as I gauge this audience, I'm in sort of the latter era of my life, right? So maybe we're average age in here, maybe 50 years old, because there's some young people in here too. So maybe we're 50, 55 years old. I'm past that. And I'm telling you, I never even in my lifetime, especially as a kid growing up, my family is a family of military service from both of my grandfathers, my father, my brothers, my son is still serving. That's all we ever did was serve in the military. That was our thing. My grandfather, who served in World War I and World War II, one of them, and World War II, is from Newport, Tennessee. Right, everybody from Newport, Tennessee? Yeah, I mean, he was about as hip as you get. I mean, talk about a good man and a tough guy. And so, service, responsibility. We did not have a country. We didn't have a country when this country was founded. So how did people get together in places like Boston or down in South Carolina or North Carolina or Virginia? How did they get together at that time? Because they didn't have these things, right? They didn't have these things. They didn't have an ability to do that, right? They didn't have the newspapers, the big newspapers on TV. How did they get together? How did a group of primarily men, but there's a lot of women that were part of it, because when you think about another group that I'm very familiar with, which is called the Loyal Nine, I was talking about the Loyal 9 the other day. They're the original Sons of Liberty, and now in Congress they're called the Freedom Caucus, right? People that came together who said, enough is enough, right? And actually, the real true test at that time, this is no country, only colonies, the British rule. So the original group of guys that got together, they got together because they didn't like the Stamp Act. They didn't like the Stamp Act, okay, that the British came in and they were basically going to charge us a bunch of money, taxes, right, for what it is that we needed, what they needed. And they said, enough of this, we're done. We're done. We want to decide what we want to do. How did they ever get together? Because without a country at that time, no country, a revolution, George Washington, Madison, Jefferson, Hancock, Revere. I mean, so many others, right? Those are the big names, but so many others that were killed fighting for this country that wasn't a country, had no constitution, had nothing, okay? So the first thing, when they finally decided that they were going to form something, right? They were going to take something and they were going to form a document. They were going to have a document that's called the Constitution or a declaration. What they decided to do, and this is really fascinating because these are the kinds of things that I study. You know, I've read all of the Federalist Papers. You know, I'm not a lawyer. I stand there and I study things because this is what I like to do. I come from a large Irish Catholic family. Generally grew up in the Northeast. My mom and dad, both deceased, both beautiful people. And like I said, our family is a family of service, right? And we were taught the golden rule by my dad. You know, treat others like you like to be treated. And we were taught to be lifelong learners by my mom. Don't stop learning. I don't care if you, whatever you're going to do with it, you know, go get yourself a college degree, go get yourself an education. You can stick it in your back pocket if you want. If you don't want to use it, that's on you. But you're going to get it, okay? And you're getting an education in these kinds of forms. This country is getting an education right now in service and sacrifice. Because if you don't decide to serve as a citizen of this country, if you don't stand up today, tomorrow, the next day, as we go through these next couple of years, because one man cannot do it. You cannot control what Donald Trump is going to do today. You cannot control what is happening in Washington, D.C., but you can take control of what is happening in your life today. You can take control of what you're doing right here, right now, in your county, in your town, whether you're going to decide to serve, whether you're going to decide to stand up for your country. You know that the First Amendment, most people think the First Amendment, right? The freedom to be able to do what I'm doing right now, right? Get up and speak. Actually, the First Amendment has 5 parts. 5 parts of the First Amendment, and we are exercising every single one of them right here, right now. Why? Because what did we do when we opened up today? We opened up with a prayer, right? That's the very first part of the First Amendment. Not speaking freely. So when you think about what this country was founded upon, right? And I've written a lot about this. Our country was founded upon a set of Judeo-Christian principles and values in this country. And I've studied this intensely. So when the founders got together, it wasn't some 3-day weekend that they're going to go, okay, we're going to write this document. You know, we're going to declare our independence. We're going to write a constitution. We're going to come up with a Bill of Rights. You know that the Bill of Rights is essentially derived from the 10 Commandments? Most people don't know that. Most people don't know that the Constitution of the United States of America, like 75 to 80%, and historians have argued about the inches there, but about 75 to 80% of our Constitution is derived from the Bible. From the Bible. Because that's the fulfillment of who we are as a nation. They made these tough decisions. They argued the First Amendment for a long time, and you can read about it in various Federalist Papers, right? Federalist Paper 3, 42, 43, where guys like Madison and Jefferson argued about the very First Amendment. And basically, I'll tick them off, right? the First Amendment, it's establishment of religion, then it's freedom of speech. So they argued about religion first to make sure that we were a godly country. This country has forgotten about God. Now, that's a general statement, but I'm a general, all right? So we have got to figure out how do we bring the spirituality of what our country is and why it was created. Because the enemy, the adversaries that we face, it's evil. It is evil. It is godless. When you talk about communism or socialism, I mean, I'm standing up here today, even mentioning those words, and we're kind of going, people in this country, they are now starting to wake up to what it is, right? We never talked like this. We never talked about these kinds of issues when I was a kid growing up, right? 60s, 70s, 80s. We never talked like that. We used to hide under our desks waiting for a nuclear attack, right? We never talked about, we would joke about, we'd call some kid a commie, right? That would be like a nickname we'd give them. We didn't like them. But now it's real. The infiltration into our country is the single greatest threat that we face. It is not what's happening in Venezuela. It is not what's happening over in China. It is not what's happening in the Ukraine. That's not, those threats are not existential to our country. Our country's existential threat is right here at home. And Donald Trump realizes that. President Trump realizes that. He knows it in spades. Yeah. Thank God we have him. You know that man, if he didn't win this election, I think it was the 26th of November, right, was his sentencing date. His sentencing date was the 26th of November. So if he lost, he'd be in prison right now for the rest of his life. Okay? That's still not a yoke that's been taken off of his neck yet. Okay, that still exists. That judge, Marchant, out of New York, has another date set in basically in late January, I think it's either late January or early February 2029. Seriously, these people will not relent. They will not give up. Okay, we have to stand our ground. I know what I went through, and I could give you a big old sob story, about persecution and whatever. No. Like I tell people, and I'm from a very tough Irish family. My old man was he was a sergeant in World War II, and he was another staff sergeant in Sergeant First Class in the Korean War. He went over there for 2.5 years and fought them, right? And I know, and I can see what is happening to our country. So the First Amendment, establishment of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of press. I don't know if we have any press in here, right? Fake news, like Trump says, right? The freedom to assemble and the right to petition our government, which is essentially what you're here about. The right to be able to petition our government to do different things, right? I mean, we don't understand who we are or what it is that we are about. And so when we go out, when you leave here and you go to your counties and you go back to your towns and you're in your various groups and your churches especially, you've got to speak up. You have to sound off. People come up to me all the time and they tell me, thank you for your service. I'm honored by your service. Thank you. That's very humbling. I feel very good about that. And I love serving in our armed forces. Loved it every day. I wouldn't change it for a minute. But I'm telling you folks, now, and I try to turn that message around to me. And I say, well, how are you serving today? How are you serving today? So if you don't remember anything I say, I want you to remember that question. And when you're going out there and you're talking and you're in your different places in life, I want you to ask that same question of the people that you're with. Or at least think about it. How are you serving our country today? Today. I'm telling you, right? I mean, I use this phrase, local action equals a national impact. There is a leadership counseling thing that I used to do with young people, right? And it was about control. I just said it a little while ago. And it's take control of what you can control, right? Don't worry about the things you cannot control. I mean, there's things that God, sort of God is in control. But you can't control what they're going to do in Washington, D.C. unless you're a member of Congress, right? Or unless you personally know Trump, you can call him up and go, hey, that was a dumb idea, right? You can't do that. Most people can't do that in this country. You're here for a reason. You're here today for a reason. Something compelled you to be here. Whether it was to just be curious about people that are talking, or curious maybe you're going to get a good deal on something. But our country is in the place that it is in because the American people have not stood up enough. I'm not talking about soldiers in combat. I'm talking about citizens in their communities. And I won't go into too much of this, but the Second Amendment. You know that the Second Amendment, only amendment that we have, because I'm not a legal expert, but I did ask a good lawyer friend of mine that actually works with these guys. I said, just tell me something about the Second Amendment, other than, it's a gun, right? I mean, I own a couple. So it's the only amendment that actually has a certain type of clause. Only one, right? And it's fascinating. It's got a preparatory clause and a militia clause, right? And it's not about making sure that the Army has guns, right? You know that in the Constitution, there's only one service in our military. So only one service in our military that's specifically identified in the Constitution, and that's the United States Navy. It's the U.S. Navy. Because at the time, remember, 13 colonies become a country. Everybody wanted to go home after the Revolution. It was a militia, essentially. But we needed a Navy because we needed to protect ourselves from the British. So they said in the Constitution, we're going to form a Navy. We're actually going to pay for a Navy. In time of war, we will form, a militia. We will form something to stand up for our country. Because they didn't figure out that in the time of war, we're going to need to go overseas and do things, which we've done too often in this country, okay? So, everything that I'm talking about is about and what I want you to know is what do you understand about who we are? It's not just about Tennessee. And I was telling the guy that stood up here that's running for governor, earlier, don't ever take it for granted that, that you're red here, right? Or that you're going to get this stuff done. I got involved a bit, and I looked at Kentucky as an example. They got a governor there that's a Democrat, right? And you know what, folks? This is not about Democrats and Republicans. Anybody that really has studied me and knows where I come from, I don't really give a shit about politics or party. What I deeply, deeply care about and was willing to give my life for and spent 5 years of my life in direct combat operations, and I had my son serving, who I served in Afghanistan with at the same time, okay? All this stuff. This is not about the political dimensions in our country. This is about good versus evil. And I'm going to tell you, we can lose this country in like Ronald Reagan says, in one generation. You know that probably 100 years ago, about 100 years ago, a guy did a study. It was actually 1938. A guy did a study on the rise and fall of nation states around the world, right? I'm a student of world history, and I study this stuff, right? And he looked at all these empires. Athenian Empire, Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, British Empire, right? All these different empires, Carthaginian Empire. And you know what the average lifespan? So Ottoman Empire, which was Muslim, longest lasting empire in the history of the world. Almost 1,400 years, right? So of all those 7 that were studied, for indicators and warnings and how they were, why did they collapse, right? But the number that stuck with me, was the average length of time that these empires lasted. And you know what that number is? It's 250 years. 250 years. So we're 249 and a half years old right now. I'm telling you, we can lose this country. It's not just Donald Trump. If we are able to be successful in having another 250 years in this country, I have children, I have grandchildren. That's about as far as I can see, right? Which is maybe into the next century, because I can see through my granddaughter's eyes what my mother taught me and what I want her to be, because if she gets to the age of my mom, she'll be alive into the next century. And I hope that she is, and I hope that the country's stronger, better, right? More productive. We're fighting for tooth and nail. Some gentleman up here telling me earlier about the farming here in this state, right? Corn, cattle, chickens. You got all these monopolies that come in. We the people, we live not in a democracy. We live in a republic. We live in a representative form of government. That means that we the people are the ones that are supposed to say how it is that we are going to live. The Third Amendment, you know what that's about? What's that about? Anybody want to give a shout? It's about not quartering soldiers in your home without consent. The Third Amendment, not quartering, basically not allowing soldiers into your home without consent. Okay? The founders, right? You know that the Third Amendment is the least argued amendment at the U.S. Supreme Court since the founding of this country. It's the least argued. It's like nobody argues about it. And you know why they don't argue about it? Because we got the Second Amendment. You know? Believe me, all these countries, and all you guys and gals know that kind of you hang around this idea, you know what the deal is. You know that there's a Democrat in the U.S. Senate right now, and I know him, I met him. I could go hugely Irish on you right now, okay, about how I feel about this person. He's a United States Senator. Every time there's a gun incident somewhere in the country, like just recently happened because he did it again. Anytime there's a shooting, he gets up there and he pounds the table, he calls people in, you know, he's all this, he goes in front of the cameras. He's a Democrat, right? He's got the largest shotgun collection in the country. He hangs it on his wall in his home. Because there's ladies in here, I will refrain from what I think he is. But this is a United States Senator who's a big phony, like a lot of these politicians. We don't need phonies. That's why he's like in the presidency for the second time, thank God. Because he's like, you know, what you see is what you get. Don't go in there to the American people and go, yes, I'm going to do all these things. Here's my promise. I'm going to promise this. I'm going to promise that. And then they get in there and you hear them you hear them in some of these meetings and stuff like that. My colleagues over on the other side, they're not your colleagues. Believe me. Those people want to destroy this country. They are anti-Constitution. They're anti-Second Amendment. They're anti a lot of things. They're anti-free speech. If they took away our Second Amendment, this is why it's like, this is not like we're gonna compromise on this issue or this part of a bill. Don't compromise. Do not compromise. Every time we compromise on something called the Constitution, we will lose, because it'll be like another thing another fabric of this beautiful thing we call the United States of America that they're gonna pull and they're gonna rip apart, okay? So we have massive, massive challenges ahead, folks. It's not gonna take one presidency. He's gonna do all that he can. When you go and you think about these people that are running for office and you think about elections that are coming up, trust me, your elections, I'll tell you right now, your gubernatorial election will probably be a 30% turnout. I hope, I pray that I'm wrong. 30%. Just telling you. And you look at it, and maybe in Memphis, it'll be higher. Maybe in Jackson, it'll be higher. Maybe in Nashville, it'll be higher. And you know the numbers? If it's higher in those three places, the advantage is not to the Republican. Believe me, the advantage will be to the Democrat, because they're smart. They're smart and they're evil. And they exist, and they will get in there and they will do these things, right? If we don't work together, not as GOP, you got to work together as Tennesseans. The way that we will win this country back, and mark my words, get this. The only way that this country is going to survive another 250 years is if states stand up, and come together, maybe, right? Because the federal government is so bloated and so broken in terms of broken. Not broke in terms of broke like in terms of money, but broken. Trump is doing all that he can. I mean, there's an insurrection going on in Health and Human Services in the last 24 hours. Come on. You know what I do? I would change the locks on all the doors. I mean, there's got to be dramatic things that take place. So you guys are here, and I'll get off the stage here because I know you got a lot of other things going on. But you guys and gals are here to achieve something. You're here to achieve something for this state, right? Whatever those things are, constitutional carry, whatever it is. Don't rely on the guys and gals that are doing it. You have got to decide, how can I help? Can I use my time to get on the phone to make some calls? Do you need some emails done? Do you need some writing done of letters? Do you need somebody to go around and knock on doors? I'm not asking you folks. I'm getting chills talking about it. I'm getting emotional about it. I am pleading. I am going around this country pleading with people, because when we have 30% turnout, one state had 7% turnout for the governor's primary. Okay, for a primary race for the governor of a state, 7% turnout on voting day. 7! Because it was not on the cycle of a presidential year. I'm pleading with you. Take this message back. Ask the question, how am I serving today? How are you serving today? And drive it home. This idea of local action is powerful. It is powerful. Washington will do what it will do. Trump will do what he can do. But when he signs those executive orders and he stands there and he does this. At his desk, right? He signs it, he stands there, it's an executive order. I'm a military guy. I know what an order means. I get an order, I execute. Not the government. Okay? So he signs an executive order, it gets put down to the departments and agencies and activities. You think those people are executing? Hell no! There's an insurrection in one of the biggest departments that we have right now. I mean, so he's got to do things like Department of War, right? Because everything that I've talked about during this time that I've been given, and thank you for it, is about what's happening inside the contiguous boundaries of this beautiful country of ours, right? It's what's happening inside. And not enough is happening. Not enough. Because outside, there are wolves inside, but outside there's wolves. And I mean there's wolf packs. There's wolf packs. And they're south of our border, right? They're in Europe. They're in the Asia-Pacific theater of operations. Those are ideologies that compete against us. Xi, the Prime Minister, the Premier of China, of the People's Republic of China, you know what he declared? So they said by 2049, China had their 100-year plan, and basically China was going to be the global superpower this century. They declared that, right? And they said by 2049 was their plan. Actually, what Xi did is he declared himself basically for a lifetime the leader of China, for a lifetime, and he moved the timeline up to 2030. It's only a few years away. So when you're sitting there at home and you're doing the kinds of things you do, and do that. Live your lives, but understand that we must organize. We must get together. We must have a passion for our country, because there is competition everywhere, and it's even in our own. It's where we live. That competition exists. You probably got, I don't know, in your state legislature, you probably got Republicans that ain't voting for this stuff.
50%.
You do. I know you do.
50% of them.
Don't put up with it. If they're in another county or another district, go help whoever's running against them. Go travel to the next district and run against these sons of guns, okay? All right, everybody, listen. I'm so deeply honored to be here. How do I serve? How do you serve? That's the question I want you to answer. All right, God bless y'all and God bless America. Thank you very much.
The Tennessee Firearms Association is this state's only no-compromise Second Amendment organization. We believe in the unalienable natural right to arms codified by the Constitutions and granted by God to every non-criminal resident of the state. If you are a hunter, a gun owner, or just a person who believes the Constitution means what it says, you need to be a supporting member, because state government is doing its best to keep you from enjoying that civil right. Join us at TennesseeFirearms.com.
Hey, welcome back. You've been amazing hanging out with us for the day for this festive event. My name is Daniel Wagner with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you our final Today in Tennessee segment of the Christmas extravaganza. Your patience is about to be rewarded with our #1 greatest hits of 2025. In this bestest of the bestest episode, Chase covers the new impaired driving systems for law enforcement, the biggest boob in the news, and a Carter County federal lawsuit. Your wait is finally over.
So a felon walks into a jail with active warrants. But the real question, what did he have in his pocket? Hi, I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, bringing you the latest Tennessee news in 3 minutes or less. This is our Today in Tennessee segment, sponsored by you. You know you want to. First up, police in Clarksville will soon have yet another tool in their belt for you to blow on. Received as part of a grant from the TBI and the Highway Safety Office, the Satoxa Oral Fluid Mobile System is the latest in impaired driving detection systems, allowing officers to field test orally for everything from that wacky weed to Granny's Zannies. Their aim is to provide officers more accurate information on impaired driving cases, especially after the THP's been arresting all those sober people. But critics say it would do the opposite. There are people who are medically prescribed narcotics and they drive to work every day, Councilmember Wanda Smith says, and they may be falsely arrested. The libertarian side of me has to ask, what is the actual difference in terms of safety between intoxicated driving with or without a prescription? Could it be who gets paid? Anyway, CPD says that these devices won't be used except in the most severe cases of suspected impairment and that probable cause would be needed, not just a sneaking suspicion. Next, it sounds like the setup to a bad joke, but I swear this is a true story. In today's biggest boob in the news, Justin Guess walked into the Washington County Sheriff's Office to bail out his lady friend when deputies recognized him as a man with an open warrant. At first, Guess tried giving officers a fake name. Hey, who are you? Guess. And as you can tell by his mugshot, that approach did not work. Once they verified he was the man with open warrants, they checked his pockets, and there They found some ice. Then, if he wasn't already a shoo-in for this week's biggest boob, he was overheard by a CO telling somebody he had more in his car. That's where deputies, along with help from a canine, found more ice and a pew-pew, which, since he's a felon, was a no-no, and another charge. And if you hadn't already figured it out, he didn't get the lady. Remember Hurricane Helene? Who could forget? Definitely not the residents of Carter County, and this week they have a new issue rising from the aftermath. A federal lawsuit has been filed by former EMA Director Billy Harrell, who was terminated last year after speaking to the press. So why was he speaking to the press? Well, at the time, Mayor Patty Woodby had made a statement in a public meeting saying that there was no emergency plan in place during the time of Hurricane Helene. This brought a lot of heat on Harrell, but the reality was they did have a plan, and Mayor Woodby had signed off on it. The day after he spoke to the press defending himself, he was fired, and now he's asking for $2 million for First Amendment retaliation. Wouldn't it be ironic if the city didn't have a plan for this emergency? That's your Tennessee News Roundup. For more deep dives on local issues, be sure to check out the Patriot Punkcast on Rumble every Sunday and Wednesday night at 7. Thanks for looking at our tits. You know you want to sponsor us.
That guy might have been the biggest boob in the news, but I think it's fair to say Chase and I are the biggest boobs covering the news. It's true. That concludes the countdown of our top 10 greatest hits of 2025. Don't worry, though. We'll be back with more Today in Tennessee segments in the new year. You can find them on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. For now, just enjoy your families, have a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back to the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast all-day marathon. Thank you very much for tuning in. And we wanted to take this time to take a little stroll down the AI topic once again, but this time we want to discuss banking. You know, Nancy Pelosi has forever outpaced every person or outperformed everybody on the stock market. And AI could be the great equalizer, or it could turn us into digital slaves forever with CBD, digital currencies, and things like that. So how is it going to implement itself? How is it going to actually look as it's implemented? Are we all going to be prosecuted for our spending habits? Or are we all going to have the all-knowing, powerful, mighty government control how we spend the dollar? And we decided to have a previous guest from that we've had on the show several times before, who is not going to be here in his usual capacity. He's going to be here in his capacity as a retired investment banker. So it should be fun to get his insights, find out how it was being used in the past, how it's being used today, and we might even discuss a little bit of Larry Fink and BlackRock. So joining me for this discussion is my good friend and out of the closet and cap, Daniel Wagner.
Oh, Fink and BlackRock and Fink. Finkel and Einhorn and Finkel. Sorry, I'm done.
You're doing that for the algorithms, right?
Somehow I went into my childhood days with Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, which was probably the greatest movie of all time. So who knows? But completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. So let's get back on track. I'm trying to derail us before we even started.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we have had Mr. Lawrence on before in his capacity as the vice chair of the Lawrence County GOP, but today we're going to have him on as a little bit of a different role, and that is he spent his time as an investment banker. So joining us for this discussion is Lawrence Sutton from the Lawrence County GOP. How are you, sir?
Doing good, buddy. How are you and Daniel doing?
Doing just fine.
Making the best of it. And, you know, it's Christmas, trying to spend time with family and enjoy ourselves, trying to give back and put a little bit of unique content out for people. And
you know, when I worked at Nissan, we got like a nice 2-week off vacation, but it seems like when I work with Chase, man, I'm getting driven like a you get the rest of the picture.
Yeah, like an old Ford Ranger. So can you take just a second to tell everybody who you are? I know I've kind of prepped it a little bit, but who you are and what you did in a past life.
Well, what I did was I was a retired investment banker. I did a lot with 401ks. Also did investments for banks that was their tier 1 assets, and tier 1 assets are the safest assets for a bank that a bank always has to keep as liquid as possible. So, you know, I did a lot with, you know, again, doing 401ks, doing, you know, the investment banking end of banks' tier 1 assets.
And what are some examples of like a tier one asset other than like a 401k? Are we talking gold? Are we talking like
No, a tier one asset. It was typically used by insurance companies and with their bonds, and it typically is something that had to be extremely liquid in a bond type situation.
Gotcha.
So as an example, you've heard of treasury bonds. So the bank couldn't take out like 30-year treasury bonds. They would have to take out like 30-day, 60-day, 180-day treasury bonds. And what we did in these insurance companies, they would put it into a tranche. A tranche is a way of pooling money in that an insurance company was doing, that they were guaranteeing this investment. And it actually allowed the bank to keep this money on their books, and also allowed them to not have to pay the taxes on the money until it was actually pulled out and used by the bank.
Man, I'm learning so many vocabulary terms already between tier one investments and tranche. I haven't even heard that term before. So by all means, keep going. Let's keep the education going.
Well, before we get too much into the weeds, because those are words that most people haven't heard, but there's a video that went very, very viral not long ago, and the people that use AI systems and that are kind of managing not just tier one assets, obviously, but managing the overall wealth of the nation is BlackRock. And we have a video here that I don't think this is the original creator, but who shared it on X this time is Stephanie. And so I don't know who to credit for the original creation of this, but we're going to play just a couple of clips from this. And you may have seen it before, but it kind of gives us, the first part's going to be the history of how this, how AI was being used even before it was called AI.
What if I told you there is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on earth? A robot so powerful that in the last 10 years, it has quietly created the biggest company in the world. This is the story of a robot called Aladdin. It's Wall Street's best kept secret, and it's gobbling up every asset class across every industry. Aladdin now controls $21 trillion of our global economy. To put that in perspective, that's more than the $20 trillion GDP of the US, or the $15 trillion GDP of the entire European Union. The New Statesman wrote, the total physical cash of all 7 billion people and every company, bank vault, wallet, and piggy bank in the world is around $5 trillion. Aladdin has grown into a system responsible for more than 4 times the value of all the money in the world. This one robot directs the actions of the US.
So it goes on to talk a little bit about how it directs the actions. All these different companies have used this algorithm to kind of plug it in on how things work. And it's basically a matrix or something that tells them when things happen. I don't know the full extent of it, but are those numbers that it gave inflated? Is like, do you think that the GDP of America being $20 trillion and all of that, while there's only $5 trillion on hand, is the economy artificially propped up, in your opinion and in your experience?
Absolutely, Chase. And it's one of the reasons why I went ahead and retired when I did, is because I'm going to tell you something, what a lot of people don't understand. And I talk about this a lot, people that know me, is that if you can't put your hands on your investment, you don't own it. So upon what your money is based upon a computer screen, or what's based upon a bank asset, it's not something that you own. It's something that can be taken away at any time for any way and any reason. Most of the money that is out there, most of the investments are backed also by what is called derivatives. And these are I'm trying to put it in the best way I know how to put it possible. So let's say we have one stock, let's say in Microsoft. We'll just use Microsoft as an example. And let's say there are 1 million Microsoft stocks outstanding. Now, I don't know. These are just numbers that I'm making up.
Yeah, make it as simple as you can so that we don't lose anybody.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do. So what happens is there may be 1 million of these Microsoft stocks outstanding that is traded by individuals or even by mutual fund companies. But behind the scenes, there's probably 10 million derivatives or 100 million derivatives, meaning that that people are betting either that the market's going to go up or the market's going to go down, and they don't even own the stock.
So they're like, I got you. So they're gambling on whether the stock's going to go up rather than actually buying the stock and investing
Or
in the
down.
stock themselves.
Or
Yes.
down, and they don't own it. But see, here's the problem. If the stock goes down, then they have to try to replace it at that point. If the stock goes up, then they also have to replace it. So I mean, we are really doing what is called a house of cards. I'm gonna tell you there's a gentleman that would be really good for your program to really explain this a lot better than I can. And his name is David Webb, and he wrote a book called The Great Taking. I don't know if you've ever heard of that book.
No.
But I'm going to tell you something. It's a fascinating read. And I know we're here to talk about AI, but you've asked this question, and I'm sorry to go down this rabbit hole. But I'm just going to tell you, if you used to, so back 30 years ago, you would buy a stock and you would get these stock certificates. Okay. And this was 30 years ago, even. And you'd get a stock certificate. Well, now you don't get a stock certificate. You just get something on a computer screen or something that is sent to you by your broker on a piece of paper saying that you own the stock, but you no longer get a certificate. It's being held by a clearinghouse. Well, this clearinghouse, like I said, this clearinghouse, they may have on your stock, they may have 100 different bets on your one stock. And the people don't even own the stock.
And so how does that hurt what happens when that falls apart, I guess, so we don't get too much into the weeds, what is the public looking at when
Okay,
that?
so let me tell you what happened to Bank America like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we will use it with a physical product called silver. Okay. Bank of America had a bet that silver was going to go down. Silver did not go down. Silver went up. So once
it met the threshold, I think something happened with
once it
GameStop.
met that threshold and it expired, now Bank of America was on the hook, and they had to try to find it was like 1 billion ounces of silver that they had to replace because the bet wrong.
Chump change. I got that.
Yeah, exactly. And right now we're seeing this happening right now in the physical market with gold and silver right now. I mean, silver's knocking on the door $70 an ounce. Earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, it was $25 an ounce.
So to bring that back to the AI discussion, that sounds a lot like what could happen or what was planning to happen with the whole GameStop Roaring Kitty stock.
Absolutely, yeah, with Robinhood. Absolutely, yeah.
And I saw that there were basically, when that was going to happen, there's been some behind the scenes shenanigans, maybe, or
that was the derivatives.
That wasn't even behind the scenes. You're talking about when Robinhood stopped people from making those trades?
That's correct, because of the derivatives.
Those people have still held their positions, though, and it was meant to long expire. Now, again, I don't follow this stuff, so you correct me on the details, but I believe Ian Carroll put out a video not too long ago that was hey, what's been going on with this? Well, it's still going on, and none of these have been paid. It's almost like they're refusing to follow their own rules. Maybe he's just putting out fake news. I don't know about that, but I have heard several people say that they used AI to kind of help fix themselves on the back end. I don't know whether it was nefarious or not, but do you think that we're ever going to get to the point where the level of AI you have access to and I have access to could help us compete by using to where we don't even have to go through Robinhood necessarily? Like, how long is it before I can just have ChatGPT be my, stockbroker?
So I'm going to tell you something right now. It's already happening. and it is something that you can do. But I don't look at it as you'll ever replace Robinhood or any of these so-called, like I call Robinhood like a clearinghouse, okay, where you're instituting your trades on your stocks. What I do see AI doing is where you will tell AI what you want to buy something at and what you want to sell something at, and then if you leave it alone, then the AI will pick up on these trends, and not using human emotions, it will wind up doing these trades for you, kind of like what BlackRock does or some of these other large mutual fund companies do, is that they're trading and there's no emotion involved because it's not their money. You know, they're playing with our money.
Well,
So
and
there's no emotion there.
Well, I've always figured that money and all of this is basically just being able to analyze the data at a certain pace, make decisions based on certain triggers, and to store all of that information in your head so that you know when to do it. And AI could basically do all of that if you tell it to in the right way and you give it enough power. And I just wonder if will that ever happen, or will the system kind of rig itself to prevent, so that to protect the Nancy Pelosi's of the world? Because if not, if everyone made smart financial decisions, no one would be broke. It's not like there is a finite source of money, but you can generate more. Like it's not like if you have money, it takes it away from me, because it can continue to be spent. So the GDP is not finite. Maybe the amount of currency that exists should be finite, but not the amount of potential through the use of that currency, which is GDP. So I feel like if it could be an equalizer, but do you think that'll actually ever happen, or will we see the government intervention and industry intervention? Because Robinhood, for instance, has an expectation of protecting themselves and their profitability.
Well, again, what we're going to see in the very, very near future, and already happening currently right now, Chase, is that keeping the numbers and having the numbers in our heads and what we want to do. And, I don't want to get in the weeds, but, some people, they'll want to trade on what's called a PE ratio, which is price to earnings ratio, or someone will want to trade based upon future profitability. There's all kinds of different reasons that somebody will want to trade in a different stock. But the problem where most people make a mistake in investments is that they let emotions get involved because it is their money. So when they see that going way up or way down, we wind up making financial decisions based upon our emotions and not what is the sound advice. Real quick, you ever heard the term that pigs go to the trough but hogs go to slaughter? And that's an investment term, and basically what it means is if you get too greedy, you're going to get killed. It's the people that can take not the emotions, and they stick to what they know is a proper way of investing money and when to take their profits and when not to take their profits, instead of getting scared if something's going down or getting greedy and maybe buying stuff when it's way up, but it's back on its way down. And that's where I think AI can come in for the simple investor. If they will use the AI and utilize the AI, I can see where it would take the emotions out of it if they give it to the AI and leave it alone, kind of like what we do with the broker, except with the broker, we can pay anywhere between 1/4 of a basis point, which is 1/4 of 1%, to as much as 2 or 3%.
I have an idea on that. Okay. So what you do is, instead of paying a stockbroker, you tell your chat robot, your chat GPT, to not let you not let you do it unless you come in and enter a certain PIN code. And then the money you would have spent on a broker, you allocate to one of those robot drone dogs or one of the humanoid robots, and you program it to defend that keypad to where the only way you can do it is if you beat the AI Terminator in hand-to-hand combat. That is how you protect your assets, and you protect yourself from making stupid decisions.
Another way to protect your assets is just give them all to the government and let the government spend it for you.
Because
well, you know what?
We're already
told us
halfway
in
there as it is.
Well, the World Economic Forum told us by, I think, 2030 that we will own nothing and be happy.
There's a lot of plans
and we're seeing that.
There's a lot of plans for 2030. We actually we discussed that not long ago on the different portion of this AI discussion. So, speaking of stupid decisions, we saw what happened with the truckers in Canada. Okay, when Trudeau came out and all the they were guilty of fighting back against the government. So the threat of CBDCs and all of that is a real thing. But what happens when AI is used to identify that you like to go shopping at this gas station, and that gas station was known for selling, bootleg cigarettes, and all of a sudden they're, you've got your hands up, don't shoot in the middle of the street. Because they knew, he goes there, he's probably buying loose cigarettes. How long is it before that nanny state is integrated into your digital bank card transactions?
It's already happening, Chase. Maybe not with the digital transactions such as this, but you have Kroger and you have a couple other grocery stores right now that are utilizing facial recognition to figure out who their customers are, and they are changing prices on the fly based upon how often you've bought something and how you may be likely to buy. So they may look at me and they go, oh, well, okay, look at Lawrence. Lawrence is over here buying fudge rounds right now, and we've got him to pay as much as $5.28. We know Lawrence is 100 pounds overweight. He's fat. He's going to want his fudge rounds. And then, so we're going to try to get him to pay $5.35, where they see Chase come up there, and Chase, you're still in good shape and you take care of yourself and you don't eat badly. You may go up there and look at those fudge rounds, and they'll go, oh, well, there's Chase. Chase is, he's nice and slim. And we got Lawrence to pay $5.28, but we probably can only get Chase to pay $4.78 for these fudge rounds.
Who's doing that?
This technology is already happening, and they're already starting to try to utilize this.
Oh, the technology is created. It's just not fully implemented.
Some of it's being implemented.
There are beta testing. I saw a couple of weeks ago. I saw beta testing has been launched, and it to the point where the questions being asked were, what happens if the price changes? Because some of it's based on surge pricing. Like if they've sold 15 of them in the last hour, there's a new trend. Fidget spinners, for instance, they can increase the price of the fidget spinners they have before they realize there's a trend. And someone asked, what happens if the price changes when I've put it in my cart, but before I get to the cash register? And it's like, that's included in your contract. That's outlined there, because the prices will be digital, to the point where they were even basically bragging about how they will use the facial recognition to where if you're from a more affluent area and you can afford to pay more, they'll know that. Or if you were already there, because they're already doing this on your Walmart app. When you look up in a store,
and Target,
if you look up in a store and for the price of something and it's on its list of items that people don't shop around for, like you pick up, it's an emergency, you're already there, you're going to buy it. Like a TV, for instance, if you're price checking a TV when you're in the store, it's different than if you are sitting in your living room couch, because they're competing with the other places you're price checking, whereas there's less competition, and they're already doing that based on your geolocation. And I just can't believe that anyone, that would do, I can't believe they would do that, because it seems dishonest as shit to me. I can't believe anyone would do that because it seems dishonest to me. But I really can't believe that they would brag about it. I just can't, like to literally come to you and say, oh no, we're going to charge you more based on what we think. Like, I was a salesman for 15 years. And you have to treat everybody the same. You don't look at somebody in Brentwood and say, yeah, but your zip code means you can pay more.
Can I tell you something, Chase? Evil likes to broadcast what they're going to do. They really do. I mean, that's been going on for centuries.
Yeah.
And so none of that surprises me.
Just a slight side question. Are you more of a cash is king kind of guy, or?
No, I'm not, Daniel, because our cash has, since 1913, when we had the Federal Reserve come into play, our cash has lost 96% of its value.
Yeah,
So
I knew the number was big.
Yeah, so what $100 buys today, $4 bought in 1913.
Right.
Yeah. So when you hear, I think they use that in education a little bit. They don't put that in perspective, and they tell people that, in 1913, people, most families had less than $10 a month worth of income. And it's like, yeah, that means that most families earned about the equivalent of like, $2,000 today. And if you, the numbers obviously don't math right there, but just for instance.
No, I mean, but you're getting to the point though, to answer Daniel's question. I will tell you this, Daniel. If you can't put your hands on it, you don't own it. So whatever that is.
That tells me, that gives me a pretty good idea what your position is on cryptocurrency as well.
Oh, I don't like it at all.
Right.
I mean, I'll tell you a funny story. I could have bought in 2010. I thought real hard about buying it too. Bitcoin for $5 a coin.
You should have sold it now.
And I thought about taking $1,000. So
Yep.
it'd been 200 Bitcoin that I could have bought for $1,000, and it'd be worth $20 million today. But I didn't do it because there's nothing to it. Other than the fact that somebody says that it's a finite resource. I will tell you this, to answer your question, Daniel, if you ask me, would I want to hold cash or I would want to hold Bitcoin? I'd hold Bitcoin before I'd hold cash.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same similar way. I've got I'm very cognizant about how much of my finances are in US dollar versus other assets, whatever those other assets are. I'm just not comfortable with the direction the US dollar is going at all. And I advise everybody, like, if you can, like you said, if you can hold it, like silver, gold, solid stuff, that's
Not
great.
financial advice.
Not financial advice, but I'm just, I just don't have any confidence in the direction of the US dollar. Hopefully there's some kind of an AI technology that's going to come out and kind of figure out how to solve all that to make everything get back on the right track. But I don't foresee that happening personally. I don't know what you see.
Yeah, it's
coming
called
down
the Antichrist when it happens.
No. Well, we could continue this conversation forever, but it's Christmas Day and we don't want to bore everybody with all the talks of numbers and remind everybody about the after effects of Christmas spending. So, Lawrence, we appreciate you coming on. You don't have a social media or a website or anything like that. So if somebody wants to reach you, what do they need to do? Carrier pigeon you, or you just want them to reach out to me?
Yeah, they can reach out to you, if they have questions. I know that there's been some party chairs that have asked me to sit down with them and kind of talk to them and kind of give them some financial, what I feel like is happening, what's going on. But, it's, again, I'm going to tell you something. Anybody that tells you that they know exactly what's happening or what's going to happen, they're a liar. I mean, because nobody can tell you exactly what's going to happen. I'm a master at my own opinion, and I'm opinionated, and
Yes, you are.
and I'm
A
confident.
master.
But, huh?
I said, yes, you are. You're a master.
Yeah, just at my opinion, not a master at the investments. Just a master of my opinion.
Well, hopefully we can get you back on in the new year and discuss it a little bit in further. No financial advice, but I think people do need to be aware of where the tide is turning. So, if you want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas before we sign off.
Hey, everybody that's watching the Patriot Punk, I want to tell everybody Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thank you for supporting Daniel and Chase at the Patriot Punk. you have gotten to a place where you're getting the right news, and you're getting it from two people that deeply care what happens, and they want to bring you the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lawrence. Thank you. Guys, we really appreciate you tuning in this Christmas and being a part of the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast. If you've enjoyed the content so far, make sure you smash the like button, share the show with your friends. We've got a word from our sponsors coming up shortly, and we want you to actually watch them. We don't have a whole lot of ads in this, but it is because of the sponsors that this entire program has been possible. So if you see someone who maybe has purchased advertising with us who has run an ad, send them a message and say, hey, saw you on the Patriot Punkcast this Christmas. And say thank you for them supporting us. We will be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Hey guys, Dennis Hunt, your Coffee County Mayor. I'm wanting to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Coffee County is a great place to be right now. I also would like to invite every one of you to stop by the Coffee County Administrative Plaza during our office hours, Monday through Friday, and take a look at our Veterans Wall. Thank you once again for letting me serve as your county mayor. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all of the Patriot Punk Podcast listeners. This is Senator Brent Taylor coming to you from the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis, where the Memphis Safe Task Force has arrested more than 4,000 people. And all of this really started with my effort to make Memphis matter. Because if we're going to drive crime down in Tennessee, you have to do it in Memphis. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved with helping to make Memphis matter, by making Memphis safe. Come join me. We have a lot more work to do. After all, we have a city to save. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Tennessee. This has been paid for by Brent Taylor for State Senate, Craig Weiss True.
Our next piece is called Lowe He Comes with Clouds Descending. It's a wonderful Advent song foretelling the birth of Jesus.
Hey everyone, I'm Tom Ballard, Principal Hydrogeologist at Southeast Hydrogeology, where we do the training, coaching, and consulting for small rural water utilities across the U.S. to give them the tools to make sure you can continue to get the clean water from your tap you take for granted through our Water Masters program. To find out more, please check our website or contact me at my email. I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and the Patriot Punk Network a successful 2026.
Hi, my name's Chase Williams, and I'm here at Mid-State Piano Gallery, right in front of a nice, wonderful, gently used Yamaha upright piano. If you're looking for a piano, or as you can see behind me, we have a full selection of guitars, as well as band instruments for your high school band student. And if you'd like to see more of our pianos that we have in stock, both new and used, come by and see us at 1301 Madison Street in Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's Mid-State Piano Gallery, and make sure you tell them Chase sent you. We hope you have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Well, Tennessee's kicking off 2026 the way Nashville kicks off Broadway on a Saturday night. It's crowded, it's messy, and everybody's trying to grab your wallet. Somehow, as the new year approaches, our Tennessee government has managed to survive another session without cutting your taxes. They also managed to find brand new ways to regulate you and your businesses in great free market state of Tennessee. That's progress. First on our list of upcoming Tennessee laws starting in the new year is HB 1376. It's the Hemp-Derived Cannabinoids and THC bill. HB 1376 is Tennessee's 2025 overhaul of the hemp-derived cannabinoid industry. It hands primary control to the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, ABC, and the Department of Revenue, and builds a liquor-style regulatory and tax framework around hemp-derived cannabinoid products. As enacted, HB 1376 puts the manufacturing, supply, wholesale distribution, and retail of hemp-derived cannabinoid products under the ABC and Department of Revenue. It also creates new state licenses for suppliers, wholesalers, and retailers, along with application requirement, background checks, and compliance rules. Additionally, it establishes new tax framework on hemp-derived cannabinoid products and spells out how those taxes are collected and where the money goes. It sets civil and criminal penalties for manufacturing, selling, and distributing products outside the rules. And last, it treats THCA as part of a total THC and effectively bans products with more than 0.3% THC/THCA on a dry weight basis, wiping out most high THCA flowers, vapes, and concentrates that were previously legal under hemp rules. Functionally, this law turns hemp from a relatively open farm and shop industry into a tightly controlled, license-driven market that looks a bit like alcohol. Limited entry, heavy paperwork, and serious penalties for coloring outside the lines. Basically, it's the state admitting, well, we couldn't beat you in the market, so we're gonna smother you in regulation and then tax what's left. The same government that struggles to keep violent offenders off the streets suddenly has the time and energy to count milligrams in your gummy and dictate how a small local shop can label a jar. And remember, all of this happens in Tennessee, the state that loves to talk about being pro-business and pro-free market. Turns out that means free market as long as the market makes the right decisions. When small businesses started thriving in an unregulated hemp space, our lawmakers decided freedom was a bug, not a feature. Next question, of course, is who does it affect? It affects small retailers selling CBD, Delta 8s and 10s, THCA, and similar products, which now need licenses, compliance systems, and likely lawyers and accountants. It affects wholesalers and manufacturers who have to meet stricter production, testing, and transport rules and pay new taxes and fees. Farmers who grew hemp for a broad cannabinoid market lose demand for higher THCA biomass and face uncertainty about what products they can legally grow for. And of course, the consumers are going to be affected as well, especially those using stronger hemp products for sleep, pain, and anxiety. They lose access to many THCA items and pay more for what remains due to licensing and tax costs passed down the chain. You're going to see industry consolidation. Small shops get squeezed by compliance and license costs, while bigger, well-capitalized players and multi-state operators can afford to play by ABC's rules. You'll also see less choice with higher prices. Many popular products, especially THCA, will disappear or move underground, and the remaining legal products cost more thanks to taxes and regulatory overhead. You're also going to see a lot more criminal exposure. People who were operating legally under the old hemp framework can now stumble into misdemeanors or felonies for the same inventory, just because the statutory definition of legal hemp changed. And of course, you're going to see a bigger, richer state. Revenue goes up, ABC's footprint grows, and Tennessee gets a new regulatory empire, while ordinary Tennesseans get less freedom to decide what to put in their own bodies and how to run their own businesses. HB 1376 kicks in January 1st. If you're a small hemp business, the state will finally do what it does best. Not help you compete, but absolutely smother you in licenses, taxes, and felony risks for mislabeling a plant. Tennessee freedom, short on actual free markets, long on regulations, lobbyists, and photo op bill signings. Next up on our list of upcoming Tennessee laws starting in the new year is SB 1400, DUI, implied consent, and blood samples. SB 1400, paired with companion bill HB 1204, amends Tennessee's DUI statutes to strengthen enforcement and penalties for driving under the influence, including new procedures for blood sample collection and extended license revocation periods for implied consent violations. Whew, that was a mouthful. The law takes full effect January 1st, 2026. Some of the provisions have already went into effect back in May 5th of 2025. As enacted, SB 1400 makes several key amendments to Tennessee's implied consent and DUI laws. It authorizes law enforcement to assist in blood sample collection. Police officers with probable cause can now effectively facilitate and assist in obtaining blood samples from DUI suspects, expanding the direct role of police in evidence gathering. Increased license revocation for first implied consent violation. The driver's license suspension period for refusing a breath test or blood test increases from 1 year to 1 year and 6 months for a first offense. It extends revocation for repeat vehicular assault offenses, adding on additional 3 years to the suspension period for individuals convicted of a third, fourth, or subsequent vehicle assault offense, on top of any other penalties. It broadens the definition of offenses triggering enhanced penalties. The amendments clarify which DUI-related convictions trigger the longer suspensions. From a law and order view, the state is tightening the screws on impaired driving, getting blood evidence faster, punishing refusal harder, and keeping repeat offenders off the road longer. It's framed as protecting public safety. This law is a classic example of the state expanding its power under the guise of safety. You're going to have to deal with the presumption of guilt through suspension. Your license gets suspended for 18 months just for refusing a test before any conviction. That's punishment without trial. You'll also have to deal with police power creep. Once police can assist in obtaining blood samples, that authority can slowly expand to other contexts and suspects. Let's not forget about the constitutional concerns. Refusal to submit a breathalyzer or blood test is arguably a constitutional right, specifically the protection against self-incrimination, but the law penalizes it severely. The law essentially says, cooperate with the state's evidence gathering or we'll suspend your license anyway. It's not about whether you're actually guilty, it's about obedience to authority. DUI suspects face an 18-month license suspension just for refusing a breath or blood test, even if they're later found not guilty or acquitted. Drivers with prior vehicular assault convictions see suspensions jump from standard periods to standard plus 3 years, effectively banning them from driving for years. Law enforcement gains expanded authority to take blood samples directly or facilitate them, reducing the procedural friction and giving cops more discretion in evidence collection. Rural and working class drivers who can't afford legal help or don't know their rights take the biggest hit. They're most likely to be hassled at checkpoints and least likely to fight the license suspension. Rural transportation and trucking businesses face driver shortages as employees lose licenses for longer periods, even on first offenses. Even more aggressive DUI enforcement, easier blood draws, and harsher licenses suspension equals police have more tools and incentives to make DUI arrests, which looks good for enforcement numbers, even if it captures marginal cases. Some procedural protections have been eroded. The law shifts the balance further toward the state and away from individual rights. Refusal to self-incriminate used to be a right, now it's an expensive mistake. Let's not forget about the revenue flow. More convictions equals, well, more fines, court costs, attorney fees, towing, impound charges. The state profits from the enforcement machine. Reverse incentives much? And then you got the normalization of authority. Once police can assist in obtaining blood samples, the next legislative session can quietly expand that to breathalyzers, field sobriety tests, or DNA collection. Power granted is rarely power constrained. And I touched on this before, but there's going to be disproportionate impact on the poor. People who can't afford DUI attorneys or bail absorb the full weight of the law. Wealthy defendants hire lawyers and fight the suspensions. Also, people lose jobs due to license suspension, which means they can't make restitution, support families, or integrate back into society, creating more crime and state dependence. SB 1400 takes full effect January 1st. Now, I totally understand the very real concern of intoxicated drivers on our pothole-infested roads. However, based on this upgraded Tennessee law, if you're a Tennessee driver, the message is simple. The state doesn't have to prove you guilty to wreck your life. It just has to decide you didn't cooperate enough. Say no to the test and you lose your license. Say yes and you hand them the evidence to hang you with. That's not innocent until proven guilty. That's comply now, argue later, Tennessee style. Next up on our list of upcoming Tennessee laws starting in the new year is Savannah's Law, Domestic Violence Registry. Savannah's Law creates a statewide public domestic violence offender registry by the TBI. It targets repeat domestic violence offenders, not first-time convictions, and is named for the 22-year-old Deputy Savannah Puckett murdered by an ex-boyfriend. Governor Bill Lee signed Savannah's Law, HB 1200, SB 324, into law on June 2nd of this year, but the statute sets January 1st, 2026 as the operative date for which offenses count for placement on the registry. In plain terms, Savannah's Law does a few big things. If someone is convicted of a qualifying domestic offense on or after January 1st, 2026, and they already have at least one prior domestic violence conviction, they must be listed on a public registry. The TBI has to create and maintain a searchable database, name, identifying info, offense details, and other data that the state decides belong on the internet forever. Courts and local agencies are required to report qualifying convictions to TBI, so those offenders get added. The law spells out how long someone stays on the registry and what it takes, if anything, to get it off. Spoiler, it's not easy. The law is in place now, but it only applies to offenses committed on or after January 1st, 2026, so the registry will fill up as new cases are prosecuted. On the surface, this is sold as common sense. I mean, why shouldn't Tennesseans know if a repeat domestic violence offender lives next door? And there's a real emotional punch in Savannah's story. Nobody wants abusers slipping under the radar. I get it, but let's peel it back and you can see the pattern. Tennessee already has criminal statutes, sentencing enhancements, and protective orders that judges don't fully use. Instead of fixing that, the state builds yet another list. Once government gets in the business of public blacklists, it almost never asks, hey, do we really need this much permanent exposure? Instead, it asks, what other crimes can we add next? So you end up with a state that struggles to keep violent offenders in prison, then slaps a public registry on the back end and calls that accountability. It's cheaper to build a website than to fix a broken justice system. This will affect repeat domestic violence offenders. They'll have their names and details on a public registry for years, and that doesn't always capture context, severity, false accusations, or plea deals. This hits offenders' jobs, housing, and relationships long after they've served their sentence. That may feel deserved to many people, but it's also punishment stacked on top of punishment. This new law will also affect victims and families. Some will absolutely feel safer having a one-stop registry to check a partner's history. Others may find out the hard way that a name isn't there yet because the qualifying offense happened before 2026 or it hasn't been convicted. It's also going to affect the rest of us, of course. Landlords, employers, neighbors, all get nudged into acting as an informal extension of the justice system, making decisions based on a state-curated list that, again, doesn't always capture context, severity, false accusations, or plea deals. I think this is a case of symbolism over substance. It's politically easier to launch Savannah's Law and a shiny registry than to demand DAs stop pleading down serious domestic violence cases or that judges actually use the tools they already have. Another consequence is going to be registry creep. Once this framework exists, every future legislature will be tempted to expand it. More offenses, more categories, longer listing periods, fewer off-ramps. Today, it's repeated domestic violence offenders. Tomorrow, it's whatever crime polls well in a campaign ad. This also becomes a perpetual penalty. This turns part of a sentence into something close to a lifelong branding. For some, that will feel justified. For anyone who believes in proportional punishment and actual rehabilitation, it's another example of government turning one bad chapter into a permanent label. Savannah's Law takes effect January 1st, 2026. If you happen to be a repeat domestic violence offender, the state will finally do what it does best. Not lock you up for long, but absolutely make sure your name lives forever on a government website. That's Tennessee justice. Short on prison bed space, long on registries and press releases. Last on our list of upcoming Tennessee laws starting in 2026 is the new SNAP Junk Food Limits, the USD waiver and state plan. This isn't a clean Tennessee statute, rather it's a federal USDA food restriction waiver plus a state implementation plan that will change what you can buy with SNAP starting in 2026. Tennessee signed on to a 2-year pilot where EBT cards can't be used for certain junk foods like soda, candy, and sugary snacks. The waiver and state plan do a few big things. First, it blocks SNAP from being used on a defined list of processed foods and beverages, soda, energy drinks, candy, and similar items by coding and rejecting those items at the register. It requires stores to update their systems so EBT simply will not work on restricted items, forcing people to pay cash if they want them. They're running this as a 2-year demonstration where the state reports data back to the USDA, and with the clear implication that if it sticks, well, it can go national. First, this is money the state and feds first confiscated from taxpayers, so there's nothing sacred about how it gets spent. If the government's going to run a welfare program with your paycheck, it's not crazy to say, no, you don't get to buy energy drinks and candy with it. Second, the people hurt first and hardest by this setup aren't big box stores or bureaucrats. It's small town and independent grocers who have to eat the cost of recoding every product just to keep accepting EBT. They may decide it isn't worth it and drop SNAP altogether, which punishes rural communities more than anyone in larger cities. And remember, Tennessee is the state that won't shut up about being pro-business and free market and getting government out of the way. Turns out that only applies if you're a big corporation with compliance money to spare. However, if you're a mom and pop grocery on a rural highway, the state just made your life harder in the name of saving poor people from themselves. SNAP recipients will see some items just decline at the register and be forced to juggle cash versus EBT. That's the trade-off. When you're living on tax dollars, you live with taxpayer rules as well. Also, big chain stores will comply without blinking. They already run WIC-style systems. Independent stores and rural grocers, though, take on real cost and complexity. Many of them may just shrug and say, we're out, and they may stop accepting EBT entirely. Rural communities lose access. When small stores opt out, folks in towns without a Walmart are left with no place to use their benefits, which means they're forced to drive further, spend more on gas, or use cash and lose purchasing power. If you believe the government shouldn't be in the grocery business at all, this is the predictable mess. Once the state takes your money and hands some of it back as benefits, it inevitably starts micromanaging how those benefits are used. The policy draws a sharper line between people spending their own money, who can buy whatever they want, and people on taxpayer money who will now have politicians and regulators looking over their shoulder at the checkout line. Long term, it's a soft squeeze on small retailers and a quiet nudge toward more dependence on the same big corporate chains that can always afford to comply. These restrictions start in 2026. Now, I'd prefer my money not be stolen from me in the first place, but if the state's going to take it anyway and turn it into SNAP, then yeah, I'm fine with taxpayers having a say in what it buys. In fact, if we're being honest, I'd go even further by saying if you're spending money the government seized from working Tennesseans, maybe you don't get lobster, ribeye, and all the other stuff non-EBT poor folks can't afford either. But let's not kid ourselves. None of this fixes the prices. It doesn't end the food deserts. It doesn't shrink the welfare state. It just acts as yet another whack-a-mole style restriction designed to put the Band-Aid on a series of much, much deeper societal wounds. New rules officially go into effect by mid-2026. Part of a 2-year demonstration project. I hope you found these summaries and commentary on upcoming Tennessee laws very useful. If you'd like to see more of this kind of thing, please let me know in the comments. Hit the subscribe button, follow, like, do all the cool stuff with all the buttons and things. And I look forward to doing this as new laws become available. My name is Daniel Wagner from the Patriot Punk Network. We'll see you next time.
The Tennessee Firearms Association is this state's only no-compromise Second Amendment organization. We believe in the unalienable natural right to arms codified by the constitutions and granted by God to every non-criminal resident of the state. If you are a hunter, a gun owner, or just a person who believes the Constitution means what it says, you need to be a supporting member because state government is doing its best to keep you from enjoying that civil right. Join us at TennesseeFirearms.com.
We hope you're having a Merry Christmas. We know we are here at the Patriot Punk Network. We've got a whole lot more lined up for you, but we do want to take a quick moment to remind you to support our sponsors. Without them, it would be impossible for us to bring you a production this large and massive. We hope that the kids got everything that they wanted for Christmas and that you didn't get too much coal in your stocking. And before we get back to more exciting unique content and some more Christmas music from Chase Williams, we wanted to bring you an update on a previous story that we covered earlier this year, this one coming from the 13th District. Do you remember the district attorneys on your dime story? If you don't, I'll give you a quick update. It was a two-part story, and one part didn't get nearly as much traction as the other. The part that didn't get the traction was that most of these district attorneys' offices, though they already have holiday pay and all these paid vacation hours, many people in probably more than just this district attorney's office were marking down holiday pay and getting paid during the Christmas break, which we don't really have a problem with, except it wasn't coming out of their holiday pay time. It was just basically extra money. They're closing these offices down sometimes for 10 whole days, and all these staff gets paid. Whereas I feel for the staff, because if they don't close the office, they need that money. Most average day blue collar workers like you and me, if our employer decides to close because it's convenient, if we want to get paid, we have to use the benefit money. So that was the first part. The second part of the story involved an assistant district attorney, Jessie Mayberry, and she's worked primarily in Overton County. And what we've got here are her mileage logs. And I know it's kind of hard to see, but if you go to patriotpunknetwork.com and you look up this story, you'll find that her mileage logs were exactly the same every single day. Every single day, even on days that I'm told she wasn't at work and days that the district attorney's office went to the shooting range, she still made the same trip from Cookeville to Livingston, Livingston to Cookeville, all on the clock and all on your dime. Well, in March, we covered this story, and it got quite a bit of traction, and we had a little bit of an update come not long after when the assistant district attorney's laptop was taken by the comptroller's office. Now, we heard it was seized. We've heard some schmoozing around that it was voluntarily handed over. If an investigative agency takes your laptop, it's seized, okay? That's just the way it comes. That's the way it boils down to it. And shortly after that, I don't know what happened, some internal drama at the office. She got into a confrontation and was placed on paid leave. And there on paid leave, she has sat since the end of June, beginning of July. So we've gone through July, August, September, October, November, and now the entire month of December. And as of the date of this recording, Christmas Day, Miss Mayberry is still on paid administrative leave on your dime. So we all hear that the wheels of justice turn slowly, but I wanted to tell you guys kind of what we can expect from this and where I feel that this case is going. So traditionally, when the comptroller investigates, is if there's any wrongdoing found whatsoever, they have to come out with a report. And we cover a lot of those reports every day on our Today in Tennessee segments. But those report findings are published, and then they're also forwarded to the local district attorney, the attorney general, and the governor. The attorney general and the governor rarely do anything about it, and it's almost always handled by the district attorney. Well, who is the district attorney in the 13th district? If we go back to the DAs on your dime, you'll see his picture right there next to Miss Mayberry, and that is Bryant Dunaway. Now, if that name sounds familiar, which it probably does if you're following the Patriot Punk Network, he has a few nicknames. One is Bryant Do Nothing Dunaway, because he is known for doing absolutely nothing. The other nickname is Run and Hide Clyde, because his middle name, the C in Bryant C. Dunaway, is Clyde. He doesn't really like that one. So we've got Do Nothing Dunaway, Run and Hide Clyde, and then I think a lot of criminals' favorite is Let 'em Slide Clyde, because whether you like to admit it or not, most prosecutors in the state of Tennessee love the plea bargain, and it's much easier to plea out maybe someone that has committed violent acts against children or a confidential informant who also did bad things to children than it is to take a case to trial and risk, having to do work. But the comptroller will likely hand over the investigation at the conclusion of theirs to her boss, Bryant Do Nothing Dunaway, who actually signed off on the mileage reimbursement forms to begin with. Now, you may also remember why I want to defend why I gave Mr. Dunaway that name. And it's quite simple, really. There's been a plethora of cases which have gone not only unnoticed, but noticed and then just ignored. You can remember back to, I think, 2022, when it was the Livingston chief of police was found to have not reported $27,000 missing from the evidence locker, where they were running some kind of a makeshift loan operation. Of course, there was no prosecution in that, and that chief of police is now a detective in Putnam County. Then you have, most recently, the hazing incident at Livingston Academy, where the high school basketball team was basically put on hiatus because of a major hazing incident. I had many people reach out to me about this case, and the reason I couldn't cover it is the only way to know what happened is to look at the video, and I've been told that possessing that video is unlawful. But somehow, if possessing the video of the ordeal is unlawful, but there was no criminal charges pressed, and the kids responsible did get 45 days or something like that of in-school suspension, almost everyone in town agreed that it was a case of the chosen sperm exercising their get-out-of-jail-free cards. So not only this, but there are other incidents too. Another story that you may remember that has been very, very recent that we also covered here on the Patriot Punk Network was District Attorney Chris Stanford, who went through the streets of a town not in his jurisdiction and started firing off his pew-pew chasing a bad guy. Now, whatever his reasoning, District Attorney Bryant Dunaway appears to have made a sweetheart deal. And that is kind of what we assume will happen if the comptroller takes the route of giving Miss Mayberry's case off to Bryant Dunaway. Now, of course, he would have to appoint a pro tem, but in that case, they will likely find someone very favorable to them. And I should imagine what we will see in the end of this case is another slap on the wrist after we've paid someone $60,000 plus to sit at home. Now, I do want to take this opportunity while we're talking about Bryant Dunaway to air some footage that I have been holding on to for quite a while. In the new year, we will be putting out an update about the Charles Chuck Carter case, which happened in 2022. And I'm telling you guys, it's very, very deep and very emotional. So please make sure you're subscribed and following so that you don't miss that update. But at the time I originally submitted that request, it was about a year and a half ago. And I did more than one thing when I submitted the request. As many of you know, I was also the victim of retaliation, harassment, and I've known people who were victims of doxing and genuine threats who have reported their issues to the district attorney in their area, Bryant Do Nothing Dunaway. And much like those people did, I reported my crimes, or not my crimes, but the crimes committed against me, and asked for an investigation. And I can verify that he does absolutely nothing, because I sent this email 3 separate times, and I attached records requests when I realized that they were ignoring me. They would respond to the records request, but never acknowledge receipt of my complaint. So what I did is I went to this office and I submitted a in-person request for an investigation along with a records request. Well, as I told you, very shortly, we will finally have all of the records from the Charles Chuck Carter case. But to this day, I have never had anyone reach out to me to ask about the harassment and the intimidation. So what I'd like you to do is watch this body camera footage. It's only a couple of minutes long. See all the things we highlight in just this short body cam footage. And then we're going to ask you a question regarding the assistant district attorney.
Could be Angel, which is the other lady that's read my email and hasn't responded.
Yeah. If her name is Angel, it's got to be the most ironic name. Angel Cersei, administrative assistant.
Yep. Reviews reports, phone records.
Equal opportunity is the law, so
Should you feel you have been discriminated against, contact your local Title VI representative, which is Angel Cersei.
Really? Please record that. Oh, God.
So it says right there. Should you feel you have been discriminated against, contact your local Title VI representative.
Let's see.
All right, I'm just going to read this since I don't have a copy of it. Make sure you get the whole picture so I can screenshot it too.
Okay, let's see, right about there. Okay.
All right. It's Charles Chuck Carter case file for case involving Olivia Taylor. Include interviews, reports, phone records, written statements, and anything else in the investigative prosecution file. $20 limit. I'll pay up to $20 for them if that. I need an estimate. And then this is synopsis of facts, 2+ years of civil rights intimidation and official misconduct. Check your email, Clyde. I sent a complaint before. Ran my name illegally through Clear database, threatened my girlfriend and my friends. So that's
ongoing online harassment.
Yeah, up until August of this year. So.
Yep. Ask this young lady about her customer service, please.
Oh, come on, we get her name. I'm just gonna get her name. Huh? Oh yeah. I just need to drop off these forms.
Yes, sir. If you'll leave it right in that basket for me, I'll be out in a minute to get it.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know I've got 2 forms that I'm going to drop off. One's the public records request, and the other is a request for an investigation.
Yes, sir. I'll get them both submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. And what was your name?
My name's Elisa.
Nice to meet you, ma'am. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
So what do you think? Do you think it was strange that the name that popped up was Angel Cersei? If that name sounds familiar, it's because we recently covered a story about the Putnam County Sheriff's Office where they were apparently staging their Ask Your Sheriff questions, and she was one of the people that assisted in the staging, or so it seems. Now, do you think if this is business as usual, if this kind of stuff goes on every day in the 13th District, do you think that justice will be served for the assistant district attorney who was clearly milking mileage? Or will this, like everything else, like Chris Stanford, like the evidence locker, like the hazing, will this all get swept under the rug? Well, if that's not an indication of how Operation Rosebud's going to go, I don't know what is. Coming up, we have some more wildly entertaining greatest hits, a few more updates, and some more fabulous discussions on AI. And you don't want to miss it because the people that we've got lined up for you are absolutely tremendous. So once again, smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know, and Merry Christmas from us here at the Patriot Punk Network.
Let's stop pretending Washington is working. It's not. The reason is simple. The politicians up there are too comfortable. They don't feel the pain of their decisions, but you do. When your congressman skips votes, your voice is silenced. When he rubber stamps bloated spending, your grocery bill goes up, your savings shrink, and your kids inherit that debt. That's not leadership, that's negligence. This mess is the direct result of career politicians who quit listening, quit showing up, and quit serving the people who sent them there. I'm running for Congress to show up, stand firm, and fight for Tennessee's 4th District, not for party insiders, not for special interests, but for you. I'm Thomas E. Davis, and I approve this message. Learn more at tomdavistn4.com.
Welcome back to the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast, and no discussion about AI would be complete without discussing its impact on energy. Now, from data centers in Memphis that are run by Elon Musk and causing all sorts of local issues, if you pay attention to the news, to the price of energy just to heat your house skyrocketing because there's an increased demand on the grid. Is it possible that we will be able to use enough energy in AI to create more efficient energy? Is it something that the government's going to have to get involved with and regulate? And if they do regulate it, who are they going to protect? Are they going to protect the AI companies, which I feel may turn into the new big war companies, or they're going to blend together, or are they going to protect the consumer? And tonight we have someone who is probably going to be an expert on energy policy. A candidate for your next governor is actually going to be on discussing that with us tonight. So make sure you smash the like button. And if you're enjoying the show so far, please share it with everyone you know far and wide and help this be the best Christmas of the Patriot Punkcast. Joining me in this conversation is my good friend and co-host, out of the closet and cat, Daniel Wagner.
Hello, and now that you've introduced me to the three people in the audience that care that I'm here, let me introduce our guest, Mr. Monty Fritts, who is going to be our next Tennessee governor, I suspect. What do you think, Mr. Fritts, on location down here at the Shoney's restaurant?
Hey, good evening, fellas. I am Monty Fritts. I appreciate you having me on tonight. I'm currently the state rep for House District 32, and I am a candidate for governor. I expect to be the next governor of the great state of Tennessee. And I'm joining you from Shoney's in Harriman with some friends of mine who have just finished a Christmas parade in Oliver Springs, Tennessee.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us. And I just have to make a comment. You don't look a lot like a politician.
I try not to be a politician. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's probably the best compliment I've gotten all day. I don't look like a politician.
Well, you know, people, they get this picture of governor and they picture some suited and booted guy with a stick in their backside, like our current governor.
Plaid shirt and jeans, man. That's the uniform now.
Yeah, that is just that look like a regular Tennessean. So I appreciate you coming on. Can you tell everybody a little bit about your just experience with nuclear weapons or energy or whatever? Just a quick rundown so that people understand where you're coming from on your experience level.
I spent a career, most of it in enriched uranium operations at Y-12, nuclear fuels, making fuel for the Navy there, and with the federal government as a program manager under Trump 45 for material recovery and recycle. So I understand the supply chain for uranium pretty well.
And I imagine that when 45 was president as 45, there wasn't a lot of AI discussions. I mean, I'm sure it was talked about in the past, but this has been a relatively new innovation. And I feel like it's going to create some drastic changes. One of the first things that I'd like to talk about is its impact on energy. We have this tweet from Patrick Wood, and I think he's a blogger. I don't actually know a whole lot about him, but he pulls up a point that is very, very interesting. AI data centers caused $9.3 billion in increased costs. You're literally paying for big tech's electricity. And can you, is energy infinite, Mr. Fritts?
I think in God's economy, energy is infinite, but in man's economy, it is not. And like all things economic, if the demand exceeds the supply, the cost of the product or service typically goes up. One of my concerns about AI is a huge consumption of kilowatts and perhaps even water. And I think that could have a deleterious impact on our rates for electricity. We have made horrible decisions at the federal level for the last few decades and not increased our capacity to generate electricity. And as a result, when we have these opportunities that are going to require lots of electricity, one of the risks, I think, is the consumer, not just the residential consumer, but other industry, because that competition for those kilowatts is going to come with an increased cost, and that concerns me.
It's funny that you mentioned not just to the consumer, because everyone can relate. It's Christmas time, although the weather here in Tennessee for Christmas is a little bit nicer than in some places. Just a couple of years ago, we were dealing with rolling blackouts the week of Christmas. And during that time, I actually looked up some of our capacity, because there's a bunch of talk about us shifting from coal to green energy, and that's kind of been put on hold thanks to Donald Trump and some of the renewed energy policies. But one of the things that I noticed was that our capacity has not really changed much since the mid-90s. We've just closed down one more efficient plant and opened up another one. without increasing how much we can bear, I think the only thing that saved us, and a little tongue in cheek here, is the LED light bulbs. I mean, what would we do without the energy saving of LED? Our grid would crash if everyone plugged in an incandescent bulb right now, at least during winter.
I think efficiency in devices has been a saving grace, because we have not increased our generating capacity. We have had policy come from TVA, senior leaders, not the folks that are the control room operators, the boiler makers, the operators. They all do a great job in keeping the power on, but those decisions at the federal level that we in Tennessee have delegated all of our decision making to, they've hurt us economically, and they've hurt us in the cost per kilowatt hour. Just a year and a half ago, we shut down Bull Run steam plant, coal-fired plant, that part of this whole war on coal, and we lost 4.3% of the generating capacity for the state of Tennessee, in the state of Tennessee.
From
and
one?
It with anything. Oh, the Christmas parade we were at tonight was in Oliver Springs, Tennessee. That was probably, or arguably, the coal capital of Tennessee at one point in time. And the war on coal that's existed for decades now has shut that industry basically down in Tennessee.
So we mentioned the lack of increased capacity, so it almost makes it feel like this crunch and this limited supply of energy is almost created, whether it was intentional or accidental. It's our own fault because we haven't been firing up more coal plants like China has. One of the things that I've looked at, it's not just the end consumer though. We've got this tweet from
just throw a couple things on there. It's a couple things. As I noticed, it was kind of ironic that the actual creator of this article, the writer of the article, works for the guy who posted the article. It's his website complaining about the excess of energy use. And ironically, for the thumbnails and whatnot, they're using AI to create it. And I go to the website and there's AI generated content all over the website. So I just thought that was an interesting note. But the other thing is, we've done such a terrible job with making all of our sources of energy very limited. They're all ran through the government basically. I can't go shop around for energy sources on the electric grid unless I want to go completely off grid. So it's like we've kind of done this, like Chase was saying, to ourselves in a way where we've artificially limited the supply and took out all kind of competition in the market, to where we're now at this position where we're like, oh, it's super expensive and it's only going to get more expensive without any kind of means to privatize it. Does that make sense?
Do you have an aluminum foil hat there with you, Mr. Fritts?
I do not. I left it out. I would offer to Daniel's comment. Part of the reason that we set up an energy policy in Tennessee in 2023 was because I recognized that we were headed the wrong direction, and that Tennessee needs to take a stand on its own self-sufficiency regarding energy, not just electricity, but specifically that first. So our energy policy has a macro objective of being a net exporter of kilowatts. Right now we're an importer. We import about 4 kilowatts we use.
So I asked about the tinfoil hat because we talk about we've put ourselves in this problem, and I'm not saying that I'm not of this belief. I kind of think it just kind of evolved this way. But if there's a conspiracy theorist out there that wants to draft this up and put a TikTok video out, it might be pretty good, because we've got this tweet from Lucas. I can't pronounce that last name. I apologize. Lucas. Thank you.
Kwame?
Yeah. There we go. And it says that the energy transition has triggered Europe's deindustrialization. The EU now pays the highest industrial and household electricity prices in the developed world. This means that there will be no AI revolution in Europe because energy is the largest
operation expense.
Yeah, and then by design, the EU has adopted a policy and framework that guarantees permanent dependence on others. Like, so to your point, they've set themselves on a path where they are going to have to import energy forever. And because of this, the little machine shop, I'm in Coffee County, which we're not far from the Space Force headquarters, and they're using all sorts of electricity for these machine shops, and that is one of the most expensive costs to a small business, is keeping the lights on. If you got a retail store, whatever it is. And when the cost of electricity goes up, not just for consumers, and it hurts the people that spend the money, so they have less to spend, but then the person that's not taking in as much revenue as a business owner is now having to pay out more, all because we're competing with Elon Musk. And I'm a big fan of Mr. Musk. I don't think he's like perfect or anything like that, but I appreciate what he's doing, and I don't think he's some evil, nefarious bad guy. But I do think he's a businessman, and I think businessmen will take advantage and try to adjust things to where they benefit more so than the consumer. And how do you approach that, especially being, if you want to be the governor of a state where Elon Musk is doing a lot of business, how do you approach that without having to kowtow to him?
Before you answer, I do want to mention that I think Elon Musk is actually an anagram for perfect. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I think things I would offer there, Chase. I think first, the reason that we set up and restructured the State Energy Policy Council is so that we would have subject matter experts in all fields of energy, from processing crude oil in Memphis to nuclear generation of power here in East Tennessee, because we're kind of the hub of that for the world, really. But we need that subject matter expertise, and that's important for the General Assembly and the next governor and the governors after to be able to draw from those men and women and their subject matter wisdom. The other thing I would offer on the generation, I think we're in such a precarious place. I would be an advocate for a requirement in this state that the AI facilities equip themselves to self-generate, and perhaps even off-grid self-generate for a period of time. Because one of my concerns with artificial intelligence, Chase, is that it's happening to us rather than for us. And when you use the word consumer, I will use the word citizen. I think that we must ensure that this artificial intelligence move is not happening to the citizen, but is happening for the citizen. And I've discussed that on record in committee with Stuart McWhorter, with Tennessee Board of Regents leadership, to make sure that those folks in their interactions asking that they maintain a focus on the good of the citizen in Tennessee holistically. And, sometimes you've heard me complain about this. We in Tennessee government for the past few years have found ourselves an arm of corporate welfare. And that does not always benefit all the citizens. And so we have to be careful not to allow something that is attractive and does offer great opportunities, I think, but we have to be careful that it doesn't happen to the citizens and put us in a deficit of electricity or water or any other of the resources that we have here, so that again, that very macro approach of happening for us rather than to us.
I wanted to ask, you mentioned generating their own electricity, and I've seen some videos, and I apologize, I don't have it already brought up to show someone, but there is some box cube, you might know better about this than I do, where it's basically a fission reactor or one of those nuclear type things that requires an immense amount of electricity to kickstart. But if they could, it's basically like a house size reactor, I think is what they're talking about, where you could supply energy to like a small town with one of them. Do you know?
So we TVA is set to install the first small modular reactor at the Clinch River breeder reactor site, former breeder reactor site in my district here in East Tennessee, some years out. And they have a portion of the ability to produce electricity that a Watts-Bar 1 or a Sequoia 1 or Sequoia 2 has. But part of what the plan going forward from those experts is that we will install those small modular reactors closer to the source of usage. And they'll be infused into the grid as part of the entire grid. What I was offering for the AI is perhaps there's some benefit. And
in a time when everything seems to be surveillance state and data, our data is so valuable. I think until we fully understand the AI, perhaps there's a keeping it off the grid and self-generating is important. Now, just understanding supply chains, if indeed you and I decided to open an AI factory, if you will, and we use natural gas to produce the electricity, the kilowatts, and we, in some kind of combustion boiler, then we would have an impact on the cost of natural gas. So any way this comes in, any industry, any increased demand is going to have some impact on the citizen. Again, to that very high level, we've got to make sure this is happening for us and not to us.
Well, that was, I don't know that maybe this isn't possible or lawful or something like that, but of all the people out there that could probably afford to buy their own modular nuclear reactor would probably be Elon Musk. And do they have to be hooked into the grid, or could they not, like before they build the giga plant or whatever it is, could they not just install one of the, I mean, I'm oversimplifying it, obviously, but could that not be an efficient way? I mean, Elon Musk, if he can't buy one, he'll just build one.
Yeah, I'd imagine the best.
Could they bring their own modular reactor, put it on their back, plug it in just for their factory and keep it off grid? Is that a possibility, or because I don't even know enough about the subject to know if that's even possible?
All things I think are possible. I'm not sure of the specifics of how that would work, but I think it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, say that in theory, I think the best way to make sure that we're most protected from blackouts and things like that is if all of these individual home devices, if you will, are created into some kind of a mesh network where they can kind of feed off each other and supply each other, when things go down and go bad or whatever. But also, I think a lot of people are very interested and incentivized even to be able to produce enough power that they use what they use, and whatever they don't use gets sent back to the network. They can make money by putting more energy back out, being an energy exporter in their own right. And that helps pay for their devices, and it helps supplement their neighbors and whatnot, if that makes sense.
Kind of like Elon Musk having your car be a taxi when you're not using it. Is that, where it's doing some of the work to pay for itself?
Something like that. Yeah, I heard a similar structure with internet and that kind of thing, especially in rural communities. There's a company called I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head, but I was interested in them a long time ago. Their whole thing is the mesh network thing, where they actually have these satellites that allow you to reach out to your neighbors and send internet down the line to your neighbor, where you don't have to have the fiber optic cables and that kind of thing. But
on Mr. Fritts' note about making it to where they actually I lost my train of thought there. I had a really good one, but I lost it. So real quick, we're going to wrap it up here shortly, because we know your time's really precious, and we do appreciate you coming on for this Christmas special. Are you more concerned about the dangers of AI? Are you optimistic about the future? What is that? How does your outlook what is your attitude towards it?
So I think there's opportunities in all things, but I think we need to move cautiously. I want us to lead the world with the use of the artificial intelligence. I think that's a great goal. I do have concerns about the use of energy, and I do have concerns about developing an intellectually lazy society that relies upon a machine to solve all of our problems. That's not gone well for us. If you look at the trajectory of time, some of our greatest achievements come before the computers were actually available. And so accelerate that into an artificial intelligence, and do we become perhaps subject to the machine and not providing our own solutions? I think God gave us some really good ability to solve problems. I think we shouldn't relax that. I think that's certainly part of what we need to keep in mind as we move forward with all of these technologies, not just artificial intelligence, but as we advance technologies in any matter, relying upon building our skill sets, retaining proficiency in our fellow man, and developing the next generation to be able to do that work is tremendous. The last concern I would offer is this. I think it's important. I do think that new technology brings in new jobs, right? But I think there's lots of people have a valid concern about being replaced in whatever their career field is. And I think that's probably not something that we want to see happen. We want to see Tennesseans stay gainfully employed, and we want to see our human efficiency and proficiency improve. And we want to bring these technologies in, but again, back to my phrase, I want to make sure this is happening for us and not to us.
That's a good way to summarize it, because I really do feel that if there's a section of people that want to completely ignore it. They think it is, the mark of the beast, or maybe the brain chip is, who knows? But if you just ignore it, I equate it to a comparison that I use a lot for politics is, imagine you're playing Jumanji and the living room starts to shake and the stampede of rhinos or whatever it is comes through the living room. It doesn't do you any good to argue about how illogical the situation that you're in right now or all the flaws of the situation. If you don't pick your butt up and run, you're going to become a patty cake. And you can argue about how nonsensical playing Jumanji is, but if you find yourself in the middle of it, you've got no choice but to play the game and play with the hand you're dealt. And I think that we have to make sure that we keep the policy focused on making sure that it doesn't become a crutch, as people have equated it to, and it becomes a tool, a coach, something that people can, because I think the issue is, and I think this has been our society since the Industrial Revolution, is that we're all looking for jobs. And I will be the first person to tell you that is the antithesis, in my opinion, of the American dream. The American dream is not about a job, which stands for just over broke. It's about an opportunity to create a better life for yourself. And what's happened is, with the Industrial Revolution, and I'm oversimplifying this way too much, but with the Industrial Revolution, we decided that it would be much easier to go work for someone else, do what you're told, and just take the easy way out, rather than find a need, an emptiness in your community that you can fill and provide a void that creates a natural opportunity for you to be a business owner. And I actually think that AI, the correct use of it, will reinvigorate the entrepreneurism in America, and it'll give true entrepreneurs the ability to enter markets that have been shut off because of the investment capital required. Now, if you've got a couple of chat GPTs and you know how to program a bot, you can get a lot of research and stuff done that would otherwise be difficult to do. Final thoughts. What major changes do you think we're going to deal with the most in 2026, or which major concerns as it relates to AI just in general are the top of your priority list as you campaign for governor?
Energy use, making sure that we have a workforce that is, when I spoke to Tennessee Board of Regents and committee recently, make sure that we're equipping a workforce, again, to put things in place so that this happens for us and not to us. I agree with you, Chase. I think there's some great opportunities that can come through the artificial intelligence. I want to make sure that we have Tennesseans equipped to be able to meet those challenges and to enter into that workforce as leaders in not only the United States, but in the world.
I think the solution to that is we have to quote my old football coach, we got to change our stinking thinking and make it to where we are truly hunting for that American dream. And I don't think that the government, I think lots of people hunt for the American dream, but I don't think the government waters that flower, so to speak. Any final thoughts real quick? And if not, just tell people where they can find you if they want to learn more about your other policies as you campaign for governor.
All right.
Maybe
go to my website at Fritts, Fritts, the number 4tn.com, Fritts for TN.com.
follow us on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, or X, Instagram, TikTok. And we try to put something out several times each day to make sure that we're on record with what I think are pertinent topics for the people of Tennessee. And let's bring liberty and less government to the state of Tennessee.
You want your very, very patient guests to wish everybody a Merry Christmas?
Well, I'll ask them. Or would you all like to say Merry Christmas?
Certainly. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Hey.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
I didn't know we were going to get all those fancy people included.
Very cool.
They've been super patient with me. So Merry Christmas. Thank you. Daniel, thank you all. I hope you all have a great Christmas season, and I hope the new year finds great blessings in your household.
You too, sir. Thank you so much.
We really, really appreciate your time. You guys have a safe travels home.
Thank you all.
All right.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I knew that they were in a hurry. It's not. It's pretty impressive that we were able to squeeze a gubernatorial candidate for a Christmas special.
I know. That's awesome that he's made himself available for us. But yeah, I'll let you wrap it up from here and tell fine folks what they can expect next year.
All right, guys. So we really appreciate you tuning in once again. If I could talk, Merry Christmas. We hope you are enjoying the time with your family, your friends, your relatives, and hopefully some good food. If the kids have not finished unwrapping their presents yet, I'm going to go ahead and tell you it's time to make sure they've unwrapped all of them. No more making them wait. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know, and we're going to be back right after this with some more fabulous music and entertainment.
Hello, this is Tammy Sharp. For the past 8 years, I've proudly served for Rutherford County School Board in Zone 1. In 2022 to 2023, I served as the chairman when we delivered our first balanced budget in over a decade. I also helped secure $1 million for much-needed improvements for Laverne High School. I've worked to strengthen school safety, expand CTE programs, including welding, music programs, and fiber optics, and there's some more to come. I believe parents deserve a voice. I believe students deserve a safe campus. I believe taxpayers deserve accountability. I respectfully ask for your support as I seek re-election to Rutherford County School Board Zone 1. Paid for by Tammy Sharp for Tammy Sharp for Rutherford County School Board Zone 1. Hashtag Be Sharp, vote for Tammy.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Anthony from the Coffee County Sheriff's Department. I work in investigations for the Sheriff's Department. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. We're here today to talk about different scams and frauds that's going on in our community. Some examples are these scams. You may be sitting at home, you may get a phone call of maybe saying your bank account's been breached, and them asking you to upload a digital credit card onto your phone, then them instructing you to take your money out of the bank and go put it in another bank account. Once you take that money out of your bank account, you put it in this other bank account, your money's going to be gone. We've had this happen here in Coffee County. The gentleman was out $125,000. My suggestion is if you don't initiate the contact, if you're sitting at home, you get a phone call, pop up on the computer, or any communication that you do not initiate, I would hang up. I would not communicate with those folks. And if you do communicate with them, just think about what they're saying. If what they're saying is too good to be true, more than likely it's too good to be true. We've worked a case, what you call a pig butchering case, where you think you're investing your money into a website, and the website looks legit, looks like a good investment website. Say, you put $5,000 in there, you look at it next week, and it's grown to $10,000. Well, where it's grown to $10,000 is from where other folks are getting scammed also, and it's shown that account's growing. This case that we worked, it was up to $250,000 before the victim discovered that they had been scammed also. So we work hand in hand with the FBI on these types of cases. Well, we tracked this case back to the Philippines. Once we tracked it back to the Philippines,
there's nothing we can do, and your money's gone. If you feel like you're being targeted or feel like you're a victim to a scam, number one, you need to contact local authorities, Sheriff's Department, Tullahoma Police Department, Manchester Police Department. Number two, during the process, if you ever doubt it at all and you're having to go to the bank, I suggest that you reach out to your local banks, where you bank at. Just reach out to them, tell them what's going on. For family members out there, as far as if you have some elders in your family, stay in contact with them, be in their lives, and that way they feel comfortable asking questions to you if something like this occurs. Be aware that these guys are after you and they're after your money on a daily basis. I ask that the folks just be on their toes, and like I said, if you have questions, ask your friends, call the Sheriff's Department or your local police department. One call could save you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Talk to people face to face. Don't try to stay away from online transactions. That's where a lot of these folks take advantage of folks. Jonathan Anthony, the Coffee County Sheriff's Department, and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back to our Christmas podcast, brought to you by the Patriot Punk Network, an all-day Christmas marathon of all the highlights of this past year. We hope you enjoy the show, and for your listening entertainment, Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Maybe Grandma shouldn't have had too much eggnog.
Hey guys, Dennis Hunt, your Coffee County Mayor. I'm wanting to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Coffee County is a great place to be right now. I also would like to invite every one of you to stop by the Coffee County Administrative Plaza during our office hours, Monday through Friday, and take a look at our Veterans Wall. Thank you once again for letting me serve as your county mayor. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all of the Patriot Punk Podcast listeners. This is Senator Brent Taylor coming to you from the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis, where the Memphis Safe Task Force has arrested more than 4,000 people. And all of this really started with my effort to make Memphis matter. Because if we're going to drive crime down in Tennessee, you have to do it in Memphis. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved with helping to make Memphis matter, by making Memphis safe. Come join me. We have a lot more work to do. After all, we have a city to save. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Tennessee. This has been paid for by Brent Taylor for State Senate, Craig Weiss Truth.
All politics is local, and your journalism should be too. I'm Daniel Wagner with the Patriot Punk Network. While everyone's doom-scrolling DC drama, the real power plays are happening at your school board, your county commission, and your sheriff's office. It doesn't start on cable news. It starts down the street where almost nobody's watching. That's why we exclusively track Tennessee's courthouses, commissions, small-town scandals with receipts, school boards to SCOTUS. So you know who's actually messing with your life and how to push back. If you're tired of screaming at national headlines while your local tyrants skate free, plug into patriotpunknetwork.com and help power real local journalism. If this work matters to you, don't just watch it, stand behind it. Become a monthly supporter at patriotpunknetwork.com/support and help fund the local watchdog coverage national outlets won't touch. And remember, never mind the bollocks, watch the Patriot Punkcast.
Merry Christmas from East Tennessee. It's Monty, Fritts. You know, things haven't really changed in 2,000 years. There are still Caesars calling for taxes. There are still evil career politicians like Herod who tell you that they love the baby, but they really just want to kill him. There are still wise men who come looking for that light. And we're still in a world of darkness that needs that light, and his name is Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for coming down to this earth to be my Savior, to be our Savior. So on this week when we celebrate the birth of the King of all kings, Jesus Christ, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from Kingston, Tennessee.
Merry Christmas. We hope you're enjoying the Patriot Punkcast Christmas blast so far. We hope you're enjoying the live music, the discussions, and even Daniel's dad jokes. Now, Daniel was lucky enough to cover our greatest hits, and I am tasked with covering our greatest hits. That's of the Patriot Punkcast. But before we get into the top 10 moments of the Patriot Punks podcast, as some of you call it, we wanted to give you a little bit of a history of how the Patriot Punkcast started. And some of you have been following us since the very beginning in 2020 when Daniel and I met, when the entire country was locked down and we staged some of the original anti-lockdown protests. Some of you have been following since we handed out mask or brown shirts to the mask police, and some of you have been following ever since we went to DC. Well, after DC, we kind of realized that there's no way to verify what happens all the way there. We couldn't afford the toll roads out there, let alone the gas from Tennessee and back. Plus, who wants to spend a lot of your time in Washington, DC? Let's be honest. So that's when we decided to focus local. And after a couple of years of not being platformed by all these major media outlets with stories that should have been platformed, not my stories, other people's stories, I decided to take matters into my own hands, and along with Daniel's help and the help of some other people behind the scenes, we decided to start the Patriot Punkcast, and it started in September of 2023. We started off at one episode a week, and then we moved about a year ago to 2 episodes a week, barring a couple of holidays and sick leave. Next year, we plan on launching it even bigger, bringing in more guests, more talent, and all around trying to make the show way more entertaining. But now that we've put 170 episodes behind us, we figured it would be a good time to look back on some of our favorite moments, some of our best laughs, and the most memorable times that we've experienced since hosting the Patriot Punkcast. We have compiled a list of the top 10 moments so far, and we hope you enjoy. To start the list off, I thought we would talk about one of the more famous guests that we've had on the show, and it was shortly after starting the Patriot Punkcast that I learned that one of my longtime followers and one of my first customers was actually very famous, or infamous, so to speak. And that's when we officially met the Fence Cutter Bulwark. Now, he had been covered on Revolver News and the Blaze TV, Glenn Beck and Darren Beatty, and all these people were looking and trying to unmask and figure out who the Fence Cutter was. But no one seemed to know this mysterious man's ID. Well, that was except for me. And, of course, Daniel. It turns out he had bought one of the first identifying as jabbed shirts that we had created, trying to be safe for Facebook censors here, in case we are still live on Facebook. And once he came on the show and we went through the whole fence cutter bulwark interview where he basically explained he wasn't a Fed, but no one ever unmasked him. And then it turns out after Donald Trump became president and he pardoned all the January 6thers, this anonymous John Doe felt that it might be safe to reveal his identity. And that's what he did. He came on the Patriot Punkcast and unmasked himself. And that is why this episode has made it to the top 10 list. And coming in at number 10 is our episode with the fence cutter bulwark.
Well, good morning, kind sir.
It's not morning. I know you sleep till afternoon, but it's not morning.
Okay. so what are you thinking today? You kind of excited about the big reveal coming up today? Is that?
I am. We need to make sure we're paying attention to the Twitter feed because there might be some people watching over on Twitter, and I know that the fence cutter has caught some flack. I'm not really excited to discuss the Antioch stuff, so I kind of think we should introduce our guest and cover that so that everyone who's looking for an update can get one.
All right.
We can move into a more cheerful evening. So
let's do it.
And the most infamous, never before revealed, well, maybe not most infamous, never before revealed, but almost most infamous person from January 6th is our one and only friend, the fence cutter bulwark. How are you?
What's going on?
Not a lot. How does it feel knowing that the feds are definitely not coming after you now, at least not for that?
I mean, that's definitely a good peace of mind. I mean, we talked about it. I think I expressed I was, after we did that interview back September, that I was kind of had some anxiety around it because it's like, they're still rolling people up. But like as I said, I'm not sure I didn't do anything wrong. I know what I did. And as a little bit more time went by, I relaxed. It's just been kind of fun now to, just play that character sometimes. But, like we said, it's a reveal. So I'm going to stop with this silly voice and affectation and just talk like I normally would to a normal human being. And there's no point in having this hat on or these glasses.
Oh, wow.
Get rid of that. And, hold up. I got to close something here real quick. All right. And even a little warm. Been running around a lot today,
How dare you say you're warm?
Me. You can call me John because that's even my real first name. So
hey, John, but you look just like a Fed. I've seen you before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It is. It's not hard to see why no one recognized you, because when you take all of that off, you don't look like the same person.
Yeah.
So,
and man, I was kind of like looking at pictures of me, over the past couple of years. I've kind of aged a lot. It seems like, like I think back then I was 43. I'm 47 now. I don't know. It's kind of been like I guess it's been a rough 4 years for me.
A Biden presidency will do that to you.
Yeah, not to mention the stress of having to hide in the shadows for 4 years now.
Oh yeah. At that same time, I mentioned, like what I want to like. I forget how you put it. Would I like want to press charges or anything for defamation? Back then, my wife, she's like she had a lawsuit against her, a judgment for like over $70,000, and we're not. I can't afford tens of thousands of dollars of lawyers' fees, so I was doing my best. I was devoting all these hours and stressing about what is this going to happen to us, and trying to like fight as best I could, submitting motions and all this kind of stuff, trying to do all this legal research. It was a very stressful time.
I bet. I didn't have, anyone like Glenn Beck or Darren Beatty or anyone looking for me and telling people help identify me. So yeah, I can imagine that would be a little bit unnerving.
Yeah.
Let's cheer it up a little bit and celebrate the release of the January 6th prisoners. So what do you guys make of it? Did you guys think it was actually going to happen?
I did. I didn't know how quickly, but I did. I just didn't know, the process of these things are always so slow and so cumbersome. and I have heard stories that as of last night, they had only released 2 by the time the shift was over or whatnot, because the guards and whatnot are trying to slow the process and keep things as cumbersome as possible to just really stick it in the eye of the people that they're letting out. They're just, I don't know. I feel like they're just having the sour grapes moment and they're not liking it. So they're going to do everything in their power to stall the process as much as possible. But yeah, as far as the amount of time it took to do it, I'm honestly surprised it was like within the day we were already seeing releases of some of the prisoners.
Oh, I think they've all been released now. Enrique's out. Rhodes is out. Eric, I just sent you a list. I want to actually go through and name all of the people. President Trump spent his first day in office pardoning nearly 1,500 participants in the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. He also commuted the prison sentences and dismissed 450 pending court cases. Many Tennesseans are among those who have been sentenced or are awaiting trial. The following is a list of some Tennesseans who were sentenced for crimes related to the January 6th riot, now pardoned or released. Matthew Baggett out of Woodbury. Matthew Bledsoe out of Memphis. James Wayne Brooks out of Johnson City. Oh, come on. I don't want to sign up for your newsletter. Christopher Michael Cunningham of Old Hickory. Andrew Galloway of Nashville. Jack Griffith of Nashville. Albuquerque Cosper Head of Johnson City. Brian Ivy of Cookville. Clifford Metier out of Knoxville. Eric Munchell out of Nashville. That was
zip tie guy.
I didn't know Zip Tie Guy was a Nashvillian.
Yeah.
Oh no, he used to come to the rallies we had in 2020. Man, I've got pictures with him. He called me
Lord.
when News Channel 5 was trying to like basically beat down his door when they identified him. He called me, and there's nothing I could do. It was, everybody was going underground.
Yeah.
Joseph Jose Lino Padilla. That's really Joseph Padilla. That's hey Joe. For those of you who don't know, the last guest on our show was Joe Padilla.
Oh,
but, yeah.
Different Joe.
Stuart Parks, who we've also had on the show. Ronnie
Yep.
Presley out of Nashville. Blake Reed out of Nashville. Michael Roche out of Murfreesboro. Michael Timbrook out of Cookville. And Eric Torrens out of Gallatin. If any of you gentlemen see this and want to come on and talk about your experience, you're welcome to come on anytime. We definitely need people to understand some of the treatment that happened
Sure.
up
Yeah.
there.
I'm gonna make an attempt to get this Matthew Baggett from Woodbury. He just basically lives right down the road from me, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
You're going to have the insurrection hunters coming to your door now.
Yeah.
So, what do you make of the pardons? Do you think he should have pardoned absolutely everybody, John?
I would not be surprised. I mean, I don't know who all got rolled up. I mean, some of those people obviously, they should be pardoned. Especially they've been locked up. Getting locked up's no fun. Like what is it, Enrico? How many years did Enrico Tarrio get?
Enrique Tarrio was sentenced to like 22 years. He was actually on my other show, the Unframe of Mind show, for twice before all this went down.
He didn't even set foot in DC.
And I'm like, there's no way that guy would. No, that guy is cool as shit. There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, heck, they gave Ross Ulbricht, 2 life sentences in 40 years.
Yeah.
That's actually the thing I'm like, of all the things that Trump was going to do, that's kind of the one I'm like the most impressed with, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't see that happening like at all. I'm super surprised because it's ironic that there's a lot of people that are in jail, actually out of jail already because of the crimes that they committed through the Silk Road, where the guy who created the website itself is still sitting in prison. Like this is
just
clearly go ahead.
Well, because a lot of people don't know, especially if you're, no offense, but if you're older, you don't know what the Silk Road is. Basically, this kid at the time created a website that allowed you to buy and sell anything you wanted to, create an account, do whatever it is, buy and sell whatever you wanted to. He didn't track you, didn't want to know who you were, didn't care what you were. He just wanted to give you a platform. And of course, people used it to sell things you could not sell on other platforms, including drugs and I know that there were some people posting like hits and stuff on there. I never got to use it, but I do know people who did use it, and they decided to make an example out of him. A lot of people speculate it was it was almost like the war on drugs teaming up with the war on crypto and using him as an example. Now, the fence cutter bulwark is definitely a notable guest, and that's why they made the top 10. But as most of you know, our focus is on local issues and things that happen in Washington, D.C., especially 5 years ago that the police aren't even looking into, aren't necessarily our forte. And there's nothing more local than door knocking. And as someone who has personally knocked thousands of doors, not for politics, of course, we chose this next segment with Eric Wader because all politics is local, and there's a giant hole in the number of locals that you and I and other politicians talk to. So coming in at number 9 is this clip from episode 83. Be that engaged. So someone wants to help out with a campaign. You know, you're talking about the work that a county commissioner does. Someone who wants to get involved. What is the most effective thing that they can do?
Hands down, door knock. Targeted voters. I gave you the statistics about the state rep, so let's go to the county commission race. If let's say we have a district of 56,000 residents, depending on the turnout in that county commission district, you may only get 3,000 to 5,000 voters vote in the Republican primary. So when you really start getting to that micro targeting, the most important thing for that candidate and for the campaign is to door knock those targeted voters.
Okay, so real quick, and just to tell you my background, I knocked doors from the time I was 14 years old until about last Tuesday, selling things. $2,000 vacuum cleaners. I've knocked on tens of thousands of doors. Got a train going by, and
it's nice ambiance.
Yeah, it's good background music. Maybe we'll get a Facebook strike. Someone's used that train horn before.
We're not on Facebook. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, and I understand why people knock targeted voters, but I've been around now for 3 primary seasons, seeing what people are doing in a campaign, and every single person I've talked to is full of shit when it comes to how many doors they've knocked, how many people they've talked to, and how effective they are. Now, I'm not saying that you can't be effective knocking doors. I'm just seeing the people that I've seen running groups and stuff like that. They don't know how to do it. And what I recognize, there's a lot of people confusing the activity with accomplishment now. So I want to just let you know that there's going to be some disagreement, and I'd love to see if we can find a way to blend it, because the last person I talked to that knocked doors for like 9 months and didn't get but a couple of thousand votes, and they literally it was like Army sergeant knocking doors level. That could be bad messaging, but it's 2025, and I know how many people open a door, and it's very few of them. So what is the real goal in knocking a door? Are you trying to leave them literature? Are you trying to actually get a conversation with them? Because you're knocking primary voters, right? People who have already have a history of voting in a primary.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's very targeted. So yeah, when you say the goals, first and foremost, it's the micro targeting. So if you're in a room of 100 people, maybe 10 of them are going to vote in the Republican primary. So instead of, doing an announcement and saying, hey, everybody, I have something I need to tell you, 90 of those people are not going to vote. So talk to the 10 people. And you may even narrow it down. Maybe one of those 10 is a rhino who will never vote for you. So you know what? Now you're only talking to 9 people. And maybe 3 are definitely going to vote for you and 3 are not going to vote for you. So now you know that you're really only going to be talking to 3 people. And yes, the primary goal is to have a conversation with them. And also, you are right. There needs to be training. So when I hire a campaign staff person.
So real quick on that, the part that stands out to me. So in Kirby, we would knock doors anywhere to show a vacuum to anyone 18 to 80, blind, crippled, or crazy, as long as they had a plug and a rug. And now they do hardwoods, so you don't even need a rug. And the reason you did that is, and this is the lesson that I learned after years of doing it, is you can pre-qualify a house from the outside. I can get your credit score within about 50 points based on your tires, the brand of your car, the condition of your yard, the shingles and stuff. But I've been in hundreds of houses where I was wrong. Been in doctors with bankruptcy, and I've been in houses with dirt floors where they've gone out in the backyard and dug up a jar full of gold coins. So, Michael, the thing that stands out to me is, why aren't the 90 people voting? Because I 100% understand why you're not going to waste your time with someone who's not going to vote. But the reason everyone that I know that like voted for Trump in the regular election, why they don't vote in the primaries, because for the most part, they were never asked. And that's where I think we're missing the vote. Like, I think you should have a targeted team, but I'm just curious as to if you had any insight on that. And then I want to hear about the county commission stuff.
So the insight on that is you have limited resources and limited time. And so, to go back to my 100-person example, let's say in your district, you're 55% Republican district. So immediately 45 people are just not going to vote for you no matter what, right? They think you're a fascist, evil person. So then you got 55 there, and you start getting into the numbers. People would say like I wasn't asked, but then they haven't voted in any primaries recently. So that's a little suspicious. I mean, I would question that person was unaware of all the primaries.
See, so on that thing, I think a lot of people, once they vote in a primary, unless it's while they're at college, I think a lot of them would like to. But, my dad's English, and he makes this joke about America. It's always election season. If you don't see a sign out on the corner, wait 6 weeks, and there will be somebody running for something out there. And people get that, I guess it's just disconnected. They're watching Joe Rogan and their latest sitcom or Shameless, and they just, if no one comes and knocks on their door and asks them. And the reason that I say this is when I look at the people who have voted in the primaries and I look at these roles, the pool is very, very small. You're talking about 3,000 people out of 50 sometimes.
Yeah.
And a lot of those people are set in their ways, and they're really good friends because they went to church with that person and voted for him 8 years ago. And I just can't believe it. And they're really nice people, and we have to. But I almost feel like it might be a missing opportunity, because if you've got 53 other, or if you got 50,000 people, 3,000 people voting, that's 47,000 people. There's going to be a lot of people slam a door in your face. There's going to be people come to the door naked. There's going to be people not at their house. There's going to be felons. And then there's going to be people that are like, oh, really? I've never heard of you. And I'm just, every person I've asked for any data on those, it's always been kind of iffy. It's like, well, we don't get good results. Well, yeah, it's because you're knocking doors. You're not going to get good results in 2025. Very few people answer the door. But if you're leaving leaflets, literature, I'm really curious as to why we don't do more of that. But
honestly, I wasn't really interested in door knocking until you mentioned the possibility of running into naked people. So
all the time.
Oh, really? Is it more often than you would think?
If you knock enough doors, it's you cannot go a summer in a van crew without having at least some, probably several.
Yeah. So look,
all right. So what did you think of that? Now, door knocking can definitely be intimidating, and I totally understand that. And even getting involved locally at all can be intimidating, even if you aren't knocking doors. And that's why at one point we brought on a Democrat to the Patriot Punkcast. Now, sometimes people are afraid of speaking up and getting involved because generally they feel that the government's going to target them. And the way that they do that is usually through law enforcement. And I know this because I have questioned the chosen sperm before, and they have attempted to target me. But if you stand up and you stand your ground, you can push back on them. And they oftentimes, when they use law enforcement to intimidate you, they create liability for themselves. And I personally don't care what political party you're a part of, what organization or whatever it is. Everyone is entitled to due process and equal justice in the United States of America and in our great state of Tennessee. And that's why coming in at number 8 is this clip from episode number 127.
That's the what should I say? I wouldn't say selfishness, but the vain. That's just what comes out, like when it's just so vain. Everything is self-centered around him.
He runs the biggest city or biggest county in that area of Tennessee. You got to let him play Billy Badass with the sheriff. If he could get away with it, I personally believe he would walk around with 2 6-shooters on his hip and one of those real big, like old school sheriff's hats. I think he would do that. You know, that there's a reason they call them the good old boys. And it's because at some point in time, their family trees probably were halfway decent people, maybe, that had some idea of law and order and everything. But now you've got the spoiled ass kids and the people that didn't work to get where they are that I think are abusing it. So go back to if you look in the links I sent, Daniel, where of the videos, it's the last one that says other angle.
And mind you, for everybody listening, I had told Mr. Patriot Punk here, because I don't want to get out here on him, Mr. Patriot Punk and Daniel here. I told him I don't know Eddie Ferris from a can of paint. You know, I don't have a history with him. I won't say I've never spoken to him, because I believe that I might have introduced myself some years ago when I had to come down to the sheriff's office for something. He sat in my church in February. That was my church, McClellan Avenue Church Christ, where him, the board of directors, Corby King, chief of police down at Cookville, and Brian Dunaway sat in my church, and they gave that whole what was it, the town hall that really upset everybody. That was there to quell everybody's concerns, but what everybody left with was upset. From that town hall.
For people that don't know what Eddie Ferris looks like, I'm gonna share it on the screen real quick. Okay, it's you may recognize him from the Fantastic Four cartoons. But that, if you're in town and you see somebody that looks like Ben Grimes, that's Eddie Ferris. So
wah.
Okay, so
my bad. You were saying?
Yeah, I'll play this angle, because this is there's something that concerns me about this.
Go ahead.
You want the volume or no?
Yeah, just not full blast, maybe.
Don't touch me, please.
Yeah, you need to go downstairs or else you're going to be able to go with them.
Why is that?
Because you're not.
Because you're not what?
He realized that the video camera was moving.
Then he turns around. She gets away. Yeah.
Why is that? Why is that? Why?
So
Okay.
You need to go downstairs.
Don't touch me, please.
Yeah, you need to go downstairs or else you're going to be able to go with them.
So it's that right there. There's several angles. You see how they're trying to trip you?
And I didn't even mention that. They did say take him down.
Yeah, I got to give you mad props.
They gave the instruction to take me down.
Yeah, you didn't skip leg day at all. Like, you got a good sturdy base. They weren't putting you on the ground, dude. I'd have fell on the ground the minute they looked down at my shoes, man.
Completely honest with you right now. What black man do you know in today's day and age that's going to let a police officer take them down to the ground? Everybody knows what happens next. Everybody knows what happens next. When you take a black man down and you put him down on the ground in 2025. If it wasn't for those people there, and I want to be completely honest, Aaron, if it wasn't for Amber, if it wasn't for David, I could have been dead. I could have been dead. And I'm not even playing about that. I'm really not. And if you really think that the fact that if a black man assaulted one of your first responders or one of your law enforcement officers, you don't think Eddie Ferris is going to direct them to pull a gun out? You don't think Eddie Ferris is going to direct them to get some sort of retribution? You think he's not going to do that? Do you
So
really think he's not going to do that?
Though I personally I disagree with some of the aspects there, but I don't disagree that you have those genuine concerns. I do believe that there's definitely, I know that there's some homophobia in the Eddie Ferris area.
Could be.
I wouldn't surprise me if there's some racism. I personally, I don't think that they would have offed you. They might have strip searched you.
Yeah, that's not their style anyway. They do all that stuff off camera.
Yeah, they let their junkie people feed you drugs on the back end whenever they want to get rid of people like that. But so I don't personally believe it's just because you're. But let me ask you a question.
Now, I don't believe it's just because I'm black either. That the aspect that I was the only black one in that meeting, and probably the only black person that walked in that building the whole entire business day. To be honest, with you, that never crosses my mind because guess what? I'm born and raised here. I'm used to that. I'm used to.
I personally think it's because there's a couple of things that I noticed. I noticed that going back to the middle of May, you actually shared a screenshot from one of my things about the ethics complaint.
Yeah.
That all of the county commissioners, that has been downloaded over 100 times. The actual file has.
Oh, no kidding.
The entire ethics complaint has been downloaded over 100 times. Not to mention the fact that you can read the screenshot. Thousands of people read that page.
Right.
So all the county
that's how it was
commissioners.
led to you. Actually, that was my first instant coming to your west. Somebody told me to go and read that, and I was like, Patriot. That was literally, and after, I want to say it was probably a few days right in between, like the 14th, 15th, that week is when I came and I read that and everything like that. And like I was telling the Commissioner Ken Hall, I said, we have an ethics issue here happening in our sheriff's office. Just for me reading that and analyzing this, we have it here, and it supports what the community of Putnam County has been saying about law enforcement here in this county for decades.
And the good people have all started to leave. That's I think that's part of what the hiring all the new people in the jail is. And I'm not saying that the people who work there aren't good people, but when you go to work somewhere, you're only as good as you're trained to do. And if all the people at the top are teaching you how to do things incorrectly and how to be Billy Badass with a badge, then you're not going to develop into a good law enforcement officer. And that's something that we all agree on. First off, you shouldn't be arrested for going to a county meeting. But I want to get to my question. Did at any point before they were trying to trip you, did they ask you to get on your knees or anything like that? Or did they, because you can't hear anything. They kept everyone out of the room. And I'm just curious, were they telling you to get down on the ground and you wouldn't, or did they just try to trip you?
At the point where they were trying to put my hands behind my back for no valid reason of what I could agree with, or any kind of stated why I'm being arrested, why I'm being detained, anything that I could comprehend of why you're having me detained, because they could not put my hands behind my back, they took me down.
You're saying they couldn't articulate their aria. You're saying they couldn't articulate their reasonable, articulable suspicion as to why you were being detained.
What they were telling me was that the meeting, I disturbed the meeting, and like I told them, the meeting was over. So what did I disturb? What are you doing? And if we can't agree on that fact, instead of you trying to de-escalate a situation that you escalated, that your officers escalated, it's in the warrant report. Your officer decided on his own behalf, because he deemed that I was a threat. I was walking too fast. I was doing whatever. He deemed that I was a threat. So he intervened and interacted with me in order to make that physical contact. Did I knowingly or intentionally go to assault anybody down at the bottom of that guy's? No. My intent was, you're 25 feet away from me, 30 feet away from me. I know your name. I'm trying to get your attention. So I'm waving at you, saying your name. Commissioner Kathy Dunn, Commissioner Darren Wilson. Hey, that's me.
You do look like you might be kind of a tall gentleman. How tall are you?
5'11", long legs and stride. Play basketball.
You got long legs. You seem to be very energetic and very out.
Yes,
I can imagine just you walking normally appears to be walking too fast.
I can imagine that. I can imagine that too. But this is in order to me though, that my clear and understanding is that if walking down to the guys to meet your county commissioners when they come down, I don't know if the interpretation is that I was trying to run up there or that I was trying to do anything. And especially if you tell me that I'm a threat and I'm wearing a backpack that's being secured with my right hand. If I'm such of a threat, why did my backpack sit up there in that windowsill the whole entire time all of this was going on and was never checked? until we leave to go down that elevator till I asked you to look into my backpack to see if my iPad was in there. If I was such a threat to you, then please tell me why that backpack was not checked.
I've got a more important question. How the heck did you get in there with a backpack that they didn't already know that they had searched and dumped out on the floor?
So
I tried to go in there before, and I was told I can't bring posters, and they're really, really lucky that I hadn't brought posters because I would have violated that rule. And yeah.
So from what I know, that was my second time attending the county commission meeting. Go ahead, Daniel, if you had something.
No, I say it sounds like in general, just from your telling of it. I don't know any of the details myself other than what we've seen in the videos. But from your telling of it, what it sounds like is that one officer seemed like he was a little spooked, overreacted, and then the rest of the time was just the rest of the officers trying to ex post facto justify, almost like when you're in an argument with somebody and partway through, somewhere along the lines, they realize, oh, I'm wrong, but they don't admit it. They just double down.
Thank you.
They don't ever
Oh
stop.
my gosh.
Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like. That's the general gist of what I'm.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from us here at the Patriot Punk Network. We've got a lot of new content coming up for you, as well as the rest of our top 10 greatest hits of the Patriot Punkcast. But we need to take a quick break to hear from our sponsors and enjoy a little bit of Christmas music. So we'll be back right after this.
Washington doesn't need go along to get along nonsense. It needs leaders with a spine. And right now, Tennessee's 4th District doesn't have one. Our incumbent voted yes to transgender affirming care in the military, including procedures for dependent children. That's not defending readiness. That's political shenanigans at the expense of our armed forces. He also voted to raise the debt ceiling and to continue the reckless deficit spending that's crushing American families with inflation, higher costs, and a weaker future for our kids. That's not leadership, that's surrender. I'm running for Congress because it's time to stand firm. No more rubber stamping bad policy. No more votes that betray military families or bankrupt our nation. Tennessee deserves a representative who answers to the people, not party insiders. I'm Thomas C. Davis, and I approve this message. Learn more at tomdavistn4.com.
Hey guys, Dennis Hunt, your Coffee County Mayor. I'm wanting to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Coffee County is a great place to be right now. I also would like to invite every one of you to stop by the Coffee County Administrative Plaza during our office hours, Monday through Friday, and take a look at our Veterans Wall. Thank you once again for letting me serve as your county mayor. Merry Christmas.
Hope you enjoyed that little Christmas melody of a whole bunch of your favorites. The wonderful thing about improvisation is you kind of go where the melody takes you.
Welcome back to the top 10 greatest hits of the Patriot Punkcast. And looking at number 8, we can understand why Putnam County gets the reputation that it does. And I personally think that it's a lot of fun. But the crime out in Putnam County is nothing compared to that in Memphis. And that's why, coming in at number 7, we have possibly the bravest guest that we've ever had on the Patriot Punkcast. And sitting in a parked car for 2 hours in Memphis just to be on our show, and we know that that can get a little dicey. So coming in at number 7 is this clip from episode number 150.
So
So I don't know if it's official, but it's as good as official for me when it happens in an event like that. And last comment of the evening on the Turkley Law live chat is OC Overwatch says, please tell Mr. Fritts he is on the wrong side of the legal marijuana issue. Well, I don't know what wrong side you mean.
I would like to find that out too.
Because I am 100% for complete decriminalization. And if you happen to do something stupid in public that it creates a hindrance of society, then you can be punished for that.
Right.
I'm so sick and tired of, and I see it happen all the time, especially because I'm right across from a 24-hour gas station. Someone pulls out with their headlights off, okay, after being in a really well-lit parking lot. Cop pulls them over, drug dog comes out to their car, searches it, alerts, and then they don't find anything. People don't, someone having a bag of weed in the backseat of their car is not harming you in any way, shape, or form.
I thought you were for legalization.
Pardon?
I thought you were for legalization.
I'm for, well, so here's, I'm for.
Well, you said complete, what you said was complete decriminalization. And
yes, because
I thought you were for legalization.
Legalization traditionally means that you're going to enforce it with like the Alcohol Beverage Commission board, like they've just set it up with. Yeah. And I think it needs to be a civil liability thing. We're talking about something that's literally called weed. It's called weed because it will grow anywhere.
Yeah.
Like it's the most common thing, and we're trying to regulate it. It should be regulated like anybody else. If I sell a whole bunch of it, I got to pay sales taxes. I can't sell it to minors. I'm totally cool with that. And if I'm intoxicated and drive down the road, if I'm intoxicated and act a fool, if I go beat somebody up at a club or steal all your Oreos out of the gas station, I am liable for that crime.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Fritts sits on this issue?
So I'm going to tell you that's what I was about to say. Monty, when he announced on the Chris Hand radio program, and I know this question was brought up by Chris Hand to Monty. I would highly encourage OVC Overwatch to go listen to what Monty actually says. I'm going to try my best to remember how he said it, and if I'm wrong, then I'll be corrected based upon that interview that Monty gave. But Monty's whole thing is he didn't think government nor the pharmaceuticals industry should be anywhere involved with it. And I think what he actually said was that if somebody grows it in their own yard, then that's on them. It's like growing a tomato plant or something.
That is a very good summary. I listened to that several times, and then I've actually got an interview I've been trying to, I might put it out on subscribers only for Facebook for something like that. I don't know yet. It turned into like a 30-minute interview on like 3 or 4 different topics, and then we got interrupted by Richard Archie and stuff halfway through. So it's not the most, and it was terrible at the Man on the Street interview anyway. So it doesn't flow the best that it should, but he went through about 10 minutes of identifying his reason. And I think OC Overwatch and him are a lot closer. I like to give me and OC Overwatch give each other a hard time quite often, but my concern with it is that it's being used to criminalize half of our youth, half of our nation. It's dividing the country. You could make every Democrat in the entire world give up on being a pissed off at politics by telling them that weed's legal. And then you could still arrest them if they stole stuff or drove or hit a stop sign or the street.
And I see that, and if that's what they do, that's what they do. I know this is what Monty believes is liberty and less government.
Yep.
And he really means what he says when he is telling everybody liberty and less government. He does not believe the government has any business controlling our lives. He believes that the average citizen should step up and do what the Constitution says, and they control our government. And we have too many people in our government now that do not believe that. They believe that we are the peasants and we're to do what we're told, and we are stupid and they're the smart ones. And frankly, with how they handle COVID, they're the stupid ones. I'm just going to tell you right now, if a dumb redneck hick like me can figure out how to keep from dying of COVID as bad as I had it, but yet my family, the rest of my family, goes to the hospital and dies from it. Okay, I got a problem with all these people that got doctorate degrees, and I'm sorry, but I feel like that they murdered my family. And if I had went to the hospital, I would be dead too right now. So if a dumb hit like me can figure it out, then why couldn't they? So I will say this: they are either complicit, okay, in what happened, or they're incompetent. I will let them pick which one they are.
Yep. Dead on the head. You couldn't have said it any better. Or I couldn't have said it any better myself. The COVID changed a lot of people's perspectives. And like I talk about here on the show, it's the role of government. Is it the role of Washington, D.C., or is it the role of the governor to do X, Y, or Z? Daniel's answer is it's the role of the government to quit, leave.
To not exist.
Yeah.
Disappear. Poof, be gone. LQ50 does say your guest tonight is awesome. So
awesome.
You must be doing fantastic things tonight, sir.
Yes.
I have no social media, don't even have a Facebook account. I think that there's a lot of keyboard warriors out there. I prefer to do it face to face. I tell everybody that I've dealt with in politics, I will never stab you in the back. I will stab you between the eyes because I want you to know I'm coming and who did it. There's so much shadiness and sneakiness. And frankly, I can't stand it because I think people are cowards, and I can't stand a coward. And that's one of the reasons why I have fully gotten on board with Monty. I fully got on board with Jody Barrett because these are men that I feel like have the best interest of their constituents at heart and have that servant's heart and do not believe that they're better than everybody else.
I think they are two of the few candidates who have shown that they are willing to stand up to the establishment in Tennessee. And for that, they earn a lot of my respect. Lawrence, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time and sitting out in the car in Memphis. We're glad you still have all your rims and your windows.
Well, there's a 357 in my pocket, so that they'd have a tough time.
It must be a big pocket.
He's got them 90s Jinko jeans with the huge pockets on.
Dude, I weigh 300 freaking pounds, man. You know my jeans are big. There's a lot I can hide in there.
He can carry a PlayStation 2 in his back pocket and the controller's in the front.
Oh, Lord. All right. What did you guys think of Lawrence? Do you think he's brave? Would you sit in a parked car in Memphis at night with the lights on, just making yourself a target for everyone? Well, Memphis might not be so bad if it weren't run by Democrats. And one of the things that Democrats are most known for is their emotional stability. And that's why we decided to choose this next clip for number 6. Coming in at number 6 of the top 10 Patriot Punkcast greatest clips is this clip from episode 59, filled with the Democrat reactions to a certain election. We hope you enjoy it.
Say it, get ready for that reaction, because it might not be what you think. It might not be a kumbaya. It might be like, what in the world am I watching? Like, she lives on a different planet than me. I mean, you think about how many women voted for Trump, how many Latinos, how many blacks, how many he went up. He just, and she's going to say that America's racist, misogynist. Like, it's just, there's so much to unpack there. I mean, much.
I don't know what Daniel's playing here. He said he's got this, but after this, we've got somebody who I truly believe. In fact, one of their videos, they sarcastically admit that they are racist, and that's someone in your area. So we're going to take a look at that.
Well, you had mentioned, Chase, about the other lady. You know, if she needed a rant, just rant into her. You know, record herself ranting, whatever. But you don't need to publish it on the internet. And it reminded me of this video I posted a couple of days ago too, of this lady here that she goes and screams into the wilderness all alone by herself. Felt the need to record it. So let me play that real quick.
All right.
Oh boy, I forgot buttons for a second. There we go. It says 10 out of 10, highly recommend finding a quiet place in nature and screaming.
Like you said, I don't want to hear whatever mating call that is.
And I'm like, you could have just done that in the wilderness by yourself. That'd have been fine. Nobody's gonna, whatever. You do your thing. But
so, Joe,
good Lord, you need to publish it too.
Joe, you're Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe that there is something, and I'm probably going to butcher it, about like praying in the closet, basically.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You don't want to be like a Pharisee praying on the street, to get the eyes on you for that, for that perspective. You want to be genuine in your time with the Lord.
You just said the word Pharisee, and I think that has brought up a new idea. I think we should add to Project 2025 that if you make videos like this, you are now called a Pharisee, because they would love to be compared to some religious term. Definitely.
I think they are. I think The Handmaid's Tale is their Bible, though, and I don't even know if all of them have read it yet. But no, it's interesting. It's very.
Isn't someone sending the selling the Handmaid's Tale outfits in Lebanon right now for like $700 or something? I think they're being sarcastic, but like, hey, if you are claiming we're here, here's the uniform, wear it.
Gotta love capitalism, man.
Yeah.
From my iPhone,
sell them Handmaid's Tales outfits to the communists.
Yeah. Go to my Etsy page and get my Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so we have here an actress. That's literally what she is. She is an actress. Although I think that's now a sexist term. I think we have to just call it an actor, and that's the gender neutral term. I don't know. I'm not woke here, but she is the secretary of the Wilson County Democrat Party. So I'm sure you've had a run-in or two with her, or at least been attacked by her in the past.
I know this lady really well. She lives in my neighborhood.
I'm sorry.
Yes. One of you had mentioned a while ago about these white women who live in $700,000 houses, being the biggest victims you ever seen, and they think because somebody cares about what they're going to say that they're saving the world. They're saving. Yes, that's her. Yeah. It's interesting. Like I said, there needs to be some studies on this, but I'll hush up. But yeah, I do. She's been to many school board meetings and definitely attacked me numerous occasions.
So play the most. There's a reel of her with a blue dog.
With the donkey. I think the donkey might have made it to a school board meeting.
Oh
Morning,
yeah.
America. I've got my emotional support.
You see the beginning? She says, "Hello, America."
Yeah.
America.
Morning,
she
America.
has to tell America. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I went to bed last night before the results were in, but it wasn't looking good when I fell asleep.
Why is her audio so muddy?
Because she's got that emotional support donkey up
Oh,
on
it's
top of
I'm
her.
filming this now
Yeah.
because my kid isn't awake.
Well, at least she took care of her kid first.
Hats off.
And I don't really know what to say to them.
Here we go, working up them tears.
I don't really know what to say to you all either.
Then why did you record a video?
Sorry for the white lady tears. Probably going to be a lot of that today.
White lady tears. They're saltier than most.
Here are some things that I do know. I know that I have struggled with depression my whole life.
Not surprised.
And it's only been in my later years with a good therapist that I've understood that one of the most powerful tools of overcoming depression is gratitude. So I woke up this morning, I cried in my husband's arms, and then I immediately sent text messages to every female candidate that was in my phone that I personally have their number.
Because she prioritizes gender over other things.
Thanking them for giving us something to fight for here in Tennessee, for giving us something to hope for. I'm so proud of them, and I'm so proud of us for fighting. I said that this is not the end. This is the beginning.
All right.
Our country has...
Go to, I think it's her most recent reel.
Hi.
Oh no, this one's good too.
You made it through today.
Just the beginning part.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you made it through today. There's something wrong with the hips too.
Hi. You made it through today. I made it through today. We both made it through today. And I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you made it through today. Let's make it through tomorrow, too. Okay?
Okay.
That'd make me happy if you made it through tomorrow.
I will.
Yeah.
Today was hard.
Yeah, no, it was
Tomorrow
hard.
might be harder.
No.
I don't know.
No.
But I know we have some work to do.
Yeah, for sure.
We can do it.
Come help me
All
put
right.
on these boards in this building.
All right, pause it. So one of the things that I really think, and I know that I'm kind of jumping a little off subject here, but I promise it's relevant. Did any of you see the Joe Rogan, John Fetterman podcast before the election?
I saw as much as I could handle.
Oh God, it was. I watched it almost twice. I watched half of it and then decided to watch it with Teresa, and because I really wanted, because he at least seemed somewhat honest. Like, I don't get me wrong, it was depressing. You will need to go take Prozac or something after you watch that that podcast. It is so bad. But this is a common theme that I'm seeing. We make the joke that liberalism is mental illness, and no, liberalism is not mental illness, but there is a large portion, specifically the people that are recording videos of themselves crying and having mental breakdowns and publishing it on the internet for attention, that do genuinely have mental issues. And I feel bad for that. Like, I genuinely have empathy for them, because it must be so difficult to go through life being victimized by every word someone says.
Or being convinced that you are a victim because of words.
Well, perception is reality, man.
It's
my truth.
It's one thing coming from I prayed for this woman, I prayed for quite a few times, and I just want her to feel whatever void is there with whatever it needs to be filled with, so she doesn't feel the need to have to go by her emotions, be ran by the whimsicals of what she hears and offends her that day. I mean, my truck driving down in front of some of these people's houses, they have called the cops on me just because I have a big American flag truck. Just because of that, it seems like they wake up and they seek that attention, they seek that controversy, so that they have some kind of coverage or some kind of substance to post about because they were wrong that day.
You're a bigger man than I, man. I mean, that's kudos on you for praying for this lady, but quite frankly, I won't give this lady a second thought as soon as we're done with this topic tonight, because I've got other things to worry about, like my own kids and family. So
no, it does. But you think too, being Veterans Day, being a Marine, and knowing what these guys have been through, these guys and gals in the military, and they wake up every day with mental problems. We wake up every day missing limbs. Some families, their husbands or wives didn't come home. I'm not minimizing anybody's trauma, but
real actual problems.
Yes, and to the Starbucks, mommies. And I think AJ calls them the commie mommies.
Commie mommies.
They seriously, like, you can. I want them to seek something bigger than just the issues in their life. And to me, in my faith, I think Jesus is the one that can help them with that. But they're nowhere near ready to approach that topic. But I'll keep praying if I see them.
The psychiatrists obviously aren't doing any good. Maybe they should go see Jesus, because the shrink they're seeing isn't working. So what did you think of those Democrat reactions? Were they a little bit over the top? Well, we've got more of the Patriot Punkcast greatest moments coming to you here in a little bit. But first, we're going to get another word from our sponsors and take a little break for some discussions with people who are experts in their industry. So make sure you smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know, and spread the Christmas cheer, and let everyone know who sponsored the show that you appreciate them doing so. We'll be back here momentarily. Never mind the bollocks, and watch the Patriot Punkcast.
Merry Christmas, Triple P viewers. Senator Adam Lowe here, and for Christmas, I asked for a new microphone, thanks to you guys. Tennessee Holler said I was on the naughty list, so I just went and bought some. Merry Christmas.
Good evening. My name's Chase Williams, and I'm a classical organist and schlock-tail organist. It's been my joy to play for the Patriot Punk Christmas broadcast this year. If you need someone to play for your holiday party, wedding, horse show, bar mitzvah, whatever you choose, please give me a shout, 615-318-2628. That's Chase Williams with Music in Motion Equine Entertainment. Well, from all of us to all of you at the Patriot Punk Network, we wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So have a holly jolly Christmas.
Welcome back to another discussion about the future of AI in the year 2026. This is our Christmas broadcast, so Merry Christmas to you and your family. I hope you're enjoying all sorts of good food, entertainment, and camaraderie, and I hope the kids got a lot of nice presents. One of the subjects that is, and one of the places that AI is used in the most already is in the media. You know, we see it in schools, and we see it in healthcare and in logistics, but the way it's used in the media really shapes public narrative. And that's where it can be both amazing for independent creators like us here at the Patriot Punk Network, and it can also be tragic if it is in the wrong hands. So we have decided to get on a local expert from the Tennessee Conservative today to discuss how AI is being used ethically, unethically, and where it's going in news media, both print, online, and even in videos like this. So make sure you smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Joining me in this fabulous conversation is my co-host and out of the closet ANCAP, Daniel
Wagner. Yay! And nobody's that excited to see me. Let's face it. What do you say? I think they're actually excited to see our guests. So what do you say we just jump right in?
Absolutely. Joining us tonight is return guest from the Tennessee Conservative, Miss Olivia Lupia. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you guys? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Can you do, just real quick for people who might be watching for the first time, tell everyone who you are and what you do?
Yes, I am Olivia Lupia. I am with the Tennessee Conservative, which is the state's largest conservative news outlet. We are really kind of the only ones combating the mainstream media from a news standpoint every single day. So I'm probably the cutest reporter you've seen up to this point, and probably likely through the end of the day. So you're welcome, and I'm so glad to be here.
Modest too. We love it. We love it.
Comes with an attitude and everything.
Yes, that I could picture the Barbie box like we put Matt Van Epps in.
Yes.
Full string comes with its its own attitude for Olivia. I would kind of sort of wish Matt Van Epps did too. I
He
mean,
can have some of mine, honestly. I have extra to spare. So if he needs it, he's welcome to it.
Well, I know what Olivia's getting me for Christmas.
So we obviously use AI in a fun way to create little like mocking videos and stuff like that. You guys do something a little bit different. You guys do a podcast. It's not quite as long form as ours, but you do a lot of the legwork. You put the news articles out there about the county commission meetings, about the dirt, the indictments. You guys are basically competing with all of the largest news media in the state, whereas Daniel and I take a more niche approach. How do you use AI to keep up? Because all these other companies are using it.
So this may shock a lot of people, but I really don't. And that is actually, I think, what sets us apart is we're very, very cautious about if we do use it. I think the only times I've really used it is when I've had huge amounts of data that I need to go through and I don't have the ability or understanding or quite capability of, okay, how do you read literally 10,000 lines on an Excel spreadsheet and make a list of whatever? So I will plug that into usually Grok. I just throw it in there and say.
You have to pass it to know what's in it.
You have to have a degree. It's a whole thing. I was looking at some education statistics the other day. I was like, I don't even know where to start with this. So I did plug that in, basically to just summarize actual hard data. But beyond that, I personally make a very concerted effort not to use AI because I think it is something that sets us apart. And I just think, for me, how am I going to put all this time and energy and resource into finding out the story, making the calls, doing the contacts, putting all this legwork in to then run it through a computer and say like, oh, well, you give me your idea of what all my work means. So that's part of it. And then also on the other hand, I'm actually a certified proofreader. I took a whole course and you had to take a test and it was graded and all of this. So AI to me is like, it goes against the grain for me with having to basically have taken so much English and grammatical courses and things like that. Like we already have spell check. If I can't figure out how to put together a sentence as a reporter beyond that, we're in really big trouble, which we're seeing in a lot of these articles that are coming out these days. It's like, oh dear.
Hey, listen, I see your concern and I totally get it. I would say that for me, for one of the things you can do, since you have such a large amount of writing out there, you can actually load all of your personal writing into AI and train it to write articles in your style. So you do the work, you put it in, you say, hey, I'm ready to actually formulate this into some kind of an article. And it just gives you a rough draft that you can then go, okay, that sounds like me. Yeah, let's run that. So it's not like running the final version, but it's just helping you kind of get the general just layout of your first draft out there. Yeah.
Something else that we use it a lot. And Daniel, can you go back to a different screen view so they can see the background that we have today? This is our Christmas blast. But in media, so much of it, you have to use thumbnails and you need things like that. For the last 100 episodes-ish of the Punkcast, the background of our image has been a Grok or something generated AI that we've actually, it's always subtle. We try to make it actually describe something we're discussing in the podcast, but it gives us a random color scheme, and it's just something that we've done. We are tweaking that, but it's allowed. I know someone who uses it to generate, because Suno allows you to generate music and things like that. He uses it to generate copyright-free music for his highlight tracks so that he can save money instead of having to pay ridiculous amounts of money like that. And that hurts the people that used to play the music. But my question is, does it? Because that guy wasn't paying for the music beforehand. Anyway,
I mean, that's fair. I couldn't afford half of the stuff that I'm able to do with it. It's ridiculous. But like you said, the background images, for example, almost every single day we use it to help write the general scripts for our tit segments to just get the general layout.
And then I go back and all for tits.
Sorry. I use it to just help me write. And then I can use it to help me brainstorm ideas and then be like, yeah, that's funny. That's not. That's funny. That's not. And most of it's total trash, but it gets the gears spinning and it really helps me kind of break the writer's block that you may experience. That's just personally how it helps me, because sometimes I'm just like, I don't know, my brain's just done creating today.
I think one of the things that we're missing here about talking about the future of AI is that we're all discussing this from an ethical point of view. Okay, from a freedom-minded, ethical, returning the power to the people, conservative, libertarian, freedom-minded. But we've got a post that I found on X, and it's from Jason Bassler, and it points out, it's got a picture, and obviously some AI-generated stuff in the background, it looks like. But the guy who bragged that AI surveillance will make citizens, quote, be on their best behavior, think LPRs and facial recognition, Larry Ellison, now has his son David in control of CBS and Paramount. The same family pushing AI control now dictates what you see as news. Control the code, control the story, control you. Now, I understand there's a lot of fear porn on the internet and things like that, but what do you think about a move like this? Someone like Larry Ellison getting control of a major news network that we saw was not exactly the most reliable in 2020.
Yeah, I think not reliable is an understatement.
It's
trying to think of a
Christmas. I'm trying to
family-friendly
be nice.
way to say that. Right, it's Christmas.
Yeah,
We're supposed
yeah.
to be charitable. I think it's wildly dangerous, and I think it's extremely irresponsible, honestly. Like, how are you going to ask people to trust you? Well, you have to trust us because we're the media, but we've made it a point to say that we can basically manipulate everything we say and do and make it look real enough that we can completely control your narrative. So I just think like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, they're already in control of all the mainstream media. So I'm not really sure, other than to just completely gaslight you or, and this is like far-fetched, but also not really, suddenly, with all, we want to talk about 2020, how many people were prosecuted and really hunted down and gone after because of things they supposedly did. Well, if you've got the CEO of a news network who can say, hey, let's generate an AI video or take this from your face scan or whatever, because you're now under mandatory surveillance, and suddenly they have a video of you doing something that you never did. So unless you can have an expert to disprove that, all that kind of stuff. And, that seems kind of like Terminator-ish, Skynet, way out there, but is it?
You don't think defense attorneys are going to be out there in mass going, oh, it's AI.
Right,
Oh, it's AI.
right. And which like also creates a problem on the other foot, because like you do have surveillance camera video, right, for a case, and then your defense attorney's like, well, it's probably AI, so just the jury should disregard, so I just think it's like, that's crazy to me. But it also goes to show you that there is a serious push for this movement to be happening, for AI to be so invested and so deeply rooted in everything. And when you have people who have proven that they're not here to use it necessarily ethically, okay, well, what is the motive for you to push this so hard? So that's a red flag to me, I think, in general, to say like, okay, well, there's clearly an underlying motive, going on here for why you are absolutely cramming this down our throats, and telling me it's good for me.
On that note, we can't go a Christmas without mentioning Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. And you're talking about this now. Again, we focus mainly on state, local issues because of things like this. I've got a picture just right here from, I didn't bring it up there. We're going to have to just splice this over, Daniel. So we have to cut this part out real fast. Let me share my window real fast. All right. So we've got this picture of Donald Trump with these women.
Change your main scene.
Oh, there we go. All right. So we've got this picture of Donald Trump allegedly with all these women with their faces blacked out, and without getting into the specifics of this photo, because I know it's just a bunch of crap, did you see how many pictures people were putting out where they had like AI generated this own version just to like create, I don't know if it's division, hostility, whatever it was, if it was just to troll people?
Yeah.
No.
You're right.
What?
There's no trolls
The internet?
They don't troll. They don't do that. That's not. It's not. I think it's illegal on the internet.
Nobody's
honestly.
mean on the internet. Come on, everybody
No.
loves to play nicely.
No, and Cookie Monster told us what the internet's for, and it ain't trolling. Okay.
But if we're seeing things like this, and it's not the first time a picture has been misrepresented or anything like that, but if we're seeing like things like that now, how long is it before you can't trust the Gateway Pundit?
Right.
Or,
and then I think when you add that to when you read some of the stuff that this AI puts out there, that is, it's either completely incomprehensible or it's like a giant plate of spaghetti that's just got sentences thrown together so randomly. You're like, what is this garbage? You're already again eroding that trust. And again, when you can open something and say, you can hardly scroll through Instagram now or, X or whatever. And half those cute little puppy videos are suddenly, you're like, oh wait, this is AI. There's a great, I forget his name, but there's an entire creator. His job is exposing like AI videos and helping people point out, this is what you need to look for, this, that. But like this guy's getting a platform because somebody has to tell us what to look for, or otherwise you'd be like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
So you already can't trust the cute stuff you see on the internet or like the crazy stuff, let alone now media using it. Yeah.
It's worse than that. I got a Facebook ad for an AI image generating company that creates pictures for OF.
Oh my God.
It says, we know what your audience wants. And it's like, wait a minute, why am I getting this ad? First of all, I've never expressed any interest in doing that.
It's a very different conversation, Daniel.
And like how much of that content, to keep it PG-13 here is going to be like completely AI generated, anyway, it's hilarious.
No,
My question then becomes, is that intentional? Is AI their response to independent media? Because so much stuff was getting put on Twitter and because they couldn't control all of the platforms, then just like you saw, it happened to Telegram, it happened to Parler, they try to flood it with bots, like a DDoS attack almost. Do you think that they're trying to flood the feeds? Because think about this. I can set I'm not interested in this, not interested in that. Under none of those categories is there an option I don't want to see AI generated content, but they require you to mark that. So if they aren't giving you that option of control, to me it sends the signal of, we want you to question what is real and to not be able to do it and to believe this. And that could be just because they're trying to sell advertising, and seeing a talking Sasquatch with Downsy is really funny.
I'd argue that I think good, bad, evil, neutral, otherwise, everybody recognizes it as a tool. And just as we see the opportunity to use it as a tool to help us, those people with ulterior motives also see it as a tool to help them.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of, where your heart is, how are you going to use it? And are the forces of good going to overcome the forces of evil, ultimately?
Yeah. Well, I think that's a really good question. And I think that's a good point. It's kind of like when we talk about the gun control argument. Honestly, if you're going to do the same, a gun is a tool, so it's how you use it. It's not necessarily the tool itself. And I think like the same can be said about social media in general. Social media it's just a platform. It's a tool. Now you've got people who are weaponizing it. And it's unfortunate that it's the founders of a lot of these social media platforms.
Oh, sorry. Weaponizing it in that way. Sorry. I weaponize it in a different way.
In a very different way. No, never mind.
See?
But yeah, I think
Wait, are we the bad guys? Does that make us the bad guys?
I hate to be the ones to tell you that you are in fact on the naughty list this year, but at least it was delivered from the cutest face on the internet.
Oh Lord. Well, so we talk about AI slop and stuff like that, and I'm not accusing this of being AI slop, but I saw a post the other day. Now, so there's we do a lot of stories out of the Upper Cumberland area, and there's a news agency out there that I have never heard of until I started covering news out there. So it's just local, called 3B Media, and most of the stories that they put out, they cover everything locally. They probably got 50 posts today. They cover everything. I don't know how they do it, but after reading this article, I got a little bit of an idea. About a week ago, let's just read the story here. Okay. Can you read it for me, Daniel?
Yeah. So the story is basically, I'll just read the first paragraph here. On Tuesday evening, December 16th, 2025, just before darkness fell over Crossville, Tennessee, residents reported spotting a mysterious black smoking object streaking across the sky, prompting a flurry of photographs and online discussions. And the sighting sparked a wide range of speculations and community comments, reflecting the mix of curiosity, skepticism, and humor typical of such unexplained aerial phenomena. Some viewers immediately linked it to long-standing chemtrail conspiracy theories, suggesting deliberate chemical dispersal from aircraft. Shall I continue?
So let me just ask everyone right now, let us know in the comments, and Olivia, you let me know. You've met people from Upper Cumberland before, right?
Yeah.
So different sections of Tennessee. Does that sound like someone from the Upper Cumberland area wrote it?
No. No. It's just different. It's
No,
just
it sounds like someone wanted to impress their teacher with their big vernacular, or you had somebody from California or LA or UC Berkeley come in and write the thing, which they might think is a compliment, but the purpose of this article is to communicate. So
it's the flowery language, more on par with like a novelist,
right?
Yes, and it sounds it's got that uncanny valley effect where like it just doesn't seem like someone like my local newspaper wrote it.
Yeah, this did not come from someone who you know from your I can call into the paper, or like when I write an email to the editor and I will actually talk to someone like a real person. It just doesn't seem like it's someone who wrote it.
Now, I hate that this is the case because I love using M dashes, but AI loves M dashes. It really, really loves them.
Yep.
And not saying that just seeing one in an article is evidence of it, but it is one small indicator. So you got to take it with a group of many.
I use it all the time, so that's one of those things. It's like, man, why has he got to use that? It's stealing my favorite punctuation.
I love it. I
Right?
love it. So I've had to start using semicolons instead, and even like periods, and start new sentences like a proper human being.
Yeah.
But that being said, you got to take it with the whole of multiple things. So we're talking about the flowery language that's not really indicative of a properly written informational article. You've got the M dashes, and then the last thing, I think the one that people was giving it so much shit was the last line down here where it says, currently no official reports or widespread news coverage have confirmed the event.
They
On
are
a media site.
agency.
Like, is that not what you were doing? Was that not what we were reading for the past?
Go to the top, because it could have been a hallucination, man. Go up all the way. Oh, so there's the picture of it. Go up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the headline. And what website are we on again? Scroll just a little bit more.
3B Media.
Oh,
News agency.
That doesn't.
Man, you're right. There has been no media coverage
at all.
So I would say with those three facts, indicators of AI use, it's probably safe to say this is probably not real.
Well, the other thing is viewers. Okay, it didn't say residents.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good catch too.
There's a word that would have been used. Viewers, straight like someone who viewed it on the Facebook post. A regular article.
Oh yeah. It does sound like that little summary it gives it at the end, at the top of a Facebook comment section.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's what people were accusing them in the comments of doing. Now, here's where I feel for them, because the Tennessee Conservative works your butt off. I'm trying to keep it family friendly, Daniel. So you dropped the S-bomb earlier. So
I did.
Yes. So what we're trying to do though is you guys are putting out so much content all the time. You have to have, I don't know how many people are contributors and reporters and how you get all the information, but I know, because we write articles here too from time to time, that it's a lot of work. Well, 3B Media probably doesn't have the ability to compete with the Tennessee Conservative or all these other local papers that do have lots of staff. And what they're trying to do is put out content so that they can sell ads, so that they can keep their business going. Because you notice there's like 6 or 7 or 8 ads on that Meta AI generated content. And I just think that people are getting sick of that. Why would I go to your website to read the Meta AI summary with 8 ads when I could go to the post and read the summary there? But I think that it's a symptom of them trying to keep up with how fast news has gotten. Do you think that is going to be the downfall of news? Do you think that that's going to, or what? How is someone who works in the industry, can y'all keep up this momentum genuinely at this pace?
Yeah. I mean, and that's, but there's a difference between, I think, what we do and when we comparing perhaps to like more mainstream. And you talked about like, oh, like maybe 3B doesn't have the resources that we do and all this. I am here to tell you from the bottom of my heart, we have nothing. I mean that in the sense of we're not corporately funded. We're completely donor operated, specifically so that we are not controlled by any organizations telling us what we can or can't say. So there's a purpose to that. We're a very small staff. People are very surprised to hear that we, for the amount of content that we do generate, we're very small, particularly when you're comparing us to any other, actual news
Channel 5.
News Channel 5 or whatever, all that garbage, Fox 17, etc. So but it kind of goes back to what I think I said before, is that's actually what sets us apart, and our ability to not just put out garbage that drives people away from us to say, okay, well, why would I read your AI summary when I can just go to the post, when I can just go to the original TikTok video, the Instagram, all of these sources that we're pulling from, that our team works really hard to go through and say, okay, not only, and again, this is, I think, what sets the Tennessee Conservative apart just in general, and why we're definitely a conservative news outlet, is not only here are the facts that happen without any kind of skew or without trying to tell you how to think, but then let's put this perspective of how might this affect you or not affect you as a conservative. And then more importantly, where's the call to action in this? Is there a call to action? Is there somewhere that you need to be involved and do this? So that human element to it is actually what sets us apart, and I think is what is going to continue to help us get a leg up and maybe be a preferred source when these other things are going downhill. Because I'm the same way. I'm like, why would I read this when I can just look at the original post? That's such a waste of time.
And what I see it happening is that when I say they don't have as big of a staff, I imagine, and I don't know this to be true, but I imagine the 3B Media might be one guy in his basement.
Mm-hmm.
And one guy, shoot, I'll tell you, because I did a lot of this by myself for the longest time. When it comes to the writing the articles and stuff like that, you can't put out vast amounts of, you cannot put out enough content to compete in that market. You can't. Not now as a team aggregating, meeting people's content, even if it's and that you guys work as a team rather than a company.
Yeah.
But
like a family.
If that guy, maybe he did, instead of putting out 10 articles yesterday, he put out 8. AI drafted them and then just went through and rewrote it, because that's his tool, to where it is actually, well, viewers, no, cook villains, or whatever, whatever they want to do, something. But if he just added his own, like, actually, okay, that's the rough draft that says what I want to say, it just doesn't say it the way I want to, and then they turned it into something personalized with that human touch, then he could put out more information than someone not using a tool. But you guys have found a way to maintain the value added portion. And I think it's people that find a way to use AI to add value. I don't want to go on,
but I think we're seeing, just to interject there, but I think the problem is that we're not seeing value added because it's making people lazy, because then I can just put out 10 drafts, this and that. So unless you're deliberately saying, we need to have a component that is human value, that is value added, it's so much easier to just be lazy and let but look, and they published this draft. So, to me, that's again, that red flag of saying,
it's still up.
And it's still up. They've been getting dragged in the comments, I'm sure. We're here, lovingly, I don't mean to be disrespectful about it, but we're here picking this apart. And there's no change, so that if that's what you're relying on, it's hard. Human beings in general are not looking for ways, I don't think, necessarily just to make their lives more convenient. If we can make ourselves lazier, we will. That's just human nature. So you have to make a concerted effort to stay above that. That's all.
Laziness is the reason why we have so many great inventions, because we don't feel like doing all that hard work.
And I'm a fan of convenience. Let me of course, hello, thank you, washing machine. I am not going to go down to the creek and scrub my stuff on the rocks. I'm not going to do it. But
I could use a tractor to dig and carry stuff around the farm, or I could lift it by myself with my bare hands.
There's definitely merit to convenience, and I'm not knocking that at all. I'm just saying, where's the point of, okay, well, now we're getting lazy, and we're trying to sell that as an acceptable standard. Let's just lower the standard.
That's how we become the time traveling aliens in the future. Okay. We're lazy that we become just generic neutral beings with big, large eyes and heads. And then we have to come back time to harvest sperm or something like that.
Exactly.
Real quick, okay, since we're having a little bit of a laugh today, it is Merry Christmas. Make sure everyone's smashing the like button and sharing the show with everyone you know. If you're enjoying the conversation so far, we have a little bit of a funny post, and then I want to get your final thoughts, okay? And we're just going to have to kind of run through this real quick. So, Daniel, could you do us the favor of reading this post from Peter Gimmis? What is that? Gimmis?
At Gothburz, BURZ.
There you go. All right.
It says,
and this summarizes, this kind of summarizes where I think the future of AI goes if it continues to draw from AI generated content that people are just copy and pasting.
All right. Update from Microsoft. Teams is down. Messages are delayed. Some aren't arriving at all. We're investigating. Investigating means the AI is investigating. The AI that wrote the code,
Yeah.
that broke the code,
Yeah.
that is now debugging the code. It's a closed loop. Very efficient. A user asked why their messages didn't send. I said, we're observing recovery in our telemetry. They asked what that means.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but the dashboard is green now. Green means fixed. Fixed means we can change the threshold for green. The messages are still delayed, but the dashboard doesn't know that. Dashboard doesn't use Teams. Someone on the infrastructure team tried to escalate via Teams. The escalation is still pending somewhere in the queue with everyone else's message. The irony wasn't lost on them, but the message was.
The message was.
We have a backup communication channel. It's email. Email's also having some issues. Unrelated, obviously. The root cause is under analysis. Analysis means we asked the AI. The AI said, no issues detected. The AI wrote the detection system.
Yeah.
It detects what it wants to detect. It's very self-aware. Not in a good way. Last quarter, I said 30% of our code is AI written. Teams is closer to 45. We're proud of that. Past tense. The AI optimized the message queue. It optimized it to zero messages, zero latency. Technically correct. The best kind of correct. Enterprise customers are asking for an RCA. RCA means root cause analysis. The root cause is velocity. We ship faster than we understood. Understanding isn't in the OKRs. Shipping is. We ship. Someone asked when Teams will be fixed. I said, well, we're continuing our analysis. Continuing means we started. Analysis means looking. Looking means hoping it fixes itself. It usually does if you refresh enough. Refresh is the user's responsibility. We provide the experience. They provide the resilience. That's partnership. The outage started at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, right before the holidays. Millions of workers couldn't message their teams. Some call it a disaster. I call it an unplanned wellness moment. Productivity is a spectrum. We're exploring the lower end. The AI has proposed a fix. The fix requires a deployment. The deployment system uses Teams for notifications.
Oh, yes.
Notifications are delayed. We're in a loop. The loop is also AI designed. Very elegant. From a certain standpoint, from a certain angle, Satya asked for a status update. It sent it via Teams. He hasn't responded. I assume he's thinking about it. The stock is up 2% today. Outages don't move markets. Narratives do. The narrative is AI efficiency. The reality is Teams is down, but reality isn't the earnings call. The narrative is we're committed to reliability. Reliability means it worked yesterday. Yesterday, our SLA. Thanks for your patience. Patience means you have no choice. We're in your enterprise agreement for 3 more years. The circle of innovation continues.
So the most important part about that, what I wanted to touch on, is where it says reality isn't in the earnings call. The narrative is. And we have, with everyone's, so much of the world relies on how we view the world, even if that view is wrong. All I have to point at is in my opinion, is the wars in Iraq and the Middle East. We perceived it to be a threat because the media told us to, and not so much. How do you see AI really affecting the news media, and what do you think we're going to see in 2026? About 3 minutes.
I think it's sadly not going to be good. And I don't mean to bring the Grinch vibe up on the Christmas special, but I think it's just, we have to be aware of it. And we have to, again, understand, like we talked about earlier, that it's a tool. So how much do I really need to rely on a tool versus how much are we saying that we can rely on a tool and then just hoping it'll fix itself or hoping it will prove reliable, when ultimately all AI is a tool that can only copy what's been created, copy what's put out there. It has to be trained. It has to be, all those kinds of things. So with the narrative continuing to be pushed that AI is the future, then people are going to, of course, be pushed to rely more on it. And it's a self-defeating cycle. So, 30% teams this year, 60% in 26. Yay. No one can send a freaking email, but yeah, we've got 60% AI integration. Yeah. So I think it's something to watch. I think it's something that people who if we want to have a chance to reclaim the media in particular, I think this is actually an opportunity for media people, creators, all of that, to take back and say, no, look how much better it is when we do put that human value in. And this is like a weird example. It's totally out there, but I have to just say it because it's like a perfect example. So I don't know if you guys know, but like on Instagram and everywhere, the AI, someone generated the AI version of the thong song, right? And no, this isn't like super family friendly, but it's hilarious.
Earmuffs, kids.
Yeah, like put them on. And we won't say anything, explicit about the song, but right. So everyone was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, this and this. And there's actually a creator where he was like, no, I'm not doing this. This is ridiculous. He's like, I hate that this is AI. I hate that this is trending. So he actually asked people and put out, he says, would anybody be interested in pairing with me and working with me? And we'll make our own version of the AI version that's all completely human generated. And they did it. And it's awesome. Like, it's weird, but it's awesome. So my hope is that we can seize on those to actually, one of the greatest things I think about people in general and Americans is we're competitive. We just are. So fine, let's compete with the stupid computer and show us that we're better and remind ourselves this is why humans are ultimately better. And we can use a tool for certain things. Like I said, I'm not going to read 10,000 lines of data on a spreadsheet. I'm just not. But okay, I have a tool that helps me, look for certain numbers. But when it comes to creativity, when it comes to human value, when it comes to production value, and whether that's media, politics, the whole spread, if we can, I think, seize on that opportunity to take back our domain from the AI, we can stop ourselves from, I think, what is a very, very slippery slope that will get iced over very fast. We will be at the bottom of the mountain before we even realize what the heck just happened. So I'm cautious, extremely cautious. I'm wary, but I'm also optimistic in the sense that I hope this encourages people to take back, human creativity and human vitality and human energy and what makes us unique and creative and special. So,
Daniel, I know you want to say something about empowering the creator. So go ahead, Daniel.
Oh no, that was literally my only thing I was going to say is like creativity is going to be the money makers in the future. I don't know any way else to put it. So I would say invest your money. This is not investment advice, but invest your money in the creative minds, or invest your time in becoming more creative and developing your creative mind. And it's going to basically carry you so far in the future.
100%. And that doesn't apply, obviously, I don't think either to just like music, movies. Again, whether you're in the niche that you guys have carved out for yourself, incredibly creative. What we do at the Tennessee Conservative, creative. What even, local mainstream stuff sort of does here and there, it's creative. So whatever that creative outlet is, dive in, get passionate. Everybody should have a creative outlet. Definitely.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Creativity is not necessarily just the people that can stick a banana on the wall and make $1 million.
I wish it were me, but I wish it were I who could do that. That would be great, but somebody beat me to it.
Olivia, thank you very much for joining us today. If you want to tell everyone a quick Merry Christmas and where they can find you, if they want to maybe continue this discussion and delve into some of the more nuances of the topic.
Absolutely. Well, yes. Merry Christmas, everyone. What a joy to be with you here today. Thanks to my Punk Patriot boys for letting me come on. It's always a treat and a pleasure. So yes, you can follow me on X. It's at Live for Liberty. I think it's been up there the whole time, so you can see that. Also, check out TennesseeConservativeNews.com. We have a newsletter. It comes every day. It's got all those goodies about all that content we were talking about. So yes, definitely head over there. It's free. It literally comes into your inbox every day. Costs you nothing. So head over there. We can be reached by email. Our emails are on our articles and things and that kind of stuff. But we'd love to see you. Thank you guys so much again. And oh my gosh, Merry Christmas to everyone.
Oh,
all right.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Guys, we really appreciate you joining us for this. We will be back here shortly with a little bit more entertainment, music, and all sorts of holiday cheer. So make sure you smash the like button. And if you've enjoyed the content so far, share the show with everyone you know and help us grow, because all politics is local and your journalism should be too. So.
Hi, my name's Chase Williams, and I'm here at Mid-State Piano Gallery, right in front of a nice, wonderful, gently used Yamaha upright piano. If you're looking for a piano, or as you can see behind me, we have a full selection of guitars as well as band instruments for your high school band student. And if you'd like to see more of our pianos that we have in stock, both new and used, come by and see us at 1301 Madison Street in Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's Mid-State Piano Gallery, and make sure you tell them Chase sent you. We hope you have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing you in 2026.
The Tennessee Firearms Association is this state's only no-compromise Second Amendment organization. We believe in the unalienable natural right to arms codified by the Constitutions and granted by God to every non-criminal resident of the state. If you are a hunter, a gun owner, or just a person who believes the Constitution means what it says, you need to be a supporting member because state government is doing its best to keep you from enjoying that civil right. Join us at TennesseeFirearms.com.
All politics is local, and your journalism should be too. I'm Daniel Wagner with the Patriot Punk Network. While everyone's doom-scrolling DC drama, the real power plays are happening at your school board, your county commission, and your sheriff's office. It doesn't start on cable news. It starts down the street where almost nobody's watching. That's why we exclusively track Tennessee's courthouses, commissions, small-town scandals with receipts, school boards to SCOTUS. So you know who's actually messing with your life and how to push back. If you're tired of screaming at national headlines while your local tyrants skate free, plug into patriotpunknetwork.com and help power real local journalism. If this work matters to you, don't just watch it, stand behind it. Become a monthly supporter at patriotpunknetwork.com/support and help fund the local watchdog coverage national outlets won't touch. And remember, never mind the bollocks. Watch the Patriot Punkcast.
Welcome back to the Patriot Punkcast 12-hour Christmas blast. We hope you're enjoying yourselves as much as we are. Make sure you smash the like button and leave a positive comment to let us know what you think of the entertainment so far. It is time for us to finish off our top 10 greatest moments of the Patriot Punkcast. And though we've already covered Memphis once already, it's famous for its crime. So why not throw in the time that we discussed the Memphis crime with a state senator who is working his tail off to make Memphis matter again? And Senator Taylor wasn't the first state senator on our show. That award goes to Dr. Adam Lowe, but he was the funniest. Coming in at number 5 is this clip from episode number 158. It's a tough thing to balance, and one of the things that I see is that Democrats seem to think that all Republicans want to lock everybody up and throw away the key, and all Republicans think that all Democrats just want to send a social worker to a crime scene. And maybe the politicians to some extent do, but the average person just wants to be able to go to the chicken store on the corner. Didn't you just go to a store like that? Is it a chicken store?
It was a restaurant, soul food restaurant, down in the hood, not far from Alabama and Tullahoma. And today for lunch, kind of a Make Memphis Matter challenge. Somebody, one of my haters on social media, told me, he said, "I bet you won't take your ass down to Walker in Mississippi, eat at four-way." And so I took my white ass down to Walker in Mississippi and had some soul food today for lunch. So, but you're right. But look, you did a hit on, I think the biggest problem with juvenile crime that we have is there are no fathers in the homes. And, you know,
Don't even get me started. Yeah.
prior to President Johnson's Great Society effort, the black family was much more likely to have two parents in the household. There were much more entrepreneurial blacks were before the 1960s, and just go back and look at some of the old photos of during that time where a lot of blacks had their own businesses. They were dressed with pride and dignity, and now they were still mistreated under Jim Crow. And I'm not saying we need to go back to that, but when they made the government, wedded to the family, and it really forced out the black father, that's when things began to go south for black families and cities like Memphis that are majority black, because there's no father there to make sure that there are consequences.
Well, you want to get fathers back in homes real quick, just to keep on postponing the food stamp benefits coming in. All of a sudden, people figure out ways to get a good solid family together and start actually working like they're supposed to.
Not that would solve every. Obviously, there are unique scenarios because, you know, someone's going to clip that and use it against you, Daniel, you know.
Oh, for sure.
But in reality, the reason that it all went to hell in a handbasket is because we started incentivizing the behavior. Before, there was social and real life consequences to your actions. What we've tried to do is shield people from the consequences of their actions rather than assisting people on the right track, because I don't think I know a single Republican that doesn't think there should be some mechanism of helping people. Most people believe that should be a local church, food bank, or done at least on your local level. Because what good does it do me to collect apples for somebody in California? They're gonna, or local is where you identify the problems, where there's no waste and abuse midway, there's no confusion,
and it's not done. It's not coerced by the government at gunpoint, because when the government does it, they're collecting taxes, and then they take those taxes and redistribute into these programs to give to these families and disincentivizes their family.
What is the biggest problem and the thing that people tell you to look for when you're giving to a nonprofit? How much of the money actually goes to the cause? Well, there's an administrative cost for everything. Even the best nonprofits have an administrative cost. What do you think the administrative cost is of the government, who has no fear whatsoever that they don't have a fundraising goal that they're going to miss and suffer a layoff?
Yeah, their administrative cost is about 95%, and about 5% goes to the need. And matter of fact, we're going to see here in about another week or so, 100% is administrative costs, because they're going to cut off the funding and nothing happens. But again, it ought to be, I'm like you, it should be through charity, where I give my money out of abundance, out of concern and care for my fellow human beings. And we shouldn't coerce it from people using the end of a gun when you don't pay your taxes. Because if you don't pay your taxes, the government comes with a gun to force you out of your home or takes your money out of your bank account.
Yes, sir. Let me ask you something like this. I was talking, my girlfriend's from a really, really small town in Illinois. And when she was growing up, they had a town doctor who the town paid, I think it was, let's just say, equivalent to today's like 60 grand a year. Not enough for you to be a doctor, but enough for a semi-retired physician, someone like that, to where they could start to wind down. And that was all funded by local taxpayer revenue, where if you didn't like it, the city board voted on who that doctor was going to be, or they contracted it out, or whatever it is. But that was how they took care of the indigent people in town. And then if they needed equipment for a procedure, that doctor called up his buddy and had them donate it to help. But they looked after it. I'm not for the government doing anything, but a city council, absent using the police force to enforce their laws, is as close to a local community establishing something as could happen. And I think maybe finding a far more local solution. And Memphis is big enough where there probably could be a local solution from people who Elon Musk could probably donate enough to Memphis to fund an entire clinic just because someone asked him.
You're probably right. He is, and maybe we'll talk about it. He has done a lot for Memphis, down where XAI is located, for the schools down there. I mean, they're building ball fields and additions to buildings. I mean, they're doing all kinds of things down there.
You don't hear about that. Tell us what, because all we hear is that he's like killing the environment and like, water, AI bad, Elon Musk bad, burn a Tesla.
Yeah, that's all I've heard too.
Well, Elon Musk he's of course XAI is in South Memphis. That is a part of town that has suffered for generations because there are no jobs down there. It's Frank Pigeon Industrial Park, and there are a few industries in there, but it's about 50 years old. He moved into an old Electrolux facility that Electrolux moved out a number of years ago and put in XAI. His last figure I heard was about $14 billion. I'm sure it's more. It's the largest private investment in Tennessee history. It exceeds Blue Oval City. And Blue Oval City was $5.5 billion, but the state had to put $1 billion in incentives to get it. Elon Musk came in and put $14-15 billion of his own money to start XAI. And he is building a gray water facility that he's going to gift to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to use that water to cool the computers. He's building a electrical transformer so he can handle his own power. He's going to give that to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water.
And then he said, hold my beer. I want to build a tunnel in Nashville.
Right. So, and it is driving the Democrats absolutely crazy, Chase, because there are no government incentives. The government can't demand things from him. So it's driving them batshit crazy because they can't get a hold of the financials to see where the money's going because it's all private enterprise.
Is that so? I remember Obama, the bailouts, the shovel ready jobs. I remember all of that because that was when I was getting out into the workforce. I am the generation that watched our entire future just go rug pull. And
by the way, I as an undertaker, I am in the profession that has always had shovel ready projects.
Good Lord. You're not a father too, are you?
I'm not a what?
Said you're not a father too, are you?
I am.
Yeah, you got the dad jokes on lockdown.
That's
I
right.
can tell.
Look, hey, undertakers were the first profession to ever think outside the box.
Jesus.
I could keep going, but I won't.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and just head on out now. He's got it from here.
See, we told you that State Senator Taylor was funny. Next up, one of the things we always say is that you need to be the change you want to see. And the reason we chose this next clip is because we think that it kind of embodies that reasoning. The entire episode was pretty good, if you ask me. But we chose this clip because we want you to embrace what these people are saying and to step up to the plate to be the change you want to see, because we can't do it all ourselves. Plus, this clip is also relevant with all the state senators, state agencies, local school boards, sheriff's departments, city halls, and everybody else just routinely violating your First Amendment right through social media censorship. So there might also be a little bit of a suggestion here. This also happened to be our 1-year anniversary episode, and it's kind of fun looking at the progress that we've made, going back 1.5 years and seeing where things are now. And it kind of makes me feel warm and fuzzy on the inside. So coming in at number 4 is this clip from episode number 48.
Against all the overbuilding, which is our issue here. We took 2 other seats in the county that I wasn't involved in it, but people I work with are. So in one election cycle, we took 3 county commission seats, and we had at least 2, probably 3 solid people to begin with. That's a majority.
So I get that. The reason I'm trying to have both of y'all on those because we need to tell people how to have these tactics. That's and I don't want to I don't want it to be like a lecture, but when you see something that happens, like Kevin, I've been following some of the stuff you post on that Through My Eyes. What are some of the?
You mind if I interject before you move on there?
Yeah.
So if anybody would like to take His Majesty Sean Murphy's civil disobedience training program, you can currently find The Sopranos on Max, Hulu, and Apple TV. You make it.
Yeah, they're a little soft for me. I use some pretty brutal tactics, a lot of butt hurt and hurt feelings. The Mad Queen of Hearts is still mad about that meme on her. She wanted to be a county commissioner, and she was done after that. It's amazing. That cost me like $20.
Yeah. Well, so Kevin, what are some of the things that you've highlighted that matter in in Michigan? Because it's obviously a different clientele, different area. I don't know if they're overbuilding there per se, but I've noticed that you've kind of done a lot of the same stuff that I have here and that Sean's done. Is you put out some stuff that the local politicians don't like.
Yeah. So, one thing that I found, and I think everybody would agree on this, is, information and knowledge is power. The more you know about these people, the more you know about the issues that are arising, the better you can attack them. And one thing I've been really good about is I've built this whole network. First, I was just the crazy, unhinged, dissatisfied dad who didn't get enough time with his kid, and people kind of try to write me off, and they're like, look at his criminal record, and I have a laughable criminal record as far as criminal records go. Like, all the actual criminals I spend time with, they tease me because my stuff's so lame. But I was able to overcome that by just putting everything out there in real time. I mean, people have watched my fight now. I've been on social media with this fight for almost 6 years now. And, everything plays out in real time. And, when they lock me up, I'm able to stay in contact with them. I have ways to get, posts out still. I get information. And the one thing I've been really good at is I have a lot of people in the county attorney's office and in the prosecutor's office and in the county building and the different city governments. There's a lot of dissatisfied people that trust me to feed me the information that I need to go out and make life hell for these bad apples. And I hit them on some very personal stuff. I'm not like, they voted this way on this. I'm like, hey, remember that affair you had back when you were the head prosecutor and you were sleeping with the head of the DTF? Let's talk about that kind of stuff. And I'm like, here's the T-shirt you left at his house, and here's what the panties look like you left there. And
hey, those are mine. Those are mine.
Directly involved. And so I hit them very personally, but it's not like Jerry Springer type stuff. It's relevant stuff. When the head of the county, when the DTF prosecutor or the prosecutor assigned to the DTF is sleeping with the head of the DTF, and then they're testifying and having cases, now, that's an issue.
I have to get your opinion. Okay. What if a sheriff came into office, and when he came into office, he was married, and this woman soon thereafter became the head of HR, and she was married. And then within a couple of years, they were both divorced. And then a Christmas sweater picture that says the Ferris family Christmas, and they're both wearing it.
This is all hypothetical, of course.
Yeah, all hypothetical here. And there's only an ordinance about, you can't sleep with staff, but it doesn't apply to the sheriff, apparently. Those are the kind of things, that they are relevant because they show that they'll bend the rules, that they'll break the rules.
It's the whole rules for thee, but not for me. We see it all the time. And we have that issue here. Like our previous sheriff had to retire or resign because he was engaging in a bunch of extramarital affairs. One of his mistresses actually sent me the love letters he was writing her on the official sheriff's letterhead. So I posted them. I actually have a website, a news website called bluewatercurrent.com. You can go read some of these articles on there. Our chief judge, his best friend and the guy who ran his campaign, was convicted of drugging 6 teenagers and violently sexually abusing them on camera. He's now doing 20 years in prison, but he was our chief judge's campaign manager and best friend. The chief judge's name is in the police report twice as having these 13-year-olds out on his boat with this man, yet he's still our chief judge.
That's another
I can tell you all kinds of stories about our local community.
This is another tick in the box for incompetence versus malice. So, yeah.
Real quick, there's a question here from OC Overwatch, which is Overton County. How did you go public if the papers and the radio stations are in the pockets of the politicians? And I think go ahead.
So that's one thing is I try to get the media involved, from the very beginning, and they were very gun shy about getting involved in custody cases and stuff like that. So what I did is I just became the media. I created my social media pages. I then went out and created bluewatercurrent.com. I'm getting ready to launch another podcast. I mean, if the media won't help you, it's like you guys, you guys all started your own stuff. You become the media. And as long as you really put the time in and stay committed to it and engaged in it, you can start to change the narrative.
I agree on that. You have to, I had a different situation here. It's just typical of, your personality reflects you. And a year after moving here, the number 2 radio station's station manager approached me about doing a live show. He ended up getting killed by COVID protocols. Him and his wife did. But we were going to start a brand new show. Now, I'd never been in radio before. I'd lived here a year when we put the deal together. And we were going to start it January 22. That ended up where my podcast ended up hosted on their station. I decided to part ways. We were going to do a live show, but it wasn't working out. And I left on good terms. And then people just followed my show, but it wasn't working out. And I left on good terms. And then people just followed my show. But when we were on the radio, I could use the radio station free of charge as an exchange for giving them exclusive interviews. So I would I had 3 county commissioners in the studio out of our 11. They all came in and interviewed. Sometimes you get outside the box where, the number 2 guy wants to be the number 1 guy. You make a deal where you barter. Then we continued our podcast. My co-host has started Moms for Liberty here, has wrecked these guys beautifully. Sherry deserves a lot of credit. And so she and I have kind of parted ways. We're going to reboot my show very soon by the end of the month. I have a new person helping me and all this stuff. Kevin's right. You got to make your own. We used to do flyer drops. You can put things. My favorite thing to do is take the community bulletin board in your town or municipality and put your stuff on it, take photos. And then, of course, when they take it down, you sue them for 14th and First Amendment violations because they're taking your stuff down on a community bulletin board. If they can post your propaganda, you put yours up.
That is the secret. Merry Christmas. We hope you're enjoying the Patriot Punkcast 12-hour Christmas blast so far. We've got more of our greatest hits, including number 1, coming to you very shortly. But if you would take the time right now to just share this video with 5 people you know so that they can have some Christmas Day Eve entertainment too. We're going to take a quick break to hear from our sponsors and listen to a little Christmas music, and then we'll bring you the remaining top 3 greatest moments from the Patriot Punkcast.
And our next piece for you is a holiday favorite called Jingle Bells. My name's Chase Williams, and I'm here at Mid-State Piano Gallery, right in front of a nice, wonderful, gently used Yamaha upright piano. If you're looking for a piano, or as you can see behind me, we have a full selection of guitars, as well as band instruments for your high school band student. And if you'd like to see more of our pianos that we have in stock, both new and used, come by and see us at 1301 Madison Street in Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's Mid-State Piano Gallery, and make sure you tell them Chase sent you. We hope you have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Hey everyone, I'm Tom Ballard, Principal Hydrogeologist at Southeast Hydrogeology, where we do the training, coaching, and consulting for small rural water utilities across the U.S. to give them the tools to make sure you can continue to get the clean water from your tap you take for granted through our Water Masters program. To find out more, please check our website or contact me at my email. I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and the Patriot Punk Network a successful 2026.
Welcome back to the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast. We hope you're enjoying the entertainment so far today. If you are, make sure you smash the like button. We've got our top 3 greatest moments from the Patriot Punkcast coming to you very shortly. And having someone like Kevin Linke on the show, someone that was literally named in a SCOTUS decision, was a pretty big milestone for our podcast, especially considering that I'd been involved in similar litigation myself. And speaking of litigation, no one knows it better than the lady we know from Williamson County, Connie Regula, who was a practicing attorney until the good old boys targeted her with false accusations. They stripped her of her law license. And though she ended up getting everything overturned, she is still fighting for justice to this day. One of her strongest points of advocacy is the Department of Children's Services. And let's be honest, on Christmas time, nothing is more important than the children. She's an expert in DCS and child welfare, and she's filled us in on how much your kid might be worth to the government. And the numbers may shock you. Coming in at number 3 is this clip from episode number 91.
I do know. Trust me, I do know. I've tracked this since its inception in 1995. And this year, Margie Quinn, who's the DCS commissioner that was put in place in September 2023, she's asking for $1.5 billion. Now, let me tell you.
With a B?
With a B. Why that is significant. 10 years ago, in 2015, the budget was $727 million. All right, so it is absolutely doubled in 10 years. However, if you look at the number of children that they provide services for, it has not doubled. Okay, so
what is that number just offhand? I'm curious.
Well, so the number of children that they're funny numbers, right? Just like any statistics, it depends on, which way the wind's blowing when you grab a number out of the air. But the number of children who have been quote unquote served by foster care is the number I always look at. And that's about 14,000 kids a year. And
wait, 14,000 kids, and they want, let's say it's 15 or 20 just for even numbers, okay? 20,000 kids, and they want 3 times the budget of Rutherford County Schools, which services 54,000 children.
Right.
What is this money for? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know we don't pay teachers like a whole lot of money, but we don't pay social workers a whole lot of money either, like when you think about it. So why do we need a $1.5 billion? Are they Ukraine?
Yeah, well, kind of. I will tell you, I pulled apart the budget a little bit, and I've been in to talk to a couple of legislators about this. But when you pull the budget open and look at it, one of the most interesting things I found, and I know you probably won't be able to see this, but this is a page from the budget.
Okay.
This is the page from the budget that talks about administration, okay? So these are the people in home office. These are the people, it says, for the administration of the department. They provide internal support, leadership, and direction. This means the people who sit down there on the top floor of the UBS building on Demumbrium. And 2 years ago, they had 322 employees. Now, 2 years later, they have 332. So that's 10 people. So they have an increase of 10 people in 2 years. And the increased budget for administration is $30 million.
Wait. Okay, so tell us those numbers again. Because I'm going to do a little bit of math on my.
Yeah. So here is at the top, you can see if I can focus it there.
It's kind of hard to get it. What is that? I'm just going to do a little quick math on my quack-a-lotter real quick.
So 2023, there's 322 employees. 2025, 332 employees.
Okay, so 30 million divided by, we're going to say that they hired all of those people, 332 people. That would still be $90,000 $361 a year for every employee.
Well, now let me tell you, I'm taking payroll and operational budget. Okay.
Okay.
So this is payroll and operational budget, but it's all central office budget. This is all central office budget. They added 10 people and went up $30 million. So this is the kind of fluff.
That's what I mean, though, is you got to think about it. Just the increase. So they were already paying 322 employees.
And their facility,
and
right?
their facility. The amount of money that they are now increasing it is enough if it weren't for facilities or operation. But it works out to almost $91,000 per employee. That is an amazing amount of money. How does an employee even find a way operationally to spend $75,000-$80,000?
Yeah, well,
like just looking at it at a broad business sense, like that is insane.
yes, it is. Now here's another number I want to show you. Hang on here. I'm sorry. I know.
No, you're fine.
I know these are hard to see, but this is very important. Okay, so if you'll give me a screen here.
Yep.
All right, so this page here is the cost of children put in a juvie jail. Okay, I fought a bit against juvie jail, but this has up here Wilder and Woodland Hills. So Woodland Hills was basically shut down because it was so bad. But if you come down here and look at the occupancy per day for Wilder, you'll see in 2018 it was $363 per day. And now it's $1,486 per day.
What on earth?
That is a 5 times increase. So
what are they spending the money on?
For every kid in juvie jail, it is a whopping $500,000
per year.
Yes. Wow. One kid in juvie jail.
Now, I feel like we need some famous person to clip in some famous person right now with a speech about something incentives. I'm just saying something incentives.
Yeah. I mean, you'll find, if I start deep diving all of this stuff, you're going to find there's money all over the place, right? So there are contractors that come in and are for-profit contractors that come in and manage some of these facilities. And, like in Davidson County, they had Youth Opportunity Investments, and then they backed out. So and a lot of these are owned by private equity companies. We did a whole thing on that to display that at one point of how many of these facilities are actually for profit. They're not really public service agencies. But this right here, increasing by 5 times the cost of a child in care.
And that is a private facility getting a contract whenever there's one housed there.
So Wilder is a state facility.
Okay,
just like a state prison.
Okay. We can call it a kid prison. That works.
Kiddie prison.
Yeah.
But sometimes, even if it's a state facility, sometimes they will still bring in a for-profit contractor to manage it, right?
Yeah.
Just
There's the private prison systems. Yep.
Right. Just like Core Civic had the prisons, and then, they were like, oh, we're not going to have any more private prisons. So what happened? Core Civic said, okay, now they're federal prisons, but you're going to pay us to manage them. Right. So nothing really changed, but this, nobody has even asked a question about this. And I've been in to talk to legislators about it. And I'm like, nobody's asked a question. Now, in this facility, it says their average daily census is 33. It has over here 33. So that means if you do the math, that is $49,000 a day. So for 33 kids at $1,400 a day, it's $49,000 a day, $1.5 million a month, and $17 million a year for 33 children. And please remember, most of the kids in juvie jail are not murderers. They're not cartel members, okay? They probably have gotten involved in drugs. They may have stolen a car. They may have, maybe have robbed someplace, maybe. But most of them are kids that get in fights at school, assault a kid at school. Yeah.
So of the 33 kids, and this isn't obviously scientific numbers, but what percentage of them do you think would be like, committed multiple counts of armed burglary, or, held up somebody at gunpoint? What percentage of those 33 do you think would be?
Well, the only really bad place in Tennessee is Shelby County as far as kids and crime. So, and I don't have all this. I have the TBI crime statistics, but that's mostly adults. So it's kind of hard to ferret that out. But I'm just saying from my experience, and I've worked in 45 counties in Tennessee, both in the juvenile delinquent, the DCS, et cetera. And rarely do you see kids that it's a really serious crime. If it's a real serious crime like murder, they're tried as an adult.
Yeah.
And if they're 17 or so, they're probably going to end up in an adult detention center.
Yeah, I just wonder. So you think it'd probably be 5 or 6 of them, maybe 10?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the
statewide, there's more than one facility.
Oh, so you think it's just okay. So most of those kids, when they get in a fight at school, like 3 or 4 times, how long does it take? Because I'm just curious. Most people don't think that you can get in a fight at school and wind up in juvie unless you smash someone's head in with an object or something. I'm just
no.
How does that pipeline work?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can tell you, taking mom's car on a joyride will put you in juvie detention. I know that. I know smoking pot on the school ground, that'll put you in juvie detention, right? I mean, there are not that many serious violent crimes from juveniles. I'll just tell you, there's not.
Yeah, and I'm just curious if there's an incentive. It sounds like if there's, how much is it a day? $1,400 a day. Sounds like there's a real incentive to lock a kid up for 6 hours just while his parents have to deal with stuff. They get to pay a bondsman or whatever it is. They have to go see a judge. So the judge gets to, feel important. The cops get to say, hey, we take everything seriously. The facility gets a potload of money. And in the end, we'll just, we'll shrug it off because we'll go through all of that. Instead of maybe fixing the problem. I feel like there'd be a much more efficient way to handle it.
Yeah, well, most of that's true. However, let me correct you on one thing.
Okay.
Children are not entitled to bond. Children do not have the opportunity to bond out like an adult does.
How is that constitutional? I mean, I'm no lawyer, obviously you are, but I'm just like how.
Children have no right to bond. Mm-hmm.
But I thought you had a constitutional right to bond.
Reasonable bail. Yeah, you do. Mm-hmm. They don't. Mm-mm. No, I've seen them. They put kids in and they don't have a bond hearing. They don't go before a magistrate who sets a bond. They just hold them. Until they have a hearing. The one case of the kid that I did a lot of work on because he was assaulted in the detention center was pre-trial. He had never been convicted of a crime, and he was held in solitary confinement for 57 days. And he was never convicted. He was a pretrial detainee.
How does this, and because again, most people hear that, they think, wait a minute, there's a constitutional right, sue over it in federal court. But I imagine it's not that easy.
Well, it's not that easy, and children don't have that constitutional right. They don't have the same, they're supposed to, and there's plenty of cases out there that say that children have constitutional rights. Mm-hmm. But if you know about civil rights litigation, and I've done my fair share, is that every single right that we have every single civil right that we have has to be carved out in a court case, right? We don't have any constitutional rights until there's a court case that carves out that constitutional right. In that particular case, I took that to the Sixth Circuit, sued the detention supervisor for the solitary confinement 57 days. And the Sixth Circuit agreed and said that it was unconstitutional to hold a child as a pretrial detainee in solitary confinement, but then said, but because that had never been clearly established before that case, he was entitled to qualified immunity.
All right, welcome back. Now, Connie is absolutely fabulous, but as you guys know, I have a little bit of a soft spot for Putnam County. And this year, the Republican sheriff, who most of us would probably want to support if we were just running off name recognition and letters, has a challenger. And because there's been some issues out there in Putnam County, we decided to have this independent come on the show. And with overdoses on the rise, it's important to talk about solutions with people. It's important to discuss the answers as a family and as a community, not just sweep it under the rug. And that's really what I enjoyed about this next clip. Coming in at number 2 is this clip from episode number 145. There's a drink spiking story that I want to get to, but before we get into that, I do want to start talking a little bit about the opioid epidemic, the overdoses we're seeing. I think Chattanooga had another inmate die. There's been several incidents in Putnam County, I think Overton County, and it's becoming something. One of the things that actually happened in Putnam County specifically, I think it's an old story, but it actually kind of became relevant again this week, was the giving Narcan to people in the jail and some stuff like that. Tell us your thoughts and your kind of strategy on the drug and the opioid epidemic and how you police that, because I know Cookeville does have a problem in some of those parts.
So obviously I work for an agency that our officers carry that every day. So they go out with a medical bag. It's got a variety of stuff in there. Narcan is one of those things, and I've seen, I read the comments, I probably don't respond to all of them, but I've seen the comments. I think it was just even today, some folks were talking about the dangers of, if you give it and it's the wrong drug, is there a reaction? I don't know. I'm not an MD. What I do know is our officers have given an awful lot of Narcan. I'm not aware of any side effect, any negative impact, but our officers have saved many lives. Some folks, I think, more than once. So we give it. I know that it works, and it's a tool in the toolbox. And if we can save a life or help somebody out, then absolutely, it's worth doing.
How do you attack or deal with the introduction of drugs and contraband just in general into the jail? I mean, you're never going to catch everything, but it does seem like as I look at news across the state, some places have a much higher issue, even per capita than other places. Maybe that's you've got ballsier criminals, or maybe that's you've got more lackadaisical security procedures. Is there, in terms of what a sheriff can do to kind of hinder the drug problem, what would be your approach both in the jail and out?
So outside, that's pretty easy. That's still police work. You're still investigating, you're still talking with folks, you're partnering with the other agencies, whether that's state partners, federal partners. There is a lot of good work going on in drug arrest, and we don't share everything that happens, but there's a lot going on that. So you just keep working, and I saw it from my time on the road. A simple case can made by a patrol officer on something really small can help or lead into a bigger case. So you keep doing solid police work. Now, as far as the jail, they do have ways to search folks there, and you've got to do good searches, and you just got to, that's got to be probably the easiest way to do that, because it's not being made in the jail. It's got to get in somewhere. You use that technology, and make sure folks know how to use that and do good searches.
I think the knowing how to use the equipment is the issues that I've seen. You don't have to be necessarily an X-ray tech, but you do have to have been shown how to look at one of those machines and know what a bag of dope would look like. So, what about like the prevalence of it? Do you think that we are, as a society, sorry, I got a train in the background. Do you think as a society we're handling the opioid epidemic correctly? Do you think that that maybe our laws are either too strict or not strict enough? What's your insight on that? What's your
I don't know that, call it correct. When you have folks falling out in gas station parking lots, or, wherever a parking lot or wherever it may be, fairly routinely, you've got to think, is there more we can do? And beyond, can you get folks some help? There may be some that don't get that. But I'm talking with folks that have been down that road. I want to learn from them what works, what doesn't. Not afraid to try stuff. Not afraid to try something that doesn't work. And be like, well, tried it. Let's try something else. But I just don't want to stop trying, because there's and there may be a variety of things. What may work for somebody doesn't work for somebody else. I'll tell you, I saw I guess a hearing, or Marcus Luttrell was talking before a group about a product that he had taken to get him off of his addictions. And I'm like, oh, that sounds pretty good. Well, when I looked into it, it's illegal in the U.S. He had to go to Mexico to get it.
ayahuasca?
Ibogaine.
Ibogaine. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's
I'm glad we're off Facebook.
Yeah. Sorry if I offend the rules there a little bit, but there's stuff out there, and that may not be the thing. Now he was touting its praises, and there's folks out there that know stuff, and whatever I could do to support that, I'm in. Let's try something.
Right.
That's the ayahuasca or the ibogaine tree. Well, there's several different with weird names, and I can never remember them. But there's several treatments that are illegal in America. And I think a lot of people, especially post-COVID, kind of think that there's some pharmaceutical and corporate interest at play on that, insurance companies and things. Undeniably, that's the case. But that always kind of brings up a different thing. And I apologize that I didn't give you forewarning. I might bring up this subject, but it's pretty novice. One of the contested things that's happened recently is Donald Trump is considering changing the schedule of marijuana. You guys are in a college town, and I personally know college students. I don't think it was Tennessee Tech. I think it was MTSU, but a friend of mine lost his voting and gun rights because as a college kid, he was smoking some weed, and it happened to way too much to be, obviously you're not running for a legislative branch. You're not going to pass any new laws, but do you think, how high up on your priority list is something like marijuana as opposed to opioids or something like that?
You never know what you're going to run into. And you're right. Obviously, I would not write the law. So, whatever we ran across, we would charge accordingly to whatever the law is, and just let the legal system figure out where that goes. That would not be for us to determine. We'll tell you the facts of what we did, and where it goes from there will be in somebody else's hands.
On just your personal experience note, Do you think that there's a difference between like the average marijuana user and the average dope fiend, or are they one and the same in your experience?
Well, I guess you could say that, the ones using marijuana, they may be a little more chill until something gets put in there. I mean, you never know nowadays. We're seeing a lot of stuff that's laced with fentanyl. So is it beyond just hey, I'm gonna take a little toke? You just never know where that would go. So it's illegal, and we'll deal with it accordingly.
Yeah. Do you guys have a large kind of narcotics issue up there and obviously Tennessee Tech has their own police force. But I should imagine you guys have to offer support, especially if there's off-campus housing and frat parties and stuff like that.
We do, because there is a lot of off-campus housing, and it's there. How bad is bad? I guess that's all relative. But we do have it. We're constantly making cases, big or small. Some are bigger than others. So it's around. We'll just kind of see what we stumble into.
Got any wild stories from the frat parties that you've ran into or anything before we go on to the new subject?
No, I don't. Personally, I don't have any of those. No.
Well, you got to remember, he's been in administration for like 30 some years now or something, right?
In my stint on nights, I spent most of my time working 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. So sometimes things didn't really get cranked up till I was already off.
You got the lightweights that pre-gamed too hard.
We did.
Merry Christmas from the Patriot Punk here at the Patriot Punk Network. We hope you're enjoying the Christmas blast as much as we are. I know the weather right now is not necessarily a winter wonderland, but I hear that there's a cold front coming in next week. So I think the saying goes, if you don't like the weather in Tennessee, wait around 10 minutes because it'll probably be different. We're about to show you the #1 greatest moment of all time from the Patriot Punkcast. But before we do, we need to take a quick break to hear from our sponsors. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just about 2 minutes with the #1 Patriot Punkcast greatest moment.
Merry Christmas to all of the Patriot Punk Podcast listeners. This is Senator Brent Taylor coming to you from the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis, where the Memphis Safe Task Force has arrested more than 4,000 people. And all of this really started with my effort to make Memphis matter. Because if we're going to drive crime down in Tennessee, you have to do it in Memphis. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved with helping to make Memphis matter by making Memphis safe. Come join me. We have a lot more work to do. After all, we have a city to save. Thank you. God bless you. And may God bless the great state of Tennessee. This has been paid for by Brent Taylor for State Senate, Craig Weiss Truth.
Welcome back. Now, we are about to unveil the #1 greatest moment of the Patriot Punkcast. And most podcasts and shows would take something where they used a lot of fancy special effects, or they had the most famous person that they'd ever met on. Maybe it would be the episode that got the most views, but the focus of this show is local, and I really wanted to make sure that #1 reflected in the character that our show tries to maintain. And that's why we decided to pick this moment. And it comes from one of our earlier episodes, and you will be able to tell from the production quality. And it's night and day. It really amazed me seeing just how far we've come as a show in the last year and a half. This clip comes from episode number 13, and it involves 2 school board members, not Donald Trump, not Michael Flynn, not some of these famous people, but 2 school board members, one from Coffee County and one from Wilson County, who were discussing a monumental change in technology. Now, with the rate that technology is expanding, I should imagine that this problem is now widespread in our schools, but we were the first to bring awareness in the area to these school board members. And what made this moment the best isn't necessarily because of the topic we were discussing, but it's the reaction that you'll see on the school board member's face when I do the big reveal. So coming in at number 1 on the Patriot Punkcast Greatest Hits is this clip from episode number 13.
Joys of going live. Something
There we
always
go.
glitches on.
Oh, well, and again, I have to say, because I know he's watching, Daniel, get your ass back here as soon as the new year's up, okay? Because this is, I mean, I'm not used to using a mouse, let alone looking at a screen way over there. And my hat goes off to him. He does a fantastic job on production. Now, we're going to talk about something that has been in the news very recently, like in the past 48 hours. And I think that it's going to be a massive issue after Christmas and especially in the 2024-2025 school year as the technology further develops. And so before we get into that, I need everybody watching to smash the like button, drop a comment so that we know you're watching. If you have any questions, this is going to be the last show, and then we're going to open it up for just a couple of user questions, a couple of viewer questions. But I promise you, you do not want to miss this next segment. So go ahead and drop your comments. Make sure if your friend's over in the bathroom, your wife's, going to get you a snack, get it all down because you are going to want to see what we're going to talk about. The latest new app that is raging the nation is, I've heard it referred to as a Nudify app. Now, have either one of you heard of a Nudify app prior to me bringing it up to you?
No, sir.
No.
All right. So what we have is, and I'm going to try to mess with this a little bit. Here we go. Okay. We have an app that will take a picture like this of Daniel, and everybody make sure you get a nice little view of this, and it will turn it into this minus the blur. Now, it took all of about 20 seconds to find that picture, and for 30 cents we could see what all of Daniel's little bits and pieces look like. Now I don't know about you guys, but that is a little too close, a little disturbing. I mean, not only the fact that it's Daniel, but the fact that AI has come so far that it can do that. What are you guys' thoughts? How is this going to affect the bullying issue that happens in schools?
Certainly seems to be a lot of potential for abuse there, and that it's going to start showing up, and it's probably going to be girls that are the boys doing it to the girls, I suppose, or the girls doing it to each other, but certainly the main victims are going to be girls, I'll bet.
I say this, our society is over sexualizing our children. They are over in every avenue. That's another reason why this whole culture war with, adding these books that have this explicit information, there's books that have the same images like you shown in the library. So they don't need the app. They could go to the library, and it's sad that, we as adults are allowing these types of things to take place to our most precious commodity, which is our children. If there's anything on this world that matters, it's the children, right? And that's it. And, the things that we allow them, by giving them full access to their phones, and the things that we don't prohibit or don't protect or don't try to keep intact their innocence. I know life is not fair. I know life is hell sometimes, and we don't want to baby our children, but look what we're doing. The things that I hear happening at schools with our middle schoolers, and the drugs, the sex, the texting, the bullying, the apps. It gets overwhelming, and school is to learn. And I don't know if you heard about the lawsuit that we entered in with there's a huge class action lawsuit against Meta and all the other social media platforms that we just joined to get them to hold them accountable for letting minors access it. And this Nudify would be exactly one of those things. Because what if they do it to the teachers? What if they do it
That's another one, yeah.
The waters will be so muddy that you'll never know how deep anything is. And I don't know if that's how they want it, but I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
No, don't do that.
So you might recognize that, and then Joe, I just
Yeah.
No.
you know.
Oh wow, that was
Yeah.
that was fast.
It's kind of a scary
Wow.
thing. I just I mean, and it made Thomas a woman.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
but
get
took
there you go.
that took all of 10 seconds to come up with, and for 30 cents we could see it without the blur on there. So make sure you support the Patriot Punkcast, and maybe we can get some. I'm kidding. I'm not going to show you guys naked school.
Does it with that app? Does it say what the purpose is, or what's? I mean, is it?
I believe the app that let me see exactly what this one was used. I think this one is literally called deepnude.com or something like that. And there's, if you watch any of the more social issues, if you're in the comments, you can chime in on this. I watch a lot of Timcast, and they discuss on Timcast how in the future people aren't even going to watch like internet porn. They're just going to take pictures of someone in their real life, and they're going to give it to the AI, and the AI is going to make a complete robot personality that talks to them, that asks how their day's going. And that's where dating's going to go. And it's going to start in our schools, and it's going to start in our schools because they are the most connected to technology. They are always the ones finding these new apps and sharing it around. And they're also the ones who have blooming self-esteems, and that they're going to have self-esteem issues and maybe not know how to talk to a girl or to a boy or to a whatever the other options are. I don't know what they,
Well, it's just another attack on the nuclear family. It's another attack on, the foundation of America was built on families, and this is just one of those things, with even dating now. You meet guys that don't date, and why? If you have all this access to pornography or anything online, there's no, like in our days, you have to go date, you don't get married, you don't have kids. When this becomes man, oh man, it's really disheartening, and it shows you what type of evil is out there. I'm surprised they charge 30 cents, because usually when they have stuff like that, it's free because they're the product, and boy, oh boy, I could just see some of the things going on with that in our schools. When that starts, the deep fakes, the AI, all that stuff is, it's the devil. It's evil, and it's there. And if evil's there, then there has to be good to stop it, or it's just going to run rampant.
And I'm way more libertarian than most people. Like, I don't have a problem with certain apps existing, but I think we have a societal breakdown where parents, and in general, I'm not going to cast all the blame on parents, but society in general has taken a more, we're going to let our kids be raised by this program or by this government entity, or we're going to offset our own responsibility. And part of it is because so much of our responsibility is offset by having a phone that connects us to everybody. We don't have to stop by someone's house and bring them cookies anymore. We just shoot them a message and say happy birthday. And
Digital babysitter.
And we've turned into this society that offsets our own responsibility. And then this new development comes. And I think a lot of the only way to stop this, I mean, you guys can restrict it and limit it and try to cut corners where you can to prevent this from getting into schools, but it's going to be in schools rampant, and their kids are going to know how to, back when I was in school, we knew how to bypass the firewalls that were set up by Wilson County schools. It took all of about 10 seconds to do it.
It still happens. They're smarter than us right now. It's probably.
As soon as someone develops something, someone goes on a Reddit message board and finds out exactly how to overcome whatever it is that you guys have set in place, and they're going to find a way to do it. That doesn't mean you stop trying to let them expose themselves to it, but I think it does mean that we have to take more than just one approach, and we have to start asking parents. And as parents, you have to start really becoming way more involved in your kid's life, and knowing what they're dealing with, and being friends with them in a sense to where you're friends with them enough for them to say, hey, look, we made this naked picture of Joe, so that you can stop them from doing that and participating in the bullying, but also stern enough to where you can make them stop.
Well, and it's, and the problem is with kids, they don't always know what the limits are. I mean, we've seen that in some of this last year. We had some, beginning of the school year incidences of, well, not violence, but threats. And it's kids that are making these that maybe, 5, 6, 10 years ago, it would have just been written off to, high levels of testosterone. Now we take that stuff really seriously, and the sheriff shows up and arrests people, and they got arrest records, coming out of high school. So we're going to see some of the same things. We're going to get kids here that are going to do something in sixth grade and now be arrested for child pornography, and get thrown in jail and have a record for that. And they're going to do it innocently. Ha ha, isn't it funny? Without, they're kids. They're not thinking of the consequences 20 or 30 years down the road. And so this is going to be a serious issue. Yeah.
And then as schools, you're also
And what next?
Yeah. And then in schools, you're going to have to, is there a difference if somebody sends a naked picture versus if someone sends an AI generated naked picture? I mean, the law hasn't even caught up with that. I know that they've set internal standards with a lot of these companies, but I don't think that the law has kept up with that. And if you have a picture that you've done that to, does that cross the border into that? I mean, things are about to get very, very strange.
Sure. Even some of the anime stuff that's these preteen stuff, that's gets kind of borderline, sexual stuff, is that child pornography or not? Is a cartoon child pornography? Is an AI generated child pornography? Child pornography carries some pretty serious charges and long-term implications as a sex offender.
Once again, like I said, it's the sexualization of our kids, right? And I mean, think about go to a dance and see the music that they play. I'm not a grandpa. I know the music is hip, but there's some songs that the song choices, right? Then the literature, then the environment. The more you invite sexual situations, sexual circumstances, sexual materials in a place where hormones are already going to be charged, right? And they're getting it on their phones and everywhere else. I think this is where the big culture war is why are we funding and paying for it and adding to it? Because that's just only exasperating. Like, it's making it worse. So, it's what do we do? How do we know if the picture is real or fake? I mean, there's mental health issues now. I mean, I know middle schoolers that share pictures of themselves naked. And if they're that bold to do that in middle school, what are they going to do with this stuff? Because they're going to say this stuff isn't really that big of a deal if they're already sending real pictures.
Well, next it'll be videos. You'll be able to do, deep fake videos on your phone. I mean, there was just that recent case with, what was it, Tom Hanks, that he was in a video that never was in, and they actually sued over it. His imagery,
Drake
and
was doing the
you
same
couldn't tell. You couldn't tell it wasn't him. So now we're going to see that people able to do that on their phone. You're not going to be able to tell because it's all going to be AI. So, yeah.
Yep. It's interesting times that we live in. That is for sure. So what are you guys looking forward to for the Christmas time? We've gone pretty deep. We just got into a really, really kind of rough subject. What do we have going on in Coffee County for Christmas, Tom?
Well, we've actually just finished our Beech Grove community Christmas social event, and where we get the community and really trying to get out there and do the Christmas thing.
And that's our top 10. What did you think? Would you have put them in a different order? Or are there moments from our podcast that you thought should have been in that list that weren't? Whatever your thoughts, let us know in the comments. We really appreciate you watching, and we have a whole lot more entertainment lined up for you here on the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast. So smash that like button, share the show with everyone you know. We've got a quick word from our sponsors and a little bit of Christmas music, and then we'll be back with more. Never mind the bollocks. We'll see you soon.
I hope you've been enjoying the Patriot Punk Network's Christmas blast this year. It's been quite a blast, I think, so far. And I'm about to give so many thanks that you're going to think you got the wrong holiday, but don't worry, it's still just Christmas. So we'd like to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors, that being Monty Fritts for Tennessee Governor, Tom Davis for Congress, Tennessee District 4, State Senator Brent Taylor. Special thanks to Coffee County Mayor Dennis Hunt and Miss Tammy Sharp, Rutherford County School Board. She's actually running for re-election coming up in the next election season. Tom Ballard with Southeast Hydrogeology. We got Mr. Chase Williams, who's been providing your musical entertainment for the evening. He's a professional organist for hire. We've also got the Tennessee Firearms Association. Thanks to Midstate Piano Gallery and Music in Shelbyville for letting us use their beautiful venue to help record the music as well. We'd also like to thank State Senator Dr. Adam Lowe, and thanks to the Libertarian Party of Tennessee. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for being a part of this Christmas blast, and as you might expect, we've got a few more shenanigans coming up for you guys. I hope you enjoy the show. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas from the Patriot Punk Network. We hope you're enjoying your time with family, friends. We hope the kids got everything they wanted from Santa and that you didn't wind up with too much coal in your stocking. Please take a minute to reach out to anyone who sponsored the show and tell them thank you. Without them, none of this would be possible. And pat yourselves on the back, because without you, this entire network would not even exist. I wanted to take a minute to give you an update. As you know, we like to dive deep on some of the more nefarious areas of Tennessee politics and expose some of the corruption. And if you remember, we had a story that we broke first here on the Patriot Punk Network about a county commissioner who was accused of being a bit of a pedo. And we broke this story in 2023, I think, 2024, and he was arrested a year later. Now, what started off as a young man's random encounter with his abuser in Walmart wound up with protests outside on the city streets of Holiday. And through that public outrage, Commissioner Stokes eventually resigned from being a teacher. But he did not resign from being a county commissioner. Now, nearly a year after we first covered the story and he was arrested, the outrage finally grew after a lot of other victims had decided to come forward and share their stories. But the problem is that the statute of limitations had run on many of these cases. However, there was at least one individual whom the statute of limitations was still open, and the district attorney in the area decided to pursue charges. And just earlier this year, just a few months ago, Mr. Stokes pled guilty. Now, he pled guilty after skipping out on bail and hiding in the woods, and that was all caught on video. We covered it on one of our podcast episodes. So when he finally pled guilty, there was a big sigh of relief. However, he has not been sentenced yet. He was scheduled to be sentenced on December, I believe, the 15th, and due to the involvement of the victim in an unrelated accident, there might be some issues pursuing the sentencing. We don't know if, because he did enter a guilty plea, we don't know if he's going to challenge that guilty plea. But as you've learned and I've learned, anytime there's attorneys involved, sometimes things can get a little bit dicey. So whereas we had hoped to bring you some really fantastic Christmas news and let you know that this man had been sentenced to prison or jail or something like that, we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to get the good news from Santa Claus. His next court date, I believe, is scheduled for February. We do not have an exact date on that yet. Be following our page for more updates on that. All you have to do is, if you go to the patriotpunknetwork.com and type in the search bar up there at the very, very top, just type in Stokes. You will find our first initial coverage of it, as well as the update when he refused to step down. And I want to say, I really think that Benton County is a fabulous place to live. The cost of living is super affordable. You can get land for dirt cheap, and the people are great. But just like every small town in Tennessee, there are secrets hiding. And I have been told through the grapevine that there are investigations into the unrelated accident, because this may not be the first victim of teacher and Commissioner Stokes to have fallen victim to an accident. And stranger things have happened. So keep the thoughts of keep the families of all of the victims in your thoughts and prayers. and pray for justice, because this is one of those people that I think deserves to be behind bars for a really long time. Not the most cheerful Christmas message, but it is an update, and you can trust us to go on the ground, speak to people, and get to the bottom of whatever is going on. Make sure you smash the like button and share the show with everyone you know. We've got some more fantastic Christmas music coming up from the organist Chase Williams, and he is also available for hire. So if you're looking for an organist for your next party, event, or whatever gathering you may be having, reach out to Chase Williams. His contact information is in the description. And Merry Christmas from all of us at the Patriot Punk Network. We hope you have a wonderful new year.
Our next one's going to be Away in the Manger.
All politics is local, and your journalism should be too. I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, and while everyone's busy scrolling geopolitical drama, the real issues are happening in your school board, your county commission, and your sheriff's office. Today's problems don't start as mainstream news. It starts in your backyard, and often with no one watching. That's why we exclusively cover Tennessee news and politics, from school board scandals to comptroller investigations. We want to focus local. If you're tired of screaming at media while your local chosen sperm get off easy, support us at thepatriotpunknetwork.com. If this work matters to you, be the change you want to see. Visit patriotpunknetwork.com/support and help out. Help fund the local watchdog coverage that national outlets won't touch. And remember, never mind the bollocks. Watch the Patriot Punkcast.
Thomas E. Davis here. I served this nation for almost 25 years in the United States Army, where accountability and leadership were not suggestions, they were mandatory. When you failed to take responsibility, people got hurt and missions failed. And that's exactly what we're seeing in Washington today. Career politicians who have forgotten who they work for, missing votes, wasting your money, and treating their office like a lifetime appointment. Tennessee's 4th District deserves better. You deserve someone who shows up, stands firm, and answers to you, not to party insiders or special interests. I'm running for Congress to bring discipline, integrity, and constitutional leadership back to Washington. My name is Thomas E. Davis, and I approve this message. Join the mission at tomdavistn4.com.
And welcome back to the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast for 2025. We hope you're enjoying yourself. We hope you're spending a lot of time with family, friends, and that the kids got a lot of interesting things from Santa. We've been talking about AI off and on throughout the day, and a lot of discussions about regulation. Should it be done by the private sector? Should it be done by the government? I mean, let's face it, there are obvious dangers from Terminator style end of the world robots ruining everything to people just becoming so reliant on it that they, on the crutch of AI, that they forget how to walk. And a lot of people look to how we're going to regulate this. And we have an expert in AI and cybersecurity who's going to kind of share some of their insights. And they probably know more about the subject than any of us on the consumer level ever will. So I think talking about the dangers with them is going to be, and how we can mitigate those dangers should be interesting. Joining me for the discussion, as always, is my good friend and co-host out of the closet and cap, Daniel Wagner.
This guy. And I actually brought a chair today because I've used so much AI, I literally could not walk. So what do you say we're bringing our guest, Mr. Kurt Riley?
Yes, sir. From an expert in cybersecurity and also a local Politico. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. I know I just kind of gave a little bit of it away, but can you tell everybody a little bit about what you do and what makes you an expert on AI?
Yeah, so for the last 25 years, I've been, involved in technology. I currently work at IBM. I specialize in cybersecurity and AI. I hold the highest level of certification for cybersecurity that a civilian can hold. And I go around and speak to IBM customers about their security and AI needs. So
that's
and I live and breathe this stuff. So I'm on the weekends, I'm working on it. So
your average client then probably isn't the owner of the vape shop whose credit card machine went down, right?
No, that's correct.
Well, first off, Daniel lives, breathes, eats AI most of the time too. Although I think he has a little bit more protein for breakfast than maybe you.
I don't eat breakfast. I just skip it altogether.
But throughout the day, we've discussed things like healthcare, education, energy, media, and we've touched on how those industries could be really, if AI takes them over, they could either be problematic, they could also be fabulous. And you have a unique position that kind of maybe has a little bit of insight into some of the dangers and the regulation. So speaking on the cybersecurity aspect, what has AI done to that industry in terms of threats to businesses and industries as a whole?
Yeah, great question. So, what we're starting to see now is before it was just some hacker in an apartment somewhere with a computer that was banging on your network trying to get in. And then when he got tired or hungry or he or she got tired or hungry and decided to give up, they gave up, right? And then they tried the next day. Now we're facing a whole different animal. We're facing an autonomous, I'm going to use some words here that may not be familiar to your listeners.
I love big words.
I'll try not to do this, but I don't know any other way to talk about it. But we're building an artificial super intelligence that we're probably going to have trouble controlling. And we're going to drop these automated and autonomous agents off at your network that can scale to hundreds of hackers instantly and begin to attack your network in ways that you can't even imagine. And we haven't seen that quite yet, but it's here. And hackers are getting smarter, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to drop these things off, and what they can do that's different is they can work 24 hours a day. They can scale. They can copy themselves and recreate themselves. They can hide, and they are relentless. And we've never faced a foe in the cybersecurity space like this.
Well, enough about the good news. What's the bad news?
The bad news is you're not going to be able to escape what's coming.
So,
and don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of AI. I love AI. I love the capabilities. I think it's remarkable technology and what it can do. But we're going to have some serious decisions that we're going to have to talk about and make that are going to be very difficult across the board when you develop an artificial super intelligence that you probably can't control. And you're going to have to talk about what do those guardrails look like and who's going to put them on, because there's so much debate. right now in this industry, it's crazy.
Lord knows, don't let the government do it.
Well, that's the question: is does the government do it or does the industry do it? And it's an age-old question because, honestly, I think the market should do it, but the market has to have time to understand what's happening before they can act on something. And for that 20 to 30 year period, while we're all becoming familiar with how this is going to shape our world, there's a big call for the government to do it. But we got a post from Robert Reich here. Reich, whatever, I don't even know how you pronounce it. I'm not a usual follower, but it's an interesting thing. 80% of Americans say we should prioritize regulating AI. Yet Trump could soon enact an executive order blocking all state AI regulations. Why? Well, look no further than the AI industry's massive lobbying chest. And the fear with AI is that they're going to use all of their money that they have, or the big companies will, the lobbying will, to protect themselves from the liability and to make it favorable for them. I guess this is a two-part question. Do you think the government, it's their role to do it? Do you think it's somebody else? And is it the state's level versus the federal level?
Yeah, these are really good questions, and I've pondered these for a while now. The problem with this is it is so dangerous, this technology, if it's in the wrong hands. I mean, when you have advanced super intelligence that you can train to be malicious, and you can drop off at somebody's doorstep or say, hey, I'm going to turn this on Daniel, and I'm going to train this thing to make Daniel's life a nightmare. Who handles that? Is that, OpenAI? Do we go to Anthropic and ask them to take care of that? Or where does the government regulations? It's probably close to a partnership and a balance between government and private industry. And I think you're gonna see a lot of debate on this. Oh my, this stuff is moving so fast. I blink and it's like, did you hear that? Oh, it does this now, it does that now, and I test it out. I'm like, I mean, this stuff is moving daily. So it's really hard to just stay up to date on it. I've never seen a technology that feels like it's almost impossible to just be up to date on it. So,
all right, I guess I'm just going to move off grid and since you're going to do this to me, I'm going to move off grid and just stick all my devices down in a bucket of water and call it good.
Daniel, then the humanoids will be, so we'll have humanoids next year. You'll see the first humanoids. They'll be coming out. You'll see Elon's humanoid coming out. You'll see tons of Chinese humanoids coming out. You're going to see, if you haven't seen them already, we've got self-driving cars, right? We're going to have flying cars. I mean, this is all, I believe right now is the moment that we come back in history and point to when everything went a different direction. And right. I think what's different about this technology, and I hate to use this kind of cliche, but they say rising tides lift all boats. When you look at AI across all industries, as AI gets, let's say AI does some miraculous stuff over in agriculture, right? A lot of that can be adapted across. So as these industries use AI and develop new processes, new materials, new farming technique, a lot of this can cross the verticals, and we're getting advanced, technology that is rapidly growing like I have never seen before. I'm nervous. Just be honest with you, I'm nervous.
I want to interject because I had this video. I'm glad actually you mentioned it because it gave me an excuse to pull it up. This is one of those humanoid robots. I had a video from Elon Musk too, but while I was looking at him, this is from the Wall Street Journal. I tried the first humanoid home robot and it was wild. There's no audio for this. It's doing all things like getting you a drink, wiping the counter. But what they told us in the video is that for the first year or 3, this particular one is actually going to be controlled by people over in Pakistan watching the little webcams. So if you're asking it to hand you your towel when you get out of the shower, you've probably got someone over in Pakistan going with really, really big eyes going, hey, and how much of the AI industry is on the verge but isn't actually there yet, so it's being done by like old-fashioned
I'll tell you, literally Pakistani spies in our house.
Yeah. Well, you're looking at a level that's what I would classify as a level 1 humanoid. You're going to see level 5 humanoids. That's just the beginning. Next year, you will see, probably close to a level 5. You won't even believe what you see next year. This stuff is moving so fast that video that you showed, I think I saw that. I know I've seen that at least 6 months ago, but man, we're rapidly accelerating past that. I mean, it's really nuts on what I'm seeing in this industry in terms of acceleration. It's unbelievable. And I'm ready to tell you guys some things that are just you're gonna think I'm a crackpot, and I'm telling you, you're not gonna believe it.
Tell us.
Well, you're gonna see things. This is gonna be hard for people to believe, but you're gonna see a very real possibility that advanced super intelligence probably within the next there's going to be a debate. It's not the only debate is timeline. What I'm telling you is we're not going to debate too much over what's coming in terms of the actual feature function technology. It's really a timeline. Is it 2 years? Is it 10 years? What's that look like? You're going to see things like anti-aging, where we're going to extend your life. There's a lot of people that believe that your life's going to be extended maybe indefinitely. And I know that's hard to believe, but there's a lot of science behind this, that nanobots, which are basically sort of protein that they can unleash in your body that can do amazing things. And I don't want to get too far over the skis here. There's a lot of claims of cures for just about every disease you can imagine.
As there always has been. Yep.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people that are doing human research now on technology for anti-aging, where they really believe that the first step is like, hey, they think they can extend your life 20, 30 years.
So I'm absent the eugenics ethical factors of some of that.
Yeah.
My question comes if we're regulating AI and the government is the one in charge of that, will the government ever vote to have their taxpayer die? Think about how old they could make the Social Security age if you were able to extend your life to 300.
Yeah. I mean, the people are talking about this. These are real problems. And you're looking at, a lot of jobs, I think, that can be replaced with AI agents and humanoid robots. You hear guys out there saying, and I grew up in construction, my background was construction. I said, I got to go to college and get out of this construction crap. Right. Yeah. So I got a unique background in growing up doing mechanics and construction. And then I went into IT. But I think what a lot of these guys are missing is that they haven't seen the humanoid robots. Elon talks a lot about the development of the humanoid hand, and how the hand, 70% of humanoid development in a lot of these companies go to your hand and your forearm, because you don't realize, look at your hand. You don't realize how amazing that thing is.
Oh, I understand every time I get a cut on one of them.
Yeah, it's truly your hand. And
I use that part of my hand so much.
Yeah, I mean, the interactions you have with your hand are unbelievable. And Elon said it took him 70% of his research budget and development just to get the hand right. And I think a lot.
And I've got to add a little innuendo here.
Yeah.
As many kids as Elon has, I didn't think he would know what his hand was capable of. I'm just
when you were talking about the aging stuff, I realized that as far as the aging stuff, if the government is in control of it, they could easily force regulations that would make it where some of the poor people can't afford the things, the voters, the taxpayers, and whatnot, and they could just adjust the regulations and the laws back and forth at their whim to exclude or include people to receive these treatments that extends their life. I'm like, this is not a good position to be in.
What really concerns me is that we don't have experienced people in our government that understand this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what scares me, is they don't, not only do they know they don't know where we are in terms of the technology now, but they don't know, I don't know that they know what's coming, and they don't know the seriousness of this. And I don't think these tech companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, these others, are going to necessarily tell them exactly what they need to know.
So 100%. I know that you're a very limited limited government constitutionalist.
Yeah.
And so you understand full well the problems that we have the last time we created agencies like the EPA or the FDA or some of these big conglomerates that basically become their own animal. How do we stop? Because if the government's not the solution to regulating it, because the people that are in charge of making the decisions don't know anything past ChatGPT 3.5, which is common for the average person. And we can't have the, like, can you imagine if insurance companies got to regulate how many times their AI could deny people for claims? I mean, so how do we prevent the Department of AI regulation and personnel, DARP, we'll just call it that, to not turn into one of these big, all-controlling, restrictive agencies like the EPA? Is that what, like, the Trump move to prevent states from regulating is?
Let me ask you this. When is the last time you guys saw a hacker in handcuffs on TV? You haven't seen one, right?
Well, no, I guess he wasn't. Yeah.
Nor politicians. I haven't really seen those in handcuffs
Well,
either.
my argument is if we can't find hackers and arrest them and put them in handcuffs, how are we going to catch, stop, and control an agentic autonomous AI?
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, so
and you can't put it in handcuffs either.
I
have seen lots of hackers, not in handcuffs, but I've seen them receive like glitter bombs and stuff from average independent people, because it's not that it's impossible to find a hacker. It's that the government does not do it well, whether it's an economic factor.
Doesn't prioritize it.
I can tell you, I've been at organizations where we were attacked and we went to law enforcement. No help, man. No help. They don't have the resources. They don't have the time. And now you're talking about an AI that is rapidly accelerating, not only in terms of technology, but proliferation. And they can't help me find that script kiddie in an Indianapolis public library that's been hacking in our network, right? And now we're going to somehow be able to manage and control autonomous AI. I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
The sheriff of Putnam County, or someone in his administration, though I've been told it was the sheriff himself, opened one of those hacker emails, and I think it cost $250,000 in Bitcoin to unlock their systems. And they won't release information on stuff like that. But that's what my inside sources have said. So
what that is that's usually a ransomware attack. So if I take data and I properly encrypt that data with today's standards and using today's technology, I cannot decrypt or break that encryption. And the key here is properly encrypt. So if I reverse it and I get a hold of your data and I encrypt it, and then I say, hey, I've encrypted your data, you have to pay me to give you the encryption keys or it stays encrypted. And unless you backed it up and have a copy you can restore, you're finished.
Yeah. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the personal level, the human aspect of this. The social engineering is what I am to understand most people get hacked through nowadays. And with I've heard a lot of uses of AI in terms of like mimicking certain voices, or basically making it look like it's legitimate email and it's things like that it can create this environment, this facade that looks real to the person interacting with it, but once they click on it, or
very trivial, Daniel. AI can take a still photo. I can take a still photo of you guys, and I can turn that thing into it'll look like you went out and played basketball, and it's your voice, and it's you. And you're like, that's not me. And people will see it and they won't know the difference. That's really easy to do. Crafting any sort of email with just, unbelievable clarity and manipulation. I mean, that's trivial stuff for AI.
Well, I mentioned the insurance companies. Like, imagine if they could sit there and analyze your Google cookies and determine what your threshold for denial was based on whatever other algorithms and data they've collected. And they could, they're really patient. We can deny them 65 times before we have to pay out. And there's statistical chance that they'll die at number 42. So we'll never, and it's because of those dangers that people are begging for AI to be regulated. But then we look at what happens when AI is regulated. We got this post from Reclaim the Net, and it says, Ireland's parliament just moved closer to state-controlled algorithms. A new AI report urges laws forcing platforms to disable recommendation engines because filters like hate and misinformation and ensure that that balanced viewpoints appear in the feeds. And I think we saw this during 2020, and trying to keep it algorithm friendly here, but
Yeah.
we saw that there was a obvious manipulation in what we were shown. So what's the answer? Like, how do we balance this absent some big department that's going to become too big for its britches and start throttling the advancement?
Well, unfortunately, I think we're going to face some difficult times in how we do this. Personally, I think at the end of the day, freedom's got to win, right? Against all costs. Freedom has to win, because they'll use this to regulate every little thing we ever want to do. And while there's part of me that, understands the need for regulation under certain circumstances, the problem has always been we've never been able to truly trust government to do that. And then when you look at AI and you think about just how fast this stuff is moving and how advanced it is, and how you really have to be a student of the game almost daily to just stay on the edge of this stuff. Our senators and representatives, I don't believe they'll do that. I just continue to talk to people that really have no idea what AI really is. They think that using Chat GPT and asking it, how to make cookies is true AI. That's trivial stuff for what this stuff can do. And it's truly growing rapidly, and it's proliferating. China's proliferating these, what we call open source models. So everybody's going to be able to get a hold of an AI and train it themselves and, do amazing things with it or do malicious things with it, just like you can with, a gun. So as a society, we're going to have to, make some serious choices. But I hope that at the end of the day, freedom, if we don't have freedom, then why do anything, right? Freedom is the ultimate, to me is got to be number one. So
in that general direction, as far as the future is concerned, do you see companies working on trying to solve these or front run some of these potential issues right now? Or
no, what's happening right now in our companies is they're basically standing still because they don't know what to do. They're frozen in a mirror because they're like, okay, what do I do? Who do I turn to? Who do I talk to? There's just not enough experts in AI. I mean, I go give a lot of talks and some private talks and help people as much as I can. But, I'm struggling because I'm not kidding you guys. I study this on the weekends. My wife yells at me, what are you reading now? What is this AI? Now, what are you watching? I'm trying to stay as cutting edge because it's moving literally at a pace I have never seen technology move before.
It's because it doesn't sleep. It's like the German soldiers during World War II. They've just popping meth and
Oh, I'm telling you, man. And I get in with these AI guys, and it's like we talk about not sleeping because we don't want to miss anything, because it's just so amazing to see this stuff going on, regardless of how you view it. Just watching it unfold is truly amazing.
I want to say one thing, and I mentioned it at the beginning, that the market should really be who controls it, but it requires the market to be educated. This entire time, the only solutions that are anywhere near real are government control, industry control, or a combination of the two. And I think that's the failure of maybe the human condition as we traverse time, or why things take so long to adapt to, is because our solution should be educating, but government nor industry, they want to make sure that they're protecting themselves, as every entity does. They want to protect themselves and their best interest. When it takes the market is the one who has to control the politicians, who has to control with their spending power, and it's like a delayed effect. And I personally think it's going to be like 20 years before we've kind of balanced it all out. What do you think? Do you think we'll ever balance it all out? What are your, I guess, kind of for this, the closing thoughts?
I'll say this. The technology is so fundamentally amazing to me that I think the rapid development of this technology is going to change our world so fast and so rapidly that we're going to have a hard time figuring this out, thinking this through, figuring out how we should do things. There's a lot of us, like, we kind of know what's coming, but we're really struggling with how do we manage all this stuff when it moves this fast. And you know how government is. It takes forever to do anything through government. And now you got a technology that's moving at light speed with a government that moves like a turtle. That sounds like a really bad combination to me.
Yeah. Our kids in the future are going to be like, hey, back in my day, we used to have to manually type in our Google searches.
Yeah.
Now I just think about it, and Gemini gives me my book report.
No kidding.
Oh, no, that's true. They're planting chips in brains for sure. Most of that's for paraplegic type stuff, right? But that's here, right? Next year, you're going to see a lot of what we call multimodal, which is really around voice. I interact with AI at least 50% of the time in just voice.
Ooh, I kind of can't wait to see the boutique implants that people can get once it becomes
Oh,
fully
I'm telling
saturated in the
you
market.
guys, I'm telling you what these people are coming up with, what this world is going to see. I'm not really a super conspiracy theory guy. That's not me. I'm not really a futurist kind of guy. I'm just a student of the game. I want to be educated and knowledgeable about this stuff, not only for my job, but just for, just personally, I want to know this. And I'm amazed every day, guys. I've never seen anything like this.
Like the people when we were younger getting their tongues cut in half so they had two tongues to be on the cutting edge of what's hip and cool. Like, can you imagine what the people with the AI and the implants and all that stuff, what kind of things though? Like what's the edge cases? I'm very fascinated.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. We're going to go from Model T. If we put an analogy of a car,
yeah,
we're going to go from the Model T to the Tesla in probably 8 years.
5 minutes. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
and let me tell you, where their prediction is of a lot of the predictions where they've been wrong has been on timing, and they've not overestimated it. They've underestimated.
Oh, wow.
So they have made a lot of underestimations for technology. They'll say, oh, this is going to happen in 2 years. They get it in 6 months.
Wish they'd get their Bitcoin predictions correct.
I think you're going to see Bitcoin. I think you're going to start to see real, what we call utility, which is usage of some of that stuff. Adoption, you're going to see that, I think, next year. I'm telling you, man, I think 26 really is the year we come back to and put an asterisk at and go, that's when it really starts.
Excellent.
Excellent. That.
If you want to take a second to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and if they want to follow up on some of these discussions, just tell them where they can find you. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. It really has.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Have me back anytime. Anybody wants to talk about AI, I'll do it till I'm blue in the face. I think we've all got to get educated on this. We've got to pay attention. If there was ever a time that I would beg you to get involved, pay attention, and learn what you can, now is the time. And if you want to reach me, you can find me on Facebook. It's Kurt Riley, or you can email me, Kurt Riley, all one word, @hotmail.com is fine. And I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And remember, Jesus is the reason for the season. Come on. And thanks again, man. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being on here. Thank you for taking time out of the holidays to come and speak to our guest and kind of educate us a little bit, provide some real world perspective. And I'm looking forward to having you on to maybe get into the weeds on some of that here in the near future. So
next time I come back, let's talk about the power problem.
Yes. Yes.
And we got a big problem there. So,
well, guys,
I love that he's such a futurist, or not futurist, but he's paying attention to these technologies and whatnot, and then throws out a Hotmail address. That was excellent to me.
He's been in cybersecurity a long time.
Long time. All right, wrap it up, man.
Guys, Merry Christmas once again. If you're enjoying the show so far, make sure that you support our sponsors. If you see someone's ad on this stream that you really, really like, or you just want to reach out to them and say thank you, that would make our Christmas, so that they understand it was worth it, so that you heard their message. Again, smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Make sure the kids have unwrapped all their presents, because if you're still holding out on them by now, then next year they're probably going to bring you coal. But thank you for being a part of the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast, and never mind the bollocks. Merry Christmas.
Our next piece is Blue, Blue Christmas. A little bit of Blue Christmas with that Shelbyville swing.
Merry Christmas, Triple P viewers. Senator Adam Lowe here, and for Christmas, I asked for a new microphone, thanks to you guys. Tennessee Holler said I was on the naughty list, so I just went and bought some. Merry Christmas.
Hey guys, Dennis Hunt, your Coffee County Mayor. I'm wanting to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Coffee County is a great place to be right now. I also would like to invite every one of you to stop by the Coffee County Administrative Plaza during our office hours, Monday through Friday, and take a look at our Veterans Wall. Thank you once again for letting me serve as your county mayor. Merry Christmas.
Hello, my name is Jenny Anthony. I am your elected circuit court clerk here in Coffee County, and I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas. And I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of information with you all just to bring awareness to fraud and scams that we have seen in our area. There's two things that we have seen the most here in our court system. One is our jury duty scams. I'm sure that a lot of people can relate to these type phone calls, but sometimes they come off very threatening, making you feel like you've done something terribly wrong. And so we have had many phone calls here of people reporting that has fell victim to a jury duty scam. So if you are called for service, you will get a letter in the mail from the circuit court clerk's office, not a phone call demanding money or a warrant out for your arrest. We will never do that. We will never ask for money over the phone or through text message. So please don't fall victim of that, even though sometimes it can seem very believable. Just don't do that. If you're called for service, you will get something from us in the mail. The other thing that we see a lot here at our office is we get a lot of phone calls in our traffic department on the text messages threaten you're going to lose your license. Your license is going to be suspended if you don't pay a toll ticket, even though you've never driven over a toll bridge, and they can still make it seem like you have a citation and make you feel like you're going to lose your license. We've had many people fall victim to that. We will never ask for money through text message. If you have any questions, please feel free to call our office and ask questions. Ask others around you. Just make sure that you're communicating this with those around you so you do not become victim. I wish you all Merry Christmas. Again, my name is Jenny Anthony. I am your elected circuit court clerk.
Merry Christmas from East Tennessee. It's Monty, Fritts. You know, things haven't really changed in 2,000 years. There are still Caesars calling for taxes. There are still evil career politicians like Herod who tell you that they love the baby, but they really just want to kill him. There are still wise men who come looking for that light. We are still in a world of darkness that needs that light, and his name is Jesus. Thank you, Lord. for coming down to this earth to be my Savior, to be our Savior. So on this week when we celebrate the birth of the King of all kings, Jesus Christ, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from Kingston, Tennessee.
All politics is local, and your journalism should be too. I'm Chase Matheson with the Patriot Punk Network, and while everyone's busy scrolling geopolitical drama, the real issues are happening in your school board, your county commission, and your sheriff's office. Today's problems don't start as mainstream news. It starts in your backyard and often with no one watching. That's why we exclusively cover Tennessee news and politics, from school board scandals to comptroller investigations. We want to focus local. If you're tired of screaming at media while your local chosen sperm get off easy, support us at thepatriotpunknetwork.com. If this work matters to you, be the change you want to see. Visit patriotpunknetwork.com/support and help out. Help fund the local watchdog coverage that national outlets won't touch. And remember, never mind the bollocks. Watch the Patriot Punkcast.
Hi, my name's Chase Williams, and I'm here at Mid-State Piano Gallery, right in front of a nice, wonderful, gently used Yamaha upright piano. If you're looking for a piano, or as you can see behind me, we have a full selection of guitars as well as band instruments for your high school band student. And if you'd like to see more of our pianos that we have in stock, both new and used, come by and see us at 1301 Madison Street in Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's Mid-State Piano Gallery, and make sure you tell them Chase sent you. We hope you have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Merry Christmas to all of the Patriot Punk Podcast listeners. This is Senator Brent Taylor coming to you from the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis, where the Memphis Safe Task Force has arrested more than 4,000 people. And all of this really started with my effort to make Memphis matter. Because if we're going to drive crime down in Tennessee, you have to do it in Memphis. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved with helping to make Memphis matter, by making Memphis safe. Come join me. We have a lot more work to do. After all, we have a city to save. Thank you, God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Tennessee. This has been paid for by Brent Taylor for State Senate, Craig Weiss Truth.
Our next piece is going to be called It Came Upon a Midnight Clear. A really pretty piece set to a 17th century tune. Hope you enjoy it.
Welcome back and Merry Christmas from the Patriot Punk Network. We've discussed everything from energy to healthcare, how AI is going to be useful in things like investment banking, education, and how it could be ruining the media. But there's something that we haven't discussed yet, and that is how you implement the use of AI. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of different applications available to the consumer. And when you get into the specialized industries, there's an equally large market, and some are successful, some are epically horrendous. And we're still navigating how that looks. And as we enter 2026, I think you're going to see a lot more successful implementation in these sectors, and it's going to change our lives forever. So we have an expert who actually implements AI for a living, who is going to share a little bit of his insight, talk about some of the problems and some of the strategies that they use when implementing this new technology. Joining me for this discussion is my good friend and co-host, Out of the Closet and Cap, Daniel Wagner.
Hello. Merry Christmas to you, to me.
All right. I hope the kids are unwrapping presents.
Yes, for sure. It's probably been a fun day for everybody who's been watching. So for sure. Anyway, I'm glad we kind of got somebody that's an expert in this field to talk to us about this. And I'm going to not waste any more time. And we're going to introduce. He's a history professor at UT Martin and a consultant for this very thing, Mr. Matt Meador. There we go.
That's definitely, hey guys, that's definitely a good shot. It's actually Matt and Metter, like I met her at the bar. So
I butchered the crap out of that. All right, cool.
In UT Martin, what's the name of that bar that everyone goes to?
That's a great question. I'm never there.
Yeah, almost got you. Matt, thank you very much for taking your time to come on the show with us and allowing us to crack a little bit of jokes. For people who don't know who you are, take about 15 seconds to tell everybody what you do.
Sure. Well, Chase, you did a great job. Again, Dr. Matt Metter, UT Martin, been there for about 10 years, history professor, and all around guy for that. And, launched a consultancy practice as a result of Gen AI about 5 years ago, and really, kind of trying to curb some of our knowledge sharing there.
Wow. You've been dealing with AI for 5 years already?
Yeah, well, keep in mind, keep in mind as far as 5 years, AI as we know it, Gen AI, the launch of ChatGPT about 3 years ago, but 5 years ago, you've really started to look at machine learning and things of that nature. So that's where the interest came in with machine learning, and then of course, as Gen AI really started to launch with the precipice of ChatGPT, that's where I really started to gain footing.
So in your experience, just the moniker AI, do you feel like that's kind of a misnomer in general?
A little bit, yes, and a lot of it, and that's probably about an hour-long show, because of how large this very thing is. It's much like people saying that they're AI experts. The field is so large. Well, what are you an expert in? So anyway, again, a lot of misnomer there.
I was just curious because it's something that's been driving me. It's like a little bug in my under my couch to drive me nuts. I'm like, it's not really that, but okay.
I'm just curious, how many fingers and toes did the pictures have 5 years ago when they were practicing that? Oh, that's we were discussing just before this segment how the fingers on the people, and when you think back to some of the videos from like 2020 in China, before we actually knew and it was widely accepted you could have AI generated footage. I'm just curious as how many fingers did those people have? But so you specialize in implementation of AI systems, and a lot of people are just thinking about, well, all I did was download the app and tell ChatGPT or Grok what I want it to do, and it does it for me. That's where the consumer probably feels AI is at. Can you just take a minute to explain a little bit about what you mean by implementing AI and kind of what that industry looks like?
Sure. Yeah. So as far as implementation, and I'm going to use implementation and integration synonymously here, okay? Because in the academic world, we're currently at a crossroads of, how are you integrating, artificial intelligence into your practices? Some are fully integrated. I know my classes, particularly with United States history, we are now fully integrated. And what that means by definition is just simply, the students have access to ChatGPT. There are use policies. There's use case situations. There's certain protocol and things that are in place that and implemented, if you will, that allow for us to do what we do. It wasn't an easy thing, because Chase, much like you just said, it's, oh, okay, cool. Well, I can look at a history question, or Dr. Metter might have a history question for me, and I can just simply go to ChatGPT and it's going to do it for me. The implementation aspect of it was geared more towards, well, what's next? How can I take you further? Can I get you just to recite the answer, which we all go to? We ask a question of Google and we get an answer, right? But it's, what's the next step? Is it, I'd like to write a paper on the civil rights movement, and all of a sudden, ChatGPT or Google Gemini comes back with, hey, that's a pretty broad topic. Do you have a time frame in mind? Do you have an individual in mind? Do you have a policy? Is there a governmental document that you have in mind that you'd like to explore a little more? And
conspiracy theory you want to cover?
I mean, these opportunities are now available, and I call them exactly that. These are now opportunities to liberate that learning and bring something to the table.
We had a discussion on actual education where we kind of thought the future was with a teacher from Dixon County who taught U.S. history. So a little bit of irony there, but he was talking about how we kind of finished the discussion, knowing that it's how you use AI, whether or not it's going to be the detriment of the student or to the benefit of the student, because if used properly, it can exponentially increase the rate at which we are able to comprehend and take in information. But if all you do is have it write your papers for you and we continue teaching writing papers, what about, like, since you do this and you help people implement it, what's an example of something outside of education where you have to implement it and there's been some kind of a struggle that it wasn't just plug in ChatGPT and go? What?
So, and I think that's a great question. So one of the situations that we run into is out here at Bartlett Library. I've done historical classes, taught classes in the past. How are you using ChatGPT or learning AI for research? And one thing I've noticed is those classes are open to the public, and as the public at large begins to come in and we sit and we have conversations, I've had members of my community come in and sit down and say, I haven't done anything with Gen AI. I don't know the first thing about it. And so the implementation piece is to, one, let's look at the practicality of it. Let's find something that you and I can relate to instantly, and I mean instantaneously, excuse me. And that is the segue into it. Oftentimes it's, how can you and your spouse save an argument on a Sunday afternoon over, meal planning or meal prep, or, having ChatGPT, create a full 7-day meal plan based off of your dietary restrictions. Right.
Sorry to interrupt. I thought my wife had a long memory. Wait until you start incorporating ChatGPT into your arguments. Good night.
You said in 1996 you didn't like
yeah. Part of the rules of engagement need to be, after this argument, we delete that chat.
Yeah. but that's it. How can you use it practically? And even those that, here we are 3 years later, and some people haven't really used it, and to bring them to the water a little bit and just demonstrate, hey, here's nothing but possibilities. And I think people are starting to identify with what we call error and opportunity. And it's like, okay, well, I see this actually, how practical this is, and it can really help me. So therefore, I'm going to hit download, whether that be, using a Google Gem or using, ChatGPT. And so I've had a lot of success with that implementation aspect.
It even comes, like, for me, it comes very useful in times when I'm trying to chill out at the end of the night and play a video game or something, and I'm like, I don't have time to learn all the specifics of a game, so I'm like, wait, hey, remind me how to do this combo again, or remind me how to, I can't remember, between times of playing, I'm just like, I forgot how to do a basic maneuver. I'm like, hey, how do you do that again? It's like, oh, you do this. So it saves me so much time having to actually search for that stuff, and just lets me get back into doing what I want to do.
I saw it. I saw a tweet from this guy named Dex, and we're going to pull this up real quick. And it's a little long, but I'm going to go ahead and probably have Daniel read it just because my eyes are so bad. But it talks about in practice how ChatGPT is being used in these large, like successful models. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to help support the Patriot Punkcast and get Chase some proper glasses, you know where the support link is. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so this post from Dex Horthy says it may have hit a nerve here. It all started with trying to understand how production AI systems actually work. Folks, I've tried every agent framework out there and talked to many strong founders building impressive things with AI, but I was surprised to find out that most successful AI systems aren't following the here's your prompt, here's a bag of tools pattern. They're mostly just well-engineered software with LLM capabilities integrated at key points. The companies shipping high-quality AI aren't building monolithic agents from scratch. They're incorporating small, focused LLM loops that do one thing well. That's pretty smart, actually.
Yeah,
So
that's probably a good place to end. So is this what you're seeing when you are looking at some of the ways that AI has been implemented, or is this out of left field? Because as someone, I'm just reading something on the internet. I don't know if that's true or not. It sounds good.
It does, and I'm looking, and so it appears here, because I have not seen this tweet, but it appears, there's some imagery and some visualization that has been thrown in here. So, let's without going into the science of the science of the science behind machine learning and all of this stuff, let's think about the practical terms. Why would I even use a chat GPT, or why would I use, a Google Gem or Grok or something to that effect? From a practical standpoint, I'm looking for, one, instantaneous information, two, the implementation aspect of it, where you're going to find that richness in the prompt, because you might not get the answer that you're looking for right there in that first prompt. Think of it garbage in, garbage out. If I just say, what's 2 + 2? Yeah, it's going to give me an answer. But, if I go in with a very unique prompt, okay, and this is where people are actually having to learn how to do the prompt, of, hey, I am, a married man, and I need to, save a fight on a Sunday afternoon by creating a meal plan, and I follow a keto diet, and, I need I need breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and 2 snacks. And can you do me, create a 7-day meal plan, and it will compute that. That's getting, for me, that's really complex, because it's taking all the information that I'm infusing or, inputting. And of course, it's going to give me that my righteous output, if you will. That output I can turn around, and once I see it, I can turn around and say, hey, you know what? I don't like meals from Wednesday. And so therefore, can you give me some modifications? And so now my prompt has changed based off of that. And so that conversation is now building, right? And so the richness now becomes prompt 2 and prompt 3 based off, other forms of its output based off what I'm seeing. People, from the implementation aspect of it, even with my students, I'm having to demonstrate and model. You don't have to accept the first thing it gives you.
I think everybody's everybody's overcomplicating this thing. They're calling it prompt engineering, when really I think what it is just learning how to communicate properly. I mean, it really is, because it does talk in a very conversational tone, and that's the beauty of it. And people just are just now learning how to actually communicate their needs and say what they want, and tell it exactly what it is that you're looking for. And I think there is some carryover that's going to happen as far as people being better at communicating with one another.
I think on that, I don't want to say it's better at communicating, because just like we saw the culture dissect so much, or fragment, I guess is a better word, with the use of social media, where people were no longer having to associate locally as much. And now we're starting to see that change. But I think that because it's like the M dashes, okay, it puts those in there because the source material it read from it really likes the M dashes. Well, a lot of people never used an M dash. Now people are going to use it. And I almost feel like that the chat GPT could be engineering us and including our language, because locally, all the people in redneck Appalachia or out there in UT Martin know what you mean when you use the language. And because you're communicating with a global entity that might not have that segmentalized or that segmented vernacular that's only really appreciated in the Cumberland Gap, or that's only really used, that little buzzword lexicon, I think that's something that the more people start using just the language models, we could actually see like a
homogenization of language.
Yes. Which would help in communication to an extent, but it could
Yeah,
also,
I'm just referring to the aspect of just being able to communicate what your wants are, like what it is that you need, what is it that you're looking for. Just being able to do that, I think, is a skill that a lot of people just don't have. They just expect that people read their minds a little bit. Like, you should know what I want.
what are some of the because it talks about, so with the loop aspect, I'm assuming that what it means is if you might have a business where, you know, in theory, AI could run everything if you had robots and you had this, but you don't. You're going to have to upgrade all your equipment and everything. So I'm guessing that the loop is where it finds, hey, this, for instance, when we do thumbnail backgrounds and stuff, the background for this podcast, for instance, right now, we generated a prompt and had an image generated so that we could work without copyright. Well, that's where we implemented a small loop. Rather than have AI write our podcast and digitally create people that speak, we don't. And is that kind of what that means by, maybe in the law profession, it writes a language model that only fact checks your case law. And that way it's not weeded into with news reports from the New York Times or something. Is that?
Yeah. So you're yes, because you're yes, that human in the loop is you are vetting it and you are validating it. If memory serves me correctly, I read, several months ago that there was an attorney who was sanctioned as a result of just simply going to ChatGPT, allowing it to write some sort of an argument or some form of case law, and it used fictitious cases. Sure, that's where it takes the expertise of the individual, okay, to say, hey, I'm reading this, I validate this, I can go to a specific hard source, might not seem reasonable, but until we get this down to a science, there it is. As a matter of fact, it came from, that was last year. Excuse me.
Pull it up, Jamie.
Earlier this year. That was exactly what happened. Was it was just it was not vetted, it wasn't validated, and that's where that human in the loop aspect comes in.
On that note, because we're a little bit pressed for time, but the human manipulation, is that a problem? Like when you're implementing this, do you see where you have to build in a checkpoint so that the human resource manager can't sit there and say, disqualify everyone with blue eyes or something like that? Or disqualify people of a certain religion? Do you have to build in protection?
I see you again. I got blue eyes. Mm-hmm.
I think what you're. Yeah, no, that's great. No, I think that that leads to the question of bias and ethics, right? When you start to do that, and I know that bias and ethics has been a very, very prominent topic of conversation, particularly in my field and things of that nature. The other side of that is, if those requirements are needed for you to get the output that you want, then you would obviously have to put that information in there. I'm looking for this particular data. I need you to eliminate, X, Y, and Z, only provide this amount of information right over here. And then of course, once that output is generated, you can validate it, vet it, and then even go in for another prompt to say, hey, those that I missed, now insert them. Let's take a look.
I feel like Disney prepared us for this moment with all those videos about make sure you're careful with the 3 wishes. or all those little cartoons as a kid, where it's like, oh, you didn't say that you said you wanted to have more money than everyone else, so now you have $1 and everyone else has zero. Like it.
I experience that sometimes when I'm trying to type in my prompt. It's like gives me something. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I could see where you thought I meant that, but no.
Yeah.
So there are lots of videos going online right now of like robots that are actually ran by people in Pakistan or something that are being your AI assistant. They've got videos of Jetsons cars and things like that. But I imagine that like air traffic control is an implementation practice that would be a little bit more broad than just plugging in ChatGPT or even having it do a couple of small things for you. How long do you think it is going to be before we start to see, maybe an entire city that has implemented flightless or, flying cars or something like that, or has maybe the entire roadworks crew has become litter pickup robots like in New Orleans? I can imagine that, the French Quarter's having robots go around there and pick up all the trash and move the homeless people before they pressure wash. That's something that could probably be done quickly, but how long is it until we see widespread, large-scale implementation of AI structures like that?
Something to that effect. When you talk about flightless or things of that nature, I can definitely tell you that safety is going to be an issue, and when you risk safety, we're still not over that bar yet when it comes to that. So as far as safety being the concern there, I wouldn't necessarily see it when it comes to flight and things of that nature, public safety, whatever, what have you. However, when you talk about larger scale implementation, we're already approaching that roughly 3-year mark. So as far as usage, we're here. It's being it's already widely adopted, as you can see, even on a global scale. Citywide, things of that nature, I would definitely say, from my viewpoint, certainly between 5 and 7 years. So you're looking at 2030. I know that there's a lot of 2030 year plans that are out there, and they're starting to really start to incorporate that AI, usage and policy. And if you, I know you guys are keeping up with it, but President Trump just announced last week, if memory serves me correct, because I got a lot of information on my head, it was Thursday, there was a big push to say, hey, we are going to federally regulate, and it's go time. And so that was going to be the big deal there. I see the robots and the autonomous
French Quarter trash pickup robots.
Yeah.
Chase just asked for that to happen. Now look, it's real.
Yeah, look, AI, amazing. You said something when we first spoke and when we kind of started to schedule this on what the real secret is to AI and what like the competitive advantage is. I would really like you to say that again, because it was to me it really is kind of profound, and that it kind of marries what we say on the show quite a bit.
Outstanding. Yeah. And this is what I firmly believe. And so, because you use AI doesn't give you the competitive advantage, because you're using generative AI to come up with ideas, things of that nature. I think that's just simply positing creativity when it comes to writing, thinking, planning, and of course, creating. However, AI is certainly raising the bar in being the competitive advantage when it comes to leadership and executive management and people in positions of power to create, and make decisions. That's where the competitive advantage is. How quickly can it be done? And you're not cutting out that middleman in essence, if you want to consider it that. You're allowing that middleman, which would be your employee or your teachers or educators, to really explore. All right, moving into that field of exploration on change management and explore on empowerment. Big terms, for empowerment, and really isolating terms like systems thinking. Really looking at the forest before the trees, and so we're there, and that's exactly how I feel about that term competitive advantage.
That I think that's. Oh, go ahead, Daniel.
No, I think I've heard them mention something about this on like the Tim Pool show and stuff, where they're talking about AI, and they're saying that you probably got about 3 years. If there is any competitive advantage, you probably got about 3 years before it becomes so ubiquitous that everybody's using it, and you just don't have that. You just don't see that advantage as much as you do right now. And I don't know, personally, I've kind of noticed that we are by being able to use the tools. Chase and I are able to do a whole lot more than most people who aren't using this right now by ourselves. And we don't have to, we forego the cost and expense of hiring other people, at least for now. But, like I said, about 3 years or so, it's going to be so ubiquitous that advantage is going to disappear. So.
Yeah, I mean, you got people that are designing websites in 90 seconds. I mean, complete, programs like Canva, software, software as a service like Canva, platforms like that, LMSs, there's one thing, as far as dashboard, I love EdTech and will always stand beside EdTech. EdTech has done something, one particular organization, IXL, has done something that I think every HR leader should want to get their hands on. When it comes to HR information systems, looking at things like human capital, looking at compliance, things of that nature. When it comes to EdTech, their dashboards are so relevant when it comes to having looked at skill mastery, time and skill mastery, total aggregation of questions answered, things of that nature.
Like it was designed,
every leader, yes.
Like it was designed by someone who knew what they were doing, not just someone who knew how to design a dashboard. And I think that's
check the box, right?
Yes. Final thoughts, and then obviously you can wish everyone a Merry Christmas and plug your company if people want to. Maybe you're looking to implement AI into their business.
Sure.
So. What are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts is, continue to use it. You're only going to get better with getting in here and exploring around. Now is that real frontier. We're all on a frontier when it comes to this. Use it as frequently as possible. 69% of the workforce is actually using it for work. Why not be a part of that percentage that's using it for writing, thinking, planning, and creating outside of work, practical purposes, things of that nature. If you have any questions about that, I would love to support, to support you and your initiatives there. And of course, you can always reach out to me at Metter by Design, and go from there.
And what is that website again? So you can spell it and everything. That way people can find it.
Sure. Yeah. It's metterbydesign.com. It's METHER by design.com. So it's just a clever spin on my last name, because most people call me Meter. So I'd say it's Metter.
I was trying to bring it up fast, and I spelled your name correctly and did not. So I would personally recommend getting that URL and having it point to your website. But there's your site there. So.
And for people at the beginning, no, we were not disrespectful. We did ask him how to pronounce his name beforehand, but his response was just too epic that we had to throw it in there. So
I'm an actor. Inside joke.
Yes. Well, Dr. Metter, we really, really appreciate you spending time on this during this Christmas season to talk to our guests. We would love to have you back on the show at some point to maybe go into some of the weeds. And if I'm not mistaken, in fact, one more, can you tell everyone what kind of language model you've designed for campaigns?
So this is great question, Chase. I'm glad. So for those listeners who are from the Bartlett area or West Tennessee area, I created it's a GPT that's out there, and it's a campaign guide for any position that one would like to run for. You want to run for a school board position over in Putnam County. You want to run for an alderman position up in Dyer County, whatever, what have you. For someone that is on the go and for practical sense and purposes, everything has been programmed inside just a GPT for partisanship, what role you would like to do, and it gives you particularly your county's information on how to run your campaign, all the way from finance management, all the way to making sure that Tennessee Code annotated to make sure you're obviously in compliance with state regulation, county regulation, and of course municipal codes, what you can and can't do, so on and so forth. So it is a full-fledged campaign guide. And that is something that I use as I would like to explore embarking on a school board position right here in my city, because education is where I find my joy and my heart and expertise. And so this is where, this has been even a support to me. So everything that has been designed, I use personally, and I would not release it. Yeah.
Yeah, is it safe to say that this program can give you the plan, but it's not going to move your legs for you? You still got to you still got to put in the legwork.
You got to put in the legwork, and you got to do the thinking. I mean, it'll certainly Excellent. Quench your thirst, but you have got to remain thirsty.
Marvelous.
Well, Dr. Metter, we really, really appreciate it. You guys check him out, contact him through Metter by Design, and that's METHER by design.com, right? Awesome.
That's me.
Thank you very much for joining us. Merry Christmas. And
Merry Christmas.
Guys, thank you for tuning in to the Patriot Punk Christmas Blast all-day Christmas extravaganza. Be sure you smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know, and never mind the bollocks.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Anthony from the Coffee County Sheriff's Department. I work in investigations for the Sheriff's Department. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. We're here today to talk about different scams and frauds that's going on in our community. Some examples are these scams. You may be sitting at home, you may get a phone call of maybe saying your bank account's been breached, and them asking you to upload a digital credit card onto your phone, then them instructing you to take your money out of the bank and go put it in another bank account. Once you take that money out of your bank account, you put it in this other bank account, your money's going to be gone. We've had this happen here in Coffee County. The gentleman was out $125,000. My suggestion is if you don't initiate the contact, if you're sitting at home, you get a phone call, pop up on the computer, or any communication that you do not initiate, I would hang up. I would not communicate with those folks. And if you do communicate with them, just think about what they're saying. If what they're saying is too good to be true, more than likely it's too good to be true. We've worked a case, what you call a pig butchering case, where you think you're investing your money into a website, and the website looks legit, looks like a good investment website. Say, you put $5,000 in there, you look at it next week, and it's grown to $10,000. Well, where it's grown to $10,000 is from where other folks are getting scammed also, and it's shown that account's growing. This case that we worked, it was up to $250,000 before the victim discovered that they had been scammed also. So we work hand in hand with the FBI on these types of cases. Well, we tracked this case back to the Philippines. Once we tracked it back to the Philippines, there's nothing we can do, and your money's gone. If you feel like you're being targeted or feel like you're a victim to a scam, number one, you need to contact local authorities, Sheriff's Department, Tullahoma Police Department, Manchester Police Department. Number two, during the process, if you ever doubt it at all and you're having to go to the bank, I suggest that you reach out to your local banks, where you bank at. Just reach out to them, tell them what's going on. For family members out there, as far as if you have some elders in your family, stay in contact with them, be in their lives, and that way they feel comfortable asking questions to you if something like this occurs. Be aware that these guys are after you and they're after your money on a daily basis. I ask that the folks just be on their toes. And like I said, if you have questions, ask your friends, call the Sheriff's Department or your local police department. One call could save you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Talk to people face to face. Don't try to stay away from online transactions. That's where a lot of these folks take advantage of folks. Jonathan Anthony, the Coffee County Sheriff's Department, and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas from East Tennessee. It's Monty, Fritts. Things haven't really changed in 2,000 years. There are still Caesars calling for taxes. There are still evil career politicians like Herod who tell you that they love the baby, but they really just want to kill him. There are still wise men who come looking for that light. We are still in a world of darkness that needs that light, and his name is Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for coming down to this earth to be my Savior, to be our Savior. So on this week when we celebrate the birth of the King of all kings, Jesus Christ, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from Kingston, Tennessee.
For he did for the 917 Society. I wanted to reminisce a little bit over some of the other videos that we did that weren't necessarily part of a segment or part of our normal podcast, just things that came up during the year. And one of the most memorable occasions was a quick short interview that I got with now Congressman Matt Van Epson. This was at the Benton County GOP picnic before the primary. So there was a whole bunch of other candidates there. We interviewed a whole bunch of them. And Matt Van Epson did come across a little bit plastic. We've covered this ad nauseum on the show, but I hope that he loosens up a little bit. I don't want him to have too much fun up there in Washington, D.C., but, he's got to just undo the top button for us a little bit. And this is a real short interview. It's one of our favorites because it was the first now congressman that we've gotten to interview. So enjoy this little segment from us and Matt Van Epson.
We are here with Matt Van Epson, congressional candidate for District 7, replacing Mark Green. And what is it that made you decide to run for Congress, especially a federal position?
It's a great question, and I'm so glad you asked that. And so for me, it goes way back. It goes to how I was raised. My dad was an infantryman and tunnel rat in Vietnam. My mom was raised very poor, and they both worked really hard to raise my brother and I on faith, family, and freedom. And my dad he came back from Vietnam, got spit on, never turned his back on his country. And it was his patriotism, his biggest conservative, biggest patriot that I ever knew. And those values of duty on our country were instilled from a very young age. My mom and dad never went to college, but they worked so hard so my brother and I had an opportunity. And we're both West Point graduates. I really believe in opportunity, prosperity, security for our state, our country. And I want to get into Congress to help back up the president and move America first forward. And that's really important to me.
So I take it that Donald Trump's, I guess, kind of what he stood for, kind of what he's done to the Republican Party, kind of motivated you also, and kind of lit up that patriotism a little bit. That's
right. I think that's absolutely right. I think when we look back on the Biden administration and all of the terrible things that happened, that moved our country in just a terrible direction. Mm-hmm. The pendulum has swung in a good direction because of the president, because of President Trump and all the work that he's done to secure our border, to remove criminal illegal aliens from this country. The list goes on. The big beautiful bill was a huge victory, and we still have work to do. And I want to get there to back him up. But this is the most critical thing as an Army veteran, as a helicopter pilot, special operator, Ranger School graduate, SEER School, service in state government and small business. This is the most critical thing I've ever done before, ever attempted to do. And it's so critical that we get this right now to keep moving our agenda forward.
What is it that you think makes you, not that none of the other candidates aren't qualified, but what is it that you think makes you stand apart and makes you more qualified for this position?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it is that background. I think it's the well-rounded piece of special operations, state government, small business that provides a basis to take leadership principles. I've been an executive level leader. I've been a leader in the Army and special operations. It takes that core foundation to Congress to lead and fight on our behalf for all of us. And that is really, really important. And I will fight from day one to do that.
Good to hear. And assuming that you win the primary, who is it that you would that you see yourself facing off against in the general on the Democrat side? Do you think it's more likely to be Mr. Mitchell or Afton Bain or maybe some other ones?
It's a good question. I'm not really sure. I think what's important to me is that we fight really hard to prepare now and to win this. And if we are lucky enough, we're going to take that fight and we're going to win it. And we're going to build a really strong team. And we're going to win that because that's what our country needs. That's what our district needs. That's what Tennessee needs. And we're going to push really hard to make sure that happens.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Is there anything else you want to say? Well, we got everybody watching and tell them where to find you.
Just thank you all so much. I'm honored to be here today. So it was an amazing event. I'm honored to be out working really hard to earn your trust and your vote. Matt Van Epson again. You can find us at mattfortn.com. That's Matt, MATTFORTN.com. And thank you all so much. Thank you all too for this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Good luck.
All right, guys. Now, we do have Tucker coming up here shortly, but we have a couple of more things that we want to reminisce over first. And this one's coming from Williamson County. And I talk about the chosen sperm quite a bit. And this video, I think, does a really good job of identifying a little bit about what I mean by the chosen sperm. And you might be surprised at some of the names. We even get a little clip in here from James O'Keefe. He wasn't on our show or anything, but it's just a little clip from that. So I want you to enjoy this little piece I did on Mary Kate Anderson Brown. I don't know about you, but I am extremely sick and tired of these go along to get along, weak and spineless, chosen sperm establishment Republicans. After everything we've been through over the last 5 years, and when you analyze the quality of our leadership, it's easy to understand how we got here. It's easy to understand how the Tennessee budget has more than doubled since 2010. It's easy to understand why liquor stores were open but schools were closed during COVID. It's easy to understand why your Tennessee Senate recommended that you get the COVID vaccine. And it's why we have choice lanes and school vouchers now. And recently, I got into a conversation with someone who I would consider deeply embedded in the swamp of Tennessee, the definition of chosen sperm establishment conservative. Now, for those of you who don't know, I am the moderator of a group called Williamson County Politics Uncensored. And I use moderator very lightly because it's an uncensored group. This group was created in response to several complaints I got several years ago about a lot of censorship in Williamson County groups. We dealt with it in Rutherford County. We had some success, so we created an uncensored group in Williamson County. Now, some of those groups that were censoring things included the Back to School Williamson County page, Masks Off, Wit Wilco. There might have been a few others. Well, the other day in my uncensored group, Mary Kate Anderson Brown hopped in and asked me why her name had come up on one of my podcasts. And she didn't seem to like the answer that I gave her. Then she proceeded to post like 27 or 37 screenshots of all these things that she had done, claiming to have always been on the right side of things. Well, I promised her that I would respond, and I felt that the best way to respond was not in some snarky message right to her in the comments that very few people would see. I felt that the best way to address everything that was going on was to just make a video, lay everything out there, and let the cards fall where they may. And I want you, as just an average, everyday Republican, conservative, whatever you are, to use your best judgment when presented with all the facts. So, Mary Kate Anderson Brown is a political consultant married to a previous Pfizer lobbyist and big prison lobbyist. Being a consultant, you can imagine she's very good at setting the narratives. And this is one of the reasons why she had the Back to School page. There were rumors that she was the unofficial liaison between the school board and that page, helping shape the reopening guidelines and structures back early during COVID. Now, as we've all learned over the past few years, censorship is one of the most used tools by the establishment political machine. And during COVID, many of you will remember the push for in-person learning was broken down into 3 factions. You had the really loud liberal faction, which wanted virtual learning for everyone, because you were killing grandma. And to Mary Kate's credit, she did not fall into that category. But then you had 2 other factions. The first faction, which I would consider Mary Kate a part of, was the go along to get along, wear the mask so that we can slow the spread and open up type of person. If you'll remember, these were the people who were perfectly fine with mask mandates in schools as long as it meant opening up. And if your kid couldn't wear a mask, then we'll just isolate them in the corner. And the narrative of the back to school page was often centered around this. Anti-vax memes were censored. Discussions and debates about the efficacy of masks were sometimes censored. And it was all done under the guise of keeping things focused on reopening. Well, we're talking about factions. Then there was a third faction, and that was the faction that I would fall into. The aware individual who very early on knew something didn't smell right, that something was off. And it was people in this faction who ultimately stood up against the vaccine mandates and lost their jobs. But people like me lost our jobs before then for speaking out. You had parents who were arrested for speaking up for their children in Rutherford County. And we all remember the September 2021 mask vote and just how many people were there giving testimony to being personally affected over the prior 18 months. Well, it's these people, and I'm not running for any position. I don't want any leadership position. I just want to continue to do my reporting. But it's people who were brave enough to make the right decisions at the right time, who we should be trusting to lead us. It's not people who have a 15, 18-year career in political consulting and have been part of the problem. Now, just because you're a political consultant doesn't mean that you're necessarily nefarious. You know, there are, I'm sure, 1 or 2 political consultants out there that are good people. But again, I want you to use your judgment. If you go to Mary Kate Anderson Brown's LinkedIn page, you will see that she supports candidates and has worked with campaigns associated with staunch, admirable conservative leaders like Jeb Bush, Mitt Romney, and even Glenn Cassida. Man, that list of names has aged really well, hasn't it? If that wasn't bad enough, she has been involved in local Williamson County politics since 2007. She gets paid to help work and manage on campaigns, and she has endorsed almost all of the establishment chosen sperm, from Jack Johnson to Jake McCalman to Glenn Cassida, to all of those upstanding individuals who made such good decisions during COVID. If that's not bad enough, we should look at her husband, because, again, we don't want to condemn someone because they didn't have access to the information. Although, being the gatekeeper of those groups, you would think she was in a position. So who is Mary Kate Anderson Brown married to? Well, that would be Josh Brown, current president of the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce and former Pfizer lobbyist. Now, again, Mary Kate Anderson Brown would have you believe that Josh's job at Pfizer was just that, a job. She plays it off like he was just a janitor mopping the floors. But what did he really do? Well, he started his career, again, with Pfizer in 2009 over legislative affairs. He then became a senior director, and then before COVID, he was the vice president of state government affairs. Now, or relations. And it gets you wondering, how much did he know? Now, to his credit, when he became an appointed school board member, appointed by many of the people that Mary Kate Anderson Brown supported, when he became an appointed school board member in 2021, his votes did end the mask mandate. But anybody in political consulting could have told you that that was the only politically favorable move if you wanted to get reelected. In fact, most of the people who supported those mask mandates have been ousted from office, losing their reelection bids. So I don't weight that decision in that particular vote too heavily. I prefer to look at the facts more in their entirety. And when you look at some of the things that came out since 2020, I'm not sure if you're aware of Pfizer, but they're a pharmaceutical company, one of the pharmaceutical companies that produced the vaccine that the government tried to mandate. But to be fair, that was the U.S. government, and they didn't try to mandate it until 2021. But in 2022, Josh Pfizer Brown became the vice president of United States government relations. That's where he met James O'Keefe.
Josh, hi, James O'Keefe. Is Jordan Walker still working for Pfizer?
You know the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves? Don't tell anyone this going. You probably don't tell anyone.
Hey, Josh, is Jordan still working at Pfizer? Josh, is Jordan at Pfizer? That's the vice president of Pfizer ignoring my question.
And Project Veritas.
With the Republican Governors Association. I noticed no media was invited to this meeting, sir. It would be a lot easier if he would just agree to sit down with us.
And of all the people in Pfizer who may have known that there were shenanigans, may have known that there was lobbying efforts to suppress alternative treatments to maintain the emergency use authorization, I would suspect that Josh is probably on that list. I could be wrong, but again, use your own common sense. Now, before that, Josh was a lobbyist with Prison Corporation of America or something like that, which later became Core Civic. So just in summary, my response to Mary Kate Anderson Brown on why I'm not fond of you is this. You're part of the problem. You have been in politics for nearly 20 years. You have helped sculpt the rhino leadership that we have in office right now. You've helped people get elected that signed the letter encouraging people to take the COVID-19 vaccine, saying that it's not political. But we all know it is political. Whereas most people during COVID, especially early on, had the excuse. They weren't exposed to the information. The information was censored and they never actually got a chance to read it. You moderated a group responsible for some of that gatekeeping. Now, obviously, I have no smoking gun proving that Josh Pfizer Brown knew about all the Pfizer scandals that were going on during his time. But again, I'd ask you to use your own common sense and determine for yourself what might they have known. And I want to finish with this. While we're at a time in politics where we're looking for leaders and you're trying to find who to trust, I am encouraging you to make up your own mind. I'm not saying trust me. Just go look at the facts and determine for yourself if a board member for a hospital and a longtime 15-plus year political consultant who's married to a Pfizer lobbyist, if those people had taken the leadership steps during COVID, if they'd spoken up at the right time and said the right thing, how different would the world be? I want you to remember, leadership is not just doing the right thing or being in the right place at the right time. Leadership is doing the right thing at the right time when it's needed most. And if you think leadership means censoring anti-vax memes and closing the door and covering for your buddies at Pfizer, then I'm sorry, but I don't think that most of the people watching this video are going to find you to be one of the people they should trust. I'm going to end with this. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you always got. I don't know about you, but I'm sick of what we've been getting from the Tennessee GOP.
He's the vice president of Pfizer. The public has a right to know, sir. Hey, Josh.
Does Jordan Tristan Walker still work at Pfizer?
That guy was not happy to see me.
No, and I'm super glad to see you here.
This issue is one of the greatest public health issues in the history of the United States. Why did most of the board agree with Dan? Quote, revolving door for government officials, good for the pharmaceutical industry. That's you, Mr. Vice President of Pfizer, but bad for America because, quote, the regulators are not going to be as harsh on Pfizer.
A revolving door for all government officials? It's pretty good for the industry, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's bad for everyone else in America.
Is this guy still working for Pfizer?
Ma'am, I got no comment.
Why not? You had a lot to say earlier.
I lost respect for you people.
Why?
The minute you started
You know, I used to work
recording.
for Pfizer. You know that,
I
right?
don't care who you work for. I don't care what any of you do.
Do you know who you work for? You work
This
for the people,
is not,
and you are defending
this
someone.
is not a venue to come in
It's a public area, sir.
It is a school board
It's
meeting.
a public area. Anyone can go in. We can record. We can say whatever we want.
We'll see about that.
Oh, what do you mean we'll see about that?
We'll see about it.
What do you mean?
We're going to have discussion about this.
Oh, because we questioned, we used our right to
Going
free
after a
speech.
board member for his employment?
Do you know what that company?
I don't know. I'm just saying, you came in and you singled out a board member and had a huge audience out there on what his employment's all about.
I mean, if he
That's
was,
not
if,
right.
he shouldn't have run for office if he was afraid of that.
No.
He shouldn't have run for office
Hey,
if he was.
people-
If you can't handle the heat, you shouldn't run for office.
James O'Keefe, why did you make a comment in the school board meeting that I shouldn't be there? See, they always close the door, shut the door.
All right, guys, Merry Christmas. We've got one more little video that I want to highlight before we get on to hearing from Tucker Carlson at the 917 Society. And this one is a little bit different. I know we're on the internet right now, but here's just your reminder that you should not believe everything that you see on the internet or that you hear on the streets at a protest. And we've heard about all these immigration issues and the how poorly ICE has allegedly treated a lot of these people. And time after time, I'm not saying every case, but time after time, they're exaggerated or there's missing context. Well, the left seems to be pretty good about that. And I went to one of the Kilmar Abrego Garcia rallies when he was being held in Nashville. He had a court date at the federal courthouse. And outside, there was a little gathering of whiny people. And this young man got up to speak, and he was in all the pictures. He was holding all the signs. He ended up becoming the cover photo for like the AP and a couple of other ones. And I ended up interviewing him afterward, and we just got a short little video that might explain a little bit about how the left is so easy or so good at getting young people to follow them. Perhaps it's because they don't tell them the truth.
Last night, I was pulled over by a sheriff trooper, and he pulled me over. Do you want to know what he asked me for? My social security. They are not protecting and serving us. They're protecting conglomerates. They are protecting money. When we normalize Gestapo, that's when we become Nazi Germany.
Immigration enforcement has been at the center of the news, and it's been damn near impossible to find out any accurate information. So who do you trust? The left? They think the world's ending. The right? We're not doing nearly enough. Well, last month, I was able to attend the hearing for the infamous Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And outside the hearing in downtown Nashville, there was a protest. While at this protest, a young man who was from my hometown spoke, and the story he told was quite terrifying and moving, but something didn't feel right. So I recorded his speech, and I want you to listen to it. It's real short, but stay tuned, because at the end, I did a little bit of digging, and I have a little bit of an update for you.
All right, guys. Before this is officially over, we have the right to stay. It's public park property. We pay their money. We pay their salaries. But I want to say something. Last night, I was pulled over by a sheriff trooper. He followed me from I-40 to my house for about 15 minutes. As you know, immigrants, everyone is scared. You can't even drive at night. Guess what speed I was going? I was going 5 under. 5 under at night. And he pulled me over. Do you want to know what he asked me for? My social security. Say that again. My social security. They are not protecting and serving us. They're protecting conglomerates. They are protecting money. They're protecting their pension. They should be on our side. Guys, this is a bigger issue on our hands. We need to be careful out there, but we need to speak up. They are not above the law. We pay their money. Come on, we pay their salary. They depend on us. And when the people have had enough, which we're getting there. We're just good people like them. And they can be changed. They can. They have hearts. They're humans. It's always been an economical issue. It's always been inequality, disparity. They are the same. They have no right to ask me for my Social Security. They are only doing that because they are convinced that this is for them. When they should be serving us. When did we get lost in the plot? When? I'm confused. I'm so confused. We created such a constitution that could be ratified and it's breathing. And yet, there's tyrannical men just in charge. And they're convincing people, lower class citizens, to be against all of us, when really, they should be united. We are not divided. We are hurt. We're not against you guys. We are all united. So yesterday, when you see a sheriff, or today, ask him, did you help ICE? Because I did. Guess what he asked me, or told me? He did. He did. There's no shame. There's no shame. When we normalize Gestapo, that's when we become Nazi Germany.
And we won't let that happen.
And we don't want fascists. We'll turn this into the French Revolution and go the right way.
All right. So after this young man's speech, I approached him and asked for his name. There were a lot of news media agencies there. They were all trying to credit their photos and their quotes and everything. So I blended in quite nicely. I was not looking for who I was going to credit my speeches and photographs to. I planned to get his name so that I could obtain the body camera footage of this stop.
What county were you in when the cop pulled you?
Wilson.
Wilson?
Outside my street.
Was it the Wilson County Sheriff? You said Sheriff Trooper. Is it a state trooper or a sheriff?
Sheriff Trooper.
What, is it a Tennessee Highway Patrol officer?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a Wilson County Sheriff then? Because I'm going to request the body cam footage.
Yeah, I asked for him. I asked for it too.
We do have storms coming in, 90% at noon, 100% at 1. Be careful, be very careful,
He asked my Social Security.
and we will definitely be back.
He was like, well, I just got to check. I was outside. I was
Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Bicentennial Mall, demand that there are no more kings in this country. I hope to see everyone there.
He asked me for my Social Security.
Yeah, where were you? Is it like...
I was in Providence.
Okay, coming off Mount Juliet. Okay.
Wow.
In order to look up the body cam, I'm going to need your name.
Okay.
What is your name? I'm just going to record it just so that you can just that way.
I gotta do it.
Hold on. So, was I able to expose a sheriff trooper who was working for ICE and pulling over young brown people for obeying all traffic laws? Not exactly. I reached out to the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Wilson County Sheriff's Office, and, just to do my due diligence, the Mount Juliet Police Department, even though they were not mentioned. The Tennessee Highway Patrol had no records of any contact with the individual. The Wilson County Sheriff's Office, same response. Now, Mount Juliet Police, they went above and beyond. Chase, after chatting with Mr. Gore about your request, he asked me to name search it for him. After looking at every traffic stop in and around the Providence Mall area on the date requested, and doing a name search as well in our record system, we have 0 contacts with this subject in question. I called over to the Tennessee Highway Patrol to see if they had any contact with the subject, and they did not. I also called over to the Wilson County Sheriff's Office Records Unit, but I got the voicemail there when I called, so I left a message. If you'd like to follow up with them, their number is 444-1412. When you listen to the prompts, I think it was extension number 2, but they just recently changed their extensions. It's a possibility that the vehicle may have been stopped by the Wilson County Sheriff's Office. If you find any other info that you'd like me to search, please let me know. There was an additional email from them, and they did end up speaking with the Wilson County Sheriff's Office Records Unit. Good morning, Chase. I did speak to the Wilson County Sheriff's Office Records Unit this morning, and they also confirmed no contact with any version of that name as well. So, what do you think? Who's lying? Either 3
different law enforcement agencies lied, destroyed records, hid records, and opened themselves up to extreme liability, all to cover up an otherwise uneventful police encounter that didn't even end in an arrest? Or did Christian Osorio fabricate his experience with the undercover ICE sheriff trooper in order to get some kind of political brownie points at this protest? In light of the other recent ICE immigration hoaxes, like the ICE kidnapping, I'm going to wager that the latter is more likely. So I also reached out to the group that organized the event. After all, they gave him a microphone. They allowed him to speak. And this is what they said. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, we do not have that information to be able to pass on your request for clarification. Christian Osorio is not a UVO TN member, but rather a community member who spoke during our open mic time, which is what you witnessed. We cannot confirm any portion of his story. All the best, UVO TN team. I think it's important to note that Christian didn't give just one speech at this UVO TN protest. He gave two.
You know what? Nobody is illegal on stolen land. Nobody. We don't want kings. We don't want billionaires.
Didn't Kamala burn for $1 billion?
Where's all the wealth? Where is all the inequality? It is with them. With them. They are the enemy. They are the enemy. Not poor farmers making a living, helping us. It is not them. That is propaganda. And this is truth right here. All of us.
Additionally, the organizers of this protest did everything in their power to shut down speakers who were saying things that they disagreed with, like this man who was preaching. And yet they took no umbrage with people handing out pamphlets like this one. So, the lesson here, kids, don't believe everything someone says to you at a protest. There's a good chance that the organizers have no interest in making sure that what you're hearing is the truth, only that it effectively pisses you off enough so that you march in unison for whatever cause they're championing at the time.
We don't care about optics. Surely they don't. Right? Right. They aren't American. They are criminals. Criminals. And they have lied to the American people.
Protesting to release it.
On what earth would a billionaire have the right intentions for everyone? He's the alien. Unmask ICE. Unmask ICE.
Hi, my name's Chase Williams, and I'm here at Mid-State Piano Gallery, right in front of a nice, wonderful, gently used Yamaha upright piano. If you're looking for a piano, or as you can see behind me, we have a full selection of guitars as well as band instruments for your high school band student. And if you'd like to see more of our pianos that we have in stock, both new and used, come by and see us at 1301 Madison Street in Shelbyville, Tennessee. That's Mid-State Piano Gallery, and make sure you tell them Chase sent you. We hope you have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Hello, this is Tammy Sharp. For the past 8 years, I've proudly served for Rutherford County School Board in Zone 1. In 2022 to 2023, I served as the chairman when we delivered our first balanced budget in over a decade. I also helped secure $1 million for much-needed improvements for Laverne High School. I've worked to strengthen school safety, expand CTE programs, including welding, music programs, and fiber optics, and there's some more to come. I believe parents deserve a voice. I believe students deserve a safe campus. I believe taxpayers deserve accountability. I respectfully ask for your support as I seek re-election to Rutherford County School Board Zone 1. Paid for by Tammy Sharp for Rutherford County School Board Zone 1. Hashtag Be Sharp, vote for Tammy.
Let's stop pretending Washington is working. It's not. The reason is simple. The politicians up there are too comfortable. They don't feel the pain of their decisions, but you do. When your congressman skips votes, your voice is silenced. When he rubber stamps bloated spending, your grocery bill goes up, your savings shrink, and your kids inherit that debt. That's not leadership, that's negligence. This mess is the direct result of career politicians who quit listening, quit showing up, and quit serving the people who sent them there. I'm running for Congress to show up, stand firm, and fight for Tennessee's 4th District. Not for party insiders, not for special interests, but for you. I'm Thomas E. Davis, and I approve this message. Learn more at tomdavistn4.com.
And welcome back to the next segment of the Patriot Punk. We hope you enjoy this little bit of Christmas music as we go through the evening, and wish you all a very happy New Year and a very Merry Christmas.
members. This is LPTN Chairman Josiah Baker, and we're inviting you to our annual state convention, Principles Over Party, on April 11th and 12th in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This convention is slam full of state reps, 2A orgs, health freedom advocates, and your favorite podcasters. So head to lptn.org, click Take Action, and get your early bird tickets now.
All right, guys, Merry Christmas. The moment you've all been waiting for is to hear from Tucker Carlson. And to put a little context behind this, earlier this year, the 917 Society, who distributes constitutions to 8th graders, invited me to film the event. They had their annual event. It's a big rigmarole. It's a whole lot of fun. I encourage you to go. And Tucker Carlson was their headline speaker. So what I did is I filmed the entire thing, and I wanted to give them plenty of time to publish it on their channels. Unfortunately, right in the middle of the video, my phone memory card filled up, or my camera memory card filled up. So I pulled out my cell phone and I started to record, and I did record the part so you don't miss any of the speech. But there's about a 45-second to 1 minute segment that's a little bit dicey. It's not the same quality, not the quality that I would expect. So if you see that pop up, don't turn away. It's only temporary, and then you'll get back to the way the rest of the video is. Whether you're a big fan of Tucker's or not, he is someone who is very fun to listen to. He makes a lot of points, and I don't actually think he's all that brilliant in terms of knows everything. I think he's actually fairly representative of the average man that you'd meet at the bar. And without any further ado, I bring you the Tucker Carlson speech from this year's 917 Society.
So I know you guys didn't come to hear me speak tonight, but this crowd is a bunch of patriots. Without you guys, do you guys give yourself a round of applause. So you guys are actually making a difference. Whether you know it or not, as Joni said, we have people all across the country that receive these constitutions. So without your help, it wouldn't be possible. But this man needs no introduction, as you guys know. Whether he knows, he's honestly one of the most humble people I've ever met. He doesn't like to take credit for it. But he is changing America and changing the trajectory of the world. He's doing a lot of things that a lot of people in his industry are afraid to do. So at this time, I'd like to introduce to the stage Tucker Carlson. Who picked the music? Come on. That's hilarious. Thank you. I don't think I've ever been in a more remarkable place than this. I'm totally mesmerized, like a dog staring out the window on a road trip. I can hardly believe I'm here. There's so much to look at, and I love it. Thank you. This is amazing. I will not ever forget being here. And this is in a remarkable part of the country. I have one of my favorite children. I have many children, and I love them all. But one of my favorites moved here a couple of months ago when I was driving around Nashville today. Just getting married, and trying to figure out a place to live as we drove all around the city, and it's just absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's just beautiful. Nice neighborhood after nice neighborhood, and my daughter says to me, it's just, I love it here. The only problem is there are a lot of Californians moving here. And obviously, like a virus from a foreign country, they really are human Ebola. They're going to destroy it if not stopped. And I said to her, I'm from California, actually. What? And she's like, I know, but Californians. And of course I know exactly what she's talking about. But then I come here tonight, I must have met, 50 Californians, and they were all wonderful. And I really thought, it's true. Like, there's not one person in this room who wants to move to Cuba. But have you ever met a Cuban whose family came here after Castro who wasn't great and wasn't in love with America and wasn't just a force for decency and truth? There's probably no immigrant group in the world I'd like more than, the first waves of Cuban immigrants, because they were refugees from a totalitarian system, and they appreciate so much the fresh air of freedom that they're now breathing in the United States. And I really feel like Californians, people from Orange County and Marin, who've made their way here to Leaper's Fork and surrounding areas have exactly that same attitude. So I was so thankful to see that. They all look kind of bewildered, like, I can't believe I lived through that. You know, I was in Encinitas 3 weeks ago, and here I am. It's unbelievable. They're like kissing the ground. And it made me think a lot about what happened in California, which is relevant, I think, to the Constitution. I'll tell you how. As a native Californian and someone who grew up loving California, really thinking that everyone who didn't live in California was deeply unfortunate. I mean, just sad, just kind of sad. You know, we considered anyone outside the state the same way you think of like survivors of a mudslide in Bangladesh. Like, wow, you know, I just feel bad for you. You know, pity, true pity. Because you don't live in the most beautiful, welcoming, wonderful, sunshiny, affluent, clean, orderly, amazing place. You're like in Milwaukee. You know what I mean? And if you only knew, you'd come here immediately and go, please don't. That was our view. And it was rooted in reality. I mean, California really was all that we thought it was, I think. I'm 55. I was born there in San Francisco, believe it or not. In 1969, and the year I was born, I mean, it was the prettiest city in the world, probably outside Cape Town. It was our Cape Town. I mean, the physical beauty of San Francisco is like kind of hard to describe if you haven't seen it. And we really felt that, but it wasn't just San Francisco. It was all the way from, you know, Mount Shasta on the Oregon border to La Jolla, where I lived. Every part of it was beautiful and orderly and clean. We had the best infrastructure, the best schools, and my father would always say, my father was from New England, and he always say, California, our cops are honest. We had the best cops in the world. They all wanted to be movie stars, couldn't do it, and became LAPD, and like they'll never shake you down, and like the Boston police. They weren't hired because their cousin's on the force and they're gonna take a bribe. They're like honest, good people, and they all look like movie stars. And that was true. Everything about the state felt like it was blessed because it was. And I go back to California and I feel a sense of deep and poignant sadness because it's not recognizable. And it's not simply because the people who run it don't have my politics. It's because the people who run it don't have my spiritual orientation, is the truth. And California is kind of the purest distillation of what a society that rejects God looks like. Not just ignores God, but actively rejects God. No, I'm God. Stop! How dare you compete for the title with me? So for me, it's really simple. Good things bear good fruit. And bad things bear ugly fruit. And let me be a lot more precise about what I'm talking about. If you want to know if your family, neighborhood, town, state, country, civilization is on the right track, you can judge by the things and the systems that it creates. So a country that's on the right track creates what? Order, cleanliness. Cleanliness is next to godliness, sorry. What did God do when He created the world? He created order out of chaos. And so do people who are following the right path. They create order. They make their beds. They don't have people living on the sidewalk. Their bridges aren't falling down. Their sidewalks are not filthy. These are not small things. These are manifestations of the core thing, which is what path are you on? So, a state or a nation or a civilization on the right path is marked by harmony, decency, unity. It has intact families. It has respect between people. And it has a deep appreciation for physical beauty, for the beauty of nature, which is God's creation. And the single most beautiful thing there is nature, because God created it out of chaos, and it's a gift to us as its stewards. And it's super obvious if you're on the right path, because if you are, you appreciate that, you enhance it, you protect it. And the thing that California had that always brought the minds of every native Californian back to God was physical beauty. And I was talking to a native Californian tonight, and we were kind of commiserating in the men's room. I don't know what women do when they go to the ladies' room in groups, but men have a variety of that. We're kind of chatting about California at the sink. And he said, you know, the thing about California is it's ugly. It's ugly. Now, they've made it ugly. How do you take the Golden State, the most beautiful place in the world, and turn it physically unattractive? Not just from its collapsing cities, but from its countryside, from the Central Valley, which is now filled with like windmills. and solar farms and impoverished people living in shanties. How could you let that happen? And of course the answer is we should not be surprised that it happens, because that is the fruit of evil. It's not just mismanagement, sorry. All of us in charge of things, whether it's companies or states, we have a bunch of elected officials here, including federal, statewide officials in this room right now. The condition of your state is a reflection of your leadership. So the condition of my family is a reflection of my leadership. A good leader has, a thriving environment beneath them, period. And so when you look at California, it's not like they made a mistake. Oh, kind of screwed that up. Thought giving drugs to drug addicts was a good idea. Thought protecting the drug cartels would somehow turn out great. Allowing people to live on the sidewalk was a good idea. They never thought any of it was a good idea. It was a bad idea, and that's why they did it. It's evil. It's not mismanagement. It's evil. That's what it looks like. It looks like human suffering. It looks like anguish. It looks like divided families. It looks like people with no purpose. It looks like people dying young of drug ODs. That's not mismanagement. It's evil. And so it's so important to recognize that, not to score partisan points and be like, Democrats are evil. That's not the point. The point is, until you know what it is, there's no antidote to it. And it's much deeper than we suspect. So when I come to a place like this, and you see happy families, happy people, clean, cheerful people with bright eyes in a clean, well-kept place, I know they're on the right path. Because all of those things are from God. Period. And they're not, by the way, a product of affluence. That's one of the great lies ever. San Francisco, the city I was born in, was never an especially rich city. I mean, it had, it's got a huge port, of course, or did international trade, and then, originally it was gold mining. I mean, they made blue jeans there, etc. They've had industries, but it was never Detroit, ever. And it was never an especially rich place. When I was born there, it was not a rich place. It didn't have fantastic, no one had a plane in San Francisco. And it became a rich place with the tech boom in the 90s. And then in the 2000s, some of those tech companies moved from the peninsula, from Silicon Valley, up to the city. And they headquartered in San Francisco. Famously Twitter, but others. And they poured billions of dollars into the local economy. It became a legit rich city. And it declined. It got way worse. In fact, it became unlivable. It became evil. So no one can, this is a mistake that we make in the West, assuming that there's a straight line between money and happiness, and there's not. And in fact, there's often an inverse relationship. And I would say one of the things that I have learned in my middle age, in fact, I'm past middle age, I'm not going to live to 110, in the back nine of my life, whatever hole I'm on, is that the worship of money actually is a sin. I never thought that. I'm an American. Were you against success? You're against the markets? Well, of course I'm not against success or against the markets or against wealth. But the worship of wealth is evil. And it bears the fruit that San Francisco and the richest parts of California have also borne. So the richer the state got, the worse it got. And the more poor people there were. It was the richest state in America when I grew up there, and now it's more poor people than any state. It's absolutely crazy. So the understanding that there is a God and you're not him is the root of all wise decision making. It's the root of all true prosperity. It's the root of order. It's the root of all good things. And it's the root of the Constitution, which is what this has to do with tonight. So the Constitution, and by the way, I just want to thank you so much for revering it and for saying that out loud. But what is the Constitution? Most people haven't read it in quite a while. And the Constitution is a framework for government. It's a blueprint describing in granular detail, the first 2/3 of it, how to organize a government. And then the last part of it are the amendments. And the first 10 are called the Bill of Rights. And they enumerate in pretty precise language what Americans are entitled to do and what the government must work above all to protect, which is their rights to do these things. So the first part describes the system, and the last part describes its fruits. So the point of the US government, if you were to sum it up in one sentence, is to preserve freedom. And the Bill of Rights describe what that looks like. So then the question becomes, well, what is freedom? What is freedom? Is shooting heroin on the sidewalk in front of the San Francisco Civic Center freedom? Well, of course it's not. It's bondage. It's addiction. It's a kind of slavery. And anyone who has struggled with addiction, I'm sure a million people in this room who have, I have, know that there's nothing free about that. It's the opposite of free. It's a leash being tugged frequently against your neck with a spiked collar. It's not freedom. Freedom is rooted in a very simple concept, which is that each person is created by God. Not as a group, not as a community, whatever that is, my least favorite term, ever. It's a dehumanizing term. There's no such thing as a community, actually. There are individuals. A community is a way that politicians dehumanize us. Oh, it's a community, the African-American community, the Latvian community. Really? How many women have given birth to a community? I'm not an OBGYN, but very, very few. Even in Utah, it's typically one at a time. And it's one at a time, or two at a time, or, the blessed have more, but it's not a community size birth. And the point of that is each person is unique, and each person was created not by you, but by God. And if you doubt that, in the age of AI and rockets that return to Earth, ask the tech gods if they can create human life. And they'll get super embarrassed and be like, oh yeah, we can. Really, how do you do that? Well, you can't do that. Because only God can do that. Only God. We can describe the process, the physical process, by which conception occurs, but we can't do it ourselves. Only God can do it. And freedom is the recognition of that. It's the recognition that each person has a soul, and a soul is the spark of the ever-living God inside them. And what that means is there are some things that you can do to people because you give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. We live, together under a structure. We come together, we pool our resources for all kinds of things, and thank God that we do. So there are some things you can make people do, but there are some things that you can never make people do because you are not God. And every person is a unique human being made in His image. And so there are limits to what you can do to people. You cannot treat them like objects or animals. You don't have dominion over them. You have to stand back in respect of them. In respect of them and their choices because you don't own them. That's the key insight. And the entire Constitution describes a system structured to make that recognition possible. I mean, as a sort of civics matter, the key insight in the Constitution is we divide the power. We don't want it concentrated in one place. We have these elaborate instructions for how you make sure that no one person or one small group of people has so much power that they can go bonkers and oppress everybody else. The whole point of it is to preserve freedom, which is to say the respect for the individual as a creation of God. And that's why freedom of speech, which is, I need not remind you, enumerated in the First Amendment, is the core freedom. Now, why is that? Because it's an acknowledgement that you are not allowed to prevent people from speaking their conscience. And why are you not? And it doesn't matter how you feel about it. You are not allowed to do that because you are not God. You do not own them. They are not slaves. They are human beings. Not under your total control, not an object that you store in the garage when you're not using it. They're not machines, they're human beings. And you stand back, even if you hate them and hate what they are saying, you stand back and allow them to say it because you don't have the right to stop them because they're not objects, they're not slaves, they're human beings. And so the right to say what you actually think, the right to tell the truth or what you believe to be true. And if you're a wise man, you realize a lot of things you think are true are probably not because you're not God either. But whatever. You have to allow that. And any attempt to disallow that is an offense not simply against the citizenry, which owns this country, let me remind you. They're shareholders in this project. It's a publicly held company, held by the public. It's not a private firm run by some family. Sorry, Bushes or Clintons or whatever. It belongs to the shareholders, which is us. It's an offense against them, but it's also an offense against God. Because what you're saying is, I own these objects in front of me, to which God says, wrong, these are mine. I created them. And each one is an individual with dignity, and dignity begins with the right to say what you really think, no matter what. And so when I hear people use the phrase hate speech, it's often said, well, that's just speech you hate, and that's absolutely right. And I have to say, and I hate to say this, but I see some Republicans now falling for the oldest trap in recorded history, which is once you have power, you start mimicking the worst qualities of the people you took power from. And so I would just remind every Republican, and particularly people holding elected office, that your first duty, not simply as an office holder, but as an American and as a child of God, is to protect at all costs the right of American citizens to say what they think. Period. And not everybody shares that view. So I guess I would say it's often, the First Amendment is often described as a bulwark against tyranny. You need to be allowed to criticize the people in charge, or else your country will become tyrannical. And that's, of course, obviously true. And that's, of course, why every attempt to limit your speech is really an attempt to limit your criticism of the people in charge, 100%, no matter what they say. And of course, this being America, which for all its many, many, I would say, wonderful qualities, the best country on earth by far, the one bad quality I would say about America is the tendency toward passive aggression, rather than just aggression, which I'm much more comfortable with as a man. So if you don't like someone, it's like, buzz off, I don't like you. Well, back off, buddy. But in modern America, many people are much more liable to say, you know what, this needs to be a safe place, okay? And so for your safety, and for the feelings of the children, the ones I wasn't able to abort, we need to stop you from doing something that annoys me, but it's really for your good. It's the language of therapy, but behind it is a living gun. So don't lie to yourselves. That's tyranny. So clearly, if you limit the right of people to say what they actually think, you have tyranny. But you have more than that. You have the dehumanization of human beings. You are not treating someone as a full human being, not just as a citizen, but as a human, as a person, if you deny them the right to say what they think. You can tell your dog to stop barking. You cannot tell me to stop barking. So the reason I'm saying this is because, well, first because we're here to celebrate the Constitution and your valiant efforts to disseminate it. It's our core document in the country. You'd think everyone would have one on their mantle. And I know that that's your goal, and thank you for that. But also to remind you what the document is about. It's about human dignity. It's about the difference between slavery and freedom. And it's binary. You're one or the other. Period. There's no kind of middle ground, as they're now finding out in Europe. You know, you go to the UK, where my ancestors are from. I'm not against the UK. That's not true, I'm totally against the UK, but I never have been. Because it's the country that gave birth to us, and I've always felt like they were sort of cousins. Ones with bad teeth, you know, whatever. Drinking their cocktails warm. I mean, they've got some eccentricities like all of our cousins do. They show up for Thanksgiving, and you're like, I can't believe we're related, but we are. And we love you because of that. But you see a country like that, whose main export since the collapse of its empire has been fake politeness. And it takes a while to realize it's an authoritarian country. It's like actually an authoritarian, it's like on the road to North Korea. And we know that because they arrest people, not making this up, this is not some like internet fake news story, for praying near abortion clinics. So let's just bottom line it. If you're arresting people for praying, you are not the good guy, you're the fascist. Period. And they're doing it. And by the way, the people around our country, by and large, at least until Trump was got elected, were like, yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. You know, we're just doing it to protect this or that marginalized group, none of whom are thriving, by the way. Whenever people tell you that they have to hurt you on behalf of some other group, that's my favorite. We have to do this because they're oppressed. All right. Are you unoppressing them? Are you liberating them? No, no one's getting liberated. The people doing it are just getting more powerful. That's the point. So you see what's happening in the UK and you realize, and it went from being kind of an annoying country to being like a genuinely scary country, which is where it is right now. They're like, they have a military smaller than the US Marine Corps and they're plotting World War III. Talk about crazed hubris, actually. And you realize, like, there aren't any middle ground positions in this debate. Either you're free or you're not. To restate, either you're free or you're not. And, you know, someone who worked at a TV channel for 15 years was always using the phrase American exceptionalism. It always drove me insane because no one ever explained what it was. What's American exceptionalism? I've always felt America was an exceptional place. But no one I worked with ever bothered to like define that. Does it mean we have the market system or something? Lots of countries have the market system. This is not the richest country, by the way, at all. There are richer countries, you know? But it's not about that, actually. And so I'll define it, since I never heard anyone else define it. America is exceptional because it has the Bill of Rights. It has freedom of speech. That's what makes it exceptional. And now that the world is changing so fast, I spent the last 6 months on the road around the world to see what was happening, because I don't have a boss anymore, so I can do whatever I want. I'm really interested. No, I'm serious. I was stuck in the studio for my whole life, and I want to see what's happening, and I'm shocked by it. Really shocked by it. And I'm shocked by how little of it is penetrated into our news culture here, which is a little North Korean, sorry. Everyone's saying the same thing, and the same thing. It's the trans community. Okay, stop. But what I just saw in my tour of the world is that it's getting really dark, and people have not, they're kind of stopped pretending. It's like, we're in charge, you're not, obey or we'll hurt you. It's the rule of the gun. It's might makes right. It's everything the Constitution was designed to prevent. The Constitution is a bulwark against human nature. That's exactly what it is. The Constitution was written by people who truly understood people and their sins. Anyone who says the Constitution was conceived in hope is like an idiot. It was conceived in realism. It's like, people can be pretty darn bad if left to their own devices. We gotta stop them from hurting their fellow man. That's what that is. It's a rule book. It's like Mosaic law, which is itself, deeply aware of what people are actually like. It's like, no, you can't commit incest. Why would you tell people that? Because they might. That's why. I'm serious. And that's why Moses laid it out. Because he understood, and God understands, and the creator of people, what people are actually like. And boy, you're seeing that. It's absolutely crazy. Countries that you thought were free are not at all free. And I'd start with Canada, which has begun gun confiscation today. Because they have so many gun crimes in Canada? Okay. No, because they're doing things to the Canadian population that are so dark that they fear a violent reaction from the population. That's why. That's exactly why. That's why our right to keep and bear arms is guaranteed. It's a bulwark against tyranny. And that's why theirs is being taken away. Period. It's not to, let me just dump my water on my shoes if you don't mind. I get hot when I speak. I get kind of wound up. And I'm overheating. Maybe if I pour an entire glass of water into my loafers, it'll just calm me down. It's my own kind of backwoods air conditioning system. And let me just say it works. Like if you're at home or whatever, it's like a hot July day, just take your iced tea and pour it right into your loafers and you'll be good to go. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, America is exceptional because at this point it's very clear that it stands alone, which is to say unique among the nations. As a country, that's still, despite its many faults, and our government's many missteps and sort of attempts to lurch toward tyranny, it stands alone as the only nation that respects its citizens as human beings. Not as serfs or slaves or objects to be manipulated or pieces on a chessboard, but as human beings created by God whose rights cannot be taken away. And as of today, it's the only nation whose citizens haven't had their rights taken away. And so if I could just, I never do this, but if I could just raise a glass to that, I don't think most Americans understand just how unusual we are in that specific regard, and I think it's the most important thing. I would rather be poor and free than rich and enslaved. So I think we just have to say, thank you God for the freedom in this country, and that's heartfelt, having seen the alternatives recently. Anyway, so I would just stop there. I want to thank you for everything that you do. I feel this way at home when I'm sitting at the table with my many relatives, that I can tend to be a little bit too loud and overbearing in my presentation and no one else gets to talk. So I just want to take, if there are any questions in front, a couple questions from the audience. If you have them, I'll make this short, but I would love, if anybody has a hostile question, I would love to get it in here for balance. Yes, sir. How did I hear about the Canadians taking guns? I heard about the Canadian government taking guns from a friend of mine in Canada by text. And I get approximately 100% of my news from text message. I don't read any American or foreign news outlet ever, period. And I don't know if it's on the news or not. I would be the last person to know since I don't own a TV and I hate the internet. So I don't hate the internet. Of course I work on the internet. But I don't, I'm not going to read the New York Times, I'm not going to read the Washington Post, I'm definitely not going to read the Wall Street Journal, because I know, because I've spent 35 years in the business, and I know better than most how dishonest those outlets are. Obviously, I'm not going to read NBC News because I'm not brain damaged, but I'm not going to read any of them, because I don't want deception in my brain. I get enough wrong on my own. It's almost like one of the things I've learned as I've gotten older is that the things that you allow in, and this would include images, whether they're pornography or violence, or they actually hurt you. They affect you on a deep, deep level, and the same is true with lies, which are a variety of those things. And I don't want, of course I imbibe lies all day long. I'm a human being. I tell lies sometimes, mostly by accident, but I don't want to. But I don't want that in me. I don't want that stuff rattling around in my head. And so I don't have to cover every story in the world. That's not my job. My job is to cover the stories that I want to cover. And so I get all of my news from people, and I correspond with a lot of, hundreds and hundreds of people, and I think that mostly they're trustworthy. And I trust accounts that I get from people who've seen things much more than I trust the accounts I get from people who are writing about other people who may have seen things. So, I have the luxury of doing that since it's what I do for a living. Most other people have normal jobs and stuff, and they have to do their job, so I feel sorry for them. But I am in the news business, so that's how I get my news. And I got a text from a friend of mine in Calgary who said that was going on. And he actually sent me a local news report from Calgary. It was like, everyone with a gun report to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and drop it off. That's pretty heavy duty, actually. They've already banned most guns in Canada. So it's not like, what is that? Well, it's tyranny. Let's just stop pretending. Let's not play along with the core lie, which is whatever they're doing to take away your rights is being done for your good or someone else's good. It's being done for the people who are doing its good. Period. The only people who benefit from a disarmed society are the people with guns, and in a disarmed society, the people with guns are the people in charge. It's like, were you joking? We way overthink things. I have hunting dogs, and I really respect them because they're impossible to lie to. You can't lie to my dogs. They're not doing my taxes. I wouldn't say they're like geniuses at everything, but they're definitely the most authentic beings I deal with on a date. They're two spaniels. Springer and English Cocker, I'm hunting with them tomorrow morning. They're amazing dogs, but they're amazing because they're so real. Like you can't BS them because they watch what you do, not what you say. So if you're taking away my rights, I don't care what you call yourself. I don't care if you claim to be Simon Bolivar, come to liberate me. They're here to oppress me because you're taking my rights away. And not my fake rights like killing my kids, but my real rights like saying what I think and protecting my family. Right? Last question. Yes, sir. Yes. Do I fear digital currency? Like the devil fears holy water. No, look. I shouldn't say that. Central bank digital currency digital currency issued by the government, any government that forces its population to use that currency, is self-evidently a form of tyranny, obviously, and we're moving toward that. How many ATMs do you see around? Next time you're in an airport, try to find the ATM. Not a ton. When was the last time you used cash at the airport? You go in to get a bottle of Dasani and some peanuts. Did you pay cash? No, because you don't want the coins in your pocket. I know you didn't. I didn't actually really follow you. No, you're about my age. I'm assuming you're like me. Like, you hate the idea of digital currency, but you're participating in the system that is bringing it on by using your credit card rather than cash. And even I really like try and fight against that. I don't go to the bank or really anywhere, but I always say, well, can you get some cash? Because it's good for us to use cash. But we're clearly moving in that direction. But your question was about digital currency being crypto, I think. And I'll just say this, that I'm trying to figure out what I think of this. I've been pretty engaged in trying to figure it out for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. More than that. I was an early interested person in the subject. And the reason I was interested was because of its initial promise, which was to liberate citizens, free men and women, from the control of the people in charge, from the control of governments. I'm happy to pay my taxes. But I did not sign up for a society where I need permission to buy things, legal things, from the US government. That's tyrannical. And it's absolutely no one's business what I buy. Like, not at all. And I certainly don't want to live in a country where you could starve me to death because you don't like my political views. And if you think that's impossible, it's happened all over the world. A lot. For millennia. So, the initial promise of crypto was that you could conduct business, that crypto would be a medium of exchange, it would be a currency, and that you could use it without being controlled. That the government wouldn't be able to track it, they wouldn't be able to seize it. It would be like gold has functioned for all time, but easier, less friction. It's like easy, just bam, shoot with your phone, it's crypto. And that was a total lie. It was a complete lie. And there are a lot of interesting reasons why that didn't turn out to be true. And there's a guy called Roger Ver who, went to prison for pointing this out. But one of the reasons is because the U.S. intel agencies bribed some of the coders writing the software around Bitcoin that allowed it to be moved from place to place and made it possible for the government to spy on people as they were doing that. And so I think that's an absolute tragedy. I think it's a betrayal of the promise. So I've got a pretty good memory because I don't drink alcohol. And I remember, and also I'm pretty old, so I remember what people first said about things. I remember when they told us the internet was going to make us better informed and better educated, and I look out on a world full of people who know nothing, get on Wikipedia spoon feeds them thanks to the CIA, and I'm like, wow, this didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to. And then I look at a world where people like me really believed that cryptocurrency was going to make commerce free. And now it's being sold as some sort of digital asset, like America needs more fake assets. I think we have enough of those. That's for sure. Inflated assets, certainly. If you start printing free money for 11 years, zero interest rates, you get asset inflation. And we have a super bad, maybe terminal case of it. And so I'm very, very offended. I'm totally offended as someone who wanted to believe in it. And I also feel that it preys upon the economic desperation of young people who are waking up to an economy that cannot give them the lives their parents had, the ones they grew up in. They can't even get married or have kids, a lot of them. Middle class kids can't. And that's a fact. And the middle class itself is no longer the majority of the country. It hasn't been for 10 years, and no one even said anything about it. So I'm very upset about all of that stuff, and so are young people. And if you don't have kids in their 20s or haven't talked to them or their friends about it, you should, because it's really interesting. Their core frustrations are economic. And people my age, our core frustrations are ideological. Like, what is this? Men can't become women. That's insane. Why would you tell me that? If you talk to your kids, they'll likely say, well, of course men can't become women, but I want to buy a house, I want to get married. And I can't afford to get married. And no one really seems to care, but they care a lot. And so they vested their hopes in cryptocurrency to an amazing extent. Like, they really believe that cryptocurrency is a way to get rich. And it makes me want to cry that you have a system, first of all, that may be selling a lie. I don't know if you can't get rich on crypto, but also that has taken the energies of young people, which are the vital sort of element in any society is what are young people doing? They're the most energetic, they're the hungriest. They should be building things, creating things. And they're on the internet trading crypto? It is the saddest thing I can imagine. Shouldn't he be inventing something? Building a log cabin at least? No. You think your only shot is buying some garbage meme coin. And I feel like it's really a crime, actually. Now, maybe it'll turn out that I'm completely wrong. I mean, that's happened before. I endorsed the Iraq War, so I mean, I've got some things I've been truly wrong about, and I hope this is one of them. But I think that it's really important. Last thing I'll say, I'm a physicalist. I believe in the physical creation. I don't like things that are too abstract at all, because I think they're too easy to manipulate, right? So that's why I'm obsessed with things like architecture and infrastructure and cleanliness and smell. If your city smells bad, you're a bad leader. I don't care. I had dinner with the mayor of New York recently, and then he's like, well, here's about the other thing. And I was like, but your city smells like weed. And not just weed, like the kind I grew up with in Southern California. Mexican dirt weed, pretty innocuous, but this is like super skunky indica bud, and it makes me want to puke. I hate that. I'm not a marijuana smoker anymore. I don't like it. And I can't walk down this, why do you smoke in your apartment if you're a pothead? Freaking loser. You're smoking on the street and blowing it and I have to smell it? And he's like, well, you're right. I was like, no, the way your city smells is super important. And how do we arrive at a place where we don't think that's important? Because we've got our head up in some totally abstract place where we're like arguing about, I don't know what, transhumanism. Well, I still care about smells. I do. And I feel like crypto is part of that trend. You know, when people live their lives online, it's really easy to detach them from physical reality. And physical reality really, really matters. I like the way my wife smells. I like the way her hair feels in my hand. You know, I like the way my dogs smell. I like to kiss their muzzles. Like those are the most meaningful. I can identify all 4 of my children by smell. And I'm not afraid to say that. I'm proud to say that. I think that really matters. When you start telling people that like, oh, crypto, well, what is it exactly? I'm not saying it's bad, it might be great. I spoke at the crypto conference here this summer. I've just been thinking about it. And I'm like, what is this? And I really hope it's not a lie, but if it is a lie, you know, a lot of people are implicated in it. And I would just like to see people build stuff. Like, how about we stop painting our houses black? What the hell is that? I drove around your city, and I'm with my daughter, who's like a total architecture person and has like the same instincts that I do about this stuff. I'm like, that's a black house. Who did that to the California people? Sorry. Like, I'm a California person. You paint your house black? And like appalling architecture that almost like yells at you like, I'm ugly, I dare you to say so. And like all the upper middle class drivers are too insecure to say, man, that's an ugly house. Like, oh, that's really interesting. No, it's garbage. It's like modern art. It's built out of drywall and plywood. It's crap. It's not even real. It's totally fake. What are you joking? You have a black house? Stop. And I feel like no one can notice any of that because they're so up into their theoretical nonsense, maybe culminating in the fake meme coins. I could go on forever, but I don't want to try your patience. Thank you so much for having me.
Merry Christmas from East Tennessee. It's Monty, Fritts. You know, things haven't really changed in 2,000 years. There are still Caesars calling for taxes. There are still evil career politicians like Herod who tell you that they love the baby, but they really just want to kill him. There are still wise men who come looking for that light. And we are still in a world of darkness that needs that light, and his name is Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for coming down to this earth to be my Savior, to be our Savior. So on this week when we celebrate the birth of the King of all kings, Jesus Christ, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from Kingston, Tennessee.
Merry Christmas to all of the Patriot Punk Podcast listeners. This is Senator Brent Taylor coming to you from the Peabody Hotel in downtown Memphis, where the Memphis Safe Task Force has arrested more than 4,000 people. And all of this really started with my effort to make Memphis matter. Because if we're going to drive crime down in Tennessee, you have to do it in Memphis. So I want to thank everyone that has been involved with helping to make Memphis matter, by making Memphis safe. Come join me. We have a lot more work to do. After all, we have a city to save. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Tennessee. This has been paid for by Brent Taylor for State Senate, Craig Weiss Treasurer.
Hey guys, Dennis Hunt, your Coffee County Mayor. I'm wanting to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Coffee County is a great place to be right now. I also would like to invite every one of you to stop by the Coffee County Administrative Plaza during our office hours, Monday through Friday, and take a look at our Veterans Wall. Thank you once again for letting me serve as your county mayor. Merry Christmas.
Our next piece this evening is We Three Kings of Orient Are.
Now, we are nearing the end of the Patriot Punkcast Christmas Blast, but don't leave yet. It has been a fabulous year, and I wanted to take a final moment before we close out for the evening to say thank you and to mention that if we did not get to a segment that you were a part of, we apologize. There's been so much content this year, and there were loads of segments that we just couldn't cover.
I guess next year we just do a 24-hour Christmas extravaganza just to make room for everybody. We'd also like to give a special shout out to all the new friends that we would mention y'all by name, but there's just too many to count, and we don't want to offend anybody by leaving them out. So, but yeah, definitely special shout out to all the new friends we've made along the way.
Absolutely. And then we also wanted to give you, before we sign off, a little bit of what to expect from us in 2026. As I've been teasing for the past little bit now, we are expecting to grow leaps and bounds in 2026. We've kind of got all of the foundational work built up. Daniel has been a fantastic and tremendous help. We're starting to gain traction all across Tennessee, and it's because of viewers like you. And we do really, really want to say thank you. And some of those updates that you're going to see are going to help us grow to new leaps and bounds and really bring more accountability to Tennessee. We currently do a 5-minute countdown timer at the beginning of the show. We are going to start running ads, probably from some candidates there. That way, some of the smaller people who can't afford to advertise on News Channel 2 or 17, which tends to be most freedom-minded people, have a way to get their message in front of more people. Now, we aren't News Channel 5 or Fox 17, but with your help, we could be pretty close. And we
Not
think
yet, we're not.
No, not yet, but we could get there. And this is just one of the ways that we're going to do it. We're not going to splice them all throughout the middle of the show or interfere with the actual content, but that way you're not staring at a clock for 5 minutes. We also plan on having more episodes with multiple guests. We've done that a little bit in the past, and they provide for some really good conversation, and they're really highly watched episodes. So we're going to start with all the different candidates that want to come on. We might have 2 school board members or 2 people running for state rep, or even 2 people running against each other come on a show. And that way we can touch more people, cover more topics, and we can't create any more time in the day. So that's the best option we have, is to add multiple guests.
That would be really cool to have multiple perspectives on the show, especially differing perspectives. I can't wait to do that. We also plan to capture a few more town halls like the one I did in Cannon County this year. It seems like a good opportunity for people to get to know their local legislatures and state senators and things like that. And if we can have more of that and encourage more of that, I think we might actually see our politicians show up more often, but who knows? We're not going to know until we get started.
Yeah, and we might even host a town hall. Who knows? We do plan, and I know I've been saying this for a while, but it's the end of the year. This production was a big undertaking, but the newsletters will really start to fire back up probably February of the new year. January, we're going to start putting some out, but February we'll be back on a rhythm. We've got a bunch of other exciting new things, like a coupon card that, instead of just giving you a 10% discount code for something, we're going to sign up for all the discount codes that they'll give us. We're going to put them on a coupon card and give them away for free on our website. That way you guys can do all of your shopping in one place. And there's going to be some member perks for the very soon to launch members only group. And we had one before, but we've finally found a bank that's going to let us do it as an internet personality.
Right.
So.
And does there happen to be any upcoming investigations that you're aware of? I know we've had plenty in the past. Is there any ones that people can expect to see in the upcoming new year?
Well, there are definitely a few conclusions to investigations, some of which we've been following for 3 years. I know we teased it a little bit earlier in the series today, but there will be an update on Charles Chuck Carter. There also might be an Operation Rosebud. We might have an Operation Mayberry. There's a few other things going on that we expect to conclude very soon. And judging by the list of all the people that have reached out to us since we started the Today in Tennessee segment, it's going to be a very busy year.
I love that we might be the ones to get to name the scandals. That's so much fun.
Yeah, because some of those that have come out have been kind of lame from the mainstream angle of everything. I want to take this time just real fast before we wrap up with some Christmas music. Just remind you of the importance of local journalism. The reason that I even got started was because there was a media cloud that some of these freedom-minded groups could not get any media coverage, even when they more than deserved it. Mm-hmm. And with the rise of AI, I mean, what does that tell you, Daniel, about trust?
No, not to.
Well, where are people going to have to place that trust?
Oh, it's got to be local for sure. We've said it ad nauseum. It's got to be local. There's just no way you're going to be able to tell the difference anymore at some point. The farther away it gets from you, the less you're going to know is real.
And we might not always be perfect, and I promise, guys, I'm going to try to get better at my spelling. Okay.
And I promise I'm going to try to get better at using a calculator during live streams.
But we do feel like we take our reputation very seriously, and that's why your support means the world to us. If you're in a position to support financially, patriotpunknetwork.com/support is where you can do it. But if you're not in a position to support us financially, don't worry about it. Okay. Just continue to interact in the comments, share our content, help us grow. And that helping spread the message so we can find more like-minded individuals like you is really the best thing that you can do. I want to say
it's all about adding value. Every bit of it. It's about adding value.
And you never know what insights you may have that other people haven't thought of. So I want you to remember this. Don't feel alone on this Christmas day, no matter where you are. Don't let the government isolate you, because a lot of the time that's their intention. They want you to feel like you're alone in the world and that you don't have anywhere to go. That way you feel demoralized and like you can't do anything about it.
Powerless.
But I assure you, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other people in the state of Tennessee going through the exact same problems that you are, that want to be the change that they feel they need to see. So don't be demoralized, and use our platform as a method of networking and find more people that care about freedom. Oh, Daniel, any final thoughts?
I think we've said about all we can say. I look forward to seeing y'all in the new year. Y'all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we'll let you wrap it up from here, sir.
Well, we're going to wrap it up with a little bit of Christmas music from Chase Williams. Thank you once again for being a part of this broadcast. Thank you to our sponsors, to everyone who helped make this year as fabulous as it has been. Merry Christmas from us at the Patriot Punk Network. Remember, never mind the bollocks and watch the Patriot Punkcast.
For our last piece this evening, we all want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. We're so glad that you tuned in 2025, and we look forward to seeing you in 2026. Remember, you can find the Patriot Punk Network on all streaming platforms and anywhere you get your podcast. So we wish you a Merry Christmas. Anything else y'all want to hear?